Picture this. A thick, sticky purple glop dripping out of a pot like something from a witch's cauldron. A boy scoops it into a cup and holds it out with way too much confidence. "All right," he says, "here." She stares into that glowing violet sludge like it just insulted her ancestors. "Drink it," he orders. Her answer's a flat, horrified, "No way." Rewind a bit, because how did it even come to this? A white-haired boy shoves the cup right at her. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to drink it?" This is Alarman, future crown prince of the Albrecht Empire, though right now he's just a very determined kid. "Harel, I went through so much trouble to get this," he insists. "You really won't drink it." Array fumbles for an excuse. "No, it's not that I wasn't going to drink it." He leans in closer. Then, all she'd wanted, honestly, was to live out the rest of her life in peace. That request has apparently been denied. Cue the waterworks. Tiny Alaman goes full guilt trip. He personally climbed a mountain, wrestled a monster, and dug out its heart, all filled with sincerity, apparently. She caves. "Fine, I'll drink it, okay?" Down he goes. Jug, 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 jug. The boy practically vibrates watching her. She, meanwhile, looks like she might throw up an entire week's worth of meals. He bolts around the room celebrating. "You emptied it! Amazing, Arel! Now that you've had this, you won't collapse again." Years seem to fly by in a blink, because suddenly he's all grown up, soft smiles and sparkles included. "From now on," he says, "don't go collapsing whenever you please." He pulls her close. "You can't collapse without my permission. Got it?" She practically chokes on air. "Say something that actually makes sense," she manages. He just smiles and snaps his fingers. "Okay then, now that you've taken your medicine." Cut swollen guy, brown hair, gym clothes, casually hoisting a dumbbell like it's nothing. "Shall we get started?" "Ta-ta, indeed." He flexes, and apparently he's the head of an entire Erlin Health Council, backed by actual Imperial Knights. This is a whole operation now. Right behind him, 99 of the Empire's top physicians march in single file, like this is a royal parade instead of a checkup. Banners wave. A whole crowd cheers her on, like she's about to run a marathon. "They're all experts, handpicked for you," someone shouts. Aurel just stares, dumbfounded. Why? Why did this is Kent? The crowd quiets, waiting expectantly. "Wow, someone starts. "Now that you've taken the medicine, shouldn't we see how much healthier you've gotten?" Alaman sweeps in and scoops her up without warning. She's too startled to even react. The trainer's already hyping the crowd. "All right, Arel, 3 sets of strength training. You've got this, your ladyship." Arel is very much not on board. "No, just..." "Stop for a second," someone yells. "We can't forget cardio either. 10 laps around the mansion." Poor girl's already gasping for air. She's sprinting now, genuinely losing it. "At this rate, I'm gonna die before I even get healthy. I'll die." And down she goes, crumpling to the floor. A boot steps into frame. "Oh!" comes the voice above her, way too casual. "Tired already?" Alaman crouches close, studying her like a puzzle. "To think you be this weak." Then, almost desperate, "You need to get healthy fast so you can climb mountains with me and catch monsters and do all that stuff together." "I do care who it is. Just..." He trails off, then softens. "But don't worry." His whole face lights up. "Because I will make you healthy no matter what." And there it is, the entire premise of this show, delivered with maximum sparkle. Somewhere in the present, Aurel is completely done. "Jack this goddamn male lead away from me." There. Let's rewind and find out exactly how she got stuck with him. Once upon a time, in a completely different life, she was a 19-year-old prodigy violinist. She was racking up global recognition, hailed as a once-in-a-generation, God-given talent. Then, walking home one day, she wasn't clipped by some ordinary car. No, fate went all out and sent a luxury sedan screeching straight at her. Crash. And just like that, she wakes up reincarnated as a character in a novel. A teddy bear hits the floor before she's even finished processing it. Voices swirl around her, panicked. "Your ladyship? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? What's the matter?" One servant whispers to another, baffled. "I don't know. Her ladyship just froze all of a sudden." See, she could count on one hand the novels she'd actually finished reading back in her old life. So the second the memories clicked, she knew exactly which story she'd landed in. And obviously the character who is now her in this novel is Arellen Sigria Halburn, Lady of the Halburn Grand Ducal family, one of the Empire's 5 great ducal houses and sole heir to the entire duchy. Sounds like a total privilege, right? She used to think so too. right up until her head started spinning the second she stood up too fast. Out of breath from a light jog. This body, frankly, is useless as trash. Turns out she's not just any noble, she's a terminally ill side character. Confused and disoriented, her old memories kept getting sharper by the day. Ah, that's her, someone murmurs, recognizing something. Then she starts overhearing things a little kid really shouldn't. Yeah, I heard she's the daughter Grand Duke Halburn picked up off the streets. No one even knows who her mother is. An unidentified girl the Grand Duke seducted one day, an illegitimate kid becoming head of Halburn? It's the end of times, the gossips mutter. Truly, the end of times. The Grand Duke himself takes off for the northern front lines without much warning, leaving Aurelian behind in the hands of the duchy's proxy. In the original story, she dies before turning 10, and with her death, the truth about her origins gets buried right along with her. She's just an extra, one who shows up twice in the whole novel. Coughing up blood, she wonders, was it some disease with no known cure? Talking up blood, she wonders, was it some disease with no known cure? Yep, a terminally ill character who dies. Early on, remembered as nothing more than the male lead's forgettable childhood friend. So maybe the move is to change the story entirely. Or start a business, build an empire of her own. Except, funny thing, all of that requires actually being healthy first. What am I even supposed to do with a body this trashy? She mutters, shuffling off, completely deflated. I finally get my past life memories back, and I've got zero motivation. She admits she basically did nothing for an entire week. Relatable, honestly. Then, knock knock. She perks up. Come to think of it, it's about time for him to arrive. Enter her one and only protector, knocking politely at her door. Mr. Allen, it's Ken. Down the hall, the staff clock him instantly. It's Lord Mahen. Shh, let's just pass by quick, one whispers. From inside, a simple, come in. The door creaks open. It's been a while, miss, Mahen says, all quiet composure. This is Mahen Leibokin, the Grand Duke's proxy. I heard you've been shutting yourself in your room lately, he says, so I came to check on you. Little Aurelian puts on her best manners. Mahen, my poor guardian, if you're feeling any discomfort at all, please let me know. He blinks. Why are you talking like a civil servant fielding a complaint? Which is funny because the staff actually call him the Predator of Halburn Duchy behind his back. Truth is, this commoner-born so-called genius is the Grand Duke's proxy, chief aide, and runs the entire capital mansion. Before she got her old memories back, she used to be terrified of him, that intimidating vibe he gives off. Now that she's really looking, he's just an overworked office guy stuck at a black company. Is there anything you want to say? He asks. She just hums. Moo. She flashes him her most innocent smile, gears turning behind those big eyes. Long time no see, Mahen, she chirps. He answers flatly. Yes. Pardon? He asks, confused. Everything's fine, she backpedals. So you can stop worrying. She's all smiles, right up until he brings up the childcare team's report. You haven't been joining any outdoor activities lately, he points out. Not budging an inch. She fires back, half teasing. You didn't like going outside either, man. That's because any kind of physical activity puts a strain on my heart, he deadpans, completely serious. She looks him dead in the eye. Don't worry. I'll stay put, she promises, sprawled comfortably across a huge bed. He studies her a beat too long before finally nodding. I understand. Sunlight filters through the window, green leaves swaying outside. Quiet for now. But something's nagging at him as he walks off. I can't quite put my finger on it, he mutters. But something feels strange. 3 whole months have passed since he last actually saw the young lady in person. He called out sharply, Dylan! Yes, Lord Mahen, comes the immediate answer. I need the childcare team assembled, Mahen orders. Tell everyone to gather. Turns out even Halburn's most competent manager is completely out of his depth the second childcare enters the equation. So the verdict lands, leave it to the professionals. Funded entirely by the Duchy's coffers, elite graduates of the Ernst International Butler and Maid Academy get called in. Meet the newly formed Aurelian care team, theoretically flawless individuals now devoted to one small girl and her bunny doll. Everyone else just calls it the childcare team. Around a long table, Mahen opens the meeting. I'm sure you've all noticed it as well, he says. Let's hear from each of you. One by one, they report in. I'd say she seems lifeless. One offers she's holed up in her room and won't come out. Headmaid Lena chimes in gently. She's still eating well, at least. She just doesn't laugh nearly as much as before, though if I actually got her laughing, she'd gladly join in. Head Butler Ern looks grim. Something going on? He asks. The staff whisper nervously among themselves. We definitely know something was wrong. What about her health, though? Mahen shakes his head. According to the attending physician, there's nothing particularly wrong with her. This is the first time she's ever suddenly shut herself away like this, one staffer notes. Before, keeping her still was the actual struggle. If we want to actually see her face, someone adds, she'd have to come out of that room herself. Back at his desk, Mahen turns it over in his head. I wonder if there's a reason for it. Then, a sudden shout from somewhere nearby. A maid gasps, realization hitting. Come to think of it, tomorrow is that day. The day the young lady goes to the Imperial Palace. Cut to the next morning. A butler hauls her luggage while Arlen stands there dressed to the nines, bonnet and all, ready to travel. So, it's this day, she thinks to herself. The day she goes to meet the male lead. No, wait, rather, she corrects herself, it's just a social gathering meant to build friendship between the Empire's prominent kids, the Crown Prince included. The staff wave her off cheerfully. Have a good time. A soft magical shimmer sweeps her away. Maybe it's because this whole world runs on seriously advanced magic engineering, but even the transport itself is a feast for the eyes. And naturally, it's even more dazzling when she arrives, since the Imperial Palace is where all the Empire's wealth and technology pile up. She can't help but gasp. Meanwhile, this fragile, run-down body of hers is already exhausted just from a short walk. Ah, she groans. She's practically wheezing, catching her breath before she's even restarted. The grand doors creak open. We're here, young lady Arellen. She takes it all in, small and quiet amid the glow. So these kids, she thinks, are the future of Albrecht. The house buzzing with noise, kids running around, laughing, causing chaos in the best way. One girl leans over to whisper, Starstruck. It's like seeing celebrities. Arellen, already clued in thanks to her past life memories, points one out. So that one becomes a notorious playboy, and that one, Tom, turns into an absolutely unhinged swordmaster, apparently. She sighs, sprawled dramatically, and they'll all end up tangled in a love triangle that shakes up the entire empire. Knowing someone's whole future in advance, she muses, is such a strange feeling, even though I would be around to see any of it. Just then, a herald's voice cuts through the room. His Highness, the Crown Prince. She sits up straight, pulse spiking. He's here. The other kids light up with excitement, whispering and craning their necks to get a look. And there he is, a white-haired little boy in a dramatic red cape, striding in like he owns the place, the male lead of this entire novel. Arellen just stares, caught completely off guard. Wow. Someone breathes nearby. Is that really the beauty of a 7-year-old? He flashes a bright, dazzling grin at the whole room. Hello, everyone! And so, the boy who will one day force-feed her monster heart medicine finally makes his entrance. Somewhere in that fairy tale castle, somebody's already bored stiff, wondering what to do for fun today. Up front, a white-haired kid with the red eyes throws his hands up, begging the room for any decent suggestion at all. Nobody's got a single idea, until one of them just shrugs and says, why not go outside and play? So it's snacks first, a table piled with tea and cake, while the kids argue plans and one grumpy dark-haired boy looks thoroughly unimpressed. One of the girls lights up over a game of Find the Ball. Simple, easy fun that kind of comes naturally when everyone actually likes you. She giggles that it was fun and is already itching to run back out. Kids and their bottomless energy, honestly, in a blur they're con. Chasing the next game before the tea's even cold. One boy grabs a girl in a pink bow and drags her along. Sky, let's go, he insists. Cut to a much quieter corner of the palace. A lonely blonde girl stares off into space, murmuring that she knows Italian A's, parts art mistakes. This is Arellen, and from the back of her own chair she admits the truth to herself. Nobody really pays her any attention. On paper, she's got every glowing title a noble girl could ask for. The Halburn Duchy's one and only jewel, they call her, dressed up gorgeous and hugging a teddy bear like it's her only real friend. Her reality's a lot shabbier than title suggests. Inside her own duchy, Arellen gets treated like background noise, basically an extra in her own life. Doesn't matter how high her status is on paper, the household treats her that way regardless. When she first realized she'd be reincarnated into this world, there was only one thing she actually hoped for. A warm, loving family, one that would love her more than anybody else in the world. Sadly, Second Life went off. She still hasn't gotten that. So here she sits, alone at a table loaded with food nobody's sharing with her, telling herself she shouldn't even bother hoping anymore. The maid gently nudges her to just go outside for now instead of moping indoors. A young page boy, clearly new and eager to prove himself, offers to personally escort her ladyship outside. She weighs him off. It's fine, she says, she can manage by herself. And there's that look on her face, part polite smile, part I do not need anyone's help, thanks. The poor kid practically panics, calling after her ladyship as she's already walking off without him. In the original story, she reminds herself, Aurelien was too frail to really play with the other children. Even back then, Aurelien must have tried her hardest not to get completely shut out. But this, Aurelien's got a different question rattling around her head. Why should she have to try that hard at all? A door clicks shut behind her. She's genuinely not in the mood to play pretend today. She'll just kill some time out here before heading back in. Rather than scrambling to please anyone, she just lets her hair down, literally, and wonders. She drifts deep into the garden, figuring resting in the shade beats performing for an audience that isn't even watching. Yeah, shade's definitely more comfortable. She actually looks relaxed for once. The breeze is cool enough to blow even her tangled, complicated thoughts clean away. Something rustles nearby, small, white, and very much alive. A cat. She'd actually spotted this one wandering the grounds before. Fancy little thing, too. She wonders out loud if it's actually the Empress's own pet. She coos a hello and reaches out, absolutely delighted. The cat, completely unbothered, wanders off into the flowers like she doesn't exist either. Then it bolts, straight into the bushes. She scrambles after it, calling out, "Kitty, where did you go?" And that's when she barrels straight into somebody she was absolutely not expecting to find out here. A boy in red and gold catches her hand before she can go down. White hair, red eyes, and clearly not used to being ambushed by strange girls in the shrubbery. "Who are you?" he demands, and it hits her a second too late exactly who she just tackled. The Crown Prince himself. Her first thought isn't romantic at all. It's just, why on earth is he out here? She stammers out introduction. She's from the Halburn family. He's not exactly interested in the family tree. He wants to know why she's wandering around out here all alone. Everyone else is off playing together, he points out. So, what's her deal? She admits it plainly. Her body's too weak, she can't keep up with the other kids. She'll collapse if she so much as runs a little, she tells him. Kind of an awkward thing to explain to a total stranger. Could he just slowly understand and go, she asks. He just stares, arms crossed, thoroughly unconvinced. Collapse from running? Sounds fake to him. "Just leave me alone," she snaps. She's telling the truth, whether he believes it or not. His solution? Then run, he says, treating the whole thing like she's putting on an act. She blinks, pardon. He repeats it, dead serious, run. He even calls her out for lying earlier and gets an icy yes. I wasn't right back. She sighs. Fine, if they're doing this, better to just get it over with quickly. Eyes narrowed, she silently vows to hold this grudge forever against her new favorite psycho crown prince. Goodness, she mutters. What a perfect day to collapse of all days. And Cheshire takes off running. Fancy dressing, though. Barely a few steps in and she's already gasping. Okay, this body genuinely isn't built for this. She staggers, and for once, the prince's smug expression drops fast. His eyes go wide. Wait, she really wasn't joking. But she's out cold on the ground before he can even finish the thought. He scoops her up without a second's hesitation and sprints for help. Staff spot them from across the courtyard and come running. One attendant's face goes completely white at the sight of her. Your ladyship, someone yells, get the physician now, while the prince just stands there, breathless and shaken. She's barely conscious, still clutching the little brooch at her collar, breathing hard. By the time the rain clears over the Halburn estate, word of what happened has already spread. Inside, someone trudges the long marble hallway, footsteps echoing through the quiet. See, today was supposed to be the social event between the Crown Prince and the Empire's elite, what everyone calls the childhood friends gathering. It's meant to be the safest event of the year for every noble kid there, was anyway. Instead, Lady Aurelien came home unconscious. And nobody from the Imperial household has bothered to explain a single thing. One sharp-eyed Halburn official isn't buying the silence for a second. If they're stonewalling even Halburn, somebody royal is almost certainly involved. Somebody actually growls that this is basically a declaration of war against the whole duchy. Another voice demands the imperial family answer for it. Cooler heads prevail, though. Palace politics can wait. There's plenty of time to deal with that later. Back at her bedside, someone finally asks the question everyone's thinking. Is the young lady even all right? She did wake up the maid reports carefully, but she's in every single person out of the room. She wants absolutely no visitors right now. Meanwhile, clear across town at the Imperial Palace, a very different reckoning is about to happen. The Empress herself calls her son in by name. By name. Hesh. Yes, mother, Empress, he answers, already shrinking, since words reached her that the Halburn girl was treated horribly. She asks him flatly, what did she always tell him? He mumbles the answer back, always be kind to every child. Good, you remember, she says, reminding him that knowingly causing harm carries an even heavier price. His face says he already knows where this is going. The verdict. March straight to the Halburn estate and apologize to Lady Arellen with his whole heart. And until she forgives him personally, every single sweet, tea, dessert, even one measly piece of chocolate is officially off limits. Completely banned. The mighty Crown Prince, brought to his knees by the loss of sacrileges. So off he goes to Halburn, hand extended, an apology that's about to turn into a whole lot more than he bargained for. Deep in the Halburn estate gardens, a lonely little table waits under gilded arches, and that's where you'll find our reincarnated leading lady, snack in hand. Ari nibbles on a pastry and mutters that she's basically a sunfish. You know, the fish so fragile it can die from a bad mood. Girl's got jokes, even about her own terrible health. Because it's not just a bit, she really did collapse today, out cold after nothing more than a light jog. Weak body, worse luck. As she recovers, the whispers are already spreading through the halls. Word is the dolt sent her whole staff away right before she went down. 2 courtiers counters his gossiping. She's probably just doing that for attention, one sneers. I feel sorry for Lord Mehen, the other adds, not even bothering to whisper. He's in his prime years, yet he's stuck parenting a young lady. The green-eyed one smirks, clearly enjoying this a little too much. It's a pity, really. He's been unlucky ever since that dolt landed in his care. Every word lands. Arellen just sits there, cup in hand, listening to her own reputation get dragged through the mud right outside her door. Her mind drifts somewhere darker. I'm used to this, she thinks, bracing for the memory. You still think you're some kind of genius? In her past life it cut even deeper. You acted so high and mighty. Serves you right. Someone spat, glaring at the violin hanging from her hand. I hope you break your hand. They dressed it up as concern to her face, but the second their backs were turned, their laughter told her the real story. Do you think they're your friends? A voice on the other end of the line asks, cold as ice. In the end, she realizes every single one of them was never anything but a rival wearing a friend's face. This estate, this whole new life, it's really not so different from the one she left behind, Arellen admits to herself. Chin propped on her hand, and she starts, the thought trailing off into the quiet. I wanted to be loved by my mom, she finishes, a wish that apparently followed her across 2 entire lifetimes. Across the estate, in a very different room lined with books, another story is quietly unfolding. Who knew raising a child would be this difficult? Lord Mehen groans, rubbing his temple like it's the 100th time today. He remembers her promising him she'd stay put and behave. Small comfort, considering how today actually went. Perhaps I should have paid more attention, he admits to himself, guilt creeping in fast. Lady Arellen Sigria, Halburn, his liege's daughter, the girl he's raised with his own 2 hands since she was small enough to fit in one arm. Maybe that's exactly why even after handing her fully over to the childcare staff, he never actually managed to stop worrying. Little Arellen, all ribbons and gap-toothed grins, chirping his name like it's the best word she knows. He remembers reaching back for that small hand more times than he'd ever admit out loud. After all, I'm merely a temporary guardian. I tried not to get too attached, he'd told himself. Judging by the look on his face now, that plan failed spectacularly. Later, striding through the manor halls, his mind is still stuck on her. I was trying to keep my distance, he mutters, mostly to himself. But as expected, the young lady needs a family, and whether he likes it or not, he's become exactly that. That's why you'd better start picking up my calls, my damn liege, he grumbles at a phone screen that just reads, no answer. Lord Mehen, someone calls, catching him lost in thought and calmly straightening his glasses for him. I'm wondering if you might be overthinking things. Me, Mehen blinks, genuinely offended by the accusation. Don't you think Lady Arellen thinks of you more as family? PH presses gently. Than the Grand Duke, who she's never even met since the day she was born. Ouch. Oh, fair point, though. Kids that age, after all, don't want jewels or crowns. It sits with him more than he'd ever admit. They just want the tender warmth of a guardian, he realizes, right as a knock interrupts the moment. Lord Mehen. Come in, he answers, straightening up fast. Well, His Highness the Crown Prince is here, the maid announces, and you could already tell this is about to go badly. What? Main's composure evaporates on the spot. Who did you just say is here? I see. So the young lady collapsed, he mutters, piecing it together with visible dread. Oh, because of this crown prince, he realizes, and the poor aide beside him can only offer a nervous And there he is, the crown prince himself, perched primly on Mehen's furniture like he owns the place. I would like to see your Rillin, he announces, all business. No, you may not, Mehen shoots back without a shred of hesitation. The prince is visibly floored. Nobody tells him no, apparently. The physician strongly advised she rest completely. Please go back, Your Highness. In that case? Oh, in that case. The prince stammers, caught totally off guard. I'll just deliver this, then leave, he announces, whipping out an actual treasure chest of jewels like that solves anything. Mehen sighs. We would accept her gift with gratitude. However, the imperial family. Owls House Halburn a proper explanation for this. He growls, practically radiating wolf energy at this point. That's enough for the day. Please go back, Mehen says, and the door slams shut in the prince's face. What should I do, Grum? The prince asks his long-suffering attendant. I believe it would be best if we leave for today, Your Highness, Grum answers, radiating pure exhaustion. This won't do. I have to meet her in person. Grum, buy me some time. And just like that, the prince makes a break for it. Grum, left holding the bag, panics on the spot. Yo! What's going on here? Mehen rounds in him ice cold. I believe I already told you to leave. Poor Grum just breaks down, sobbing. What do you expect me to do about the mad dog of Halburn? Honestly, fair question. Meanwhile, quiet footsteps creep further into the manor. This place feels a bit odd, the prince mutters, wandering the unfamiliar halls completely alone. It's so big that it feels lonely, he thinks, unusually quiet too. The imperial palace, he remembers, always felt warm, full of smiles, full of people telling him exactly what he wanted to hear. In contrast, here, I don't feel any warmth at all, he admits to the empty hallway, and somehow the honesty is almost a relief. Just a very chilly vibe lingering in the air around him. Will I even find Ireland before I get caught, he wonders, glancing nervously over his shoulder. He presses on anyway. He can't shake the memory of catching her as she went down. He genuinely had no idea Ireland would collapse. If I had known she'd actually collapse, I wouldn't have made her run, he thinks. I really want to say sorry to her. A sudden wave of nerves hits him out of nowhere. He keeps walking, drawn forward like something's pulling him. The ruby got door open. What room is this? He wonders, pausing outside it. The door creaks wide open under his hand. It doesn't seem like the room of a servant, he notes, stepping further inside. He peeks around, curious despite himself. Something or someone catches his eye. A floral scent, he notices, drawn further in. The room opens up around him, quiet and gold in the afternoon light. And there she is, platinum blonde hair that looks melted straight from sunlight, and eyes the color of rose quartz. Pale, small, and fair, fast asleep and completely unaware she's being watched. Her face is clearly, young Lady Halburn, he breathes, finally putting it all together. Araline's eyes flutter open. Your Highness the Crown Prince, she blinks, more confused than alarmed. He freezes completely, caught red-handed in her room. How did Your Highness? She starts, Lask still half asleep and utterly bewildered. He can't even get a full sentence out. I feel strange, he realizes, heart suddenly pounding for a reason he can't name. His whole face goes red, on the spot. Why is my heartbeat getting louder and louder? He panics internally, and congratulations, Your Highness, that's called a crush. Your Highness? Arellen calls after him, baffled. But he's already bolting down the hall, and just like that the Empire's most eligible bachelor has a brand new, extremely inconvenient problem. Word tears through the palace halls. The Crown Prince has gone off script again, sneaking somewhere he has no business being. Caught in the act, he freezes up completely. Well, I'm just apologizing, he blurts out, which is, to be fair, the weakest excuse a future king has ever given. Aron's heart won't stop racing, and she has no idea why. He clears his throat, forces himself upright, and gets the words out. Ahem. I wanted to apologize. I really didn't know you'd actually collapse, he admits, voice dropping. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. She let him off easy. That happens. It's all right, she says. And just like the Crown Prince's whole world seems to steady. Truth is, she ran that day, knowing full well her body would give out. Please don't worry about it, she tells him, brushing off the collapse like it was nothing. He edges closer, flustered all over again. But still, he stammers, clearly not ready to let himself off the hook that easily. She's already worked out how he got in. Since Mahen wouldn't have allowed it, I figured that would be the case, she says. I'll keep it a secret for you, so please go back. I am not fully recovered either, so I must rest, she says. He fumbles for a response. Okay, you need to rest, I see. Then please head back safely, Your Highness, she tells him. The door shuts behind him, and just like that, he's alone in the hallway again. He stands there a moment, stunned. I can't believe it, he mutters, replaying the whole visit in his head. Then it hits him. Did I just get kicked out? Me, the Crown Prince? Royalty, it turns out, is no defense against a firm and polite dismissal. He's still flushed, still processing, hard doing something it has ever quite done before. Downstairs, the news is already spreading. His Highness just left the young lady's room. You should head back now. One maid warns another, hurrying off before anyone gets caught gossiping. The household keeps moving like nothing happened. Staff trading quiet looks, trays delivered, business as usual on the surface. One of Ireland's maids catches wind of the visit too, and her whole face goes, just, she knows exactly how much trouble this could stir up. Lord Mahen, her ever-watchful guardian, is already on his way to check on her, and he does not look like a man in a good mood. Bad timing today. Lord Mahen's been in a sensitive mood lately, the household steward warns, and everyone within earshot decides to make themselves scarce. Maybe just bring her the medicine tomorrow, one maid mutters, backing away. Ha! What is up with the two of them today? A tray arrives right on schedule anyway. Tea and medicine both. My lady, you must take your medicine on time, the maid reminds her gently. Mahen's mood looms over the hallway like something out of a nightmare. People really do call him the mad dog of Halburn for a reason. Lord Mahen looks scary, one maid whispers. Just retreat for now, Uni. The two of them scatter like they've just spotted an actual predator. Somewhere in the gossip, a quieter thought surfaces. Children at age just want the warmth of someone who actually cares about them. Mahen has his own reasons for staying so close. With my light away, he tells himself, I am the only one who can protect the young lady. He finds Arellen and gets straight to it. My lady, did anything unusual happen? He asks, not quite as casually as he'd like. She keeps her face perfectly still. As I thought, he did sneak in, she thinks, and then out loud, nope, nothing happened. Really? Mahen presses, adjusting his glasses. I'm not hiding anything, she insists, sweating just a little under the scrutiny. He backs off. My apologies, he says, looking almost embarrassed for pushing. He kneels beside her chair, softer now. I wasn't trying to interrogate you, my lady. He goes quiet, staring off, clearly wrestling with something he isn't saying out loud. She catches it anyway. Why are you flustered? She asks, and for once it's Mahen who doesn't have a ready answer. In his head, the old doubts crawl back in. Wasn't I nothing but a burden, he thinks, a burden you ended up raising because your liege forced you to? We're not family, he tells himself, nor do we share any deep relationship, just a guardian. Even he doesn't sound like he believes it. Flashback years earlier, a much younger Mahen leading a small, frightened girl by the hand through the snow. He took her in as his ward, whether he ever chose to or not. Back in the present, Arellen tries a gentler approach. We've been seeing each other a lot lately, huh? Mate, aren't you busy? He hesitates. Well, that's... He starts, then finally gets it out. You don't have to care about me. Something in her closes off at that. I'll just stay quiet and behave, she decides, as if I don't even exist. Her expression goes distant. Resigned? The face of someone who's decided not to ask for more than she thinks she's owed. Mahen sees it happen and something in him snaps to attention. My lady, he starts, alarmed. A hand tightens around another, quiet and sudden. All the things neither of them is willing to say out loud. There is no need for that, he tells her firmly, refusing to let her just fade into the background of her own life. But then, against his own better judgment, he adds, If that is what you wish, my lady, I shall do so. The door shuts behind him, and neither of them looks happy about it. Alone again, Arellen sits with her tea, quiet and unreadable. "Hi, but you seem upset," she wonders, turning the conversation over in her head and getting nowhere. Down the hall, my hen is spiraling too. Since she'll be quiet and behave, I don't have to care about her. Is that her way of telling me not to overstep my place by acting like her guardian? He finishes, fist clenching. Being reduced to just a title stings more than he expected. Arellen's face stays blank, but the loneliness underneath it is hard to miss. Mahin presses a hand to his own head, disgusted with himself. I didn't want to be the reason for a child to make that kind of expression. Right on cue, a maid arrives at 13 to fall back on. "My lady, it's time to take your medicine." She swallows it down without complaint. Gugh, so bitter. She winces. The same medicine she's been taking since she was a baby. Nobody remembers who first made the formula, but it's the one thing keeping her seizures and flare-ups in check. Small mercies. By the way, she asks, "Where's Uni?" A different maid answers instead. Miss Uni had an urgent meeting, so I took over for her. "Ah, really?" Irene says, eyeing this new face with quiet curiosity. And then she places her. "Isn't this the maid who used to badmouth me behind my back? Funny how polite and careful people get once they think you might actually notice." "I finished eating, so you may go now," Arellen says coolly. "Yes, my lady," the maid answers, all but bowing on her way out. Left to herself, Arellen settles onto her bed, the day's chaos finally catching up with her. It's finally gotten a bit quiet. She sighs, and for once, quiet sounds like a relief. Across the palace, a much less peaceful story is unfolding. Lately, the Crown Prince's chief attendant, Grum, has been desperately hoping to retire. He straightens his tie, jaw tight, bracing himself. The reason, as always, has a name. A resignation letter already written. I quit. Bold, direct, understandable, honestly. Here's the reason in full. His Highness has recently become completely, hopelessly enamored with young Lady Halburn's health of all things. "Why is Lady Arellen so weak?" the prince demands, dead serious, like it's the most pressing question in the kingdom. He's had everyone running scared. "Come on, everyone! What, are you also gonna collapse like Lady Arellen?" She greeted me before she left. Grum offers weakly, like that settles anything. Sweating bullets, Grum fields another round. Mate, what do you think she's doing right now? Go and find out immediately if her health has improved." The prince perks right up at the mention of a childhood friends gathering. "Arellen is coming to that today, right? Right?" "Yes. Her ladyship has recovered a lot," Grum reports, forcing a smile, "and she said she would definitely be—" He trails off. That trailing off is never a good sign. The doors swing open on the gathering, and there was no Arellen. She never showed. Somewhere a chief attendant's career flashes before his eyes. The prince's face goes cold. "Gudgum, I put my trust in you," he says, "but you've let me down." Grum is openly crying now. I want to quit," he says, and honestly, who could blame him? "Gone. Grum, is this really the best you can do?" The prince presses, oblivious to the meltdown happening in front of him. "Are you even listening to me, Grum? Please believe me, I definitely received a clear confirmation. This is not my fault," Grum pleads. In the end, the gathering wraps up earlier than anyone expected. Left to stew on it, the prince starts second-guessing himself. Was it because I made her run last time? Can a person really be that weak? Then again, he decides, if it's Arellen, who's basically a kitten, maybe it is possible. His shoulders slump. "So I won't get to see her again," he mutters, "even though I wanted to." But he doesn't stay down for long. His expression hardens into something a lot more determined. "Your Highness," someone calls after him. "Wait." He doesn't. "It's not like I have to wait," he mutters to himself, already walking. A grin spreads across his face. "If Arellen can't come," he says, already turning on his heel, "why didn't I just go to her instead?" The Crown Prince himself shows up at the Halpern estate gates, and the poor guard on duty nearly faints on the spot. "Yo, Your Highness! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the gate," he snaps, red eyes flashing. Royalty does not like to be kept standing. His long-suffering attendant Grum groans that they really should announce the visit first, but the prince just shrugs him off with a flat okay, already halfway through the gate. He's got a better plan anyway. Skip the formalities and surprise her instead. Wouldn't she be happier seeing him show up out of nowhere? He takes off running before anyone can argue. Change of plans. Follow me. Grom scrambles after him, muttering, "Yes, yes," under his breath, and silently begging his prince not to cause a scene. Footsteps echo down the grand hallway as the prince marches deeper into the mansion, Grum trailing a few worried steps behind. "I'm sure it was this way," he mutters, glancing around. "Something about the mansion feels off today, tenser than usual. This place used to feel cold and lonely to him, but right now there's a different kind of chill in the air, sharp, like the edge of a knife." Then he hears it, a maid scoffing somewhere nearby. "Wow, that's so rude, what's her problem?" His footsteps slow to a stop. A slow, humorless laugh creeps across his face. Whoever they're talking about, he's about to find out exactly what's being said. "What are you doing, your highness?" Grum whispers, alarmed. The prince just presses a finger to his lips. "Shh, shh, Rum." Around the corner, a maid is in full gossip mode. Her whole face said, "You've given me my medicine. Now scram. Can you believe that? That dumb mutt really thinks she's something?" A steward chimes in, just as cruel. "She's nothing without Lord Mahen, just a pathetic half-wit." A hand slides in and grabs hold, his ice cold and furious. "Dumb? Half-wit? What kind of talk is this?" But his grip doesn't loosen. Whatever calm he walked in with is already slipping through his fingers. "Lord Mahen, so coldly," one maid snickers. "Let's be real. A noble's still a noble, but without him, she'd be as good as abandoned. Barely anyone even cares about her. She's useless, completely useless. Everyone knows she's going to die soon anyway." The maid dickles, waving her hand. "Doesn't even know her place." Behind them, his laugh turns absolutely unhinged. Ha 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 ha, the kind you really don't want aimed at you. He steps out of the shadows, voice like a blade. "Who exactly are you saying doesn't know her place?" One word, one furious red eye. That's all it takes for the color to drain from both maids' faces. They whip around in shock, hearts in their throats, realizing exactly who just heard every single word. "Get on your knees and show some respect," he orders coldly. "You are in the presence of someone you have no right to look down on." The maids drop to the floor without another word of protest. "Go ahead, your highness." All their earlier bite is suddenly gone. Hands flat on the marble, one maid can barely choke the words out. Your highness!" The household's head steward slides in with a nervous smile, playing dumb. What brings your highness here?" "I ask the questions here," he cuts in, closing the distance step by step. "I'm curious about what you were discussing just now." His boot comes down on her hand without so much as a change in expression. So, who exactly doesn't know her place? She trembles under his boot, finally realizing this isn't royal temper. This is pure malice, aimed straight at her. It's the kind of fury that only comes from watching someone try to hurt another person just to drag them down. For the first time in his life, something this ugly settles cold in his chest. Is this what rage actually feels like? "You were running your mouth just fine earlier," he says, crouching to her level. "Why so quiet now? Did you bite your tongue off or something?" Word spreads through the mansion in whispers. The crown prince here doing this? Nobody quite dares to ask out loud. Lord Mahen catches wind of the chaos and goes pale. Things are getting out of hand fast. Why on earth is the crown prince even here? "What on earth is all this commotion about?" he mutters, hurrying toward the noise. A trembling maid fills him in on what happened, and Mahen lets out a shaky breath. "It's really over now," he mutters. Relief and dread all of one. Nearby, Arellen's own maid freezes at the sight of her lady, pale, tear-streaked, and clutching something sharp. "Arellen?" "My lady, someone bolts water, panic in every step." Lord Mahen catches her wrist just in time, blood on both her hands, his own voice cracking. I'm sorry." Behind them, the two maids are still on the floor, sobbing and begging for mercy. "I'm so sorry. Please, please forgive me, my lady." The prince hasn't moved an inch. Fools! You think begging now will save you. You still don't get what's happening, do you? No wonder, with how stupid you are. Of course you'd go around calling your own mistress a dumb mutt and a half-wit behind her back. Lord Mahen can only stand there, stunned into silence by exactly how far this whole thing has spiraled. Later, Aurelien's maid gently presses her for more. "So what?" she asks, not buying the defection for a second. "My lady, by any chance," she asks carefully, "has this kind of thing happened before, too?" Yeah," Aurelien admits quietly. Her maid grips her hands tighter, hurt written all over her face. "Why didn't you say anything to us?" Aurelien's voice trails off, her eyes dropping to her lap. "They're not exactly wrong. Are they? She says softly, like it's just a fact she's already made peace with. Her maid's jaw drops. Pardon, then flat and final. Enough. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Lord Mahen calls the rest of the staff back to order. Everyone, return to your posts, he says, voice tight. Lord Mahen, what should we do with these two? An aide asks, nodding toward the still shaking pair. Throw them in a dungeon, Mahen says without a flicker of hesitation. I will interrogate them myself. Whatever mercy the household staff were counting on, it clearly isn't coming today. Later, once the dust settles, the mood does a complete 180. The prince comes bounding up to her, all smiles. Arillin, how have you been, she asks, still a little wary of this suddenly cheerful visit. Should have just stayed in my room, he grumbles playfully. To think I'd run into this nuisance in the hallway. It's been a while, huh? Then, in the same breath, he's fussing over her like a worried parrot. Are you okay? You've gotten better since then, right? Won't standing too long be too much for your body? I came to visit you, he admits, a little sheepish. You didn't come to the gathering, so I got worried you might be sick, Erelin. That's even weirder, Erling thinks. The energetic prince and the frail, sickly herd never exactly had anything in common that would make them friends. What kind of change of heart made him start checking on her like this? Sure, it's cute, but honestly, she's in no mental state to appreciate it right now. Thank you for getting angry on my behalf, Your Highness, she says sincerely. He goes red and stammers. I was nothing. I did wonder if I was overstepping, but I just couldn't stand by and watch. Yes, thank you. But, she adds gently, next time, please let me handle it myself. It might put Your Highness in a difficult position. Was I out of line? He asks, deflating fast. Yes, comes the blunt reply. Not at all, she backpedals immediately. Anyway, I apologize for everything, and thank you again for what you did. Her head spins for a second, just like it did earlier, a warning she brushes right past. She keeps smiling on the outside, but inside she's cursing her own body. I feel even worse than usual today. This trashy body. Normally I'd at least offer you a glass of juice, she says, but the mansion's in disarray, and I'm not fully recovered, so I'm afraid I'll have to send you off for now. That's enough, Your Highness, we really should get going, Grum insists, dragging him off while he still manages to shout back. Arlen! See you next time! Stay healthy! Yes, my lady, her attendant answers quietly, watching the prince's carriage disappear down the drive. Back inside, her maid takes her gently by the arm. You must be very tired today, my lady. I'll help you get ready for bed right away, she says. Once you get some sleep, I'm sure you'll feel better. But the room's already starting to tilt. Everything's spinning, and it isn't just from exhaustion. My lady, her maid's smile drops the instant Arellen staggers, reaching out to catch her. And then, thud, her legs simply give out from under her. Arellen crumples to the floor in a heap of pale silk out cold before anyone can catch her, and just like that, this chapter slams shut on another collapse. Lord Mahan summons his chief steward to the study, and from the frost in his voice, this isn't a friendly chat. Do I have to be concerned even about this kind of thing? He asks, already looking like a man who'd rather be anywhere else. The steward bows low, a bouquet of dark roses in hand, and offers a quiet apology. My apologies, Lord Mahan. Mahan isn't in a forgiving mood. Of course you should be sorry, he snaps. Do you understand how badly today's incident has disgraced the Halvan name? I will handle today's incident properly myself, the steward offers. Mahan, back-turned, only says, I expect you to handle this cleanly, because I got to have you around for a long time, Chief Steward, he adds, and the ice cracks into something almost fond. I understand, my lord, the steward answers, and the door clicks shut behind him. Alone now. Mahan lets out a long breath. Even if it's because of Lady Erlin's sudden shift in behavior, he admits to himself, there's no denying he's been far too agitated lately. He's been so tense he realizes that it's thrown the whole mansion into disorder. He was supposed to be the one looking after her. You, said. He failed to shield her from words she never should have had to hear. Before that guilt can sink in any deeper, his aide Dylan comes bursting through the door, shouting his name. I haven't gone deaf yet, Dylan, Mahan says dryly. What's the matter? Peak unbothered noble energy, right up until it isn't. Right now, Lady Arellen is. Dylan chokes out, and Mahan, expecting some minor complaint, starts to ask if he's angling for another round of training. Lady Orelin has collapsed. Dylan's shout blows away every lost trace of Mehen's composure. What? It's all Mehen can manage, eyes grown wide. Across the mansion, Orelin's room has turned to chaos. The physician's here, one maid shouts, while another spirals. Should they call the magic tower? The temple, too. Orelin coughs and convulses on the bed, already deep in the grip of a seizure. Mehen bursts in, demanding to know her condition. I can't say for certain, the maid admits. She collapsed out of nowhere, and now she's seizing. What on earth is that physician doing? Mehen snaps, dragging a hand down his face when he hears it's going to be a tough night. Why a seizure all of a sudden, he wonders. The physician thinks it could be psychological stress from today's incident, or something deeper already lurking in her. It was the medicine keeping her stable this whole time. He realizes she was never exactly healthy to begin with. Wait, medicine? Did she take it today? He demands. Pardon? Yes, she did, but the maid trails off, suddenly unsure of herself. Please, wait a moment, the maid calls out, but Mehen is already storming past her. What on earth? He mutters. He reaches her side just as a fragile whisper slips out of her. Mom, she breathes again, lost somewhere far from this room. In her mind, Orelin is somewhere else entirely, an old nightmare that always begins exactly the same way. A grand piano, a violin suddenly placed in her hands. And then, her mother, sitting alone at the judge's table watching. My mother was a beautiful, gifted woman, she remembers. And I was the daughter who looked just like her, the spitting image, built to carry on the legacy. My mother only ever wanted one thing. I want my daughter to be the very best. I have faith in you, she'd say. Every word a little heavier than the last. That she'd be the one to finally fulfill her mother's dream. You can do it, right? 4 words that decided everything. Once her mother's words end, the accompaniment always starts. A piano being played by no one at all. The same familiar melody, echoing down the hall, exactly like it always does in this dream. But her hand refuses to lift the bow. It always does, gazing at no one but that one person, who was always, somehow, too far away to reach. What kind of face is Mom making right now, she wonders, too afraid to turn and look. Mom, she chokes out. Why did you do that to me? What was I to you, Mom? She asks the dark. Did you ever love me? Be still. For one flickering moment, the nightmare turns kind, just a mother and daughter walking together through the flowers. Love me? She asks. Of everything she never had the courage to say, this is the one buried deepest. I missed you. Don't abandon me. Mom, she calls out, and the violin slips from her hands and shatters on the floor. Mom, she screams, chasing after a figure collapsed somewhere up ahead in the light. Her heart pounds like a war drum. Am I going to be left alone again like this? She thinks, sinking into the dark, trapped in this cruel, terrifying darkness. Curled up and alone, the present-day Orelin is drowning in that same old dream. Then, out of nowhere, a hand slides into the dark and reaches for hers. Mehen pulls her into his arms without a second thought. Who is this? She mumbles, still half caught in the nightmare. Mom? She asks. The Mehen goes very still, patting her hair anyway. It's all right now, he tells her softly, and her ragged breathing finally starts to slow. Lady Orelin, he murmurs, watching over her. He stays right there at her bedside, holding her hand until she drifts back into an exhausted sleep. He reached for her hand without even thinking about it. It just happened. My lady, what must you be feeling, he wonders, to go searching for a mother you've never even met in this life? You must have missed her so much, and in this whole massive mansion, there wasn't one single person you could actually say that to. Mom, she murmurs again in her sleep. If that's the case, he says quietly, my lady, I'm here. Outside, the birds start to sing, morning has come. Sunlight floods the empty hallway as a new day begins. Aurelian's eyes flutter open, pink and still hazy with sleep. She stirs and Mehen leans in close, watching her carefully. Mom, she mumbles again, still not quite awake. Mehen freezes, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Not exactly the reaction he was hoping for, but hey, progress is progress. Mehen slipped in to check on his feverish patient and freezes as she mumbles something in her sleep that is definitely not his name. Ever the deadpan disaster, he corrects her on the spot. I'm not your mom. Somebody's fever dream picked the wrong guy. He waits her out, then leans in for real. How are you feeling? She is still half asleep and still calling him Mom, and his ears are visibly betraying him. He tries again, a little firmer this time. I'm a man. She just keeps murmuring Mom anyway. The second she actually wakes up and realizes what she's been saying, her whole face goes scarlet. He mutters to himself while tucking her back in. Seriously, children are so unpredictable, which, coming from the guy raising her, is basically a compliment. And finally lets out an exhausted breath, and the memory drags him all the way back to the night the Grand Duke first carried this child home. Cloaked figures huddle in the dark, everyone's morbid curiosity fixed elsewhere while they carry in a nameless infant nobody wants to claim. Under churning night sky, the whispers start immediately. Who is this child's mother? Some say a harlot, others a noble, shameful secret. Turns out the gossip is only half right. The Halbrand Guardian Stone, which answers to bloodline alone, lights up red the moment it meets her. She really is Halbrand by blood. The rumor mill keeps grinding anyway. No doubt about the father, but nobody agrees on the mother. A fling, or maybe, just maybe, real love. Grand Duke Halbrand, in love! Even he thinks that is the most ridiculous rumor he has ever heard. His own aide just shrubs it off. Not like my liege's personal life is any of my business, while sneaking a look at the little charge causing all this fuss. As the actual subject of the rumor, the kid was bound to get curious about her real parents eventually. That is just how these things go. And yet, surprisingly, Gaz, not once did the child ever ask about her mother. He had rehearsed a dozen careful answers for a question that never came. The kid genuinely never bore her parents up. Not once. At some point he just felt normal, and even he stopped questioning it. Staring up at the stars, he figured maybe she truly just did not want to know. That is what he always told himself anyway. That was just how things were, he thought. Right up until he is standing over her sickbed and she murmurs Mom in her sleep all over again. She wakes up crying, gripping his sleeve like a lifeline, and he realizes he might have gotten this whole thing wrong, because she was never fine with it at all. She had just been quietly enduring it, keeping every bit of it bottled up this whole time. Back in the present, the same tears are back, and so is the same word. Mom, my lady, he says gently. While in her head she is mortified, sure, she just put him in an impossible spot by calling him that. Flustered, she stammers Momon before catching herself, and all he can manage back is a tired little laugh. Then, unexpectedly generous, he tells her titles do not matter. Call him whatever she wants. Even she thinks that is strange, coming from him. The man she thought she knew would have shut this out instantly. She thinks through tears. So does not Mehen hate her for it? A memory surfaces. Him once insisting he does not hate her, and her pass-off calling him a liar right to his face. Back in the present, he asks her point blank, "Didn't you want me gone?" He thoughts the answer, and stalls. I just... Silence stretches out between them. Miss Erilyn. More silence. Then he finally says it. Not Miss Erelyn, not my lady. Arl. The nickname ends like a gut punch in the best way, and she is instantly in tears over it. This name... He reaches for her. Gentle for once. Then he drops the real bomb. I am an orphan. He never knew his own parents, never even saw their faces, and has no idea if they abandoned him or just died. Nobody ever showed him what care or affection even looked like. Love? He admits he does not know what that is either. Even now he confesses he genuinely has no idea how he is supposed to treat her. That admission lands on her harder than anything else he has said. But he is quick to add that never meant he wanted her gone, or that he hated her. She is crying again as he wipes her cheek, and he admits the guilt underneath it all. If he could not raise her well, the least he could do was give her everything else. But, he admits, that was a foolish way to think. She just tells him quietly, it's not Mahen's fault. Cue the cutest little standoff off the chapter. So, you forgive me? It's not your fault, which is not remotely the same thing, and they both know it. He calls her out in the dodge. I see you're not directly saying you forgive me, and gets a mumbled mom in return. Come again? He asks, visibly thrown. If you're really sorry, she says, working up to something. Be my mom, she says, and he short-circuits on the spot. I'm a man, though. She just clutches his sleeve and repeats it anyway. Mom. He goes quiet, actually considering it. Then, warmly, he gives in. Biologically, being your mom is a bit of a stretch for me, but I will do my best. She turns away so he will not see just how much that answer got to her. In her head, she is still stunned. The Mehen she knows is always so rational. not the type to humor a childish whim like this. It's hard to believe, honestly, but even so, just for this one moment, she lets herself be completely happy with his answer. Watching her finally smile like that, he lets a rare, quiet thought slip out. It's nice to see. He hopes she smiles like that more often, he adds. Lady Ellen. Cut to a healer working glowing magic over a patient while Mahan looms behind him, arms crossed, right as the door creaks open on something a lot less warm and fuzzy. So, what exactly happened, he demands, and the mood in the room drops through the floor. The maid's answer lands like a bomb. I think someone stole the medicine. The maid's own face goes pale. What? Mahan turns on her, stone cold serious. She scrambles to explain she was supposed to give the medicine that day, forgot after being up all night, and was told the next morning that another maid had already delivered it. Except that other maid turns out to be one of the staff tied to yesterday's theft, and by the time anyone went to check her story, she'd already turned up dead in the dungeon. How did she die? He asks. They're calling it suicide by hanging, but there is no way, he says flatly, that this was suicide. And the actual stolen medicine? Still missing, still out there somewhere. For now, he decides, the official story stays suicide, and he wants to know if anyone else is in on this. No one else knows, she swears. Keep this buried, he orders, and keep every ounce of focus on protecting the young lady's health. Somewhere else in the house, in the dark, an unseen hand quietly pulls a drawer open. Standing alone in his own mansion, Mahan has never looked colder. Someone, he growls, actually had the nerve to pull the stunt under his own roof. Webb comes in on Aurelian's condition, heartbeat, pulse, mana, all steady and normal, real progress, finally. Mahan catches the news in the hallway and lets himself breathe out. That's a relief, he admits, plain as that. The doctor says she still needs watching, but she's more emotionally steady too, and there she is, out cold, finally sleeping easy. So, naturally, the doctor turns to Mahan with the real question. What exactly did you do to turn this around? Mahan's answer is a stone-faced shrug. Sure, buddy, nothing to see here. Cut to the real answer. Mahan, alone at her bedside, quietly tucking the blanket in himself. But the doctor isn't finished. There is still one nagging problem, he says. Her body seems to be wearing down over time. Before he can finish that thought, Mahan cuts him off with one word. Stop. The doctor backs off fast, apologizing. Turns out Mahan wasn't angry, just desperate. No need to apologize, he says. Just watch her even closer. The doctor gets a message. Watching the maid help her sip her medicine, the doctor's private verdict is blunt. That this girl can even speak, let alone move around, might honestly be a miracle. And the maid chimes in too. It'd help if her liege, meaning Mahan, actually showed his face around here himself for once. Enter Mahan himself, dropping onto the edge of her bed with a soft thump. Why, she blinks. He just tells her she can have whatever she wants for dinner tonight. She lights up. I'm so glad, she says, and for a second even his usually guarded eyes go soft. Still, my lady, he murmurs, trailing off like there's more he's holding back. I'll be too quiet. Then, out of nowhere, shall I hold your hand? He offers it plainly, palm up, like it's the most normal request in the world. Arizin just stares, completely caught off guard. Then she just melts, cheerfully grabbing on. Yeah. And his head, Mahan's already somewhere else, back to the moment he realized these were the tiny hands he should have protected before it was almost too late. His silent vow lands hard. He'll raise her right this time, even starting this late in the game. Meanwhile, across the city, the Empire's childhood friends gathering is in full swing at the Imperial Palace. Except the guest of honor, the Crown Prince himself, looks thoroughly, spectacularly bored. The crowd starts whispering. Why is he acting like that? Is it about someone he knows? Nobody's get a clue. Everyone's confused, but two of his friends already know exactly why he's in a mood today. The reason's crumpled up in someone's hand. A note saying Lady Arellen has collapsed again and can't make it today. In his head, the prince is already spiraling. She collapsed again? Is this girl's body made of glass or something? If she's really sick and in pain right now, he thinks, and his friends catch the look on his face and nudge him to go ask about her. No way, why me, he panics. Right as his friends corner him with, Your Highness, why so down? They keep poking, asking about the long face, and all he manages back is a flat, Go away. I'm not in the mood to play with you guys right now, he grumbles, which of course only makes them giggle harder. Finally he caves. Actually, he admits, I have a dilemma. His friends swarm in. Tell us, and he finally spits it out. I went to visit a friend who was sick a few days ago. He starts. Do you think I could go again? His friends just shrug it off. Yeah, what's a big deal? Big deal indeed, because the second he gets the green light, he's already halfway out the door, and Grum knows exactly what's coming. Wait, stop. I knew it, right? The prince grins, while poor Grum just facepalms and laughs it off. Sorry, everyone, he announces. I've got something to do. He's already gone. Go, Grum, let's go, we're visiting her. And just like that, the future emperor bolts like a kid skipping class. His friends are left staring, baffled. Your Highness, but who is he even visiting? Cut to a door, creaking open. Someone's about to get a surprise visitor. Orlan's already bracing for it in her head. There he is, the very person who caused her first collapse, now playing concern. Arlan, the prince beams, arms wide, the picture of an innocent little devil by her own private ranking. He fires off questions rapid fire. Does it hurt a lot? Did you collapse again? Do you make a habit of this? With Mahen and the prince both looming over her at once, she jokes to herself, there's so much heavy hitter energy in the room she might get exercised. The prince immediately clocks her spacing out. Arlan, what's wrong? You look pale. Did I do something wrong? Are you in pain? Then it hits him. Wait, isn't the gathering happening today? Yeah, that's right, she says, half surprised he actually remembered. Then why are you here? She presses. He freaks out a little, caught mid-thought. The answer is simple. He heard she collapse and bail on his own part in mid-swing just to check on her. Aralin's brain short-circuits a little. The most powerful, most popular person in the Empire, snubbing everyone else thus for her. Her verdict, dry as ever. Looks like she's just his flavor of the month. Is visiting me really the only reason you're here? She asks. His answer is blunt. No. Then what brings you here? Even he has to think about it. I just wanted to see you. That one catches him off guard too, honestly. He blinks, and she visibly hesitates before answering. If your Highness is still worried it was your fault I collapsed, she finally says, there's really no need to be. How come I not worry? He shoots back. It was because of me. Then he says it plainly, I'll take care of you until you're healthy again, Arwen. She just breathes out, just as I thought. That you already saw this coming. In her head, the verdict's already written. The crown prince and she are like oil and water. She's seen this pattern before. He'll shower her with kindness, leave her craving more, then vanish, leave her even craving more, then vanish. She refuses to fall for some fleeting affection. To most people, that kind of attention would be something to celebrate. But for someone like her, where even breathing feels like a luxury, she can't afford to let anyone sway her. Bottom line, in her own head, he's still a kid, this is probably just a phase for him. She'll play along, but only as much as she has to. Arlan, do you always just stay cooped up in your room like this? He asks, genuinely curious. Yes, I actually enjoy just sitting around quietly, she says. He looks almost scandalized. You enjoy just sitting around? Cuts to him actually trying it himself, wiggling in his seat like it's physically painful. She watches, quietly amused. This kid genuinely cannot sit still for 1 second. Then it happens. Oh, you smiled, he says, delighted he actually got one out of her. His whole face lights up over it, honestly, way too pleased with himself. She just looks off to the side, unreadable as ever. I think that's the first time I've seen you smile, Arlan, he says warmly. Is that so? She replies flatly, while he just laughs it off. In her head, she's still stuck on it. Why is he so happy about something that small? She genuinely does not get it. Huh? Get what? He asks, catching her staring. It's nothing, she deflects. The scene shifts with a crackle of magic. Somewhere else entirely, another call is coming through. A new face lights up the frame, scarred, armored, grinning ear to ear. Mahen, long time no see. Meet Jarenberg Molvesk, the Grand Duke's loyal right-hand man and guardian knight, still not fully healed and taking it slow. Man doesn't waste time on pleasantries. So where's his grace, and why are you the one calling instead, Jaren? The answer is grim. His grace headed out to help restore the front lines after a casualty. Why, what happened? Man passes. Jaren clams up, but a fellow knight on the line isn't letting it go that easy. This time I swear on my honor as a knight it'll actually get delivered, comes the promise. Mahen's already intrigued. I'll take you up on that, Mahen says, and Jaren perks right up. Oh, nice. So Mahen dictates the message, dead serious. Kindly pass this along to His Grace. Your Grace, you are an absolute scum of a father. He delivers it with a completely straight face, thorns practically growing behind him for dramatic effect. Taryn dutifully starts repeating it back. Right, so I'll tell His Grace he's an absolute scum of a Hold up. What? Wait, Mahen, seriously? You want me to actually say that? Too late, the line's already cut. Mahen just leans back with a sigh. Finally, he says, some peace and quiet. Meet the childcare team. 4 devoted staff who basically run our Owen's life now. There's Uni, the head maid with medical know-how sharp enough to double as a physician, and Amber, who treats snack duty like a sacred calling. Then there's Lena, plotting out Arellen's entire education, and Aaron, an ex-knight-turned bodyguard who never lets her out of his sight, because apparently everyone around here is an expert. The clapping like she just landed a triple axel. All Arellen did was open her eyes on her own this morning, and somehow that's the achievement of the century. We forever hold you in love and respect, they gush, practically composing sonnets. Arellen just stares, wondering if the household got into the cooking sherry. Now they're straight up sobbing. She spoke to them, and that alone triggered a full group breakdown. Adeline's internal verdict, everyone here has officially lost it. One caretaker's get right up in her face, insisting she doesn't need books, just fresh air and her bright, pure spirit. Arellen is not buying it. She wants her book back. I don't want to go out, she says flatly. Why not? Because she doesn't want to go out. Airtight logic. The team has a group epiphany. Maybe they got so wrapped up in being experts that they forgot to ask what Arellen actually wants. Cue a very dramatic vow to do better, while she just blinks mid-strawberry, wondering what on earth is happening. Enter Lord Mahen, unimpressed. He's caught one of the maids mid-scheme, and she's already stammering excuses about just wanting to get closer to the young lady. He corners her at the door. Arellen is barely recovered, and instead of caring for her properly, the staff has apparently been playing games. Then, from somewhere nearby, one small word lands like a gut punch. Mom. Mahen doesn't hesitate. He grabs the maid by the collar, fury written across his face, while Arellen watches from the floor, eyes brimming. Harm? Now, Mom, the word just hangs there. It's the one thing this whole overprotective household still can't actually give her. Mahen turns to explain himself to the rest of the staff, and one maid's jaw just about hits the floor. Whatever this moment is, it's tense enough that hands are gripping fabric and nobody in the room is breathing easy. Mom? The word ricochets through the household, and just like that, one very inconvenient rumor refuses to stay dead. I knew it, someone whispers. Lady Arellen is the secret love child of Lord Mahen and the mysterious His Grace. Yes, that's the rumor. Yes, people actually believe it. The childcare team huddles up, gleefully reviving gossip that should have stayed buried. Now that I think about it, one of them says, she and Lord Mahen kind of do give off the same vibe. Mahen, predictably, sighs and shuts it down cold. Enough with the nonsense, everyone. But the truth underneath the joke stings a little. Arellen's been aching for a mother she doesn't have. Maybe Mahen's just quietly filling that hole the only way he knows how. One of the maids accuses him outright of cozying up to Arellen to control the family fortune. Mahen doesn't even blink. Did you forget I already manage those assets I'm allegedly trying to steal? She backs down fast, with a sheepish apology, and Mahen makes sure the message sticks. Don't let it happen again. Yudi finally says what's actually bothering everyone. Lord Mahen is the only one who ever gets real reconciliation time with Arellen. The rest of them are stuck on the sidelines. We want to be close with her too, Yuni admits. Mahen's answer is blunt. Not his problem. Figure it out yourselves. Then he adds one real condition. Whoever's responsible for Arellen's care had better not make her life any harder in the process. The team just stands there in stunned silence, thoroughly put in their place. The complaints are flying the second he's out of earshot. He's already made up with her. He doesn't care how we feel. Same. I just want to be close with her too. My lady! Mahen overhears the chaos and can't help but soften. Were they always this dramatic? Still, there's nobody he trusts more with Arellen's well-being. Back at his desk, babework stacked to the ceiling, Mahen keeps working. The weight of running this household clearly never really turns off. Since Arellen recovered, he's quietly purged every servant he couldn't fully trust. The mansion's safe now, so naturally he's gone through security again anyway, just to be sure. For days, her safety and health have been the only thing on his mind. One photo sits untouched among the discards. the one he refuses to cross out. He's running on empty. If only I'd been more thorough from the start, he thinks, then catches himself. No, if only Grand Duke Halburn hadn't caused all this trouble to begin with. A memory surfaces. Himself, once, screaming at the man, "Your Grace, you are an absolute scum of a father." "I've said my piece," he mutters, "but I'm still angry." On a half-impulsive whim, he fires off a note. "Do you want to get fired, you bastard?" The reply comes back almost instantly. "You're going to fire me? I'll just retire then." Apparently the courier, a knight named Jaren, delivered that note with his whole honor as a knight on the line, the things people do for someone else's petty drama. Another reply rustles in right on schedule. "This one's got teeth. You're not getting fired. You'll atone for your insubordination with your body. Subtle. This relationship is not." Man stares at the note, half exasperated, half amused. "Seriously, ha? The mused? Seriously? Ha! This guy? Seriously? Rumor mill, take note. There might be something to that gossip after all." Elsewhere, the palace's weekly childhood friends gathering is back in session, and the little silver-haired crown prince is humming to himself suspiciously pleased. He showed up way earlier than usual today. Something good must be coming, any minute now if his pounding heart is any indication. Every set of tiny footsteps gets his hopes up. Maybe that's her, he thinks, and deflates each time. Nope, alights each time. Nope, still not her. His face falls. Don't tell him she's skipping again today. He decides right then, if she won't come to him, he'll just start showing up at her place every single day. Then, footsteps. The right kind of footsteps. And there she is, Arilyn, finally back on her feet and walking through the door. The prince absolutely lights up. "You're here!" He bolts across the room like a puppy that just spotted its favorite person. And then it's an all-out feeding frenzy. "Arilyn, try this. No, try this one too." The kid is apparently channeling all that pent-up affection straight into snacks. The treats just keep coming. Arilyn, half buried in pastries, silently wonders how her life turned into this. Honestly, she admits, she just didn't want to be home while the childcare team fussed over her. Anywhere's better than that circus. Her real problem is boredom. Stuck in a world that, tragically, has never heard of Netflix. At this point, she'd settle for a webtoon, or even a decent web novel. Since she's stuck living inside a romance fantasy novel anyway, she figures she might as well grab a front row seat to whatever drama's unfolding. The prince catches her spacing out. "What are you thinking about, Arilyn?" And honestly, it's entirely his fault. This whole situation traces right back to one very persistent crown prince named Passion. She figured his attachment to her is just a phase. It's been going on way too long. Meanwhile, he's still just trying to get her to eat more snacks. "I physically cannot eat any more of this," she tells him. "One more bite, and I would drop dead." She needs an exit strategy from the food avalanche. That new plan, just wing it. She sides a cupcake across the table at him instead. "You should eat something too, Your Highness. You've been so busy fussing over me, you haven't touched your own plate." His whole face melts. "Arilyn, you're such an angel." Our internal response is a flat, immediate, "No, I'm not." "I'm eating every last bite," he declares, "because Arilyn gave it to me." She just smiles and tells him to go for it, anything to get it off her plate. Crisis averted, thanks entirely to how easy this kid is to distract. "You've already learned the whole Albrecht alphabet, Arilyn?" he asks, genuinely impressed. She hesitates. "Well, truth is, it just came naturally to her. No real learning involved. She figures she'll just make something up to explain it away." "I studied hard for it," she lies smoothly. "Keys forward. Wow, you're amazing." She deflects. "You could do it too, Your Highness." Somewhere behind them, kids are already whispering about who she even is. What did she even do to get him this worked up? There's clearly something about her, right? The gossip train has left the station. The jealous whispers, the kids hovering just to catch his attention, it all drives home exactly how popular this prince really is. She always figured he was just a goofy, gritting puppy of a kid. But catching focused, without that smile, and he actually looks sharp, she can't help sizing him up like a character on a page. Not the crazed obsessive, not the arrogant Duke who regrets everything later. Weirdly enough, Passion might be the rare, decent one. Not that it matters, she reminds herself. They'll drift apart eventually, and he's destined for the female lead anyway. Surely reincarnating doesn't come with some annoying plot twist attached. Right? She shakes the thought off hard. "Stop being so full of yourself." Then he speaks up. "By the way, Arilyn?" "Yes." "Call me by my name," he says, dead serious. "It's Passion." That catches her completely off guard, and she can feel her face heating up. He sounds it out for her, syllable by syllable. Pest C on. She just stares. Peas sigh. On, she tries it out loud, slow and careful. Her whole face is red. Apparently saying a boy's actual name out loud is harder than it sounds. He's not doing much better, honestly. Trying and failing to hide how pleased he is. She tucks herself into it. It's just a name. Calling him by it should be perfectly fine, right? Say it again, he pushes. She obliges, yes, Lord Passion. And he just grins to himself, thoroughly pleased. She makes her escape down the palace hallway, more than ready to finally head home. Finally, she sighs, I can go home. Getting out of that palace turned into its own workout. She barely managed to peel herself away from Passion, who insisted on personally seeing her off. And then, something blocks her path entirely. A hand reaches down toward her, and Ellen freezes, completely caught off guard. A voice she doesn't recognize says her name. Lady Arellen. Whoever it is, the message they're carrying is enough to stop her cold. Her Majesty the Empress is requesting her presence. Her Majesty? Arellen can only stare, stunned. Whatever's coming next, it's way above her pay grade. Meet Empress Azani. Jet black hair, ice blue eyes, and the kind of smile that makes courtiers nervous. She just summoned Aurelian to her private garden, and nobody simply gets an audience with the Empress. Welcome, the Empress purrs, all silken hospitality. The trip here wasn't too tiring, was it? Aurelian's answer comes out, a nervous, too quick, yes. Azani explains she picked this garden herself, a space she, as sovereign, holds in great affection, and today she's chosen to share it with Aurelian. Then the small talk turns pointed. Word has reached the Empress that Aurelian has been having quite a trying day again lately. Aurelian just about swallows her own tongue. The table is stacked with cake, chocolate, and strawberries, enough sugar to bribe a small kingdom, clearly meant to soften Aurelian right up small kingdom. She is already stuffed from Passion's earlier snack ambush, but you do not turn down dessert from an Empress. She tells herself she'll just have a small bite once the elder starts first. Azeni just watches her fidget, clearly enjoying every second of it, a soft laugh slipping out behind her hand. Your troubled little face was so cute I couldn't help laughing, the Empress admits. Don't mind me, help yourself. Arying manages a stiff yes. Azeni leans in, almost fond. This is the first time they'd ever really been alone together, she says. And back when they first met, Aurelian was just a tiny thing. Aurelian's jaw drops. You are probably too young to remember, Azeni teases, watching Aurelian freeze up with absolutely nothing to say. When in doubt, chew. You were cute back then. Now you've gotten even cuter, the Empress adds. And Aurelian's best strategy is to sit very, very still. Then Azeni's expression drifts somewhere far off. Truly, you've grown to look so much like that child, she murmurs, almost to herself. Aurelian blinks, completely lost. Pardon? Alarm bells start going off in Aurelian's head. What could that even mean? Is there something between Empress Azeni and her own biological father? The old novel never mentioned one word about this. Aurelian's mental script has officially left the building. Azeni notices the gears turning behind Aurelian's eyes and calls it out. Got something you're curious about with this Empress? Aurelian dodges. May I ask why you called for me? To see you, Azeni says simply, delighted by how frosted that gets her. Huh? What a cute reaction. You needn't worry. The real reason comes out. Her foolish son has been causing Aurelian trouble, and Azeni called her here to apologize on his behalf. Aurelian practically chokes on the word apologize. Azeni isn't buying her son's story either. He insists he apologized properly, but she has zero doubt he only caused more trouble in the process. She keeps piling macarons onto Aurelian's plate, insisting they're delicious. Aurelian has to physically stop the tower before it becomes a structural hazard. That's enough, thank you. And despite herself, Aurelian's throat tightens a little. The longer they talk, the warmer and more genuine this woman feels. Almost like the Empress is actually genuinely fond of her. Azani gets more direct. She's heard Aurelian has trouble socializing with the other kids. Is somebody bullying her? Aurelian insists it's nothing like that. She's just been weak since birth and can't keep up. I see. Very well, Azani softens. Still, if you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to come to me for help. All right, the Empress presses gently, waiting for the promise. Aurelian agrees, and her brain immediately starts doing the math. Does this mean she's just gained the Empress's personal backing? She decides to test that theory right away. In that case, Your Majesty, might I be excused from the childhood friends gathering? Azani hesitates. Didn't she just say to come to her with any problems? A flashback surfaces of Lord Mahan asking that exact same thing once and getting the exact same denial. I am not. There's nothing going on. Mimicking Peshin's voice right back her, Azini asks what the real problem is. Actually, Arlen admits, the problem is your son. Fair enough, the Empress says, relieved it's nothing worse. Any other requests? Arlen hesitates, visibly working out how to phrase what comes next. She finally asks the question that's been bugging her. Why exactly was she included in the Crown Prince's gathering in the first place, Your Majesty? It's something she's quietly wondered for a while. She's the sole heir of House Halberd, sure, but she's no prodigy. There's no guarantee she'll even inherit the duchy someday. So why deliberately fold her into the Crown Prince's inner circle at all? Azeni's smile turned sly. So, you're curious about that? The reason I included you in the gathering, she begins, drawing it out just to watch Arelin squirm. A few days later, the childhood friends gathering rolls back around, twice a week, without fail, whether Aring likes it or not. And she is exhausted. I'm tired, she mutters, dragging herself in. Peshin keeps popping up with that grin, shattering away, and no matter how hard she tries to shut him out, his interest in her simply will not quit. So annoying. So bothersome. I am so tired, she groans, turning away. This, right here, is exactly why she wanted out of this gathering. Her mind drifts back to the Empress's teaser from days earlier. The reason I included you in the gathering is a secret. If she was going to leave it at that, Arlen grumbles internally. Why build up all that suspense in the first place? But there was something in the way the Empress looked at her just then. It felt like there was more to it, like Azeni was looking right at her while remembering someone else entirely. Maybe, Erling thinks, there really is something between Grand Duke Halburn and Empress Azeni. Her nosy instincts are finally onto something. Before she can chase that thought any further, a voice rings out across the garden. Target spotted. Enter the twins. Two identical boys with silver hair and matching gold eyes, both hollering her name at once. Arlewelyn. Arellen's whole body goes rigid. Nope. Abort. She needs to avoid these two at all costs. Too late. They're already zooming straight at her, chanting her mangled name the whole way. Peshin swoops in too, teasing her about showing up early, while the twins crash the moment out of nowhere and send her spinning. Still dizzy, Arelling actually has to ask their names again. And the twins look personally wounded that she still doesn't know them. I'm Ciel, one announces proudly. I'm Noelle. They call us the Angel Twins, the other adds. Arellen's private verdict, more like the Devil Twins. They quiz her on the spot. So, what are our names, Arlellen G? Arlellen, she actually gets it right. Ciel, and that one's Noelle. She even remembers Noelle was born 5 minutes later. The twins, thrilled, warn her not to forget it again. My name, Arellen says pointedly, is Arellen. They cheerfully agree. Okay, Ariel, and she just as cheerfully gives up on ever hearing it said right. Next request. Is it true she actually collapses when she runs? Can she show them? She shoots them. She is, apparently, not a circus act. One twin produces a coin instead. His allowance, he says, holding it out like a bribe. Turns out it's a single platinum coin worth about 1,000 gold, because of course the Stren family, who basically bankrolled the entire empire, throws money around like napkins. There's more where that came from, if she wants it. Rellen's unmoved. 100 of those wouldn't get her to rent for them. The twin pouts. So mean. She eyes them sideways. Flawless on the outside, sure, but there are absolute devils hiding underneath all that pretty hair. Oh, have you fallen for us, Aurelian? We are pretty, right? One twin preens? Cute, right? Adorable, right? We'll even let you touch our eyelashes, a special privilege just for you. I'll even let you touch my cheek, the other offers, striking a pose. Aurelian is decidedly not impressed by. The twins share a look and slip into full scheming mode. Step 1. Wait for the target to get flustered and start blushing. Step 2. Swoop in and tease her absolutely senseless. Even the devil himself, I reckon, would applaud this level of tactical genius. Reality check. Aurelian just stands there, perfectly still, staring at them, like they've completely lost their minds. The twins freeze, too, must upon officially derailed, both silently screaming question marks at each other. The heck is with that creepy look, Aurelian mutters, thoroughly unbothered by their evil genius routine. Now it's the twins who are spooked. They can feel it. Their lives are about to get a lot more exhausting, and they need to get out of here fast. Okay, now go away, Aurelian tells them flatly. If you're not going to leave, she warns, then move aside, and something about her tone makes the ground practically rumble. The twins, genuinely rattled now, admit she's the first person who's ever iced them out this hard. Is this your way of getting our attention, Ariel? One twin grins. As if, she snaps right back. They dogpile her anyway, gushing about how cute she is, while Arlen just grits out a strained ugh. And that's the last straw. Hand trembling, something in her own shifts. She has never once cared about getting stronger before, but right now she really wants to. This is usually the part in every fantasy where some mysterious voice whispers, "Do you desire power?" Instead, what she gets is a much louder, much closer shout. "Hey, you twins!" Something comes battling through the room fast enough to blur, gold trim and all, straight to the twins. It lands with a crash loud enough to shake the walls. And there he is, Peshin, in full dramatic hero mode, yanking the twins off her and roaring the line she never knew she needed. "Get away from Arellen!" Picture this. Chaos in the palace garden, and out of nowhere a voice comes tearing across the courtyard yelling, "Get away from Arellen!" Turns out, Arellen's got someone crowding her personal space uninvited, and she does not look thrilled about it. One wide, sorrowed eye says it all. She did not see this ambush coming. Enter Peshin, thundering in on horseback like he rehearsed this. Sure, he usually gives her grief, but right now she's never been happier to see his face. She's blushing so hard you'd think this was some big damsel in distress. Rescue. Cute sure, but somebody tell this boy to quit it. Meanwhile, two mischief makers are cheering him on from the sidelines, practically shouting, "Go on, Peshin, scold him harder." One of the twins freezes mid-cheer, the second he realizes he's been spotted. Someone mutters, "Your Highness," under their breath, and suddenly everyone's very interested in where this is going. The tension breaks fast as the whole group spins on their heels toward the real target of the gossip. The twins swoop in on Arellen, all but singing, "She likes us more, right, Ariel? She just wants them gone." Someone points out that His Highness sure seems to be exaggerating the danger just to keep Arellen all to himself, and Peshin's face goes bright red. "I don't know what you're talking about," Peshin stammers, which is exactly the kind of denial that convinces nobody. The verdict comes in fast. His Royal Highness's evil plot has been exposed, and while everyone's distracted, he and Arellen quietly sneak off together. "Rest in peace, Your Highness." As the dust settles, a new face steps into view, and Arellen can't help but do a double take. Is about the only reaction she can manage. Cool, composed, and completely unbothered, this stranger clearly didn't get the memo about the chaos he just walked into. "This kiddy's," she starts to say, sizing him up like she already knows exactly who he'll turn out to be. "Ah, sheesh, I get it already," someone grumbles nearby. "Let's just ask Aurelian, problem solved, right?" Arlen clocks, the two of them scheming across the room, and already dreads whatever they're cooking up. "Okay, Ariel, choose," someone announces, like she's picking a snack and not, a person. The twins crowd in, elbowing each other for the win. "You want to buy with us? Right? Right?" Peshin just glares off to the side, clearly still stewing over whatever the three of them cooked up in private. Arlen takes a breath. She's made her decision. Without warning, she reaches out and grabs someone by the sleeve. Poor Harwin barely has time to react before he's yanked straight into the middle of it. "Young Master Hadrian, over here," she calls out, using the poor guy as a human shield without so much as an apology. The twins and Peshin all freeze at once, absolutely blindsided by the swap. "Well," someone mutters, still processing, "that was unexpected." Here's the thing you need to know. In the original story, Arellen wasn't even a real character. She was background noise. An extra. One tiny dress in a sea of nameless nobles. That's about as much page time as she was ever supposed to get. Take House Halburn, one of the Empire's 5 grand ducal houses. The story wrapped it in nothing but mystery. Sure, on paper they're the most powerful family in the Empire. But in the actual story, they were basically a plot device. Something goes wrong, just blame Halburn and move on. Unlike the houses that actually got real power and real screen time, Halburn's heir was written as pure background filler in the original novel. And yet, Irene thinks, narrowing her eyes, this world clearly isn't playing by the book's rules anymore. Case in point, right now she's got Peshin personally hand-feeding her cake like it's a competitive sport. The twins from House Firm aren't about to let him win, shoving their own snacks in her face a second later. And then there's Haroon, heir to House Mollusk, just quietly staring, saying absolutely nothing. Every future power player in the Empire crammed around one table, and Ireland's only thought is this actually a good idea? She didn't grab Harun by accident earlier either. There was a reason she picked him specifically. Meet Harun Birdmovesk. Cold, brilliant. The Crown Prince's personal shield and, according to the original novel, the story's second male lead. Honestly, she gets it now. No wonder the actual female lead, Claire, fell for this guy. He's ridiculously handsome. The twins are less thrilled about the staring. Looks like those jerks broke him, she thinks, watching Harun short-circuit a little. She almost feels bad. Almost. She's the second male lead at a flower. This recaps betting on Steadfast, the guy who never causes trouble. A good second male lead, she figures, is like a warm bowl of rice soup, quietly there for you, never demanding, completely trustworthy. Translation, he's the one guy who might actually take down both the twins and the Crown Prince in one shot. Naturally, Peshin picks that exact moment to come at her with another suspiciously heart-shaped gift. This is it, her chance. Harun, you know what to do, she thinks. Save me. Save me, she mouths at him, full puppy dog eyes engaged. Harun blinks, caught completely off guard by the request. And then, bless him, he actually steps in and hands something over. Not that you, Brett, she snaps, the little troublemaker. I meant save me from this whole mess. Harun, taking mission a little too literally, just goes ahead and chomps the problem right out of the picture. Ireland's is way more delicious, he offers instead, and somehow the twins visibly tremble at the power move. Wrong answer apparently, but point for confidence. In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold genius turns into this soft, wistful mess. Turned out, he just can't read a room, but underneath it, he's a total softie. Whoa, His Highness is really keeping Harun in check, the twins whisper, watching Peshin swoop back in with cake like it's a territorial claim. That's petty, Your Highness. They needle him. You just want her all to yourself, don't you? So much for using the second male lead as an emergency exit. That plan was doomed from the start. I do not, Peshin insists, his face turning a very unconvincing shade of red. Be quiet, Erlen mutters, realizing she's basically trapped herself in a hell of her own making. I bet Erlen would agree. Huh? Someone teases and all she can manage is a strangled little, yeah. Welcome to what the room's now calling her heart-pounding explosive popularity event. Lucky her! This is way too much, she thinks, for someone who's supposed to just be an extra. Later that night, the chaos finally quiets down as the manor settles under the stars. That's when a familiar, steady voice finds her. My lady. He pulls her into a gentle hug without even waiting for an answer. What's the matter? A lot happened, she admits. It appears so, he says, already knowing. There's something about the scent of dry wood or his coat, the warmth of his hand, that just steadies her instantly. All the nerves she's been holding onto you all day just start melting away. Mahen's the one who's raised her since she was a baby, the only real constant she's ever had in this world. Here's the twist. Just because she's remembered her past life doesn't mean the original Ireland's feelings vanished. Every bit of his affection is real. He's the one person who's never once asked her for anything in return. Which is exactly why she throws her arms around him and yells the one word that always gets a reaction. Mom! He pulls her in close anyway, every single time. Groan. Mom, he grumbles, clearly done fighting the nickname at this point, while she just snuggles in deeper. Did something happen at the childhood friends gathering? He asks gently, fixing her ribbon without being asked. A lot happened, she sighs, mentally filing the day away. Nuisance, puppy, and not remotely helpful. None of it serious. You can talk to me, you know. Are you sure nothing really happened? She hums, not quite meeting his eyes. As I thought, he says quietly, sounding almost hurt. It seems I still haven't earned your trust, my lady. That's not it, she blurts, shaking her head hard. Can't I just skip the childhood friends gathering? He asks, and he is not joking. You really don't want me going, do you? The room erupts, strongly against it. Absolutely not. Turns out that gathering is the one and only thing on her calendar these days. I see, is all he says. Even Mahen can't override an order from the Empress herself, but that doesn't stop him. If that's the case, he decides, you can skip it. If you don't want to go, by all means don't. I'll handle the exclamation myself. All she can breathe out is his name. A hand tightens in his sleeve, quietly overwhelmed. This can't be easy for him either, going against the Empress for her. But this, she realizes, is what having an adult in your corner actually feels like. Something she's never once had. A reliable guardian. Finally. Actually, she ruins a moment immediately by tackle-hugging him and screaming, "Mom!" at the top of her lungs. Satchel Soft just watched the two of them with growing concern. At this rate, someone mutters darkly, "Lord Mahen is going to keep the young lady all to himself." "We can't allow that," the staff decide in unison. "It's time to show what the childcare team can really do." "Please look forward to it, my lady," they say ominously, "the childcare team's professionalism." Because apparently it's all hands on deck now, all in the noble pursuit of winning her favor. Somebody help this girl. Today's the day Ireland's been dreading all week. The childhood friends gathering at the palace. Except she has zero intention of actually going. She hasn't taken a single step out of bed. Not one. This is a full-blown strategic retreat. Buried in blanket to the book, she has to admit it. Skipping out on royal small talk feels amazing. Turns out Mahen kept his word, and official letters already gone out to the palace, blaming a very convenient bout of illness. Mahen is the best, as expected of Mom, she thinks, sinking deeper into her ridiculously comfortable bed. She floats down the hall like she just won the lottery, suddenly fascinated by the lighting, the temperature, the humidity, anything but palace politics. Everything is perfect, she decides. Then a voice stops her cold. "Lady Releng." It's Uni, practically panicking. "Are you sure you're really all right? Releng's patient is already gone. I'm fine, so get out, everyone." They beg to just watch from the doorway, so quiet you won't even hear us breathe. Not happening. One tiny voice pouts. "Ah, you're so mean, my lady." Turns out, escaping a palace's clingy nobles was the easy part. Escaping her own household is another story entirely. Yuli comes bounding after her anyway. Aurelian spins around, officially done pretending to be patient. "I'm busy, so could you not follow me?" she says flatly. The reaction is instant. Full lightning bolt shock. A 7-year-old just delivered the coldest line of the day. "Fine," Erlen mutters, trudging off alone. Somewhere behind her, someone's already volunteering to tail her instead. She keeps walking. "Please wait a moment, my lady." Uni calls out, chasing after her anyway. "If you have any plans, please let us know." "Sure," because that's exactly the kind of privacy Erlen was hoping for. Back in the drawing room, the maids are already fighting over rank. "After Lord Mahen, I'm the young lady's second favorite," one declares, dead serious. "You fat, typically cook pulse, please." Also another, "I'm the one who actually looks after her health. That makes me more qualified." Someone claps right back. "Is that why you weren't able to give her medicine on time?" "You..." The bickering nearly turns physical before somebody remembers the actual point. "Is this really the time to be fighting? We must look for the young lady first." Arellen sighs. Telling this crew not to follow her was always a waste of breath. They were never exactly the listening type. It used to be peaceful around here, she thinks, picturing the childcare team she used to know. So why exactly does her own household keep turning into a battlefield day after day? But someone catches up to her. It's Erin, the household's ex-knight turned guard. "Aren't you supposed to be doing that too?" she asks pointedly. Guilty as charged. Meet Erin again in his other job title, head butler and chief bodyguard, smiling like he's got it all under control. Not a wrinkle out of place on that uniform. This is a man who takes his job very, very seriously. "Ah, I can't believe my lady is paying attention to me." Someone gushes nearby. "Oh, right. This guy's part of the childcare team, too." Erin bows low. "Rest assured, I will not display such disgraceful behavior. I am content with simply serving and protecting my lady like a shadow," he says. Honestly, out of everyone, Erin's never really bothered her that much. Then he gets weirdly intense. "I only ask that you not think too badly of the childcare team. They've been reflecting on their mistakes. We have sworn by blood oath," he announces, headband and all, "that we will never leave my lady's side and will serve her with absolute perfection." Ireland's internal response is one flat thought. Blood oath. What? That is a lot for a household staff meeting. "We will make sure such an incident never happens to my lady ever again," he vows, dropping into a crouch. Whatever happened, they're clearly still shaken by it. "Please do not worry," she tells him gently, a little thrown by how seriously he's taking all this. It gets her wondering, was that whole incident with the maids bad-mouthing her really that big a deal? She remembers it wasn't the first time she'd been called names behind her back. Still, whatever happened to those maids, exactly? Did Mahen quietly kick them out? Knowing him, probably. She hasn't seen them since. Make of that what you will. Then again, ever since that incident, it feels like everyone in the mansion has gone out of their way to be kind to her. Dressed up and fussed over from head to toe, she can't shake the feeling something shifted after that day. Almost as if the people who used to look down on her had never existed in the first place. She never even noticed. Honestly, she hasn't been alone for a single moment since she woke up in this body. Till the mates hand her a stitched-up teddy bear like it's a sacred offering. My lady! From now on, Aaron starts, and Arellen already knows exactly where this is going. We will make it so that your days are filled with nothing but happiness. He finishes, hand over his heart, like he's taking a knighthood oath. Ah, I get it now, Arellen realizes. It's not just Mahan who's overcompensating, it's the entire child care team. They've all been worried sick that she got hurt somehow. And now every last one of them is devoting all their attention to her, all the time, no exceptions. Lady, Arellen spotted ahead, someone shrieks, and Arellen's stomach drops. Here we go again. My lady. The cheapy mug comes charging, her only thought, crap. She's grateful, really, that they care this much. She just also really needs them to stop. Trailed by an entire entourage now, she figures she can humor them, for a little while anyway. The stress gauge, meanwhile, is already redlining. By nightfall, she's flattened on her bed, utterly wrecked, so exhausting. This is on the same level as the childhood friends gathering. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snack time, they never once leave her side. Didn't they say they'd only give me happiness? She screams into a pillow while somewhere nearby, a chibi, Aaron mutters, kill, 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 at anyone who dares interrupt his watch shift. Something in her finally snaps. It can't go on like this. She only just escaped being pestered at the Imperial Palace. Now the stress at home might actually finish her off before her illness does. The childcare team, she figures, is already too far gone to listen to reason at this point. What? About Mahan? No good. He's buried in paperwork, and she can't bother Mom. If that's the case, there's only one option left. Marker in hand, cheeks flushed with determination, she declares, "It's time to use my last resort." Word starts spreading through the halls in urgent whispers. A note gets passed hand to hand, important announcement, everyone, to the drawing room. Did Lady Arellen write this herself? They stare at it like it's a royal decree. Looks like it, someone confirms. For now, let's go to the drawing room. Arellen walks in ahead of them, and a hush falls over the room. My lady. She looks the room over like a general inspecting the troops. Is everyone here? With a flourish, she pulls out a hand-drawn chart. Confusion ripples through the staff. What is that? Blushing but determined, she announces it. This, right here, is a praise sticker chart. A well-done sticker for good behavior. Starting today, she declares, I'll be handing these out myself. I'll give a praise sticker to anyone I like, she says, brandishing an assortment of bear and bunny stickers like currency. The whole staff freezes. This, apparently, is the one and only way to bring peace to Halburn. The words praise and well done hit like a spotlight straight from the heavens. So this is... Mahan breaks into a nervous sweat, while one mate's eyes go wide with pure, undisguised want. Proof of our affection, one of them gasps, completely losing her composure. Now, take one stick aboard each, Adeline instructs. My lady even know our names herself, someone squeals, clutching her own personalized board. I'm going to keep this as a family treasure, one of them declares, dead serious. It wasn't easy tracking down a rare sticker, Arellen admits to herself, but it's absolutely perfect for the job. Mahan walks in mid-chaos. What's happening here? Mahan, Arellen calls out, lighting up the second she spots him. He's holding a bouquet, looking a little sheepish. Aren't you busy? She asks. Even if I'm busy, I can still make time to check in on things, he says. I see, she replies. I'm convinced but charmed. So, what is all this about? He asks, eyeing the noise. All gathered together being so loud. Arellen starts explaining herself. The child care team has been bothering you, my lady. Mahen's eyes go sharp and everyone in the room instantly freezes. No, Irene cuts in fast. I'm doing it because I want to. A sticker's already stuck to somebody's cheek. Here, she says, holding one out to him with a blush. Mahan gets praise just for existing. He just stares at it in his hand like she's handed him a knighthood. Not a sticker. My lady. Mahan manages, visibly moved by the whole ridiculous gesture. See, that's how it's done, okay? One maid coached another. Yes, I got it. Meanwhile, wow, Lord Mahan has already received a sticker. I'm jealous, so jealous. Unimatters glaring daggers at the sticker economy she's suddenly losing. A few days later, the manor's back to its usual chirpy morning calm. Arlen, cheek in hand, looks more relaxed than she has all chapter. Ah, this is nice, she thinks. It's been forever since I've had peace like this. Peace has genuinely returned to Halburn. Now the maids just brag about sticker counts instead. I got 2 yesterday, you know. I've gotten the most so far, though. Even Mahem lingers by the curtains sometimes. Why? Do you want one too, Mahem? Honest. Honestly, he's easy to manage now. Honestly, he's easy to manage now. Curled up with a book, she wonders idly if Mahen secretly wants a sticker too. Either way, she figures there's finally nothing left to worry about. A door clicks open somewhere in the mansion, and for just a second, a flash of white hair slips into view. Arlie hums to herself, completely unaware anything's about to change. Footsteps approach, slow and deliberate, while somewhere in the hall a very formal bow is already underway. But she catches herself thinking, why does it feel so quiet outside? It's usually noisy by now. Then a shout cuts straight through the silence. I'm here! She startles hard. Tut, this place. Arlen? The whole mansion probably just heard that. And there he is, grinning ear to ear, cape and all, absolutely delighted with himself. Passion? Looks like the peace and quiet was fun while it lasted. Word reaches the crown prince that Arlen is skipping the gathering again, and for a second all he can manage is a stunned what? Then the shock turns into a full meltdown. Oh, Leon's not coming today either, he shouts, loud enough to rattle the chandeliers. His attendant tries to explain gently. Halbin's butler says the young lady is unwell and might not make it to today's gathering. That's what you told me last time, too, the prince snaps back. Days keep ticking by, and Arlen keeps not showing up. Meanwhile, the other kids at the gathering are basically begging for his attention. He's too busy staring at the door, waiting for a girl who isn't coming. In his head, he's already replaying a fantasy where Arlen shows up smiling and calls him by name. Reality check, that never happened. He finally cracks. I want to see you, Arlen, he wails, hair pulling and all. She's sick. There's nothing we can do, his attendant says. But still, the prince argues, until someone tells him flatly not to act like that toward a sick person. I know, but, he mutters, absolutely not ready to let this go. Honestly, his attendant thinks it's probably for the best, with his highness fixated only on Arlen. The mood around here's already gotten tense. The other noble kids have been hovering around him this whole time, quietly starved for attention he only ever gives one girl. Maybe her absence will finally push him to make some other friends, his attendant figures. This should settle things a bit. So he pitches it directly. Since the young lady isn't here, this time, perhaps you could socialize with some of your other friends. The prince just stands there radiating heat and misery, clearly not taking the suggestion well. Yeah, he's already tuned it out completely. All he can manage is a quiet mumble. She seemed fine the last time he saw her. The spiral keeps going in his head. If she's not coming today, will it be the same next time? And the time after that? Does that mean he'll never see her again? His jaw clenches. I can't let that happen. He thinks back on it. Even when they're not doing anything special, just being in the same room as Arlen makes him happy. Just sitting there with her, sharing sacks and a book, is enough. I miss Arlen, he admits to himself, quiet and plain. I wonder, he thinks, mind drifting somewhere he can't quite shake. And she's standing at her window again, or alone, looking out at nothing. He knows Arlen likes her solitude, but somehow he just can't stand the thought of leaving her like that. Whenever she's alone, he thinks, staring down over the palace railing, he heads off through the grand halls, that thought refusing to leave him. It scares him, honestly, this creeping feeling that Arlen might just disappear on him someday. He clears his throat and calls for his attendant, who snaps to attention immediately. What's loneliness? He asks, out of nowhere. What exactly is solitude? At the window, he mutters to himself that he just wishes Arlen would appear, right in front of him. But wait, she can't come here right now. So, if that's how it is, his poor attendant has no idea what's coming. So comes a voice. That's why I came here, Your Highness. Arlen freezes, pale and startled. The crown prince just showed up at her door. Yeah, to check on you, he announces proudly, Arlen's inner voice. That damn check on you, seriously. By this point, she's completely out of energy, words, and will to argue. She'd skipped the gathering specifically to doge him, and here he is anyway. What was even the point? Then he drops the real bombshell. Arellen, do you want to exercise with me? He nearly chokes on the spot. Rewind a few days. The young prince corners a palace guard with a burning question. Sir Jade, how do you become healthy? Meet Sir Jade, Imperial Royal Guard, serving directly under the Emperor, about to get roped into all of this. Jade asks if His Highness is feeling all right, since he seemed so distracted during training. No, I'm perfectly healthy, the prince insists. Truth is, he explains, he's got a friend who's weak, and he's hoping if she got healthier, they could play together more. Jade blinks, caught off guard. I see. Inside, he's genuinely touched. His Highness really does have a benevolent heart, caring so deeply for a friend like that. So the lesson begins. Step 1. A regular routine and proper rest, no exceptions. Step 2. 3 balanced meals a day, which would work great if Arellen actually had an appetite. And most important thing of all, Jade declares, flatten for emphasis. Exercise. The human body only has vitality with enough physical activity, apparently. Simple principles, big muscles. The prince's takeaway, boiled down to its purest form, exercise equals healthy, groundbreaking stuff. He rushes back to tell Arellen like he's just discovered fire. It's the greatest discovery of the century, he beams. Arellen, deadpan internally. She could probably win a Nobel Prize for this one. Breaking news breathing keeps you alive, who knew? If you sleep well, eat properly, and exercise, you'll become healthy too, Arellen. Wow, really? She deadpans. For a second she thought he'd shown up over some emergency. Turns out he was just bored. Then, Arellen, let's exercise together. Sorry, I'm too tired, it's too much. She shuts him down flat. He deflates instantly. She admits she gets dizzy just walking a little. Guess exercise really is off the table for now. Even Jade had trouble believing someone with that legal stamina really existed. The prince can't wait to fill Arellen in on his big training day. I'm not curious at all, she says flatly, even as he's practically glowing with the story. Still, his rambling is kind of cute, she admits to herself. Maybe she'll listen just to be nice. She lets herself soften just for a moment. Ah, that reminds me. Something shifts in the conversation. What have you been up to lately, Arellen? He asks, leaning in. He gets closer than expected, studying her face a little too intently. Neither of them says a word for a beat too long. His eyes are locked right on hers. Arellen, he says, then catches himself. Pardon me, he mutters, backing off. Could you step back a bit? Sorry, I didn't realize, she admits, embarrassed. For a second there, she thought she was being bewitched. Then he says it. Her eyes are a beautiful light pink. I've been told it's the color of rose quartz, he adds. They really suit you, Arellen. They are beautiful. I bet you look even more beautiful when you smile, he tells her, completely unprompted. He says it with the confidence of a man twice his age. Good grief, she thinks. Where does a kid even pick up lines like that? Still, it feels like he actually means it, so she's not exactly upset. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a lot to smile about these days. Then I'm going to make Arellen smile today, he declares, fully committed to the mission. Okay, look at me, he says, pulling faces. No, that's not what I meant. Or really, I'm fine, she protests. He sticks his tongue out for good measure. Please, can you just listen to me for once? She sighs. Meanwhile, across the palace, someone else has no choice but to smile in front of a very different kind of beast, the chief attendant. He plasters on the biggest, most nervous smile of his career. You must have hidden something special in the Halpin estate, comes the low, pointed voice, seeing how you always show up unannounced whenever I'm at my busiest. Of course not, the attendant laughs, sweating bullets, silently begging the universe. Your Highness, why are you doing this to me? Though I am not in a position to oppose His Imperial Highness's will, this is somewhat unbecoming. Don't you agree? Mahan presses. How could he possibly disagree? I was under the impression that guiding His Highness is also part of your duties, Mahan adds, closing in. Just smile, the attendant tells himself. Let's just smile. For now, somewhere deep down, he's silently begging the prince to someday recognize just how much effort goes into serving him. Back with Arellen and the prince walking the long corridor. Today was fun, right, Arellen? Yes. Internally, she's exhausted. The man went at it for 2 straight hours. Time to wrap this up. Thank you for coming to visit me. I had a pleasant time, she says sweetly. However, I'm still not feeling well, so I'm afraid we'll have to call it a day. He deflates on the spot. Yeah, he mumbles, visibly crushed. This kid's a devil, she thinks, watching him sulk. Still, he tells her he hopes she stays well until they meet again. Then he suddenly turns back. No, Arellen! She freezes, caught completely off guard. I think I'd be really sad if you kept being unable to attend, he tells her, dead serious. And I did say I'd take care of you until you're healthy again, he continues. Her brain, what's with this ominous intro? So I was thinking, from now on, I'll come to you instead. He announces it like he's just won a war, fist raised and grinning ear to ear. That sounds good, he says, Arellen facepalms into the nearest surface. No! Pardon? Why, she wonders. Is she never wrong when she gets a bad feeling? No, I can't let you do that, she tries. You don't need to trouble yourself for my sake. Please don't worry. Not worry. This is all because of me, he counters. I'll make sure to come see you every single day until you're healthy again. Her heart drops. Every single day? Pardon? Really, it's fine. She tries again, laughing nervously. No, wait, she realizes. However stubborn this kid may be, he's still the crown prince of the empire. She may not have a say in this at all. So the crown prince announces he's going to visit Arellen every single day. Her reaction, pure, wide-eyed horror dressed up as polite panic. Give it a few days, and he'll get bored, she tells herself. There's no way royalty actually keeps a promise like that. Right? Reader, he kept coming. Every single day, waltzing in with, did you sleep well, Arellen? Good sleep is key to good health. Like he's reciting a wellness pamphlet. Today's lecture is routine, which apparently means physically dragging her out for a walk, while she stumbles along like a confused kitten. Tomorrow's topic is nutrition. The kid lights up like he's about to reveal the secret to immortality. You need to eat properly. He's practically glowing with enthusiasm over a plate of steak. Arellen, meanwhile, feels like she's basically getting exercised by sheer positivity. Is this even right? She thinks. Crown prince or not, this is still her house. He's steamrolling through daily. And let's be clear who we're talking about. Heir to the most powerful of the 5 grand ducal houses, just letting himself in whenever he pleases. Nobody in this castle seems bothered but her. Somewhere in the shadows, one very fed-up staff member has had enough. Is everyone just going to let the crown prince strut around like he owns the place? Come on, everyone, give him a piece of your mind, she hisses, while the prince himself sits 5 feet away, happily inhaling a snack, blissfully unaware he's the target. Lord Mayhem clears his throat. Loudly, the uprising is about to get very awkward. Turns out the uprising folds instantly. The staff practically throws themselves at the prince instead. We entrust our lady to your care, your highness. Her health may be delicate, they gush, but her heart is so tender and endearing. Arellen's verdict on her own household. Traitors, every last one of them. The prince, naturally, eats it right up. Leave it to me. Even dinner isn't hers anymore. What she eats, when she wakes up, how the staff are arranged, it's all quietly being rearranged around him now. And the most shocking betrayal of all, Lord Mehen, her fiercely overprotective guardian, actually signed off on the whole thing. She lets out a long sigh. Even Mehen, of all people, let this happen. Undeterred, the prince is back with more wisdom at dinner. Apparently, to be healthy, you need meals packed with all the nutrients. I know the macros, Arellen says flatly. The prince just blinks. Macros? What in the world is a macro? She explains. Carbs, protein, fat, that kind of thing. His face lights up with dawning understanding. Oh, you mean it's a monster's name? Bless him. Now he's fully invested. Maybe it's some kind of magic. Where did you even learn that, Arellen? Great, she thinks. Now the whole table's staring at her again. One maid is past caring who's involved. She just wants the ship to sail. Don't you think Our Lady and His Highness suit each other? Kaya. Another sighs. His Highness is clearly smitten with their lady. Looks like the childcare team's odds of getting close to her are officially cooked somewhere else entirely. Someone quietly starts digging into exactly who this crown prince really is. Back at the table, a small bow and a murmured, "My lady," seals it. Fine, Arellen decides, let's just hope for the best. The prince, delighted, vows to research this macro's magic further. Arellen, have you finished your meal? Some things, apparently, never stop. Next request, a walk. Walking is healthy too, apparently everything is healthy according to this kid. Arellen's already halfway out the door before she can protest. He offers his hand, like it's the easiest thing in the world. All right, let's go. She just stares at it. Silent. Finally, a real question slips out. Your Highness, aren't you busy? He blinks, caught completely off guard. Ha! Because let's be honest, young or not, he's still royalty. and the heir to the throne besides. Imperial lessons, swordsmanship training, the whole deal. He's probably burning through what little free time he has just to come here, she thinks. That can't be nothing. So she says it outright. Since you're clearly busy, there's no need to keep coming here every single day. He doesn't miss a beat. Why would you say that? Pardon? Before she can process it, he reaches out and takes her hand. And just says it, plainly, happily. Friends? Oh, Alan, you worry about all sorts of things, huh? I'm a little busy, sure, but it's totally fine. Something about that one word knocks her completely off balance. Why is all she can manage. He gripped her hand a little tighter. I come here because I want to. Simple as that. He's grinning ear to ear now. He genuinely likes hanging out with her. It's the same for you too, right? It's gonna get boring being home all by yourself. She doesn't answer. She doesn't need to. All right, let's go, Aureline. And just like that, he's already walking, dragging her forward into whatever comes next. Friend, she repeats to herself, trudging along in stunned silence. It's such a small word. It shouldn't hit this hard. Did she ever actually have something like a friend? The question catches her completely off guard. If she really thinks about it. Maybe once. She had something close to it. Good flashback. Her past life, a violin prodigy, playing like her worth, depended on every single note, because to get the other kids to accept her, it kind of did. Proving herself became the only thing that mattered. Not friendship. Not fun. Just proof. And the other kids noticed. He's already a genius. Why try so hard? Does she think we're a joke? She thinks she's the only one who's great. One by one, the kids who felt outcast just left. The ones who stuck around mostly wanted something from her instead. I heard your mom is the renowned. Just another angle to exploit. Every single time the same hollow cycle. People arrive, use her up, and vanish again. The violin hits the floor with a thud. She's done trying to be understood. She simply stops carrying out normal human connection altogether. It's easier that way. And for a while that actually works. Because from the very beginning there was really only one person she needed. One person. That's all she ever let herself want. Mom! She calls out, lighting up for a second, right before the memory turns the knife. Even her own mother eventually walked away too. The cruelest voice in her head just won't shut up. Who would ever actually like someone like you? The lesson she takes from all of it. You're going to end up alone, so never expect anything from anyone, ever again. And that's the memory Aureline jolts awake from, wide-eyed, tears, already falling before she's even fully conscious. Morning bird song fills the quiet room, utterly indifferent to the storm she just lived through in her sleep. She looks at the prince's bright, easy smile and can't help but think, if this was always going to end the same way, maybe it would have been kinder to never remember any of it at all. We have friends, he'd said, so sure of himself. What's even the point of being friends with her, she wonders, when she'll be gone soon anyway? After all, if something's doomed to fail from the start, isn't it just safer never to start it at all? Being alone, she reminds herself, is so much more comfortable. Meanwhile, Lord Mahan has his own quiet reckoning brewing. Dylan, do you think this is all right? He asks, staring out the window. Dylan glances up, confused. Yes? What do you... I'm asking whether it's all right, Mahan presses, turning an old photo over in his hands. To just let the crown prince come and go here like this. Dylan cocks a conflicted look on his boss's face. Not exactly the reaction he expected from the man who runs security like a fortress. There's a small framed photo on the desk. Aureline, much younger, clutching a stuffed toy. If it were really a problem, Dylan points out, you could have easily shut the prince's visits down. So why haven't you? And then Dylan realizes it himself, flashing back to his own childhood, begging to skip that exact same childhood friends gathering. Mahan just stares back at him, unreadable as ever. No matter how hard Mahan tries to play it cool, he's clearly worried sick about his lady. You know it too, Lord Mahan, Dylan says quietly. The truth is simple. The young lady needs friends her own age. That's it. That's the whole reason. It'll be all right, Mahan finally admits. That's just how children grow up. He goes quiet, turning something over in his mind. You're younger than me, he says to Dylan. Yet you seem to know a surprising amount about kids. Dylan shrugs it off easily. It's because I have a lot of nieces and nephews. Elsewhere, someone's checking in on the prince himself. Peshin, did you go to the Halburn estate again? Yes, he chirps, practically bouncing outside the grand estate gates. It's his mother, the queen herself, lounging with him afterward. Sounds like you had a busy day. So, how is Aurelien doing? His whole face lights up. She's not able to go out just yet, but I hear she's getting better, though honestly, I can never quite tell. She's always got this weirdly guarded expression. The queen listens, gently taking his hand. Lately, from what I hear, she still shuts herself away in her room sometimes. Then softly but seriously to Peshin. Try not to be too kind to Aurelien. He blinks. Pardon? Deep in the palace at night, someone's making their way down a quiet staircase. And it's not just a stroll. It's Peshin, the crown prince himself, drifting toward the sound of his mother's voice. The empress says it plain and cold, only to the extent of liking her, no more than that. Peshin asks the LP's question. Why? Because, the empress begins, clearly building up to something he won't like. That will make things easier for you later on, Peshin. Translation. Don't get too attached to a sickly girl. Word gets back to Mahan, and he freezes mid-step. Did Her Majesty just say she doesn't like Aurelien? He nearly shakes the truth out of the nearest person. No! No way! Not exactly a composed reaction from the palace's most buttoned-up guardian. Peshin, for his part, isn't rattled, even if that's true. He says Her Majesty's feelings could still change once Aurelien's healthy. And with that, he takes off running. Aurelien, I'll do my best. His whole plan, in one sentence, make her healthy no matter what it takes. Cut to a quiet courtyard, birds chirping, and a familiar voice picking up the story. It's strange. Aurelien, mid-tea time, is about to explain exactly why. By now she figures he should have given up already, while somewhere behind her, poor Mahan is chasing him down, begging, Your Highness, please, I beg you. She's tried the cold shoulder treatment. Peshin chirps about the beautiful weather. She just flips her hair and walks off. Not really, she deadpans, ignoring him outright, and when he tries pointing at a squirrel to grab her attention, she pretends she genuinely can't hear him. Even worse than that, some days she just locks herself in her room entirely. Aurelien, what's wrong? Are you in pain? He calls to the door, while a servant quietly warns him the young lady's just not in a good mood today. He tries again the next morning, rallying the maids for something fun, and she admits, guiltily, that she didn't even show her face once. For heaven's sake, she mutters to herself, alone in the dark. And then there he is again, waving her down with a huge grin. I'm here. Her only thought, why does he keep coming back? The staff adore him instantly. Welcome back, Your Highness. And he greets every single one of them right back. She watches from a doorway, glaring, as someone finally asks the question she's dreading. Well, today as well, the young lady, the maid starts to explain, but Peshin just shrugs it off. It's okay, I'll go say hello myself. The staff practically melt. Oh, Your Highness, you are so kind. Mahan watches it all unfold with something between admiration and dread. It's amazing how effortlessly he's loved by everyone in this mansion. And that's exactly the problem. Peshin spots her before she can retreat. Aurelien, you finally came out. Crap, she just let her guard down. He slams the door on him so fast it practically bangs off the hinges. Except he's holding it open with one hand like it's nothing. Does this mean you've decided to stop shutting yourself in your room? She's genuinely stunned. Is this really the strength of a child? Seeing you again after a while feels even better, he beams, while she quietly concedes defeat. Her confinement strategy has officially failed. He rattles off a checklist. Has she been eating properly, sleeping well? And she just trudges off, muttering that this whole thing is exhausting. It'd honestly be so much easier, she thinks. If Peshin were just a jerk, she could justify resenting. Instead, he's out here gushing about how absolutely perfect the weather is today. That's the real problem. He's too much of a good jerk. This isn't like her bond with Mahan, or the childcare team. Peshin is neither family nor guardian, and the longer the two of them spend time together, the more certain she becomes it can only end in getting hurt. He notices her go quiet mid-thought. Aurelien, but why? You haven't said anything since earlier. You're not in pain, are you? Aren't you angry at all, Peshin? She finally asks. You've never been ignored by anyone, anywhere. Aren't you even a little upset? He just looks at her unreadable. Why are you going this far? He asks quietly, turning to face her fully. Is all she manages back, exhausted. He blinks, caught completely off guard. But, me? If hiding and avoiding him won't work, she decides, there's only one option left. Strike back. So she goes for broke. Yeah, you dare for what? The reaction is instant static electricity. The entire hallway freezes. Nobody talks to the Crown Prince like that. In her head, she's already justifying it. Saf, sure, normally that's an offense that gets you beheaded. But since it's just kids arguing, surely it'll slide. His hand trembles. Arlen, she grins. Finally, something that should make even him angry enough to storm off. This is it, she thinks. Dead mad passion. Go back to the Imperial Palace where you belong. Instead, he lights up like it's Christmas morning. You getting comfortable around me? The whole household erupts. Arellen's finally speaking casually to him as he practically skips toward her. Wait, Your Highness, being rude to you. Aren't you angry? She stammers, watching her plan crumble in real time. Huh? Why would I be angry? If it's Arellen, that's actually a good thing. Talk to me like that from now on. She's left staring into the void. Just what in the world does he see in me? No, get a grip. If this keeps up, she'll just get swept along at his pace again. So, fine. Back to painfully formal speech it is. He's baffled. Why? I told you to speak casually. No, Arellen said she doesn't want to, so neither do I. This brat, she mutters, unable to win a single round. She takes matters into her own hands, shoving at him. Go away! I said go away. He just clings back, grinning. Don't want her! Why the heck isn't this working? Back to the drawing board. Yeah. Normally rudeness scares people off. Clearly she needs something stronger. Something, she decides, that'll make Peshin change his tune in an instant. Cut to a very different kind of exhaustion. My lady, Mine says, sweeping her into a crushing hug the second he sees her. Now that I've been through this a few times, I get it, she wheezes. These are the actual signs. Your life force is being sucked right out of you. He's heard the Crown Prince was especially clingy today, and he wants to know if she's holding up okay. Mom, she tests out of nowhere. Dead silence. Mom, she tries again. Yes, he finally answers, lighting up like she just made his entire week. As she suspected, he really does know exactly who she's calling. You know, he says, still holding her close. Since I've been so good and done everything I was told, you owe me a wish. Shouldn't I be the one making a wish? I earned a whole chart of praise stickers, so you're not going to grant it. No, whatever it is, go ahead and say it. A wish? Huh. Did she find something she actually wants? Or somewhere she wants to go? Read me a fairy tale, she says simply. When I go to sleep. Fairy tale, you say? Is that too difficult for you? She deadpans. He half expected her to ask for something grand. Instead, it was just that. No, I'd be glad to, he says, scooping her up. Really? I thought it'd be too much trouble since you're busy. I have enough time to read you a fairy tale, at the very least. He smiles to himself. He thought he'd already earned his place as her guardian. Guess he still has a way to go. Since it's a red time, I'll read you right now. I want to make a wish every day. I want to make a wish every day. Every day might be a bit much, though. Still, he says, walking off, I'll do my best. Later, someone asks Arlene point blank, are you getting along with His Highness the Crown Prince these days? No, she says quickly, flustered. Can't Mahen just keep Peshin from coming around so much? Except the reports keep saying the opposite, that they're actually getting along great. Was there some detail Dylan missed? Mahen wonders, clearly not buying her denial. Do you not like His Highness? Someone presses. It's not like that. She shakes her head. Then, it's uncomfortable, she admits quietly, while somewhere else Peshin just smiles to himself, a little wistfully. Because Peshin is so kind, she says. So, it makes me feel like a bad person. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to get hurt either. Man just quietly takes it in. I see, he says. It sounds childish, and yet somehow, the Empress herself handpicks the Empire's brightest kids for this thing, a childhood friends gathering, future power players, all under one roof, and apparently even royalty gets bored out of its skull. Me Peshin unimpressed as always. Surrounded by adoring kids fawning over him, and all he can manage is an I'm bored. Cue the dramatic collapse. This kid takes boredom as a personal insult. Slumped over a chessboard, muttering, this is boring, this sucks. Somebody get this prince a hobby. Meanwhile, word spreading that someone else here looks uncharacteristically gloomy too. Keep your voice down, they whisper. Don't catch their attention. Turns out it's one of the twins, and he is deep in a sulk. Everyone's whispering, trying to figure out what's gotten into Seal and Noel today. Same here, one of them grumbles. This is all Because Aurelian isn't here. Yup, the Chaos Twins are moping because their favorite target skipped the party. Cue the full theatrical meltdown over one missing friend. But it was fun. It was exciting. It was such a thrill teasing His Highness and her own priorities people. Then Hell drops a bombshell. You know, Noel, I got some intel. The evidence. His Highness has apparently been meeting Aurelian in secret, behind their backs. Cue the lightning bolt betrayal. Face. What? This is betrayal. The drama, as always, is immaculate. We should get revenge, right? Two identical grins, one terrible plan forming. Let's spy on His Highness. And so, Operation Pity Revenge is officially a go. The next day. And so, the stalking begins. Hooded, cloaked, and deeply unsubtle, the twins announce they're tailing Peshin all day. We'll show him what happens when he tries to have fun without us. They scheme at the gate, while some poor attendant apologizes to everyone in earshot. Browning, hurry up. Meanwhile, Browning is just deeply, deeply sorry for whatever these two are about to do. Schedule item 1, air lessons. Riveting stuff for a stakeout. Schedule item 2, tea time with Her Majesty the Empress. The twins grumble that they get those same lessons eventually anyway. Her Majesty and His Highness look really close. Item 3, swordsmanship training. Clang. He's training with Haroon, heir to the Imperial Guardian Knights, and apparently doing extra conditioning every single day. The twins, hiding behind crates, are already fading. Wake up, Seal, what if we get caught? Can't we just take a short nap? No! Our cunning little mission has to succeed. Somebody's clocked them. They're really tailing him. Subtlety was never their strong suit. Back on the training field, Horn goes full action hero with that blade. Wait, that's enough. Training gets cut short, something's off with Peshin. His trainer notices. It seems you've been having more trouble focusing lately. Actually, Peshin admits, catching his breath, I'm worried about something. And the friend he can't stop worrying about, none other than young Lady Halbert Narellin. In other words, you can't stop worrying about the frail young lady, yes? And just like that, the first session of the Arlen Health Council is called to order. I've been following Sir Jade's advice, Peshin says, but I want her to become even more healthy. How do I make Arlen healthy again? The council ponders this pressing question of state. Healthy. I guess. Exercise. You too. That's exactly what I had in mind. A healthy body is the foundation of a healthy mind, right? Oh, no idea what that means, but it sounds so shit. Haroon, unimpressed. No, he said she's collapsed before. Seriously, you people. Undeterred, Peshin pushes on. What should I do so? Arellen gets good at exercising. Haroon, flatly. Arellen said even walking a little makes her dizzy. Pew through stunned faces. The council's genius solution. Just do it. And it'd be fine. Groundbreaking strategy right there. And then it hits Peshin like a lightning bolt. Wait, they actually got something. From this, his advisor asks, baffled, as Peshin grins like he's cracked the code. Understand what exactly? Somewhere, a pen is scratching out a plan. The note just says, just do it. Peshin's takeaway, I should go see Rellin. His advisor's reaction says it all. Oh, God! At night, quiet footsteps creep through the sleeping mansion. Door cuts open on Rellin, fast asleep. Someone's here. Who could it possibly be, you ask? Done. Peshin pounces with a grin. Let's exercise. Her verdict, mid-scream, it's the damn Crown Prince, and he's turned into a fictus monster. I've come back with good news. Go away. She is not having it flailing under the blankets. You just need to exercise and you'll get healthier. No, my body's never going to get better just from exercise. He dragged her up anyway. Let's walk for exactly 10 minutes. I'm tired, it's bothersome, and what if I collapsed bothersome, and what if I collapse again while we're walking? Don't worry, I'll catch you before you fall. How exactly would you do that? He just scoops her up entirely. Like this. She stares down at her own dangling feet, quietly questioning reality. Is this really normal for a 7-year-old? What an utterly abnormal strength, she gasps, genuinely rattled. He beams, completely unbothered. What do you think? You can do it, right? She genuinely cannot figure out why he's this unconditionally kind to her. Sure, I need a stronger approach, but I really have no idea. Fine, let's go. And off they run. Woohoo! What comes next, though? Out in the garden, Peshin starts. But, Arellen, why are you always by yourself? Not the question she expected. Other than the butler and maids, your family's barely around. Are your parents away somewhere? She can't exactly explain that Mahen basically is her mom without putting him in a difficult spot. Out loud, all she manages is, I don't have one. Ashram blinks, surprised, then admits something of his own. I guess I technically have a dad, but I've never actually met him. Quietly worried now, she asks, so, are you okay? Do you really? He's the one frustrated here, somehow, and she can't help but notice it. He fumbles for the words, clearly working up to something. Then he just grabs her hand. It's okay, Arellen. I'll stay by your side. She freezes. What? It's okay if you don't have a family. From now on, no matter when, I'll always be with you, Arellen. All she can get out is a strangled. Right now, this crown prince, she thinks. Does he even realize how dangerous those words are? Somebody warned this kid about foreshadowing. Warm comfort instead of scorn. Turns out that's the one thing she has zero defense against. The hands find each other among the roses. Huh? Arellen smiled. He is far too excited about this. And there it is. A real, genuine smile, rare as they come. Petals drift by while Peshin just stares, completely gone. And then, out of nowhere, an old memory surfaces. A voice from her past life. You actually believe those words? Do you want to rely on someone again? The memory presses. It's your life, so you're the one who's responsible for it. You're not thinking of recklessly clinging to others, are you? You've been through more than enough to understand by now. She remembers gripping on tight anyway. They always turn their back eventually. And you'll end up disappointed. Young, scared, and pulling away before it can hurt her. Back in the present, a hand reaches for her. Arellen, Peshin notices she's completely zoned out. I already know that, she thinks, jaw clenched. This is my problem, and mine alone. She can't be like the others who got their memories back and still found a way to live. She doesn't belong in this world, and this life was always doomed to end soon anyway. Peshin, all I have to do is carry this on my own and disappear. Don't come here anymore. He's floored, but to her it's simple. Someone who shines that bright shouldn't be touched by a world this cruel. From now on, I don't want to see your highness anymore. Why? So suddenly. And that's exactly where it cuts off. We open on a Halburn estate at dusk. Grand, quiet, and about to get a lot more complicated. Inside, the staff are already whispering behind cupped hands. Something is clearly wrong. How's his highness? One maid asks, and you can hear the worry in her voice. Still the same, comes the answer. In all her years serving him, she's never seen the crown prince like this, numb to everything anyone brings him. Word is he wouldn't even tell his own attendant, Lord Grum, what happened. Did his highness really cry? No, they said he didn't. It was bad enough to make him cry, and Lord Grum says he didn't. The maids trade a look as the man himself strides past, grim-faced. Grum's expression says it all. Whatever happened today is bad. Normally about moving to flood of presents and attendants juggling their way into a smile out of him. Huge effort, not today. Even the Imperial Chef's finest dessert spread gets rolled in his backup. By now he should have cracked a smile at least once. But the Crown Prince is simply not himself today, and one look at that hollow stare tells you this isn't about missing dessert. He barely even reacts to the cat crawled up next to him. Whatever's eating at him, it's deep. Grum finally corners him. Your Highness, are you really not going to tell me? What happened, he presses, at the Halburn estate? Silence. Just as Grum expected, the prince still won't say a word. He was fine just a few hours ago. Grum can't shake the feeling that whatever happened over there, it's serious. One thing's for sure, this is turning into a bigger problem than anyone at the palace expected. Meanwhile, across the city at the Halburn estate, the halls have gone eerily quiet. Unlike the palace's frantic scramble to cheer up the prince, here there's nothing but stillness and dread. The staff linger by her door, not daring to knock. Arellen, who'd been dragged out earlier by the crown prince himself, came home completely alone. She's been locked in her room for 3 hours straight. Does anyone know what happened? I saw His Highness there with the Spearham twins. The twins? Why would they be there? No idea. Honestly, all 3 of them look just as lost as we are. Right now there's exactly one person who can get through that locked door. Man. He approaches without a word, jaw tight, already dreading what's on the other side. Instead of going straight in, he calls an emergency meeting at every member of the childcare team. Meeting hall, now. The team scrambles in, already bracing themselves. Nobody's ever seen him call an all-hands like this before. My head hurts, Mahen mutters, pressing a hand to his temple. When that urgent letter came from the palace, he figured something must have happened. He had no idea how right he was. He heads for her door himself. "My lady?" What he finds breaks his heart. He never imagined Aurelin could look this devastated. Back with the team, he sighs. Childcare is really tough. No matter how much you study for it, the real thing always finds a way to surprise you. The staff can only offer a sincere, slightly awkward, "We truly sympathize." He gets to the point. Everyone's noticed that by now the young lady is in real distress and he wants their ideas. Lena's first up. What about the theater troupe? She loved plays last time. Oh, and those travel documentaries, and more storybooks, obviously. Uni, dabbing her eyes, chimes in too, maybe a wider variety of picture books and fairy tales. Then she drops the real suggestion. How about just having Lord Mahon spend the day with her? Aaron backs her up, not laziness, he insists, just an honest observation. Aurelin's always happiest when she's with Mahon. Mahon goes completely suspiciously silent. Someone cracks a joke about it and immediately gets thrown under the bus. "Forgive us, we'll discipline Uni strictly and come up with something more constructive." Poor Uni, thrown straight to the wolves. "No, it's all right," she says, not looking all right at all. Mahon ends the meeting right there and walks out. The team just stares at each other. What the? Alone now, Mahon turns Yumi's words over in his head. "She seemed the happiest when she's with me." He stands there a long moment, forcing himself to actually think back. The honest answer hits him hard. For someone he cares about this much, he doesn't actually have that many memories with her. One surfaces, little Aurelin tugging his sleeve. "Read me a fairy tale book." That small, simple wish was apparently all she ever wanted. Whatever she's carrying right now, he realizes, she's carrying it a lot harder than he is. How could I have been so foolish? However, he tells himself, steadying his hand, it's too early to drown in regret. He turns and walks, resolve settling into every step. Footsteps echo down the hall toward her door. But inside, we're not really in the present anymore. We're sliding into a memory, and a much older one at that. It's so quiet. A much younger Aurelin from a past life murmurs from her bed. Someone tucks the blanket around her, careful and quiet. "Light," she whispers, half asleep. Her mother used to tell her that constantly. "You are my light." But that warmth came with strings attached, "because you're my only hope. So please, my child, fulfill my dream for me." You won't crush your mom's dream the way your father did, right? Did Mom even know what she was really asking? She struggled. She pushed herself past every limit, all just so she wouldn't disappoint a mother like that. But maybe, deep down, she already knew the truth. It was never really her that her mother loved. It was just a daughter who could finally live out the dream her mother never got to. Her hand trembles around the bow. Every finger shaking, she steps out to play the biggest performance of her life. Her mother watches from the wings, face like ice. Her hands are shaking so hard she can barely hold them steady. How could you disappoint me like this? It was the final of the International Tchaikovsky competition, the day her bow simply would not lift. She turns and walks off stage. The competition and everything writing on it, gone. Just like she feared, her mother walked away without a second's hesitation. After that day, her father finally came to see her, for the first time in 2 months. Not for comfort, though. It's because you let her down that you hurt your mom so badly. Your mom's a very pitiful person. You should understand her, he says. Now go ahead and do whatever you want and live however you like. Translation, he's done too. The door slams shut behind him. From that day on, nobody cared what she ate, what she did, or whether she existed at all. Then one day, the news announces the new winner of that same competition, someone else living the exact life that should have been hers. Congratulations, the dream has finally been fulfilled. She watches it alone on a screen, the fruit of hardships that were never hers to bear. A memory flickers in, happier, once. Mom, she says, reaching for a family that used to exist. Mom, but I'm still here. Nobody answers. Her hands reach out into nothing. To this, and I'm still alive, so a dark hand closes around her from behind. Just give up now. Something hisses, dragging her under. Even your own family threw you away. Who would ever come looking for you? It's a paradox, and she knows it even as it happens. She's falling, and somehow that's exactly how she gets out. A voice cuts through the dark, calling her name. Aurelin. A small boy with silver hair and red eyes makes her a promise. From now on, no matter what, I'll always be with you, Aurelin. That's why, he goes on, dead serious for a kid his age. It's my greatest wish. That's okay if you don't have a family. She only met him after she'd already learned to stop hoping for one. And now that I finally met you, present day Irelin thinks, pulled back to the here and now. Cruel twist of fate is this. She's going to die soon. Again. This is where it ends, she tells herself. But I refuse to live the way my mom did, because I'm not getting what I want by hurting anyone else to get it. A knock at the door. My lady, it's me. Old mine? She could have sworn he'd already come and gone once tonight. And yet there he is again. Petals drift as he steps closer. My lady. And the chapter closes right on the edge of whatever she decides to tell him. Lord Mahen's aide, Dylan, freezes mid-step, jaw on the floor, staring at his boss's desk like it just grew a second head. Because until yesterday that desk was buried chest-high in reports and paperwork. Now it's a chaos of tourist pamphlets, dessert shop lists, and event flyers. Dylan genuinely wonders if a person can change this much overnight. Mahen, business as usual, just asks where the best place to take the young lady would be. Watch him flip through a colossy pamphlet with zero irony. This soft, doting Mahen absolutely does not fit the man everyone calls the Wraith of Halburn. Sweating bullets, Dylan plays along. In his opinion, he offers, Charit seems like the best choice. It's the perfect pick close enough for a carriage ride, jointly run by the Magic Tower and a respected noble family, and famous for its scenery. Mahen loves that it's close by most of all. If Aurelin's condition takes a turn, they can be back in a heartbeat. Dylan can't shake the feeling that picking a vacation spot has somehow turned into pitching a business plan. Mahen grabs his travel bag, ready to go. Dylan can only mutter, I guess so. Still processing the whole thing. Someone sees him off at the door, wishing him a trip full of good memories. But someone else watches the departure a little too closely, murmuring a single word under their breath. Interesting. A passing staffer can hardly believe it. They're actually watching Lord Mahen, the Wraith of Halburn, walk out the door for something other than work. Back at his desk, Dylan figures it just shows how worried Mahen really is about his young lady. But still, he shrugged off. No point dwelling on it. He's got his own mountain of paperwork to survive now. And dig in he does, pen scratching away at the pile Mahen left behind. A letter flashes onto the desk out of nowhere, right in the middle of it. Whatever it says, Dylan figures it'll be fine. It's for the young lady's sake after all. Their carriage rolls up to Charit, ready for a rare day of pure fun. Little details everywhere, rosette shoes, ruffled sleeves, and outfit clearly picked with love. Mahen fusses over Aurelin's bonnet like it's the single most important task of his life. Sunlight glints off the polished streets as the two step deeper into the city. The whole skyline of Charit stretches out below them, sparkling and impossibly pretty. Mahen can't help but admit it's been ages since he went anywhere for fun instead of business. Even doing it for Arlen, it still feels like a breath of fresh air. Revelin tugs his sleeve. Mahen, yes, my lady. She beams up at him. We have matching clothes today. She pokes at his collar, insisting the collars match. Mahen just blinks. They simply happen to be similar, though. He thinks to himself, their coats are barely the same shade. Is that really something to get this excited about? He cades anyway. Yes, we're matching. And matching hats too, Aureline adds, browsing a market stall. Yes, matching hats as well, Maid agrees. The streets are packed. There are so many people here, Aureline marvels. That's because it's a famous tour spot, Mahen explains. A vendor teasingly asks if he really doesn't like the matching hat, and Mahen, caught red-handed, has no good answer. Aureline suddenly freezes. No, but mine, there's water under my feet. Bubbles ripple beneath a floor of solid glass. What is this? That's the lake reflected beneath the magic barrier, Mahen explains. Turns out all of Charit is built over a lake, sealed under a magic barrier, and legend says the great beast of Charit still sleeps down there somewhere. Ireland lights right up, hopping across the shimmering water floor. That's so cool. Meanwhile, some random kid nearby absolutely nukes his poor dad with a fountain-sized splash. Not everyone here is having a peaceful day. Still catching his breath in the chaos, Mahen gets pulled along by an excited Arlene. Let's go together. Nearby, a mom and her kid haggle over a souvenir, the picture of a completely ordinary, happy family. Arlene quietly clocks just how many families are wandering the tourist spot together. Mahen notices the shift in her mood immediately. My lady. She goes quiet, staring down at her own feet. I'm okay, she says. Mahen reaches out and takes her hand anyway. It's fine, she admits, because Mahen is here. Mahen promised to be my mom. He pulls her into a quiet hug. No words needed. Still, his expression is complicated. Seriously, he thinks. He finally lets out a small, resigned yes. She once asked him, why mom and not dad? His answer, because a dad already exists somewhere, even if she's never actually met him. Annoyingly, Mahin has to admit that logic checks out, so he can't exactly insist on being dad instead. She hugs him tighter. So that's how it is? Yeah. But still, she says, I like Mahen way more than some dad I've never even met. Mahen's my favorite. Mahen, positively glowing inside, suggests they grab something to eat. After everything he's been through raising her, he figures he's earned this one, as if he'd lose to some absentee liege who never even bothered to look her way. What's the food you're liking? He checks in. He heads in. Yeah, it was yummy, Helen says. That's a relief. They say a fountain show is starting soon. Want to stay and watch? A fellow ranger waves them over, showing off a stall bursting with color. Should I buy you one? Mehen offers. Yeah, Aran says instantly. He hands her an enormous bouquet of white lilies. She nearly tears up. It's pretty. Thank you, Mehen. So, he asks gently, are you feeling a bit better after coming here? Yeah, she says. Since Mom's making this much effort, I should cooperate too. He can't help but ruffle her hair for that one. The fountain bubbles to life as the crowd rushes to grab a good spot. I'm glad you're feeling better, Mahane says. Yeah, Erlin answers simply. Water arcs and glitters behind them. It's all thanks to Mahen, she says quietly. Then, out of nowhere, she says it. You know Mahen. When I die. The words hang in the air behind her, heavy and quiet. Don't build a grave for me or anything, she says. Just leave flowers, right here, because this is the first bouquet I ever got, because this is the first bouquet I ever got from you. Mahen's expression cracks. My lady, what are you? I know it too, she says simply. His eyes well up as the moment turns dark and heavy around them. There's no cure for my illness, she says plainly. I'm going to die soon. That's why you never let yourself get too attached, right, Mahen? That's not true, he says immediately. It's absolutely not like that, he insists. If Mahen says so, then I believe you, she answers. But Mao, and? Even so, don't build a grave for me. I don't want to rest all alone somewhere no one ever visits, she finally admits. Petals drift past as the two walk on in silence, the weight of it all settling between them. Suddenly a voice gets to the mood. Arel. Then louder, you there? A costumed mascot bounds up to them. Dear father and daughter, we've got a fun, unique game waiting. Want to join? Mahen, still shaken, tries to wave them off. No thank you, we don't really have time for something like that. Right. But Arelin's already scurrying over, practically vibrating. Yeah, I want to try. Just fill out this form right here, the mascot chirps, while Arlen checks in. Mahen, it's okay, right? I want to try that unique game. All Mahen can manage is a stunned pardon. The rules are simple, the mascot announces. Everyone knows the old tale of rescuing a princess from a tower, right? It's exactly like that. However, there's a twist. The other parents in the crowd realize with horror that they're the ones playing the trapped princesses this round. Their kids, meanwhile, get to be the heroes, sent off to uncover the mansion's secrets and rescue them. Inside the game's little in-world story, a crowned, sword-wielding figure sets an ominous scene. All right, now then. Shall we see our brave young heroes in action? The mascot asks, pulling up the viewing crystal. One dad practically begs to see his own kid on screen, cooing over how adorable it all is. Mahen can't stop thinking about it, though. Is now really the time for some silly game right after a confession like that? He figures it's just some overdramatic line from the merchant's in-game villain again. Either way, he and Arlen clearly need to sit down and talk. Then something on the screen catches his eye. He leans in, unsettled. Hold on, what did he just see? The crystal crackles and warps. Why is that person here? Even the mascot looks baffled. What's wrong with this thing? Without warning, the crystal shatters completely. Footsteps creak to the dock as a pale silver-haired figure steps into view. Arone's eyes go wide with recognition. Red eyes lock onto them, just as startled to be caught as they are. Pishin, Arlen breathes, staring at the very last person she expected to see. Her guardian is trapped somewhere in this mansion, and the only way out is to solve every puzzle and trap standing between the door and freedom. A black wolf statue looms over the balcony as Aurelin creeps through the opening room, and right on cue, it lets out a big dramatic roar. A giant, dripping wolf face bursts out of the dark. Pure jump scare theater, and for 1 second even Aurelin looks genuinely rattled. Turns out the monster is just Mahen in a shaggy wolf costume, wiggling a puppet at her. She'd clocked him hiding the whole time and barely blinks. She'll never admit it out loud, but an escape room is exactly the kind of thing she always wanted to try, even back in her old life as a violinist. The next door swings open, and instead of another puzzle, Aurelin comes face to face with someone who is very much not supposed to be here. They practically collide in the doorway, hair tangling together in the chaos. Aurelin blinks up at him. Ashen. It really is the Crown Prince, standing in the middle of the Halburn Estate's haunted house like he owns the place. Passion's whole face lights up at the sight of her, delighted like he just won the lottery. Mahen, meanwhile, is doing the opposite of delighted. He looks like he just watched a security breach happen in real time. Before anyone can ask questions, Aurelin quietly shuts the door and locks it. Subtlety, apparently, is the plan. Why is Beshin here? Mahen mutters, baffled. He's supposed to be back at the Imperial Palace, not crashing an escape room. Aurelin is thinking the exact same thing, and her face says she does not trust this turn of events one bit. Peshin is already pounding on the locked door, begging her to let him in. Aurelin's plan, stay very, very calm. Her actual plan, whispered to herself, lock the door, tiptoe away, never speak of this again. That plan lasts about 4 seconds before the door goes down with a bang and Peshin comes roaring after her. I need to get out of here, she thinks, and honestly, fair. Getting chased to a haunted mansion by an overeager prince was not on the itinerary. She bolts down the hall, skirts flying, putting as much marble between them as physically possible. Erling, where did you go? Peshin bellows, sprinting after her like this is the most important chase of his life. She skids to a stop behind cover, gasping. He broke the door? How in the hell? Turns out royalty does not do subtlety either. He finds her anyway, grinning its rear as he grabs her face. Her scream echoes through the whole mansion. She's already off running again, and he's baffled. Aurelin, why are you running? As if the answer isn't obvious. You're really asking me that? She snaps, not slowing down for a second. Where are you going? Wait up, he calls, chasing her down, but this is the easiest thing he's ever done. Don't follow me, she shouts back. But let's be honest, that has never once worked on this man. He finally catches her hand and pulls her to a stop. Aurelin! Up close, her whole face goes red, wide-eyed, and caught completely off guard. Something clicks, and the chase is about to take a much heavier turn. She breaks free again and runs for the nearest door, desperate for somewhere, anywhere, to hide. She ducks into a room she swore she'd never set foot in because it looked way too scary, anything to put a door between them. Catching her breath in the dark, one bitter thought surfaces, if only I didn't have this trashy body. Running as hard has already wrecked her. She can't help but replay it. She told him flat out she never wanted to see him again, and the second their paths crossed, he chased her without a second thought. Are you in there? Peshin calls through the door. Aurelin freezes mid-breath, gripping whatever prop she grabbed for dear life. Stop! She yells through the door. Don't tell me you're planning to break this one too. That's destruction of property. On the other side, Peshin just smiles quietly to himself, relieved to hear her voice at all. How did you even get here? You're supposed to be at the palace right now, she presses. Don't tell me you actually followed me. He doesn't even try to deny it, and that says more than any answer could. Was I really that obvious? He asks, almost sheepish. The second you saw me, you looked so relieved you chased right after me. Of course I'd know, he says, reminding her she's the one who told him to stay away in the first place. Do you still not understand why I said that? She asks, voice flat, go back, leave me alone. You may not understand right now, she tells him, but someday you will. His hand pledges, I don't want to. Aurelin's caught off guard. What? Why do you insist on being alone? He asks quietly, and for once, there's no teasing in it at all. I'm more comfortable being alone, she insists, even as he grips her sleeve like he's not buying a word of it. Are you really? He goes quiet and resolves that if being alone is really what she wants, he'll walk away and leave her to it. Standing at the door, he tells himself he won't come looking for her again, just like she asked. But, Arwen, He can't quite finish the thought. The question won't leave him alone either. Does she actually want to be alone, or does she just think she has to be? Somewhere behind that door, a small, lonely silhouette is the only answer he's got. Through the crack in the door, her eyes well up, silent and unseen. I don't get it, she admits under her breath. Why are you going to such lengths for me? He asks himself the exact same question. Why is he going to such lengths for her? You see, he starts. His mind drifts back to the day she coldly told him she never wanted to see him again. The first time he'd ever seen an expression like that on her face. That look stuck with him, an expression he never expected from her. She told him, cruelly, that someone as adored and welcomed as him could never understand what it's like to be rejected, ignored, cast aside. But her words were cruel, and she still looked like she was hurting just as much saying them. Was Aurelian always afraid of being cast aside? Just pretending otherwise? Strange, Peshin murmurs to himself, turning the thought over. He doesn't even know what real rejection feels like. He's never once been turned away in his life. So why does the idea of Aurelian hurting like that ache so much? He's not even sure his read on any of this is right. But right now, all he wants is to know she's okay. Face down at his desk, exhausted, he admits it to himself. He simply can't bring himself to leave her alone. A thought of her collapse and unwell flashes through his mind again. The exact fear driving all of this. I don't understand, she says softly. I'm not worthy of this kind of concern. Someone like you could have any friend you wanted in the world. Why me of all people, she asks, and he doesn't hesitate. Because it can only be you. Not worthy of my concern, you are worthy, he tells her, firm and certain. Any friend isn't the point at all. What's the point of having anyone I want, he says. If I don't have you, I don't have you. She goes silent. Why do you sound like you're about to cry? She finally manages. When you say things like that? It makes her heart waver. Hearing him say, I know you don't really like me all that much. If you already know that, she tells him. Then leave. Just go. I know that, he says, and doesn't move. Just why on earth, she thinks, unable to finish the question either. But I like you, he says, plain and unguarded, no hedging left in it at all. He admits he's always wondering what she's doing, whether she's all right, and whether she ever wants to see him too, because honestly, his whole world is filled with Aurelian. Tears in her eyes, she can't help but smile. And in the end, all roads lead back to you. She lingers at the door, hand hovering, torn between running and staying. It's okay even if you don't believe me, he says. It's okay even if you don't like me. But please don't push me away, he finishes, his voice cracking just slightly. She hears the tremble in his breath, and for the first time realizes just how much this is costing him too. Who the hell am I, she wonders, that you'd worry and agonize over me like this? Aroam, are you listening? He asks. She's crying now, wiping at her face, not even sure anymore why the tears won't stop. I'm scared, she admits to herself in the dark. I just want to run away again and hide, somewhere no one would ever look for me. The old instinct is screaming at her to bolt. And yet her hand won't let go of the fabric she's clutching, the urge to run, and the urge to stay locked in a silent tug-of-war. Why can't I bring my hand to let go of this doorknob, she asks herself, hand frozen on the handle. Something in her finally gives. The lock clicks open. Light floods in as the door swings wide. She's still standing there, tears streaming. But this time, she's the one who opened the door. Is it because, she wonders, finally letting herself admit it, I'm beginning to want to see you too? Peshin's eyes go wide, stunned and hopeful all at once, like he can hardly believe she actually opened that door. A door creaks open into the quiet. Someone's about to walk in on a moment they weren't meant to see. It's the Crown Prince, Peshin, poking his head in. He just can't stay away from her. She warns him getting close to her will only make him miserable. He just says as long as she's by his side, he could never be unhappy. She can't shake the thought. People will only wonder why the future emperor is wasting his time on someone like her. He growls he'll shut up anyone who says that. She just asks why he'd risk being hated and alone for her sake. His answer is stupidly simple. Because he likes her. She's left speechless, blinking back tears she wasn't expecting. She can't stop the thought creeping in. Years from now, he might just forget all of this ever happened. Forget her overnight. She thinks bitterly. It wouldn't even be strange. In her head, she's nothing more than a background character in the story. Well, he's the male lead the whole thing revolves around. Every page seems grown to him. She's just the extra standing off to the side. She already knows all this better than anyone. But just this once, she decides she wants to let herself hope anyway. Even if it only lasts a moment, she's willing to take it. She wants to try believing him, and for once she actually walks through the door instead of away from it. Standing in front of him now, the words catch in her throat. What comes out instead is a flat, "I don't like you." Classic her. He just laughs it off. Doesn't matter to him one bit. That grin of his could light up the whole garden. She admits to herself that his smile hits her like actual sunlight. Being near him feels like she'll either get burned alive or finally find some peace. Maybe, she admits, it's honestly both. Maybe she realizes she's been running from this exact moment her whole life. Rewind, though, that whole moment traces back to a much messier afternoon, back when the estate's kids gathering was still in full swing. Passion spins around, grinning ear to ear, clearly thrilled he snuck away to be here. Someone teases him for skipping his lessons to show up. He just shrugs, swearing he'll make it up tomorrow. Aruna wants to know exactly how he tracked her down. He won't say who tipped him off. She jokingly vows to root out the traitor leaking her whereabouts. Apparently his mystery source also told him she'd agreed to play their little game today. She's not buying his innocent act, but decides it's faster to solve the puzzle in front of them. It's a room full of bunny-themed puzzle boxes, and Passion happily volunteers to crack the first one open. Someone points out that Ellen, who normally hates moving a muscle, seems oddly into this treasure hunt. She rummages through her chest, conveniently deaf to the comment. Passion, having way too much fun, cracks the box clean open with his bare hands. He blinks innocently at the wreckage, swears he barely touched it. Somewhere else in the room, another chest finally clicks open. Turns out, Erlen cracked the real puzzle, and inside is a map. It should lead straight to the princess's room, so naturally, someone asks Passion just who he's supposed to be rescuing. As answer, Princess Grum. Cheeky, since Grum's actually his own long-suffering guardian's name. Across the room, another kid is cracking up over having to save Princess Mahen. Passion cheers along, arms up, then a sharp click cuts the fun dead. Miss Grin drops instantly. Nobody else seems to notice anything's wrong yet. Then. He could swear that statue in the corner just moved, and he's dead serious when he says don't joke about that. The two of them creep further in, the fun draining out fast. It hits them both at once. They haven't seen any of the other kids in a while now. Arellen's nerves are visibly fraying. She insists, loudly, that she's not scared of ghosts or anything like that. She grabs onto his sleeve anyway, hoping out loud this is just some elaborate hidden camera prank. She's begging him to just hurry to the last room when a violent spark rips through the air. The light freezes her midstep. Something about this magic feels completely wrong. She staggers, and Passion lunges to catch her, panic cracking his voice. His instincts are screaming at him. They need to get out, right now. Lightning tears through the room around them. The magic swallows the whole space, and all Passion can do is stare at her, helpless. Some instinct, or something else entirely, screams at them to get out. Then comes the shove. The blast rips them apart, flinging them in opposite directions. Passion's stomach drops as he's thrown clear of it. He screams her name mid-fall. She reaches for him, but the light swallows the distance between them. He screams her name into the void, but she's already gone. Everything goes quiet the moment he hits the ground. He's back outside now, shaken, weakly calling for his mother. The tears finally break through. Right now, he's just a scared kid. Staff comes sprinting, frantic to check he's not hurt. His guardian Grum drops to his knees in front of him, demanding to know exactly what happened. Grum hesitates before he answers. From what he can piece together, the protective magic laid over the whole mansion just malfunctioned, which is why every last staff member is out combing the grounds for the missing kids themselves. Relief that Passion's safe lasts about a second, before someone remembers Aurelian's still missing. Someone kneels down to break the news to Lord Mahen directly. He goes pale, breath ragged, running before he's even finished hearing it. He needs someone to explain right now exactly what that means. Meanwhile, somewhere dark, Arellen is lying alone and unconscious. Her eyes flutter open. She groans, rubbing her head. It's pitch black around her. Piecing it together, she realizes she must have shoved Peshin clear, whatever that magic was. Which means she's the one who got pulled into it instead, and that is very much not good. But Peshin beside her, she'd felt safe enough. Alone, she's pretty sure one wrong move gets her killed. Something slithers nearby in the dark, and she starts shaking. Something rustles, just out of sight. Every survival instinct she's got, which as the self-proclaimed weakest person alive is apparently a lot, is screaming at her to hide. Whatever the thing is, it is definitely not human, and she can't help whining. Why does this always happen to her? It clicks. This trial was built for Peshin, not her. That's exactly why everything feels so wrong. Footsteps echo closer through the dark. Something rises up right in front of her. They each. Two glowing eyes open in the black, staring straight at her. Back outside, the fallout is already spiraling. Someone's demanding to know exactly who was responsible for the mansion's barrier and for its security. A terrified staffer begs for calm, but the investigators already dug up some very interesting gaps in the Peralry family's safety records. As a mate from the tower, he's told flatly he owes everyone a real explanation right now. The accused mage panics, sparking defensive magic to life in his palm, insisting this isn't fair. Someone notices the magic itself is behaving strangely, almost like it's being repelled. The report lands on Sir Jansen's desk. The barriers had been layered on top of one another, something only a high-level mage could pull off. He wants it spelled out plainly. And the plain answer is chilling. Layering barriers like that isn't supposed to be possible at all. None of this was an accident. Somewhere far from Ereling's room, a royal mage lays out a chilling theory for Lord Mehem. Some places share the same space as their world, yet exist as something else entirely. He calls it an alternate dimension, a hidden layer folded right on top of their own world. I picture it, he says, as a parallel world you can only slip into if very specific conditions line up. In a way, it is less magic and more a freak of nature. Because it still shares the same space as their world, he explains, its layout will probably mirror their own almost exactly. But the things living inside it are not the same. High-level monsters, he warns. Even demons can lurk in there. Mehen's blood runs cold. That realm, he mutters, is. He suspects someone stacked two magic barriers directly on top of each other, tearing a hairline crack straight between dimensions. This is no rookie's work, the mage adds. Even someone who understood the theory could not just replicate it on a whim. None of the theory matters to Mehen right now. There is exactly one thing he needs to know. Will his people actually be able to get their young lady out safely? Silence answers him back. One of his people hesitates before answering, and that hesitation says more than words. Something crackles through the barrier itself, raw and violent. Then it happens. Fire tears straight through the wards protecting the estate. The barrier keeping their home safe is burning from the inside out. What's happening, one of them stammers? Is the barrier actually on fire? How is this even possible? Someone else breathes, watching cracks spread across the sky. Everyone, return to your positions, a voice bellows. Stabilize the barrier, now. Where is Master Onsen? Someone else shouts. Bring him here immediately. Just what on earth is happening in there? Mine watched it all unfold, jaw tight, tread creeping in. Somewhere in the smoke someone chokes out her name. Aurel. And then there she is. Aurelin herself, dazed, swallowing down her own panic. What the hell just happened to her? A shadow looms closer, heavy footsteps landing right beside her. She's crumpled beneath the table, hurt and barely conscious. Hair black as ebony, a single golden eye watching her like she's already caught. Golden eyes gleaming like she's already prey. The moment their gazes meet, everything changes. Her whole body locks up frozen, like invisible shackles just closed around her. She has become the prey of something enormous, and there is nowhere left to run. That's strange, she thinks, reaching out on instinct, then flinching straight back. No one is supposed to be able to see him, he mutters. So, why does it feel like she is staring straight at him? Should she just pretend she doesn't see him either? Rylan weighs her odds. She already feels caught, and if he finds out she really can see him, then what happens next? Fascinating, he purrs, and that is exactly the reaction she was dreading. I snap with his fingers, and reality lurches sideways. Aurelin jolts awake with a gasp, icy chains shattering around her like the dream is refusing to let go. She figures her body just froze from pure fear. But did he actually put a spell on her? No need to be that scared, a voice answers. And there he is, Black hair, gold eyes, dressed like he owns whatever room he walks into. I'm not planning to do anything to you, he says. At least not right now. Aurelian flinches back into focus, heart hammering. She only locked eyes with him for a second, but on the outside he looks completely human. So why can't you shake this crawling, threatening presence hanging over her? Who are you? She finally asks, point blank. You're not a ghost, are you? She tries, only half joking. That earns her a genuinely surprised look from him. Then he just laughs, loud and mocking, right in her face. He leans in close, and Arowan has no idea what to do with any of this. A ghost, huh? He echoes, still snickering. I'm not some cheap monster like that, he informs her, clearly a little offended. This is genuinely strange, she mutters. You can actually see me? How the hell can you see me? He starts poking her cheek like she's a lab specimen. I thought I'd cleared every living thing out of here, he grumbles. Did I miscalculate the range? It's honestly kind of impressive, he says, that she's holding up this well. Normally, he explains with way too much delight, the moment an ordinary person glimpses this place, they faint and never wake back up. So does that mean she's about to die? Do I look like someone who'd do that? He shoots back, infuriatingly smug. He asks her something point blank. Her answer comes out small. No. He hums, crouching in. Should I go ahead and really do it then? Orlin's stomach drops. Did she just make him angry? Was it the hesitation? Does he just not like her? Yet she decides. Today is the day she dies. She's sure he's about to kill her. Should she get on her knees and beg for one last favor, maybe writing a will from a hen before she goes? He just grins wider. He starts, drawing it out. He straightens his sleeve like he's got all the time in the world, thoroughly enjoying himself. I suppose this counts as fate too, he decides, and just like that, he's back on his feet. Ariane brings up at him from the floor. Wait, did he actually letting her live? Since they've run into each other, he adds, almost an afterthought. Mind answering one question? Did she happen to see anything huge, strange, or unusual around here? That way she manages, pointing toward the corridor leading to the hall. She keeps her arm steady, praying. That's the right answer. He murmurs, unreadable. You said so. Thanks, he says, almost peasant now. Since you gave me something useful, let me give you something back. A small winged egg drops right into her palm. Irene stares at it, completely lost. An Easter egg, she blurts. Hold on to it tight, he says, and you just might live. He spins on his heel to leave. One piece of advice, he calls like, run to the other side, quickly. Unless you want to get caught up in this and die for absolutely nothing, he adds. Wait, what? She says. To no one. She starts, but he's already gone, dissolving into light. He's gone. Just like that. If he's not a ghost, then what on earth is he? It really does feel like she's under some kind of spell. Running to the other side isn't exactly an option right now, she figures. At least the egg lights up, handy, since it was way too dark in here anyway. The egg pops open into a glowing dome around her, a shield. She realizes. Something enormous rumbles in, closing fast. The air itself detonates in a wall of blinding blue light. The blast tears through the room, and only her little shield keeps her from being swallowed whole. That she manages before the dark swallows her whole. Darellen screams, clutching the one thing keeping her alive. That crazy bastard, she thinks. He could have at least given her time to run. The floor gives out beneath her in a shower of cracking debris. Her little shield rattles under the impact, barely holding together. She keeps falling, the world nothing but noise and wreckage. She finally lands with a groan, and everything goes quiet. Arellen goes still, out cold, while somewhere far off a voice wonders what on earth just happened. Her eyes flutter open. Feels like she died, she thinks, and somehow landed in heaven. Ha! She blinks, taking in her surroundings. This place? Somewhere outside the Halbon estate, Mehen finally catches his breath. The magical barrier that nearly tore the place apart has stabilized, at least for now. It's safe to go back inside now, he decides, staring up at the mansion like it might still bite him. He's a wreck, hair a mess, nerves shot, but he bolts for the door anyway. R-O-Y-N! Mehen bursts through the estate shouting her name, nearly tripping over his own feet in his panic. A startled maid nearly blurts out his real title before catching herself and sprinting off to spread the alarm. A door slams open somewhere in the dark. Mehen's tearing through room after room looking for her. Another door, another empty room. Not here, he mutters, yanking a window shut. Passion searching too, just as rattled. Also not here, he reports. Deep in his own head, Passion can't shake one question. Orellen, where on earth are you? What if she never made it back to the mansion at all? What if she's out there somewhere else entirely? The thought alone makes his stomach drop. Then man's voice cuts through the whole mansion. My lady! He's found her. Passion's already sprinting toward the sound of that shout. A maid skids to a stop beside them. My lady, are you all right? Orellen is lying there, barely conscious. Both boys crouch over her, and she manages one weak mumbled word. Mahen. Orellen, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Does anything feel wrong? They fire off the questions before she can even sit up. Mahen can barely keep his voice steady. Just what happened in there? I thought I was fine. Orellen blinks hard, fighting to stay awake. But now, the fatigue. Passion leans in, alarmed. What's wrong, Orellen? Are you feeling dizzy? Mahen scoops her up. I just sleep for a bit, she murmurs, already fading. I'm okay, so don't worry, she insists. Famous last words from the one girl whose body has never once agreed with her on that point. She's out cold before they even reach the door, snoring softly against Mahen's shoulder. Cut to the estate. A day later. Uni's practically got her face pressed to the window. They sure are late. It's been a full day since Orellen and Mahen left for a place called Sharit, and one of the maids grudgingly admits Mahen was right to go without dragging the whole household along. It would be nice if the young lady came back with a smile on her face. Uni sighs, hoping Orellen returns looking like her usual self. The sane young lady, we know, but something in Uni's expression sours. Why? Back in her room, hands reach for Orellen as she lies motionless on the bed. Did my lady have to end up like this? The temple's priest finishes his examination. The treatment is complete for the time being, he says. Mahen can barely get the question out. What's her condition? Has something actually gone wrong with her? On inspection, her life force checks out fine. She has simply fallen into a deep slumber, the priest finishes. The Magic Tower's healer and a physician from the Medical Association back him up. No abnormalities on my end either, and her mana response is normal. Same findings here. She appears to have fallen asleep from fatigue, but she collapsed like she had nothing left in her. So why does everyone keep calling it just a nap? Man, eyes wet, can only ask the one thing that matters. Then, do you know when the young lady will wake up? The healer hesitates about that, because Lady Orellen is so delicate, it's difficult for us to say for certain. Mahen dismisses the whole room. I understand. You can all go. Alone now, he sinks down beside her bed, silent. He presses a kiss to her hand. I'm sorry, my lady. This is all my fault. I was supposed to be your guardian, right there at your side, and I still couldn't keep you safe. Down the hall, Uni and Amber are just as shaken. All I wanted was for my lady to feel better, but Uni's eyes well up. She catches sight of Mahen through the doorway. Lord Mahen! Lena tries to pull her back from the edge. Don't worry too much, Uni. She'll wake up in no time, just like she always does. Yeah, Uni says, not sounding convinced at all. Orellen just lies there, pale and peaceful, like none of this chaos is even happening to her. Everyone can only hope, but hope, as it turns out, is about to be tested. The young lady who was said to be just asleep doesn't open her eyes. The canopy bed sits there untouched, day after day. 3 days pass. Someone finally says a question everyone's been dreading out loud. Why is she not waking up? The priest and the Magic Tower's healer compare notes with Mahen. I cannot for the life of me figure out the cause, the priest admits. Today's results showed nothing wrong either, and yet, that's exactly what I'm saying, he adds, then half jokes that at this rate they're all doomed. Bold strategy for a man of the Goth? His sister isn't amused. If you have time for feeble talk like that, use it to cast some vitality magic on her brother. She's not kidding either. If Orellen doesn't wake up, she says, they're all as good as dead. I agree with that, comes a deadpan reply. Every time I go in to heal her, I get so nervous I can barely think straight. After all, word's gotten around the palace. The one keeping constant watch over Orellen isn't her family. It's the Crown Prince himself. There he sits, day after day, chair pulled right up to her bedside. From what I've heard, the Crown Prince and the young lady share a very close bond, someone whispers, watching him gently brush the hair from her face. That must be so. Otherwise, the old son. Why else would he refuse to leave her side, day and night without fail? The mansion falls quiet again as another night settles in. And there he still is, keeping his silent vigil. A palisade finally tracks him down. Your Highness, you really must return now. Peshin says nothing at all. I'm not leaving, he finally says. Not until Aurelien wakes up. The aide isn't having it. You'd still have plenty of time even if you went back to the palace and came right back here. And if she falls ill or wakes up while I'm gone, what then? Peshin shoots back. That's exactly why I'm not leaving. The aide can only think. To be this stubborn. If even the Duke's own household couldn't budge him, what chance does he have? I'm not leaving, Peshin repeats, flat and final, and half the household visibly flinches behind him at the sheer nerve of it. The aide caves. I understand. Then we'll be right outside. Call for me if you need anything. Ha ha ha! The aide finally retreats, thoroughly defeated. The door clicks shut, and it's just the two of them again. Night settles over the room, the window catching a strange little flicker of light. Peshin's eyes snap open. Aurelien, he breathes, looking down at her. Bah! She's still lying there, perfectly still, perfectly quiet. Too quiet. A chill runs through him as he leans in close. Sure, he just heard her murmur something. No, wait, don't tell me, he thinks, dread creeping in fast. His hand flies to her forehead. He holds his own breath, waiting to feel hers. And then, there it is. She's still breathing, he exhales, relief flooding back in. He sits back, quiet, still shaken by how close that scare felt. It's strange, he thinks. Just a few months ago, he hadn't even known Aurelien was part of his own childhood friends gathering. But now, I can't bear the thought of a world without her, he admits to himself. Of course, Aurelien keeps trying to put as much distance between them as humanly possible. Aurelien, he calls up there, again, only to get gently and thoroughly brushed off. Again. At first, like everyone who gets close to her, he figured that once she warmed up to him, they'd finally get to spend real time together. But every time he thought he was getting closer, she slipped further away, until it felt like she might vanish completely. For the first time in his life, he's learned what it actually means to be afraid. Aurelien, you're not gonna just disappear on me, are you? He asks the empty air. I foolishly let you slip away, he thinks, reaching for a hand he can't quite catch. Because I failed to hold onto your hand back then, he admits, whatever back then really means. You're not trying to escape into your dreams again this time too, are you, Aurelien? Wake up. Please, wake up. He laces his fingers through hers. In the future, I won't let this happen again, he vows quietly. Next time, he says, jaw set. I promise I'll be the one to protect you. It opens on a hazy dream. Soft light, a hush, and someone gazing down at her like she's the only thing that matters. A young mother cradles her baby close, patting her back so gently it's barely even a touch. The baby peeks up at her and can't help but wonder, who is this person holding her so carefully? Her mother just smiles down at her, soft and completely unguarded. Her rose-colored eyes are just like mine, the mother murmurs. My baby, her voice sounds like a melody. She tries to say something else. You are, but the words dissolve before they land. She can't quite hear her properly. The dream slips away, leaving her with one desperate question. What did she just say? She jolts awake with a gasp, eyes wide, heart still tangled up in whatever that was. Just a dream, she tells herself, blinking hard. But what was it even about? It's already fading fast, and yet something in her insists this is exactly the thing she's not allowed to forget. Then a voice calls her name. She looks up to find a very familiar white-haired face right in front of her and blurts out, none too sure of herself? None too sure of herself? Peshin. Turns out he'd been sprinting across half the city screaming her name to get here. Subtle as always. Even if bystanders look what they're wondering the exact same thing she is. What is wrong with this kid? He fills her in on how bad it got. She was out cold for days, and he never once went back to the palace the entire time. Young Peshin happily confirms it right up until someone back home loses it on him. Had you lost your mind? His defense. Aurelien was sick. There was no way he could just leave. Nobody's buying it. He should have gone home regardless. And Aurelien, not thrilled about being cast as the girl who nearly died, sets the record straight. She wasn't dying, she was just asleep, thank you very much. Back in the present, his voice cracks. She didn't wake up for days, her breathing barely there, and all he could think was, what if something actually happened while he was away? Searches her face for an answer. Did something actually happen to her? She just goes quiet, a little teary herself, not sure how to answer that one. As if anything could happen to her at home, she insists. He's not convinced. You never know, he says, it could happen any time. Then, smaller and less sure of himself, he asks the real question. Does she not actually want him around? It's not that I don't. She starts. He leans in close, practically daring her to finish that sentence. Then you do? Completely flustered, all she manages is a stammered D. She hesitates again, circling the actual words without ever quite landing on them. It's definitely not that she doesn't want him there. She just can't bring herself to say the rest out loud. And he just keeps looking at her, waiting so hopefully it's almost unfair to watch. A door trips open, and a familiar voice cuts right through the moment. My lady. Matt Hand strides in, relief written all over his face. She's finally awake. He drops to her side, sniffling, practically choking up with relief. He rushes to her bedside. Did you have a good sleep? He digs it over from head to toe. Anywhere hurting at all? She swears she's totally fine. I'm so glad to hear that, he says, and actually means it with his whole chest. No fever either, he notes, some of the tension finally draining out of his shoulders. She notices just how wrecked Mehen looks, like he hasn't slept a single night since she got sick. Even after she told him she was fine, he clearly worried himself sick anyway. Ever since he agreed to be her mom, the man's gotten unreasonably soft. She watches him smooth her hair back, and is honestly stunned he cares this much. Meanwhile, Passion is passed out cold in the corner, apparently just as wrecked. Then a voice cuts in from the doorway with the one question nobody saw coming. So what exactly is the relationship between you two? Mehen and Arellen just look at each other, while Passion eavesdrops like it's the finale of his favorite drama. Relationship? Arellen echoes, completely baffled by the question. The stranger presses, you two just don't act like a typical master and servant. Fair point, honestly, since they're not exactly formal with each other. Of course, Arellen says proudly. Mehen is my mom. Mehen's face says he was not remotely prepared for that answer. She says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Of course, Mehen is her mum, after all. Passion looks scandalized. Mom, Hopu, while Mehen frantically tries to wave it off, before finally, resignedly admitting, yeah, that's what he is to her. That's the stranger starts, while Passion quietly recalculates. So Mehen is basically Arellene's mom now. The poor guy who asked the original question just backs away slowly. I see. Guess my explanation isn't needed here. Then, dead serious, Passion steps forward and announces to the room with zero hesitation, we, Arellene's dad. Total silence. Nobody was ready at that one. Well, what do you think? He demands, arms crossed. I'll have to refuse, Arellen says flatly. Why? I'd make a great dad. Just trust me on this one, Arellen. So Passion, who wouldn't stop campaigning to be her dad, finally backs off, but only once her checkup comes back completely clean. Only then does he head back to the Imperial Palace. 5 whole days late, hollering a promise to be back before he's even out the door. The carriage rolls off with Arellen waving him goodbye from the courtyard. The second he's actually home, Karma catches up. A hulking armored figure materializes out of nowhere and grabs him. Sir Pacello? He yelps. Turns out coming home is generous phrasing. What actually happened is a palace official showed up in person and physically dragged him back. Back at the estate, Arellen's still shaken. That was genuinely terrifying. Who even was that? Man fills her in. That's the head of the Imperial Academy, personally overseeing the Crown Prince's education. Lucky for her, there's basically no chance she'll ever cross paths with him. As scary as he looks, Mehen adds, he might actually take teaching seriously, so the Crown Prince should turn up fine. Really? Though he probably won't enjoy the process. Still, Arellen can't help worrying, will Passion actually be okay? Mehen's more focused on her though. My lady, I was seriously worried. He kneels down in front of her, and for once, all the usual teasing drops away completely. Just a quiet beat between them, heavy with everything neither one is saying out loud. Her mind drifts, unprompted, to just how much this man actually means to her, mating this. So she does the one thing that actually says it. Arms out, arms out. He can't help a small smile. You're quite the spoiled one, aren't you? He hugs her anyway, because, as she puts it, Mahen is her mom. He wonders how she hid being this spoiled for so long. Turns out she learned everyone liked her better when she acted mature. So she admits the fear underneath it. If she actually cried and threw tantrums and acted like a real kid, he might get sick of her and stop wanting to see her at all. His hand reaches for her, quiet and certain. "My lady." He pulls her into a real hug, tight enough to mean it. "No, Al." And then he's the one who breaks. "I'm sorry." "Yeah." "For what?" she asks, genuinely confused. For making her feel lonely. For leaving her by herself. For never noticing. For hurting her without even realizing it. For, basically, all of it. She just blinks, caught completely off guard by how much he actually means it. "Mahen." "I'm okay," he tells her gently. "Really, so don't make that face. And Mahen's not going to do that anymore, right?" Right. He admits he's been doing some real soul-searching about it. "Das. I am your mom," he says, completely straight-faced. Ireland just blinks. Wait, what was that just now? She's half convinced that Wolf just walked over Mahen's grave. Is this seriously the same Mahen she knows? The Mahen she knows is pretty, sensitive, and strict down to the bone. This is new. She barely gets out of "ma" before it just bursts out of her M-O-M. She practically tackles him with a hug, and he lets out a startled little oof. And just like that, Mahen becomes a man who will call himself Mom entirely on his own initiative. "That was dangerous, my lady," he laughs, but still, he admits he genuinely loved their first outing together, mother and daughter. Beaming, she asks the obvious follow-up. "You'll take me again, right?" "Yes," he says, simple as that. She giggles into his arms, completely content. "If it's my lady's wish," he says, "then any time at all." Elsewhere, the palace drama isn't quite done. A door slams and a name gets barked out. "Dylan, you traitor. Follow me to my office. How dare you leak information about the young lady to the Imperial Palace?" Dylan's defense. "No, I did it for the young lady's sake. Lord Mahen." A glowing magic circle tears open the dark. Someone has just been summoned for a very unwelcome assignment. A hooded mage broods over the order that dragged them here. It came straight from the Brigaman, the Magic Tower's own High Council. Shouldn't the local branch be handling this? A sign nearby reads, "Operations at Shattered Lake are suspended." Whatever's going on, it's serious enough to shut the place down. "I'm already crazy busy teaching a disciple who's slowly killing me," the mage grumbles. "Sending a star-class mage up here is a total waste of resources." Even under the hood, the irritation is obvious. Apparently, the branch office couldn't even figure out what's causing the anomaly. Two cult figures drop toward the lake together, magic circles rippling beneath them. "The answer should reveal itself," one of them mutters, staring down at the black water below. With a soft splash, they slip beneath the surface to see what's really wrong with this barrier. A flash of runes lights up the deep as the mage descends straight into the heart of the old barrier. The barrier is completely intact, though. Good grief, what exactly is there to repair here? There are no anomalies in any of the other barriers either. On paper, everything looks fine. A barrier that's held for hundreds of years doesn't just malfunction overnight. If something had actually been wrong from the start, the whole city would have sunk to the bottom of the lake long ago. Why had a crack to the alternate dimension had opened? I expected something special, the mage murmurs, drifting through the bubbles. "Wait," the mage suddenly says, going still. "Didn't you notice something was strange?" "Strange!" One of them shoots off through the water without another word, chasing down whatever just set off alarm bells. A single sharp, glinting eye watches from the dark. "I see," someone says quietly, like a suspicion just got confirmed. "It's eerily quiet," the mage notes, surfacing near the grand old mansion that sits above the lake. The aura of the great beast of Sherrit. The mage starts drifting down toward whatever's supposed to be sealed here. Has disappeared. The thing that's been sealed under this lake for who knows how long is simply gone. A wet, crunching sound echoes over the sleeping city. Something's out there, and it isn't sealed anymore. Monstrous shadow looms behind a lone young man standing in the dark, jaws snapping shut on something unseen. Sharp yellow eyes gleam under dark hair. What was that kid back then? He wonders aloud, licking blood from his fingers like it's nothing. Such an interesting one. He muses, watching a small distant figure from far, far away. "I was bored," he grins, "but I think I found a rather amusing toy. Somewhere out there, a certain sickly noblewoman has absolutely no idea what she just signed up for. A strange golden star glimmers faintly on the back of a small hand. As I thought, Arlen whispers, "It looks like she's the only one who can even see this mark. If anyone else had noticed it, they'd surely have asked what it was by now." Mahen as well, she notes. Catching him staring a bit too long, he clearly senses something's off. "My lady, did anything else happen inside the mansion?" Mahan asks, fixing her collar with suspicious care. "For instance, whether you saw something, or anything odd occurred." He's asked this exact question before, too, but somehow didn't sound like he was talking about the mark at all. What else does he suspect happened? She had a bad feeling about bringing it, so she kept quiet. "I don't remember anything," she chirps, not remotely convincing. As she suspected, this mark has to be the doing of that strange man she ran into before, right? Just what on earth was that guy? Even in the novel she once knew by heart, there was never a character like him. Hopefully I didn't get caught up in something weird again, she thinks, remembering the last time something weird happened to her. With everyone this overprotective right now, digging into the mark will have to wait until things calm down a little. Footsteps approach as she sits with her tea. "My lady," a familiar voice calls out. "So you were here. I found you," he says, and she looks up to see who's tracked her down this time. "Ha, Mahen," she confirms. "Of course it's him. Who else would come looking?" "Are you done with your busy stuff?" she asks. "Yes," he says. "Everything's been wrapped up very smoothly." "Looks like you're in a good mood, Mahen," she teases. "Maybe it's because you blew off some steam these past few days." Flashback. Right after she woke up, Mahen filed a massive lawsuit against the magic tower itself. Someone's about to have a very bad month. The lawsuit spread to the Peraltry family too, kicking off a massive purge on both sides. "Lord Mahen is seeing red," one staffer whispers. "Hasn't he always been recklessly extreme when it comes to the young lady, though?" Consciously or not, he was clearly blowing off every bit of stress he'd bottled up. One groveling note reads, "Please spare me, my lady. I'll do whatever you want." Because of just how ruthless that response was, panic letters poured in from both the magic tower and the Peraltry family. Blood. She blinks at one of them. Naturally, the verdict landed squarely in Halpern's favor. "Is he in such a good mood today because the case wrapped up and the compensation finally got paid?" "The compensation from today has all been deposited into your account, my lady," the steward reports. "Why?" she asks, baffled. "Because every bit of that settlement was secured for you. Just think of it as a small allowance." An allowance from a ducal household. What on earth could that even mean? Mahen grins, clearly enjoying this. "'Cause there's nothing in particular you'd like to do with it?" "I wish to do," she repeats, perched on top of an actual pile of gold coins. "If nothing comes to mind now, you can always tell me later," he offers, letting a coin slip from her fingers. "No, there is," she says, as coins clatter down all around her. "An idea's already forming." "I'd like to give it to Mahen as a bonus," she declares. "Pardon," comes the stunned reply. "A whole chest of gold it's holding. Mahen and the childcare team too," she adds, clearly not stopping at just one bonus. "Both of you can't leave your posts, and you're having a hard time every single day," she says, blushing and holding out an envelope. "I'll heal you with money," she announces, and Mahen practically short-circuits on the spot, staff gathering around like it's a historic event. "You got that on a recording sphere, right?" "Yeah. Make sure it's permanently preserved. Somebody's already talking about making this a commemorative holiday." "Excuse me, I was being sincere," she protests. "I really just want to give it to you." "I have received your heart. That much is enough for me," Mahen says smoothly. I never gave you my heart," she sputters. Using his face guard to attack, that's just low, she thinks, flustered. Was Mahen always this sly? "Fine, I got it, but the childcare team will actually accept it, right?" A chibi maid squeals in the background, already begging for hers in a proper envelope. "We'll never spend it, but we'll cherish it forever as a symbol of our loyalty." Translation. They're basically going to keep it as a good luck charm. "One envelope is addressed to my beloved Uni. I did it since they insisted," Mahen says. He'd been quietly worried ever since she woke from that long, unnerving sleep. But it's a relief to see she's back to her usual self. He admits allowing usual self. He admits allowing himself a small smile. "For the time being, I should focus solely on the young lady's recovery," Mahen resolves, watching over the household. I've already informed Jaren in the north, he notes, so he should be aware by now. Somewhere far away, that news is about to land like a bomb. Storms slash the northern front line, where a grim fortress stands watch over the mountains. But what's that supposed to mean? A voice cracks through the storm, already bracing for the worst. Did you just say that Lady Irelin collapsed? Jaren's whole face drains of color. Did she really collapse? Why? His fellow knights press. You sure you heard that straight from Mahen? What could possibly cause that small, cute young lady to collapse? The knights murmur among themselves, baffled. That's what I'm saying, Jaren snaps. I was told she collapsed, but I don't know the exact details either. Don't you care about the young lady at all? Just go and die to atone for it, a comrade snipes. Jaren is not taking that well. Tabassum Mahen reported whatever he wanted, and hung up. I kept trying to reach him back, but he wouldn't answer. How could I aim to reach him back, but he wouldn't answer? How is that my fault? Given how much of a jerk you've been to Lord Mahen, someone shoots back. What did you expect? A door creaks open. Cut it out, a commanding voice orders, and the whole room goes rigid. Are we all out of... The commander begins, eyeing the squabbling knights. Work here? A blade flashes cold in the stormlight, and nobody dares answer. Steel cuts through the rain in one brutal stroke. Point made. Bloody footprints trail off into the storm as the commander walks away. Message delivered. Sword slides back into its sheath. Jaren steels himself and steps forward. The air feels heavy, Jaren thinks, following his commander back inside. He's in a terrible mood. Why did we have to get bad news today of all days? Someone mutters. But it's not like I can just not report it to him. Excuse me, my liege. There's a matter I must report, Jaren says. The commander freezes mid-step. He turns slowly. I only heard a brief account of what happened, but on the day the young lady went on an outing with Mahen. Jaren star. They said that she collapsed, Jaren finishes, the words landing heavier than expected. And apparently, she didn't wake up for several days after that. Silence. Then the commander turns sharply on his heel, coat snapping behind him. I still have more to report, Jaren calls, hurrying after him. I've heard enough, Jaren, the commander says flatly, already walking away. For some reason, he seems even more menacing than usual today, Jaren thinks, watching him go. Alone now, he taps a communication crystal with a sharp, deliberate rap. The crystal crackles to life, connecting across the distance. My liege? What's the occasion for you to contact me? Sir, Mahen doesn't even get to finish. Explain, Mahen, comes the icy demand. His expression is murder incarnate. Somewhere across the estate, Mahen is about to have a very rough conversation. Magic crackles around his clenched fist. What exactly happened? It isn't a question anymore, it's a warning. Quiet coal rots up for the night. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding flash rips through the room. Duke Mahen freezes mid-thought, staring at whatever just lit up the room like a warning flare. Across the estate, Grand Duke himself hovers over a glowing, scrying orb, murmuring, "What's going on?" The staffs are whispering. Has this ever happened before? Word was, he didn't have a single ounce of interest in her. He's always brushed off every report that crossed his desk. So why is this one different? His only order is chillingly simple. As long as she's awake, that's all that matters. However, if she collapses again, he wants you to be told first, before anyone else. No exceptions. Is this just another one of his whims? Or is it genuine concern? Even Mahen isn't sure anymore. He was so sure he knew that man better than anyone else alive. Guess not. Oh. Whatever. Forget it, he grumbles at his desk. I picked the wrong liege to serve, and now my whole life's a mess. Relatable, honestly. His mind drifts backward, past all of it, to where this whole complicated loyalty actually started. It all traces back to the day he first set foot in this estate. Even now it drifts back to him like a half-remembered ghost. A kid with nowhere left to go, wandering the streets alone. And then, out of nowhere, a small hand reached out to him without a second of hesitation. "Wanna come with me?" A simple offer that changed the entire shape of his life. It was the Grand Duke's own voice making that offer. With that hand gripped tight in his, young Mahen stepped forward. And just like that, he crossed the threshold into the Hellburn estate for the very first time. Is that him? The stairs started before he'd even unpacked. The gossip spread fast. The commoner boy, the Grand Duke, just took in. Apparently a genius, apparently. The nobody sounded convinced. Even if he is, so what? Cold shoulders all around from the very first day. The moment he entered this estate is burned into him. Every judging glance, every whisper he had to swallow. Back then, there was only one thing in the whole cold estate he could actually trust. That back, always walking a step ahead of him, leading the way. Back to the present, Mehem huffs a little laugh. After taking him in like that, what exactly is his liege trying to accomplish? Holed up alone in the northern fortress. I knock at the door. Lord Mehen, it's Dylan. Come in, he calls, and the door clicks open. Dylan slides an envelope across. We're not expecting any letters, though? Well, this one's addressed to you, Dylan says. A wax-sealed summons, straight from the Imperial Palace. That's never a casual invitation. So off he goes, carriage rolling up the palace grounds, manicured hedges and all. Mehen arrives dressed to the nines, all business, not a hair out of place. Welcome, Duke Mehen, the herald announces as he's shown into the hall. The Empress herself is waiting, all elegant in that unreadable little smile. Mehen bows deep. I greet Her Majesty the Empress. It's been a while. Have you been keeping well? Please, have a seat. He thanks her for her grace. She teases right back that she doesn't recall bestowing him any grace at all. Oh, my. Merely a courtesy, he says stiffly. She just thinks to herself. Duke Mehen, rigid as ever. Only because your Majesty is far too graciously unreserved, he counters smoothly. I suppose that happens, she muses, when one's held this seat for so very long. Power and glory are terribly addictive, after all. She has a drink prepared exactly the way he likes it. I humbly thank your Majesty, Mahajan says, have the picture of manners. Tea gets poured, a quiet clink, and a very loaded silence. Should he say something? I am aware. He starts bracing for whatever's coming. Defection has been causing you a great deal of trouble, the Empress says. So this is a mom checking on her kid visit. Mahan blinks, caught a little off guard by where this is going. So this whole summons was about the crown prince, not palace politics. Should have guessed. He's even refused to come back to the palace lately. No wonder she's worried about him. But Mehen waves it off. Honestly, he's grateful. Ever since the prince started visiting, Lady Irellen's been so much more active. The two of them chasing each other around like this, credit where it's due, that's all him. I see, the Empress says quietly, sipping her tea. She admits she worried he'd be imposing. Mehen assures her it's the opposite. He's grateful for her regard toward Irellen. It's nothing, he adds. Such concern from your Majesty is only proper. No, I suppose you could say it couldn't be helped, the Empress murmurs, her mind clearly elsewhere now. They truly resemble each other, she says softly. That child doesn't seem to bear any resemblance to the Grand. She trails off mid-sentence. Duke, though, Mehen catches it instantly. She doesn't resemble my liege. So then, who is she supposed to resemble? Based on what I know, it could only be one name floats up in the Empress's memory. Just one person. Empress Azani once had a close relationship with House Halburn. That's a name hanging in the air now. It's understandable. Seeing the young lady would remind her of those days. If that's the case, she takes another slow sip, thoughts drifting somewhere far away. I can see why she has such a sad look in her eyes. Duke Mayan, do you know who that child's mother is? No, he's never spoken of it. Even to me, Mehen admits. Between the estate's chaos back then, his liege barely had a moment alone with anyone. Could you've shared a private moment with a woman when you weren't around? The Empress presses. That could have been so, but Mehen hesitates, thinking it over. Someone as distrustful as him? He wouldn't. A fair point. The man barely trusts his own furniture. I see, Mehen says slowly, then turns the question around. By any chance, does your Majesty know anything about my liege? Likewise holed up in the north, or when he even plans to return? I'm not certain myself, she admits. Ed insists it's a secret and won't tell me a thing. For that devoted husband to keep it even from me, does that mean no one but the Emperor knows? She's only half joking. But if I were to guess, she says, setting her cup down. Cut to Irellen herself, curled up with a book, blissfully unaware she's the topic of an entire imperial tea party. I'd say it has something to do with young Lady Irellen. The Empress finishes. Mehen goes quiet. That guess landed closer to home than he'd like. That aside, young Lady Irellen really is endearing, the Empress adds, and Mehen instantly lights up, tiny, adorable, his whole heart just melts. As expected of Duke Mehen, a genius who's apparently also a natural at childcare. Somewhere back home, Irellen's ears are already itching. No, the credit's all hers for growing up so well, he says, then, changing the subject, the Crown Prince is due back at the estate starting today. And sure enough, he should already be there by now, dead set on seeing Arellen again. The kid worked himself half to death through a whole week of lessons and training just to earn this visit. But the direction all that hard work took him in is not exactly what you'd expect. Not what he expected either, apparently, but he's here now, estate towers and all. Arellen, he calls out, bounding in. I missed you. Didn't you miss me? He tackles her into a full-body hug, gushing about how much he missed her. Arellen, meanwhile, is already exhausted, and he's been here 5 seconds. Are you even listening? I took on double the homework just to see you. Clingy, dedicated, and completely shameless about it. He squishes her cheeks, insisting he suffered through hellish training all week just for this moment. Get off me, straight shove to the face. Romance apparently is a full-contact sport around here. She grumbles about her one peaceful, quiet week finally being over. Arms crossed, not fooling anyone. But her eyes flick sideways, softening just a little. Still, she starts. Without that annoying voice around all week, she admits quietly she did feel a bit lonely. He reaches over and pats her head, caught a little off guard by the soft admission. Pat this pets. The two of them melt into an easy, comfortable quiet. Happy now? He asks. Yeah, she admits, and just like that, all is forgiven. Arellen, I did a lot of thinking while we were apart, he says, suddenly serious. About what? She asks. About the way I've been acting. I should have been more considerate of you. He almost sounds mature for a second there. That's why I prepared something for you, he announces, unwrapping a mysterious bundle. Arellen already looks nervous. Ta-da, you two can become a sword master. Arellen's face says exactly what we're all thinking. What on earth did he prepare? He unfurls an absolutely massive scroll, Arellen's personalized exercise plan, hand-built with experts after he decided the real problem all along was that Arellen's just too weak. I'll always be by your side, so I came up with a more systematic solution. Pretty amazing, right? Somewhere behind him, Mahen visibly loses the will to stand. Crazy bastard, Arellen mutters, deadpan, while Mahen just barks at the prince to go back to the palace already. Bold plan, kid, bold plan. Picture little Peshin, absolutely stricken, gasping, no way, and honestly, he has every reason to panic. He unveils his master plan, a pamphlet promising, you two can become a sword master. Arellen does not even blink. That plan, I politely refuse it. She raises a hand like she's blocking traffic. Zero interest, and she's not even trying to hide it. Why don't you like it, he whines. I brainstormed this with the best experts. Arellen's response is basically a shrug. Fine, you do it then. He drops his papers and starts stretching the truth, claiming she promised to treat him better. Scamming she promised to treat him better. She's having none of it. I never said that. I never made such a promise, she says flatly. He begs her to at least read the summary. The plan, he swears, could make her healthy. She flips her hair unimpressed. That plan, she mutters, already regretting asking. Turn out the whole thing is basically turn the sickly noble girl into a sword master. Ambitious. Deranged, but ambitious. I can't even run, she points out, so how am I supposed to? Even she has to admit the plan makes 0 sense on paper. That's exactly why we set it as the goal, Peshin grins. Just read it first, Arellen. You can still say no even after reading it, he says with way too much confidence. She is not buying that swagger. She's braced for garbage. I bet it's just some ridiculous plan, she thinks, hardly worth the paper it's on. But she actually opens it. A real schedule, walking, then some training. Her eyebrow goes up despite herself. That's not such a bad schedule, is it? She admits, grudgingly, clutching the pages. His real worry is her basic stamina. Start light, strength training, and focus mostly on posture and regular walks. A genuinely thoughtful plan under all the theatrics. Out of the 7 weekly sessions, 3 days will be— Wait! Stop! Arellen cuts him off before he can even finish. 7 sessions, every single day? She asks, horrified. That's how you build stamina. He chirps back, way too pleased with himself. Isn't that just common sense? He adds. Arellen's silence says everything. She simply turns and walks away. Adios, she mutters. Done with this conversation entirely. Wait, Arellen, where are you going? Peshin chases after her. Papers flapping, panic setting in fast. He lets loose. Full melodrama. He stayed up all night, begged for help, skipped his own training and routine, and poured everything into this plan. After all that, you still won't do it? The guilt trip is not subtle. But it's working. Fine, I get it for now, she sighs, caving just enough to make him hopeful. She knows exactly what he's doing to her every single time, and still, somehow, she can never quite refuse him. You know it too, right? He presses. Really? That's a yes then, he beams. You can't change your mind later. Classic move. She reminds him quietly that this isn't the kind of illness a training plan can just fix. It's a heavier truth than either of them says out loud. Yeah, you know that too, Patient says. Softer now. Just trust me. How could you know when you're not even listening at all? She mutters. He insists he does. He really, really does. His face lights up, all teeth and determination. This keep does not do half measures. But no matter what, I will make Arellen healthy, he vows. Should we start with something light? This way, Arellen. She follows him without a word, arms crossed, bracing for whatever comes next. After collapsing once already, she admits, even to herself, that stamina actually matters. There's no harm in looking healthy while I'm still alive, she reasons, almost convincing herself. As if something would actually happen, right? Famous last words if you've ever heard them. A few hours from now, she'll be deeply regretting this decision. You can just tell. And so it begins. Sunlight through the trees, and already she's panting. Every step gets heavier. This is barely a jog, and she's already fading. I can't. She gasps, out of breath, out of options. She hits the ground, doubled over. I can't walk anymore, she groans, and honestly, fair. Someone strolls up behind her. What are you doing? A very unwelcome voice. Get up, trainee, comes the order. No sympathy whatsoever. Meet the drill sergeant version of Peshin. Sunglasses on, arms folded, ready to make her life miserable for her own good. We're not even halfway to our goal, he says. Don't show weakness. You agreed to cooperate. Trainee. Gasping for air, all she can manage is that's true, but before her breath gives out again. 15 chair sitting stands. Ring and all. Sit down. Strained all. Stand up. He's not letting up for a second. 20 minutes of holding a straight posture, shaking the whole time. Endure it is all the sympathy she gets. I feel like I'm going to die. This is my limit, she wheezes. She really did give it everything she had. He pushes his sunglasses down, unimpressed. Seriously, you've only walked this much and you're tired already. I was doing it wholeheartedly. She snaps back, glasses askew, patience gone. What? Killing people? He deadpans. It can't be helped. Let's call it a day. He finally relents, offering a hand. For real? We're stopping here? She can hardly believe her luck. As expected, Peshin is still human, she thinks, relieved the monster act has limits. He mumbles something under his breath, walking off with that unreadable little smile of his. 2 more laps and we're done, he announces cheerfully, sunglasses gleaming. She did not sign up for more. He jolts off through the garden without a hint of fatigue. Some people are simply built different. Arellen, wheezing, plasters him a suspiciously sweet smile. That's never a good sign. A devil, she thinks, and honestly, at this point, who's to argue? There's a real devil right here, she mutters, forcing her legs to keep dashing forward anyway. And thus the training grind rolls on, day after grueling day. In her head, it's basically a full gym montage now, complete with a chibi. Arellen screaming his name mid-lift. Push herself out to the limit. Fantasy gym coach Peshin bellows through her imagination. The real one is somehow worse. Thus begins the endless nightmare of physical training, week after week without mercy. Week 1. Are you the child of darkness or something? She groans, watching him breeze through it all with a grin. What the hell are you doing this early in the morning? Week 2. And now there's a diet on top of it all. Someone proudly presents a plate of plain chicken breast, made from a special recipe, nothing else, every single day. Eat it yourself, she snaps. He just grins and goes for leg exercises, completely unbothered. Get lost, she growls into the floor, thoroughly done with mornings. You won't die, he insists cheerfully. 3rd week in, and she's starting to wonder about that. His staff kneel to consult him on adding even more exercises. He happily approves every single one. Just when on earth can I escape from this hell, she mutters through a mouthful of diet chicken. The sweet, summy boy who once said he liked her is officially gone. In his place, in her head, sits a devil with actual horns. To be clear, this is all Arellen's imagination, but at this point, devil crawled up from hell feels emotionally accurate. Give him back, she sniffles, mourning the sweet version of Peshin she used to know. Fetches the old Peshin, all bright smile, sorely missed under all this new drill surgeon energy. My lunatic sunshine, she sighs, somehow both fond and furious at once. She trudges on regardless, one exhausted step at a time. Meanwhile, he strolls along beside her, cheerful as ever, seemingly immune to guilt. I knew it was a good idea to make a personalized exercise plan, he beams, taking way too much pride in her suffering. He's definitely building muscle faster since we added the diet, he notes, while she pictures herself turning into a walking skeleton labeled, I'm muscle. But underneath the jokes, there's real worry. Something about her still isn't adding up for him. My hand frets that her energy just keeps quietly fading, chalking it up to her naturally weak body. It's not the whole story, though. Passion stops turning over the real question. What could actually boost Arelin's energy for good? He's found something bubbling away, steam rising from a mysterious bowl. His eyes go wide. A light bulb moment. Literally, he's cracked it. That's it, he declares, dressed now in full formal regalia. He's found his answer, and he's not wasting any time. Somewhere else entirely, reports start coming in. Monsters stirring again, trouble brewing on the borders. A disturbance in the southern forest, and monster sightings rising in the west too. The peaceful training montage vibe is officially over. And just like that, years fold past us. A door clicks open on a fully grown Passion, now sitting on the throne itself. Your Majesty, it's time for your tonic. He turns from his mountain of paperwork, mildly surprised at how late it's gotten. Bring it here, he says, waving the tonic over without a second thought. Just another routine night. A steaming cup is set before him, same as always. He tips it back and drinks, same as every single night before this one. Except this time he chokes, eyes gone wide and bloodshot. Something is very, very wrong. Dark magic erupts around him as a scream tears through the room. This is not a drill. Your Majesty, what happened? Are you all right? Stuff come running, terror on every face. Blood on his hand, coughing hard. His mind goes straight to one question. Who did this? The scoundrel who dared to touch my tonic, he roars, power crackling off him hard enough to freeze the castle itself. Someone just made a very dangerous enemy. We open on young Arelin choking down a bowl of something dark and mystery-flavored. Off to a great start already. Ugh, so bitter, what am I even tasting? She groans, while little Passion, white hair, red eyes, all business, watches her like a hawk. You emptied it, amazing, Arelin, he cheers, then immediately fires off a medical checklist. Does she feel stronger? Is breathing easier? Is her digestion better? This kid takes her health very seriously. No, not really, Arelin admits, wiping her mouth. What exactly is this? She only drank the stuff because he practically poured it down her throat. A tonic, he offers, not exactly reassuring. Tonic? Yeah, Passion says proudly. It's very precious. Beaming from ear to ear, he adds, that's what my dad used to drink. Dad? Arelin blinks. Yeah, he nods, way too casually for what's about to hit her. Quick refresher for anyone new here. Passion is the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince's dad is, you guessed it, the Emperor. So what Arelin just chugged in full was the Emperor's personal tonic. Her face goes absolutely grey. You're crazy, someone hisses in the background, while Passion, completely oblivious to the scale of the crime, keeps pressing her for symptoms a minute later. Armored boots come stomping through the estate. Be honest, you're a spy, aren't you? Someone teases the kid. Spy, aren't you? Someone teases the kid. Spy, what's that? He asks, completely lost. Then a door slams open with a bang and Arelin shrieks, because this is not a drill. Passion freezes, surprised, as someone announces the arrival of a knight barging in behind him. A full squad of Imperial Guards marches into the Halban estate. Our maid can only stammer. Why is everyone here? The captain bows to Arelin. Pardon us, your ladyship. First, allow me to apologize for our rudeness. Then, turning to Passion, and, if you'll excuse us, your highness. Huh, me? Passion barely gets the words out before the order comes down flat. Grab him. Eh? The guards scoop him out. No trial, no warning, just custody. He's hauled off through the halls, the mood suddenly a lot more dramatic than a tonic. Really warrants. Wait a sec, what's going on? Arelin, he yells as he's carried off. She lunges after him. Hold on, what are you doing? Arelin, Aaron. He wails all the way down the hall, then still finds time for a tiny, polite bow. Until next time, your ladyship. Manners under arrest, love it. Arelin just stares at the empty hallway, completely blank. She sinks into a chair, still dazed by the whole ordeal. What was that? She finally mutters, man hovering worriedly nearby. It hits her all at once. This is 100% about that tonic. Ha ha! But if it turns out like this, she thinks, hair a mess. Genuinely worried for the poor kid now. and then immediately pivots to, does this mean I get a break from exercising for a while? There it is. Priorities intact. Cut to the palace, where a single cold word rings out, Peshin. Someone's in trouble. The Emperor, seated at his desk, doesn't even look up. Was it you? Little Peshin back turned gulps audibly. Sweat rolling down his face, he tries the classic play-dumb look. You little rascal, the Emperor mutters, not buying it for a second. Out of everything, you decided to mess with your father's tonic. Is that how I raised you? It's fine to fool around, but there should be a limit, the Emperor snaps. But I wasn't fooling around. Pigeon fidgets still not quite confessing. Are you telling me you actually drank that bitter tonic? If I find out you're lying? If you weren't fooling around, then what? Fists clenched, he finally blurts it out. I did take it. Ah. The Emperor's whole expression shifts. What? If it wasn't you, then who on earth could have possibly drunk it? He genuinely never expected his son to actually swallow the thing. Peshin goes quiet for a second. The truth is, you took the tonic and gave it to your sick friend, the Emperor says slowly, hoping it would make her healthier. Yes, Peshin admits, steady and sure. Huh. The Emperor lets out a long breath. Good grief, seriously. My son, he says softly, and just like that, all the anger drains out of him. How did you turn out to be such a kind little angel? Had it been curiosity or mischief, I'd have scolded you to keep you from going astray. But with a reason like this, I can't even be angry. Ahem. All right. Given those good intentions, I suppose I can be lenient and let it slide. Just this once. Really floods Peshin's whole tiny face. He turns beak red on the spot, equal parts embarrassed and thrilled. Father, he beams, leaning right into him like nothing ever happened. Yes, yes, my cute little rascal, the Emperor chuckles, fully melted. When you said sick friend, are you talking about the daughter of Grand Duke Alban? Huh? How did you know, father? With all the ruckus you've caused chasing her around, there's not a single person in Pegritza who wouldn't know. Her nephew little crush is already palace gossip. Everyone knows. Everyone. Why, what do you mean, like? Peshin sputters. So you don't like her? The Emperor teases, clearly enjoying this way too much. Peshin goes dead serious for a beat, cheeks still burning. I do, he says, plain and certain, like a vow he doesn't even realize he's making it. My son, the Emperor murmurs to himself, watching him. When did you grow up so much? To think you're already old enough to be blushing over someone, he thinks, hand resting on Peshin's head. It's just a shame that... The Emperor's expression turns thoughtful, almost sad. Ah, but all people, the person you're drawn to is young Lady Halburn. No wonder everyone's staying quiet either, he thinks, watching the court whisper behind their hands. Evil little Peshin goes in and out of the Halburn estate every day, the Emperor thinks, watching his son from afar, and is completely smitten with the young lady. Even if she's named Crown Princess, would it really mean anything? Someone in the court sneers. She's terminally ill and will die soon anyway, a shadowy voice adds, cold as ice. Ouch! Rude and wrong, but they don't know that yet. Is probably what they all think, the Emperor muses. This little rascal takes after me completely. The scene drifts to his own wedding day, a young emperor holding his bride, the raven-haired woman who would become Empress Azeni, close. So he's surely the type who will passionately love only just one person to the very end, he thinks, and he'd know. He's living proof. This is probably what Azeni is worried about, he admits to himself. Peshin, do you wish to cure that child's illness? The Emperor finally asks him outright. Yes, I want her to be healthy, Peshin says without a second of hesitation. His little red eyes go steady in resolve, hand pressed to his chest. Maybe a miracle will happen, he thinks, hopeful as only a kid can be. Oh wow, you've turned into a red radish. Someone teases as he blushes furiously. The Emperor, meanwhile, gets philosophical. None of your achievements happened in just one night, did they? The same goes for one's health, you should think. About improving it little by little, he finishes, ruffling Peshin's hair. Yes, the boy answers, taking it to heart. Time skips forward, just slightly. Peshin, a little older now, flashes a confident grin. And as for the tonic, the Emperor says, holding it up, this father of yours will help you out with it. And just like that, the doting Emperor is officially recruited to Aurelin's health squad. Sky clouds, a carriage rattling along, was snapping back to the present. Mahen lets out an exhausted sigh outside the estate, right before Peshin comes bounding up shouting, Aralen. He's clutching a wrapped gift box for dear life while a servant begs, "Your Highness, it's about to fall. Please let me carry it." "This brat managed to come back here already," the hen mutters, still sore about the whole stolen tonic incident. "I thought he'd be grounded for at least a month," Aaron says. "Indeed, but judging by his cheerful face and everything he's carrying, it seems His Majesty sent him off with a gift instead. Even the Imperial physician's with him." Quick rush back, baby passion, and the Emperor already losing his mind with pride. "Bravo, my baby, you're breathing. Yeah, he's always been like this." That foolishly doting Emperor never once stood a chance of reigning in his son. Back at the estate, Mahen turns to Orelin. "My lady, we've also received a request from the Sparrow twins to visit today. How would you like me to respond?" "Refuse it," Orelin groans. "Is my house a meeting square, or what? Why do they keep wanting to come over? I'm already at my wit's end because of passion. I can't handle any more of this." Then her eyes go wide. Wait, why didn't I think of that? There is, she realizes, a way to escape from this hell. If we're in that place, Passion will have no choice but to be considerate of the other children, she plots, and he'd have a hard time enforcing a strict diet. "On me," she finishes, scheming face fully on, while somewhere in the yard little Passion comes running, calling her name. "I ought to start attending a childhood friends gathering again," Orelin announces, plan fully in motion. "Pardon? Most of all," she continues, letting the suspense build. He can't force me to exercise if he's at a social event, right?" She's positively glowing with the sheer genius of it. "After all," she adds, almost too casually, "I think it's about time I make a new friend." Somewhere behind her, Passion freezes solid. Friend," he repeats, but the words physically hurt. "Then, what about me?" He panics, watching his entire monopoly on her attention crumble in real time, and that's where we leave him. We're back at another childhood friends gathering, and somebody's already running behind schedule as footsteps echo down the palace hall. Leading the way is Haroun, the Crown Prince's stone-faced guardian knight, already bracing for another round of the exact same routine. In his head, he's already written the whole event off. Every kid here is scrambling for Prince Passion's attention, except Passion himself, who could not care less. Haroun figures he'll just find a seat and wait it out, bored out of his mind. Even cleaning up after the usual troublemakers used to be more fun than this. Lately, even the twins have gone suspiciously quiet, and as far as he's concerned, that just makes the whole gathering feel like a bigger waste of time. Then something stops him cold. A flash of pale-haired ducks behind a pillar up ahead. He's never seen this girl at one of these gatherings before. Platinum blonde hair, a build just a touch smaller than the other kids her age. And something about her looks weirdly, unmistakably familiar. She notices him staring and freezes, completely caught red-handed. "Hello," she blurts out, recognizing him right back. Turns out this whole owl thing is part of a scheme she's been plotting for days. Operation Friend Shield. Subtitle: I will create my own free time. Step 1 was simple enough. Show up to the childhood friends gathering and make a brand new friend. Step 2. Use that shiny new friendship as the perfect cover story. So she'd finally have an airtight excuse to dodge Crown Prince Passion's brutal training sessions for good. It was, in her own humble opinion, a completely foolproof plan. But the second she actually stepped into the gathering, reality hit her like a truck. A looming shadow reminds her of something rather inconvenient about showing her face here at all. Mainly, thanks to her track record with royalty, she's currently public enemy number 1 for half the jealous kids in the room. And that is not even the worst part. Where the Devil twins had already spotted her. "There you are, Aurelin. Long time no see, Ariel." She's just been cornered by the reigning champions of chaos themselves, the Spharum Devil twins. "Aurelin, where are you going? Aurelin, they call after her, giggling the whole way. She ducks behind a pillar with Haroun in tow, praying they've lost the scent. Are they gone? For one blissful second, it actually works, and the two of them just catch their breath together. Funny thing is, she has genuinely no idea why Haroun chose to sit down next to her in the first place. The silence that follows is so awkward she straight up pretends not to notice him. Finally he breaks it, dead serious. "Are you hurt?" She just blinks at him, totally lost. "Irony, you duck!" she blurts, and he goes quiet, clearly regretting every decision that led to this exact moment. "It's my first time actually hearing your voice," she admits with a grin. For a beat he just stares back, caught completely off guard by how easily she's talking to him. Then it ticks. He'd assumed she only sat there because she thought Aichi was the one who got hurt. Not hurt, not hurt. Me, at least, he mutters. Don't tell me. He can't quite believe he just admitted that out loud. Nearby, the twins are already gushing over how well he's handling her. What a good boy. Officially, Harun is the perfect friend. There's just one small problem with that, Ellen realizes, watching him warily. This perfect friend would drop her in a heartbeat the second Passion needed him. Because underneath all that stoic loyalty is real history, straight out of the source novel, where a young Harun once knelt before the crown prince and swore his life to guarding him. That kind of oath doesn't come with an expiration date. Harun's devotion to a knight's code is, famously, unshakable. It's the kind of single-minded loyalty that's left everyone around him more than a little frustrated over the years, twins included. But still, Arellen can't help but wonder, what if she could redirect just a sniver of that legendary rigidness her way instead? "Hey on," she says out loud, snapping him right back to attention. Then she just asks him outright, "Do you want to be friends with me?" He blinks and she keeps going. "Yeah, actually, I came here today to make a new friend. I'm not asking for much, just play with me sometimes." He says absolutely nothing, so she backpedals fast. Just once in a while, if that's too much, even just once is fine. Her hand hovers awkwardly near him, hesitating. Since he hasn't shot her down yet, she figures she might actually have a shot here. Maybe it's worth pushing just a little further. "Harun," she presses, "do you not like me?" He flinches like she just challenged him to a duel. The poor guy freezes up completely, clearly not built for this level of direct human contact. They just stare each other down in dead silence. And then finally, "Okay, friends," her whole face lights up. "Yes!" Mission accomplished. She has officially secured a friend. "Thanks, Harun," she squeals, grabbing his hand while he looks like he's already regretting this. "Let's get along, okay?" "Yeah," he mutters, reluctant but not exactly pulling away either. In her head, she's already celebrating. With a friend like this in her back pocket, she's just taken one giant step further from exercise hell. Then a voice cuts in behind her. "Arellen!" She turns to find a very unimpressed pair of red eyes locked on her. "What? Are you over here with Harun?" It's Crown Prince Passion, and the temperature just dropped. "You scared me," someone mutters as the three of them face off. "Ah, oui." Arellen stammers, suddenly very aware of exactly how this looks. She yanks her hand back like she's been caught red-handed. "We just decided to be friends today. We were just chatting," she offers weakly. Passion's reaction is not exactly reassuring. Just a wounded little, and a wince you could cut glass with. Then that wince cuddles into a smile that's a little too sharp for comfort. Really? Somewhere off to the side, a familiar face is watching all of this unfold with way too much interest. "I don't know, Noel. Maybe this is," one devil twin mutters to the other, both of them clocking the tension radiating off Passion. Down below, completely oblivious to our audience, Harun and Arellen are still tangled together from their earlier great escape. A tricky little love triangle. One twin grins, absolutely delighted by the show. Arellen's easy smile evaporates on the spot. "How about you, bed down, Passion?" Harun fires back, done playing peacekeeper. The twins are treating the whole standoff like courtside seats. His Highness even cried, right? One whispers through a mouthful of snacks. "Ha! When did they even get this close?" "Harun is my friend," Ariel snaps. "Passion isn't having it. That's ridiculous. I've been friends with him way longer." Does Arellen even know about Harun? He fires back, bickering like an actual child. The twins have apparently started keeping score on a chalkboard. Successful hit. One nods approvingly. If we're talking who's known him longer, Arellen doesn't stand a chance against his Highness. Flustered, but not backing down, Arellen blurts, "It's not like I have to know everything about Harun to play with him. I just like Harun. I like him, that's all." Passion absolutely loses it. "You like Harun?" "You like Harun?" Arellen doubles down. "Yeah, he's kind and handsome," which only makes him more indignant. If that's the bar, what about me? I'm kind and handsome too. Well, Harun just sneezes through the entire argument, completely over it, while Passion quietly announces, "I like Harun's type more." Even the twins at their scoreboard freeze up at that one. Feeling very much like a rope in a tug-of-war, Harun tries to quietly snip away. Passion is having none of that. "Come here, sit over here," he orders, patting the seat beside him. "That's an order from your crown prince." "Your Highness, that is so unfair." Arellen protests while the twins mark down another successful hit and cackle from the sidelines. I've never seen His Highness act like this before. One twin practically vibrates with excitement. This is the best entertainment they've had in weeks. Why are you being like this to Harun? Arlen demands, only to get hit right back. You're really going to hold his hand? Don't you know actions have consequences? Harun, dragged bodily between the two of them at this point, has clearly checked out. I don't know, so what? He mutters, praying for this to be over. Stay right there, Harun. Both of them round on him at once, foreheads practically knocking together in fury. Harun just closes his eyes and endures it, blonde hair brushing his shoulder as Arlen refuses to let go. And then, without warning, he just bolts. Cack, my friend, Arlen lunges after him as he sprints off while the twins narrate from the sidelines. Ah, Harun ran away. Harun, wait up, she calls out, chasing him down with passion hot on her heels. Someone finally gets a grip on him. Literally. Hands locked together mid-chase, and everyone freezes in surprise. Except this time it's passion grabbing her arm. I won't, she insists. Just let go, he mutters, not budging an inch. What on earth is the reason? He demands, refusing to loosen his grip. She just blinks. What? He lays it out flat. You picked Harun last time and now again. Honestly, Arlen is more worried about something else entirely. Her golden ticket out of exercise hell is slipping right through her fingers. The last time he's talking about flushes up, a younger Arlen, cheerfully declaring she'd rather go play with young Master Harun instead of him. Something in Passion's expression cracks open, like it's been waiting years to. Was he still holding a grudge from back then? As I thought, you. His voice comes out rawer than she's ever heard it. You really like Harun more than me, don't you? Out on a walk, Arlen gets hit with the one question she really did not want to answer. Does she like Harun more than him? All she can manage is a stunned, what? The moment it's out, he practically dives for the shadows, stammering at her to just forget he ever asked. I don't want to know anymore, he mutters, already turning away. She grabs his sleeve, but he's checked out. He claps his hands over his ears, insisting he can't hear her, then bolts, ordering her to stay put while he goes to track down Harun himself. Left alone, Arlen just stands there replaying it. Does she actually like Harun more? No way, she tells herself, though she doesn't sound too sure. Elsewhere, he's still stuck on what she said, and it definitely wasn't a yes. I don't like you is on repeat in his head. She realizes now he'd been smiling through the whole thing, like her words never even landed, and that just makes it worse. The two of them walk off hand in hand anyway, both quietly pretending none of that had at all. Now I just feel awful about it, she admits to herself, right before something calls her name out of the dark, and it does not sound friendly. And to the twins, two identical white-haired troublemakers who apparently know exactly what she's been up to. Arlen is already not in the mood. They lean in, snickering, swearing they've had her number since day one. Her stomach drops. Pisa, these two haven't figured out her secret little scheme. They're exactly the headache she cannot deal with right now. They laid out right there at the chalkboard, practically greeting her since Harun ran off. Her score with him is basically 0. So, they crow, she switched targets to His Highness, totally blinded apparently by her obsession with winning some imaginary best friend championship. Is that really what this looks like to you two? She thinks, exhausted, and then they twist the knife, offering to be her new best friends now that Harun's gone and the prince is off doing prince things. She just stares him down in silence, then flatly declines. No thanks needed. The twins scabber off cackling anyway. Meanwhile, over near the castle grounds, someone else is having just as rough a day. It's Harun, slumped on a bench, sighing that he never thought simply agreeing to be her friend would spiral into all this. He's seriously weighing whether he should just avoid Arlen entirely the next time he sees her. I don't know why, he admits, but I get nervous whenever she's around. Then he catches himself. But, cut to Passion, face down and completely wrecked over whatever happened in the short time he was gone. Someone finds him like that and has to ask, what exactly happened here, Harun? Harun shrugs it off. He swears he didn't do anything. So why does he feel so uneasy about the whole thing? He figures it doesn't much matter what he says. Passion probably won't believe him anyway. They only just became friends today after all. Feds up, Passion finally just asks him outright, forced to pick, is it him or is it Rowan? Harum's answer is blunt. Yes, there is a point to a question like that. And the point is, you. A quiet beat passes. I see, comes the reply. Thanks. And later, still fed up, Harun can't quite believe the almighty Peshin cares this much about one single person. And it shows. Every little thing Arelin does seems to send him straight from bliss to misery and back again. It's a wild ride just watching it happen, honestly. Rumor starts spreading that Arelin actually likes Harun. Even young Peshin catches wind of it, and you can see the exact moment it lands. Harun just watches him deflate, half wondering if he's supposed to comfort the guy, or what. Even so, young Peshin vows, I'm not going to give up. Older now, and just as stubborn, Peshin squares up with a look that says he is nowhere near done fighting for her. He turns that determination straight on Harun. I will never lose to you. Harun about drops his jaw. Why me? Ivan asks, understandably rattled at suddenly becoming the designated rival. Before he can get an answer, the twins come tearing across the courtyard, screaming for both of them at once. Do you know what Ariel just said? They announce. She won't be their best friend, and she won't even be His Highness's best friend either. Passion to sexual circuits. What? Then what about being best friends with Harun? The twins ask. The twins ask, did she say yes to that? We didn't actually ask. They smirk. Curious, Your Highness. Oh, he needs to know right now. Or should Seal go find out? Before the twin can move, Harun's hand shoots up. Me, I'll go ask. Everyone just blinks at the volunteer, and Harun walks off toward the gate alone to go find out himself. All right, then, the twins mutter, thoroughly confused, and just let him go. After a short while, he's still turning it all over in his head. He comes back and reports, she said no. I knew it, the twins wail. She won't be our best friend, and she wouldn't be His Highness's either. Thank goodness they're simple-minded, Harun sighs in relief, then admits to us, and only us, that he never actually went anywhere near Aurelian. With Peshin and the twins all built up over a rejection that never even happened, one bystander figures they'd better let Peshin cool off first. Watching Peshin take Arlen's hand nearby, Harun privately decides he needs to put some distance between them for a while. For the sake of his own sanity, he adds. Elsewhere, someone finally notices for the first time in a while Arelin is completely on her own. A couple of onlookers debate whether to go talk to her, remembering just how harsh she'd been earlier, even to the prince. What they don't realize is she can hear every single word of it from right where she's hiding. Not only am I the object of jealousy, now I'm unapproachable too, she thinks. Does this mean I don't have any chance of making friends anymore? But anyway, she sighs. What should I even say to Peshin when he gets back? Should she apologize, or is she just overthinking this? But she really does feel sorry about it. If she's honest, she starts, and can barely finish the thought. Wanted to make one new friend so I could escape this exercise hell. How did things get so messed up like this? Triple ARG. Not far off, a couple of onlookers just watched the meltdown, completely baffled. What's wrong with her? I don't know. In my past life, she thinks, and even now, I'm still just as immature as ever, she admits to herself. Nearby, a sharp-eyed girl in red watches it all, clearly not buying the sad act. Her friend wonders if they should talk to Aurelian, seeing as she's so close with the prince. Other students trade nastier gossip in the background. One insists she's illegitimate, another swears she's distant, another swears she's secretly terminally ill. The girl in red just smirks. Rumors or not, she has to admit, Aurelian really is as pretty as everyone says. Erlin feels the chill run through her before she even turns around. Miss Leslie, someone says, and Arlen's hair practically stands on end as she spins to face her. Arlen. Leslie says her name like it's a warning shot. Her hand clenches. Does this girl really think being close with the Crown Prince changes anything? The position of Crown Princess, Leslie announces, cold and certain, belongs to me. It always has. She closes in, bucking Aurelian right up against the tree, that same cold smile never slipping. Miss Arlen, she says again, sickly sweet this time, and Arlen can only stare back, completely frozen. Why don't you? Leslie starts, roses blooming ominously behind her. Then, all smiles, she finishes it. Why doesn't Arlen just come on over and join them for a little chat? Somehow that is the scariest invitation she's gotten all day. Meet Leslie Belfort, the Marquis's one and only daughter. She's got the looks, the money, and zero doubt about any of it. I'm the girl who has it all, she says. Well, almost. And there's exactly one thing missing from her otherwise perfect life. Her firm is only a marquisate, not a duchy. Annoying, sure, but not a deal-breaker. Because in Leslie's mind, she's already the future crown princess of the whole empire. Case closed. Rewind to the childhood friends gathering, where little Leslie had already crowned herself in her own head. Her father drilled it into her early. My daughter, you will become the crown princess. Who else could possibly be worthy? Young Leslie made herself a promise. Whatever it took, she'd become that crown princess. Her parents agreed with her, obviously, and Leslie was more than happy to believe them. Directly never even a question, and then footsteps. Someone's arriving. Speak of royalty. The crown prince himself just walked in. Leslie spins around, ready to dazzle him on sight. Except Prince Passion just walks right past her. Instead, he calls out a name that isn't hers at all. Arlen. Leslie's stomach drops. Arlen? The quiet Halburn girl who never says a word at these things? A sickly girl everyone else treats as invisible, and the crown prince only has eyes for her. A friend tries to talk Leslie down. No way he actually likes someone that dim, right? Leslie mutters her agreement, but she can't stop replaying what she just saw. Something about it is gnawing at her. As the future crown princess, she tells herself she can't just let this slide. So she marches right up to Arlen with an offer that sounds friendly enough. Why don't you come join us for a little chat? Leslie asks, all smiles. Arlen blinks, caught completely off guard. We just noticed you were sitting all by yourself, Leslie says, oh so kindly. We've got a little tea party planned today. Come be our guest. What she's really thinking? With no prince around to shield her, how's Arlen supposed to say no in front of everyone? This tea time is nothing but a setup designed to torture Arlen standing with the prince for good. Arlen freezes, arms crossed, clearly sensing a trap. For a second her mind flickers somewhere else entirely, a half-formed memory she can't quite place. She hesitates, genuinely unsure what to make of the invitation. At the tea party, Leslie makes her big announcement to the group. None other than Miss Arlen, she declares, while Arlen shrinks in embarrassment. The other girls clap along, all smiles. For now, Arlen admits this is all new to her, and honestly, it shows. She thanks Leslie for the invite. Leslie just laughs it off. Just doing my duty as a future queen of high society, Leslie announces. Arlen's pretty sure that job title doesn't exist. Leslie waves it off. Semantics don't matter when you've got a plan to run. Arlen just relieved to be somewhere she won't run into an overbearing patient. Small mercies. Leslie settles in with her tea, already scheming about the friends she's about to make. Hope everyone enjoys the tea time, she chirps, privately vowing not to waste this golden opportunity. Then comes the opening line of the real interrogation. Actually, Miss Arlen, mind if I asked you something? Trade for the jugular. What exactly is your relationship with His Highness? Leslie sips her tea, watching Arlen's face for cracks. It's just that you two seem awfully close, she presses, grinning. Arlen's caught off guard. Close? Even after the huge fight they just had? To Arlen, Passion is less romance and more personal drill sergeant, the self-appointed manager of hell. Still got 5 laps left, right? Arlen deadpans, and Leslie has no idea what to do with that. He manages everything about my mornings, personally, Arlen admits, and Leslie's brain short-circuits imagining it. Honestly, it's torment, Arlen sighs. Leslie manages a very unconvincing, I see. The other girls start whispering that Arlen must be really close with the prince. Arlen's not so sure, close is the word. Someone bursts out laughing, and Arlen has absolutely no clue why. The laughter trails off into something a lot more calculating. Arlen wonders what's so funny. She wouldn't be laughing either, if she'd lived through it herself. Sorry, comes the excuse. It's just that Miss Arlen clearly isn't used to settings like this. A new face jumps into pile on, a sharp-eyed redhead who's clearly enjoying this. No one ever taught you proper manners for gatherings like this, did they? The redhead needles? Arlen's stunned. 1 second they're chatting, the next she's being talked down to. What just happened? The mood was great 2 seconds ago. I thought we all got to be friends. Arlen protests. Friends? Redhead scoffs. Wrong answer, apparently, and Arlen's face gives everything away. Not exactly ladylike, is it? The redhead sniffs. Just some friendly advice so you don't embarrass yourself, swear. Then the real question comes out. So how exactly did you land the Crown Prince's attention? Arlen just stares, genuinely blindsided. His Highness clings to you like a nanny. Never give you a moment's peace, the redhead sneers. Wonder how long his interest actually lasts, though, she adds, needling harder. Even young Master Modest and the Spearham twins have been fawning over her lately. Someone else pipes up. Aurelian's starting to realize his whole invitation was never about friendship. It was a setup to humiliate her. The girls close in around her, lecturing that a true lady would never behave the way she does. Clinging onto men like that. Something about this whole scene feels weirdly, painfully familiar to Aurelian. She's certain she's lived through this exact moment before. Flashback. The same kind of girls, once upon a time, sneering that she was nothing without her parents' name. What's your behavior? Stop showing off and just stay quiet. Words she's heard before from people just like these. These kids, she realizes, are no different from the ones who hurt her back then. I'm only saying this because I care, they always claim. She'd almost let herself forget how that line always ends. Every single person who ever got close to her, turned out, wanted something. So from now on, you'll do exactly as we say. Understood, Miss Otteren? Why? Aurelian asks flatly. The redhead blinks, from completely off. Why should I? Aurelian repeats, smiling. And this time she means it. Pooh, she asks coolly. Do you think you are telling me what to do? The redhead flinches and goes silent. Why aren't you answering me? Aurelian presses. I asked you a question, Aurelian repeats, and the redhead's composure completely cracks. This isn't you really now remember, someone mutters, as Aurelian turns the manners lecture right back on her. Aurelian holds her ground, refusing to back down an inch. The redhead stammers, backpedaling fast, while Leslie watches the whole thing unfold in silence. Miss Aurelian, I think that's enough. Leslie finally cuts in, and Aurelian turns, surprised to hear her own name. Since you kept your mouth shut this whole time, Leslie says, turning her sharp green eyes on the redhead. You might just well just keep it that way. It's in your best interest to stay out of this, Leslie warns, and suddenly the girl who set this whole trap looks a lot scarier than the trap itself. Meet the sole young lady of the Halburn Duchy. Her name is Sigria Halburn. Remember it, because barely anyone at court ever bothered to. This is the Aurelian everyone remembers, the quiet kid who always sat alone in the corner at every childhood gathering. At first people treated her with all the respect a duke's daughter deserved. Then the whispers started. I heard she doesn't even know who her own mother is. They said even her own father acted like she didn't exist. Even the servants learned to look right through her. Eventually, everyone either forgot about Aurelian or just pretended she was invisible. You'd expect all that scorn to make a kid furious. But really, they always just smiled through it, every single time. Like a fool, hugging her one raggedy teddy bear a little tighter. So, naturally, she assumed today would be exactly like every other day, right up until something shattered. Why did everyone suddenly go quiet? Answer me, a voice demands, cold, sharp, and nothing like the girl anyone remembered. This isn't the Aurelian we remember, the kids whisper. Who dares to say anything to me now? And somewhere along the way, that same girl learned to smile entirely on her own terms. Cut to a garden party, years later, and the exact moment everyone's poise cracked right down the middle. Young lady, a flustered butler calls out, chasing after the new face at the gathering. Name? He demands. I tyke, it's Nadelli, she squeaks back. Father's title, A. Viscount, Nadelli admits, and just like that, the room's little pecking order kicks in. Lady Nadelli, do you know... Someone begins, reaching toward her like she's about to learn a hard lesson. If this were a real high society party, you wouldn't even be allowed to speak to me. It's only because this is a friendly gathering. One girl sneers. I appreciate the advice, but Nadelli tries to get a word in. I never gave you permission to give any advice, young lady, comes the icy reply. Then a new voice cuts in, flat and cold. Unsolicited advice from someone without the right is nothing but presumptuous meddling. Are you aware, Aurelian adds, that words like that can be considered a crime? That lands like a slap, and the tears start welling up fast. Ick. Whoop. Tick. Hank. The sniffeling's already turning into full-blown sobbing. Ooh, yeah. Murmuring. Nadelli wails. So much for high society composure. Aurelian just watches, quietly stunned by her own handiwork. The Plumpies kids, she sings. I honestly can't remember why my old self wanted so badly to be their friend. A maid pokes her head in. Sorry to interrupt. Would you like more tea and refreshments? She freezes, horrified. By any chance, did something happen here? I was simply, Aurelian says calmly, telling Lady Nadelli a truth she wasn't quite ready for yet. In this world, she tells the still-sniffling girl, You can't fix anything by crying. Nadeli just blinks. The other girl at the table sniffs, completely unbothered. The tea party was delightful. I shall excuse myself first, then. Ellen just sighs and trudges off. So much for making friends. Guess I'll just go home. Meanwhile, far from the tea and the tears, a very different kind of building looms on the horizon. So the Sky Tower is finally coming, huh? Someone murmurs, flipping through paperwork. This is the sacred ground of mages, the Sky Tower itself, headquarters of every magician alive, and a place so secretive nobody was even sure it actually existed. Lord Mehen can barely believe it. The Sky Tower is formally requesting a visit to the Empire. It has to be about the incident in Sharit, he decides. We need a meeting with the Tower Master. I've already drawn up the request papers, Lord Mehen, his aide adds. His harried aide sighs. There's no end to these monster subjugation requests. Did the monsters think spring was picnic season? And summer already? It's still late spring, actually, and this is the first time the Northern Fortress has ever asked for reinforcements. Things are getting worse by the day. Main's hand crumples the report. So it seems. Then it boils over, leaving behind his own family, his own child, to shut himself away in the north. What in the hell is he doing? His aide winces. Maybe I should have saved that report for a better mood. A nervous Eifatha's, bracing for the next outburst. Buried in the paperwork, someone finally asks, and what's this special request from the Crown Prince anyway? A secret mission, comes the answer, handed personally to the First Night Order, with a reward juicy enough that every knight in the building is fired up about it. Looks like that jerk cashed in big on this so-called secret mission, someone grumbles. Secret mission, a puzzled aide echoes. Gui Peshen, beaming and throwing a thumbs up like the dork he secretly is. His Highness is up to something strange again. Hardly befitting a crown prince. Someone mutters. Back with Mehen. There's one more thing I need to report. According to the Imperial household. There was a minor incident at today's gathering between the young lady and the others. Apparently, she made the other girl cry. Mehen goes dead silent. So our young lady knows how to pick a fight. And she made the other one cry, no less. Elsewhere, two people tinker over some glowing device. They're children, they grow up fighting after all. Besides, it's better to throw the punch than be the one taking it. I suppose that's true, someone concedes, watching a very one-sided KO. But out in the pouring rain, a darker thought creeps in. But if Aurel takes after Valere, wouldn't it be wiser to give her a strict scolding now before this becomes a real problem? Then again, wouldn't it be pointless to scold her? Maybe it's best to just let it be. The door clicks open right in the middle of the debate. Even so, things that need scolding really ought to be scolded. Mom! A small voice interrupts, delighted and completely oblivious to the timing. Two little arms fling straight into a hug of flowers and lace. Oh no, of all times, it had to be while we were talking about scolding her. Said's jaw drops mid-sentence, completely blindsided. Aurel, Mehen says, all the sternness melting right off his face. Did you enjoy your dinner? Yeah, it was delicious, comes the happy reply. Right as the aide bursts in, Mom, are you busy? Mehen just thinks, relieved, looks like I was worried over nothing. Elsewhere, by a tall window, the sniffling hasn't stopped. Stop crying already, one girl snapped at her sobbing friend. Because of you, I can't even go back to the estate. But, Leslie, another pleads. The crying girl, Nadeli, hiccups out a question. Should I go apologize to Lady Halburn? Apologize? It was just a tea party. It wasn't even a formal one. Leslie scoffs. This is all because she was never taught any proper manners. One of the others isn't so sure. But, hick, what if she gets angry later because I snubbed her? Our old maid shrugged it off. So what if she gets angry? So what she gets angry? It's not like she gets any attention at home anyway. Leslie's expression turns dark. Who's even going to listen to what she says? And yet, someone like her had the nerve to sneer at me, like I wasn't even worth her time. Back at the estate, Ellen's mind is already made up. I won't let her get away with this. Somewhere else Leslie's mind is made up too. No matter what, I'm going to crush her to the ground. 2 girls, 2 grudges, 0 chill. My friends hover nervously. Leslie, are you okay? Then a new face leans in with a smile. Miss Leslie, I've just thought of a good idea. Framed by a wall of roses, she smiles the kind of smile you should probably be worried about. Leslie eyes her warily. How about this? We open on a quiet breakfast, and the spoon just clattered right out of Erlen's hand. Next is exercise time, right, my lady? The maid asks, not letting her off the hook for a second. Exercise. Erlen repeats into the mirror, like the word personally offended her. Her mind drifts back to Peshin's face from their last meeting, dead serious and clearly building up to something. As I thought, you really like Haroon more than me, don't you? He'd said, and the memory still stings. He had that look on his face, she thinks. I don't think he'll come today. No, I'll just go read instead. So instead of the training yard, she heads for the library, hand in hand with her maid. Then, shall we head straight to the library? The maid asks, and off they hop. Coincidentally, I heard a new book that my lady might like has just arrived, the maid says, pulling one off the shelf. Really? Erlen pokes right up. But her thoughts keep drifting back to Peshin, and something about it has her on edge. Then the door bursts open. Erlen, it's exercise time now, right? Peshin, beaming right on schedule after all. Why are you here? She blurts, completely caught off guard, so much for her plan to dodge him. Turns out the plan didn't stick. She's back in the greenhouse counting out reps. 9 how? 10. Quick, the stopwatch stops. She actually pushed through the whole set. Erlen, you're still making progress bit by bit, huh? Peshin says, clearly pleased. Looks like the tonic's effective, she pants, wiping sweat. Progress, apparently, tastes exhausting. You've worked hard, so let's stop here for today. Okay, she manages between breaths. She steals a glance at him. At first glance, he doesn't seem any different from his usual self. But behind that cheerful face, who knows what he's really thinking, she wonders, watching him scribble away. Should I just act like nothing happened too? She thinks. But how am I even supposed to do that? She clutches her head, spiraling. It doesn't bother him. Doesn't bother him uncomfortable? Peshin pulls out a chair for her. You must be tired, right? Come sit over here. Okay, she says, still rattled. You're unusually calm than usual today, he notices, watching her closely. It's because I'm uncomfortable, she thinks, right before he steps closer, with a question of his own. By the way, Ro, can I ask you something I've been curious about? I heard you had a tea party with the young ladies during the childhood friends gathering. By any chance, did something happen there? He presses, way too casually. Nothing happened, she says, a bit too fast. Really, he's clearly not buying it. What exactly are you curious about? She deflects. I was wondering if something unpleasant happened to you or Ellen, he admits. There's a knowing look on his face that says he already has his answer. Looks like he's heard about it from someone, she realizes. There's no way he wouldn't know everything that went on at his own gathering. It's okay, she tells him, trying to shut the subject down. RL, he starts. If you concern yourself about it, it will only make things harder for me, she cuts in. So just pretend like you don't know anything, she adds, firm about it. How can I? He asks quietly. In the first place, it all happened because of me. It's complicated. It was simply a matter that stemmed from you, that's all, she says, fists clenched in her lap. It wasn't your fault. He tries to argue. I'm sorry, he says, instead, cutting himself off. The apology lands heavier than either of them expected. I'm sorry that you had to go through something like that because of me, Erlen, he says, and he means every word. She just listens, quiet for once. Sometimes, she thinks, I feel like Peshin is more like an adult than I am, even though I'm the one with memories of a past life. Even though, as the Crown Prince, he's in a position that calls for him to forgive rather than apologize, he's always warm and considerate when it matters most. Maybe, she thinks, watching him. That's the kind of kid he is by nature. Compared to him, I'm always hurting people with my words, and I can't even be kind. Even so, instead of rejecting his feelings, there's a part of me now that wants to reciprocate them, she decides. I'm telling you, Peshin, it's not your fault, so you don't need to say sorry. They sit there a moment, side by side, feet swinging off chairs way too big for them. But Erlen wants to make friends, he says, cheeks going pink. Because of me. For no reason, you. He's seeking now, she says softly, and something in his whole face relaxes. Because you're my first, he says. Plain and simple. Oh? What do you... She starts to ask, right as we rewind to explain exactly what he means. Throughout her past life, she was a quiet loner who preferred being alone, pouring herself into her violin instead of people. But in this one, everything's different. The first friend I've ever had since I was born, she says, looking right at him. This is you, she finishes. Little Passion just freezes, petals drifting past him, completely floored. His face goes bright red on the spot. Ireland, can I hug you? He blurts, going for broke. No, just this once. He hugs her anyway. She groans, not really fighting it. Dean. Then just once, okay? She relents. Arlene. He cheers, diving in for real. He squeezes her tight, grinning ear to ear like he just won something huge. To think you like me this much, now you're making me blush too, he teases, ing through it. I'm well aware that Passion already has a female lead he's destined to be with, she admits to herself, still hugging him. But in moments like this, I can't help but feel like his heart for me will never change, she thinks, doodling little hearts in her head. What are we going to do if one day you start liking someone else, she asks, freezing the second the words leave her mouth. That will never happen, he says instantly, sealing it with a pinky promise. You know, there's always a what if, she teases. No, there's no way. That would ever happen, he insists. So... Back in the present, although Passion's whole focus narrows in on her. Does Ireland really not trust me? She just holds on to that memory of the hug a moment longer, replaying it all in her mind. I know I can trust you now, she thinks. Know the future, she finishes, the one thing she can never actually tell him. A few days later, the childhood friends gathering is back on, giggling and all, and everyone's headed for the garden. Ireland can do whatever she wants, Passion announces to the whole group, visible startling more than one person. She blinks, not expecting the free pass. After all, I'm your first friend, he explains, so it's okay even if Arela makes a second or a third friend. I won't get in your way, he adds, arms crossed, playing it cool, then immediately yells, Come with me! Everyone heard that right? Today is Arelin's free time! What? We're gonna play with Arelin, someone whines. No, Arel, Passion shoots back, already regretting his own generosity. I mean, I don't mind being alone, so that's fine by me. She thinks, walking off. As I thought, it's because of the conversation we had last time, isn't it? Do Arlen really not trust me? So you thought I didn't trust you, and now you're trying to win trust points? She needles, hitting a little too close to home. Well, since things turned out this way, I might as well relax, she decides, wandering off alone. It's been a while. I should go somewhere quiet and read a book, she thinks, right before her foot catches on something. Her shoe snags as she stumbles hard, the ground rushing up fast. Her eyes go wide with pure panic. No, she thinks, range streaking down as everything tilts sideways. I'm going to crash into the tree. She braces for impact. Then, a footstep. Someone's right there, and closes around his sleeve before she can hit anything. Watch, a voice says, steady and completely unbothered. Voilà, bon Dieu, your step, he finishes, stranger with sharp yellow eyes and a smile that says he's very pleased with his own timing. He catches her properly, fingers closing gently around her ribbon like he's done this before. She stares up at him, completely stunned, with absolutely no idea who this guy is. He just smiles down at her, way too comfortable for a total stranger. We meet again, little lady, he says, and that's the cliffhanger we're leaving on. Who is this guy? Arellen stumbles, and out of nowhere a voice catches her. Watch your step. The stranger steadies her with an amused, you almost fell there, and Arellen freezes. She knows that face. Golden eyes, jet black hair, a smirk that means trouble. It's the strange man she once ran into back at Lake Cherit. Why are you here? She demands, heart hammering. I came here to find you, obviously, he says, like it's the most normal thing in the world. How is that an obviously? She snaps back, then remembers where they're standing. This is the Imperial Palace. How did you even get in? He just smiles wider. Besides, there's no place I can't get into, he brags. Right as a flash of light bursts from her own hand. A glowing mark blooms on her palm. As long as I have that, he says coolly, finding use in nothing. The mark she thought only she could see was never a secret at all. It was a location tracker planted on her this whole time. Her mind rewinds to Lake Cherit, to footsteps closing in and his voice grumbling that tracking her down had been a bit of a hassle. You've inherited quite an annoying bloodline, he mutters. Of all things, it had to be the Halban family. Little Arellen can only ask, what's going on? Why would he go this far for someone like her? The only answer that makes sense is the scariest one. He's come back to finish what he started. That's why he hunted her down so relentlessly, she realizes, so he could finally finish the job. He pokes her cheek instead of anything worse. Don't be so terrified. I'm not here to eat you alive. Not right now, anyway. Little Aurelian just blinks at him, utterly baffled. Not sure, he shrugs, when she asks if he'll eat her alive later. I've still got a lot of things I'm curious about. Back in the present, Aurelian studies him with new eyes. When she first met him at the mansion, he looked like he was in his mid-20s. But looking closer now, he seems younger than that. Something about him doesn't add up. He catches her staring dead on, done staring. Did I stare too hard? She asks, unbothered. I don't mind, but if you keep talking loudly out here, people are going to think you're crazy. He reaches lazily for a rose, unfazed. People will think you're crazy, he echoes back at her, and she blinks. Pardon? You're probably the only one in this whole place who can even see me, he says, flat as ever. Aurelian's jaw drops. Now that she thinks about it, as loud and flashy as he is, standing right there, literally no one is even glancing their way, and yet she distinctly felt warmth from his hand. He's definitely not a ghost, but whatever he is, it isn't normal. He just watches her, arms crossed, unreadable, while she tries to figure out what exactly she's dealing with. Planning to move somewhere else. Smart move, he says, trailing after her anyway. But you're all alone out here. Everyone else is off having fun over there. You don't have friends, he asks, and Aurelian visibly flinches. Excuse me, she huffs, spinning around. I do have friends. Don't get so mad, he shrugs. I don't have friends either. Never mind that friend number one happens to be the Crown Prince himself. That's mean. I had plenty of friends before, he adds. Where are they all now? She asks. They're all dead, he says, flat as anything, and the whole scene goes cold. He grins, the kind of grin that means he's enjoying this way too much. Want to know why they died? She recoils. Internally, he's already regretting it. I messed up. No matter what I say next, I'm setting off a death flag here. I should just pretend I didn't say that and move on, he decides, right as gossip drifts over from a nearby tea party. Everyone, did you know? During the tea party last time, Aurelian made Miss Nadeli cry, one girl whispers, and the rumor mill starts turning. That's true. Yes, I was there. She berated her for ages, flaunting that she's the Duke's daughter. One of them lies smoothly. Even while Nadeli was crying, Aurelian didn't so much as blink. I heard Nadeli was nothing but kind to her. So mean. She probably thinks she's so special just because His Highness dotes on her. The Halbans probably begged the palace to babysit her, obviously. Aurelian, listening in, seethes quietly. She can handle a little gossip, but she never expected them to twist the truth this hard. Her hand curls into a fist. The stranger draws beside her. Looks like you're no stranger to being disliked, little lady. He leans back against a tree, thoroughly entertained by the whole show. Guess I'm not really the lovable type, Aurelian mutters. Really? He says. That's unexpected. He pokes her cheek again. But you're so cute. She has absolutely no response to that. His hand slides closer, casual as ever. Or, how about I help you? He offers. I can take care of it for you, he says, voice dropping low, quietly and neatly. Aurelian goes very still. I think if you will what thou put on thou tell put on this idea of not like the word. Nearby, one of the gossiping girls scoffs. Sure what, she's terminal anyway. What's terminal? It means she's about to die. The stranger and Aurelian trade a look. When? When will she die? I don't know, but I hope that horrible kid dies soon, the girl Cornelia spits out. Even he winces. Hey, come on. That's a bit much. Why? You don't like Aurelian either, Miss Dorothy? Cornelia snaps. He smirks over at Aurelian. Sure, you don't want my help now. Aurelian's fist clenches tighter. I'm used to dealing with rumors, but I'm not generous enough to forgive this kind of talk. She marches straight towards the gossiping girls. You guys. The girls' faces go pale as a new voice cuts in behind them. What's this? What's this? The Devil twins have arrived, cooning ear to ear. Got something fun to share? Saw something juicy. One girl squeaks, suddenly starstruck. The twins? They practically sparkle at the sight of them, rumor forgotten for a hot second. They clutch each other, whispering frantically. They didn't hear what we were saying just now, did they? I don't know. Just play dumb, maybe they didn't hear, one hisses. Didn't hear what? Noelle asked sweetly. Cornelia, saying she hopes Arellen dies? Cornelia flinches hard. I mean, he presses, how could you say something like that? Seal adds, cold as ice. Arellen is suffering from a serious illness that's not easy to cure. It's not right to say things like that about someone who's sick, you know? That's just mean, Cornelia. Did you really hate her that much? No, it's not like that. Cornelia stammers. You see, Arellen made Nadeli cry, so out of anger, I just... Cornelia pleads. Is that so? Noelle says, unimpressed. As far as I know, Nadeli was the one in the wrong first. In the wrong first. Isn't that right, Seal? Exactly. Why does everyone have it backwards? Seal grins. Interesting, right? No, one onlooker gasps. Huh? Nadeli was wrong first? Cornelia's friend pales, but Cornelia definitely said Aurelian was the mean one. That means... Cornelia was the one spreading the false rumor, someone realizes, horrified. The twins lay it out plain and simple. Aurelian didn't do anything wrong. Cornelia cumbles. So sorry, I was wrong. It's not us you should be apologizing to, Cornelia, one twin says, but as for you, the right thing to do now is stop showing up to the childhood friends gathering, wouldn't you agree? He finishes. All smiles and zero mercy. Then the invisible stranger leans in, icing his voice. A brat like you with no class doesn't belong here. Cornelia goes white as a sheet. You know exactly what I mean, right, Cornelia? A hiccuping sob is the only answer he gets. I'm so... She blubbers, already backing away. The twins watch her and Nadeli bulldoff in record time. Wow, look at those two go, so fast. Amazing, isn't it, Noelle? Adeyo. There you are. They spot Arellen watching the whole thing. How long have you been standing there? You were totally spying on us, weren't you, Aurelian? You guys, she sighs. Why did you help me? She finally asks, straight up. The twins mirror each other, all wide-eyed innocence. Did we help her? We just told the truth, that's all, one shrugs. It just so happens His Highness also told us to go check on her, Etch, of course. Of the Torsi, to check on her, Etch, of course. Her hair catches the light as he watches them go, still tanning it over in her mind. She knows full well they had no real reason, they just stepped in because it amused them. And yet, despite knowing that, a corner of her heart is fluttering. For some reason she can't quite explain. Twins, she calls out. They both freeze mid-step. And do you guys want to be friends with me? She asks. Didn't you say last time you'd never be best friends with us? Not even a little? They tease back, stalling. No, we'll do it. We want to be friends. They backpedal in a panic. We were just curious about the reason. Iroan smiles to herself. She'd been looking for a friend in all the wrong places. The twins go pink and bump shoulders, flustered out of nowhere. Well, you two are looking pretty cute today, too, for some reason, she teases, watching them practically skip ahead. Noelle nudges his brother. Seal, I think I finally get why His Highness keeps chasing after Arelan. You too, Noelle? Same here, Seal admits. Then he glances around, puzzled. But wait, where did that stalker of hers go? We open on a grand building Arelan snuck into before sunrise. It's the Halpern family's private library, right next door to the equally famous Firm Library. Together with the Imperial Palace Library, these three make up the Empire's most legendary collections. And there's exactly one reason Arelan dragged herself here this early in the morning. A door creaks open, and a maid spots her tucked away inside. My lady? The maid assumes she's back for the novel she left off on last time. Nope, not today. Judging by the stack piled around her, Aurelian's after something very different. One title in the pile practically glows with importance. A star to a star-class mage. She's on a mission to find out exactly one thing. What that strange mark burned into the back of her hand actually means. So, she's been quietly hoarding every book that might hold a clue, flipping through them one by one. Problem is, none of it's panning out. All she's got to go on is a single star-shaped mark. Turns out a star is basically the universal symbol for mages. Legend says that when a mage hits peak mastery, they're granted an actual star and crowned star class in ancient times, a symbol of the savior. Aron lets that sink in, then a much scarier thought hits her. Wait, if that guy really is a mage, that would finally explain how he keeps popping in and vanishing without a trace. And why don't a single mage of the Palace or estate has ever managed to sense him coming? She replays our last conversation in her head. He looks young, but something about him reads a lot older. Then a colder thought creeps in. What's that quiet sense of danger hiding under his easygoing attitude? It's like she's not even talking to something human. Could he be some ancient monster wearing a human face freshly busted out of a seal, or an archmage who just woke up from a very long nap? Before she can spiral any further, footsteps interrupt her. It's Beshin, grinning ear to ear like he owns the place. "What you're reading?" he asks, popping down right next to her. Turns out she can read this other language too, which genuinely impresses him. Then he awkwardly circles around to what he actually came for. How did her lost childhood friends gathering go? So that's the real reason he tracked her down. And when she casually mentioned she made a friend, his whole face short-circuits. The friend in question, the twins, already decked out and calling it official. Pishin's jaw hits the floor. Of all people. The twins. He spent ages earning her trust, and these two waltz in and get friend status in a single afternoon. And now he's just sulking, full storm cloud mode. Aurelin genuinely has no idea what the protocol is for comforting a jealous crown prince. Lucky timing. A maid, Lena, comes hurrying over. Perfect. Lena will know exactly what to do. Her actual advice. Give him a head pet. She even demos it on the stuffed bunny for reference, though she notes he's still, the actual crown prince. Step 2 is apparently a gentle hug, and Aurelian practices on the bunny like this is a certified technique. Someone points out she's treating an actual prince like a toddler. Fair, but also kind of accurate. Either way, Arloan's made her mind and springs to her feet, startling Pishoin mid-sulk. Except before she can say a word, he beats her to it. Enough moping. He's just gonna get rid of the whole childhood friends gathering. Now it's Arloan's turn to be stunned. What? You've made a friend now, he mutters, already turning to walk off. In his head, she never even liked that gathering much anyway. No, Peshin, wait! He's dead set on marching straight to the Empress to make it official. Aurelian just watches him go for a second. Then her fist clenches. She's not letting it slide. Peshin's already rationalizing it as a favor to her, since that gathering is exactly where the nasty rumors about her started. While we're at it, Basheshin. She grabs him before he can get any further. Her hand closes around his. He freezes at the contact, completely caught off guard. She cups his face and gently tells him to just calm down. For a second, neither of them moves, faces way closer than either of them planned. Both their hearts are pounding, loudly. Keshin finally pulls back, completely flustered. "Are you calm now?" she asks. He gives a wordless, sheepish nod. Her mind drifts back to the memory that started all this. "Listen," she says, finally ready to actually explain herself. "Don't get rid of the childhood friends gathering." He blinks. Why? She admits something she hadn't quite said out loud before. Time spent at the palace has genuinely grown on her. Playing around with him, Harun, and the twins. She's actually come to enjoy it. The memory plays out behind her, the whole little group, wandering the grounds together. "That was fine," she says simply. Passion just stares, taking that in. "I see," is all he manages. He mulls it over. If she genuinely enjoys it, fine, he can't argue with that. Though he can't resist floating one compromise. Keep the 5 of them and boot literally everyone else. "No," she shoots back immediately. He pouts and crosses his arms. She warns him he'll get in trouble pulling something that drastic. "Don't care," he says, grabbing her hand and dragging her along anyway. "I don't want that." Later, sunlight spills back into the library, where Aurelian settled in to study. Pieces turn, quiet and steady. She's deep into some dense old novel. Eventually the words win, and she face-plants asleep right on the desk, books scattered everywhere, while Peshin keeps quietly reading beside her. He notices exactly how worn out she looks. "You look exhausted, Aurel." He carefully tucks a stray strand of hair back for her, careful not to wake her. Watching her breathe, slow and even, he already knew her body was weak, but even in the middle of the day, she's out cold like this. Probably even more worn down than usual, given everything that's happened lately. He thinks back to the rumors still spinning behind her back after that gathering, and how she kept insisting she was totally fine. Which is exactly why he figured it'd be simpler to just scrap the whole gathering in the first place. As expected, though, there's only so much he can actually do for her as just a friend. A stray thought crosses his mind. If he were Mayhin, her guardian, he could stay glued to her side around the clock, and nobody would even question it. which is apparently exactly why little Pishin once declared he wanted to grow up and be her dad. Bold strategy. Watching her sleep, his mind wanders somewhere a lot more honest. What should I do to get closer to you, Relling? If you'd just let me, I could be. I'm more greedy. I would see you every single day. Toto be right by your side, and always on my mind. Every time I think of you, his thoughts twist into something darker, a dream where he's reaching for her through deep water. I start wondering if something's happened to you, again. And I get scared, really scared. But then I see your face, and all of that worry just melts away, he thinks, gently tucking her hair back, like snow disappearing when spring finally comes. Sometimes I feel like such a fool. Erwin. I like you. So, could you maybe like me back, even just a little? She's fast asleep through every word of it. The confession lands, and nobody's around to hear it but him. Because I think I've started falling for you. Hard. To the point it's honestly a little overwhelming. He finally lets himself lean in, quietly wrapping an arm around her as she sleeps on, none the wiser. Night falls over the palace, and somebody's tiptoeing through the empty halls with a very specific target in mind. A figure in red slips along the corridor, a cat trotting silently at her heels like a tiny partner in crime. The cat keeps right on pace, tail flicking as she closes in on her target. Two sets of footsteps form into step together, closing in on wherever the prince has been sneaking off to. Her heels click sharply against the marble. At this point, she's not even bothering to be quiet. Passion, she calls out, and just the sound of his own name is enough to make him freeze. There he is, sprawled out looking like he just got caught red-handed. Where have you been? She demands. He doesn't even bother opening his eyes. Is that any of your business? He mutters. All she gets for the trouble is a full-force glare. Passion is clearly not in a talking mood. She's not backing off, though. It's just that you've been going out a lot these days, she points out. And he brushes her off with a flat, how unexpected. I was just wondering if you were busy. She tries again. I'm always busy. He shoots back instantly. She's not buying the deflection for a second. It's not only because of that, right? He narrows those red eyes at her. Since when did you get so interested in what I do? Sir, he says, half a warning, and just like that, we finally get a name for his relentless little interrogator. She doesn't budge an inch, fully unbothered by his tone. Why? Is that weird for me to care about my older brother? Sarua fires back, all faux innocence. Yeah, it's weird, so mind your own business, Passion grumbles, and gets promptly ignored as Sarua flounces off, ordering her poor attendant Shroom to keep up. He's funny, seriously, she mutters to no one in particular. The whole palace already knows, so what's the point in keeping it a secret? If I remember correctly, her name was Aureline, right? Sarua asks with a grin that says she already asks, with a grin that says she already knows the answer. I have to admit, I'm curious, she muses, why Bishan is so obsessed with her, and why he gets that dazed, lovesick look on his face every single time her name comes up. A slow smirk spreads across her face. As expected, the answer is, Sarua's already got this whole thing figured out. She's already scheming to drag their mother, the Empress, into it for backup gossip. Chin in hand, grinning ear to ear, Sarua dissolves into evil little giggles. This is going to be fun. They say humans can adapt to anything, and Arellan has, in the strangest way possible. Because somewhere along the way, without her even noticing, cookies started disappearing off her plate. Someone unseen is happily crunching away on her snacks, one bite at a time. I've gotten used to the stalking of his creepy stalker, she admits flatly. And he just laughs, delighted she's stalked, even flinching. There was simply no other choice but to get used to it. Even Mahen has had to adjust to the situation. Do you happen to know how to get rid of a creepy stalker? She asks Mahen point blank. He just blinks. Pardon? Turns out he's got no idea how to get rid of a stalker. Mostly because Mahen can't even see the guy in the first place. Because his fun is literally his whole excuse. What am I, your personal YouTube? She snaps back. Don't you have anything better to do? She grumbles, while he just hums a tune and ignores her completely. Nothing urgent. I'm just waiting for something right now, he says breezily. I see, she replies, unconvinced. So, he starts twirling something between his fingers, clearly about to needle her about something. Was your background check on me successful? He asks. And just like that, she's caught red-handed. He even went all the way to the library, huh? He teases, thoroughly amused. She's been digging into him. Who knew you were such a curious little lady? He grins, clearly enjoying this way too much. If there's something you still want to ask me, now's your chance, he offers, surprisingly serious for once. Ha, it's fine, she says, backing off instead. Maybe some questions are better left unasked. Why? He presses. Well, she hesitates, clearly weighing how honest to actually be. I don't want to ask the wrong question and have you suddenly vanish without a trace, she admits. Nope, I'd rather live as long as possible, thanks, she deadpans. Honestly, fair. Why are you laughing? She asks, baffled as he just cracks up at her completely reasonable self-preservation instinct. He keeps smirking behind his own hand, clearly finding her far more entertaining than he lets on. Ah, my, our little lady really is the cutest, he coos. Go ahead, ask, he adds, waving off her worries. I don't want to, she says stubbornly. I won't lay a finger on you, so just ask, he reassures her. She just stares at him, still not entirely convinced this is a good idea. What exactly are you? She finally asks outright, half expecting him to dodge the question completely. That's a secret, he grins, giving her absolutely nothing to work with. Back then and straight, what was that thing? She tries again, and this time he simply says, that's a secret too. Ha, are you playing a joke on me? She asks, more than a little annoyed at this point. If I answered that, I'd probably end up poking the little lady, he says cryptically. All right, pass, she sighs, giving up on that one. Then what am I supposed to do about the back of my hand, she asks. If it keeps glowing like this, it's going to be a problem. That's fine, I'm the only one who can see it, he assures her, as light seems to bloom around her hand. There are other beings besides me who can sense it, he adds, but there aren't many of them left in this world. What is it you want from me? She demands. Who knows? He shrugs. It's the first time I've ever come across something this fascinating. Then, what's your name? Arellen finally asks, straight to the point. He goes quiet for a moment, actually considering the question instead of deflecting for one. His golden eyes narrow slightly, weighing exactly how much to give away. She waits, watching him closely, refusing to let this one go unanswered. Cheyenne, he finally offers, the name settling into the quiet like it actually means something. From now on, call me that, he says, and for once there's no teasing in it at all. Cheyenne, she repeats, testing the name out loud like she's trying to make it feel real. Helen, is that your real name? She presses, point blank. Do you want to know my true name? He asks instead, and something about the way he says it makes the air feel heavier. No, not really, she answers flatly, self-preservation over curiosity every time. He just laughs. The little lady has sharp intuition. It's my turn to ask questions now, right? He says. Please, go ahead, she allows. Are you... He starts, then trails off, actually hesitating for once. The only Halburn in this estate? He finally asks. Yes, I guess, she answers, then adds, quieter. They say I have a father, but I've never actually met him. I see, is all he says back, letting that one sit without pushing further. But why... He starts to ask something else, then stops himself before finishing. The air shifts around them, light scattering like something's about to happen, or not. For a moment, it's just quiet, the two of them left sitting there with the question hanging in the air. And then, just like that, he's gone again, vanished without a trace, same as always. At times like this, I really do feel like I'm being haunted or something, Arlie mutters to absolutely no one. She sits there for a beat, staring at the empty chair across from her. This is getting creepy. I need Mehen, she finally decides. He should be in his office, right? Around this time, she heads off to track him down. I'll just peek in for a second, she tells herself. If he looks busy, I'll come back later. She peers curiously through the gap, doing her best impression of subtle. The grand doors swing open right as she gets there, and Mehen looks up, clearly not expecting company. My lady, he asks, startled to see her standing there. Mom, she yells, launching herself straight at him for a hug because apparently that's a bit they got going. I was actually on my way to see you, he tells her, still catching his breath. Did you need something? So, it was me you needed, but you said you were on your way, she says, working through the coincidence out loud. To see me? This is Mehen's busiest time of the day, she says, surprised he'd break from his schedule for her. Ah, that. He starts, a little sheepish. There is something for which I must get my lady's permission. he says, holding something out to her. A wax-sealed envelope. An invitation, she wonders. That seal definitely belongs to the imperial family. She flips it open right there, scanning the contents with growing curiosity. The Empire's grand holiday, the founding festival, is almost here. And with that season coming up, both the imperial family and high society are about to get very busy, so the regular childhood friends gathering is getting put on hold for a while. Instead, before all that starts, there's going to be a social tea party, one the children have apparently put together with great sincerity. Let us all work together to make it a wonderful tea party, the invitation reads. Oh, that's such a cute and sweet event, isn't it? Aralyn says, and honestly, you can already tell this is going to go sideways. We open on Lord Mahen buried in paperwork, pen scratching across yet another letter, this one addressed simply to Dylan. Without looking up, he asks the question that's clearly been eating at him. Has the Sky Tower responded? Yes, comes the reply. They're scheduled to arrive just in time for the upcoming founding festival. With this being their first visit in 134 years, everyone wants a meeting, Dylan adds, so prior arrangements have gotten rather complicated. I see, Mahen mutters, and the pen never stops moving. His real hope is quieter than that, though. Since it's the Sky Tower, maybe they know something about his young lady's mysterious illness. So make sure that meeting happens, he orders. Dylan bows low, understood. A heavy working silence falls back over the office. Poor Dylan is sweating bullets. It feels like walking on thin ice, he thinks. Lord Mahen must be getting a headache from this too, he figures, especially now that even the Grand Duke's usual teasing letters have gone suspiciously quiet. Mahen's face gives nothing away, but something is clearly weighing on him. And then, of course, Her Majesty picks this exact moment to announce a family gathering at the palace. Why would Her Majesty choose now, of all times, to do this? Someone groans, head in hands. With the founding festival already looming, Dylan can only stare blankly at his growing pile of work. Mahen's mind drifts somewhere else entirely, back to a much smaller version of this exact problem. Tiresome matters keep happening, a younger Mahen mutters, staring into a glowing communication orb. I don't know what my lady's answer will be, but... He trails off. A small girl with pale pink blonde ringlets stares back at him, clearly bracing for bad news. She smooths down her dress nervously, waiting for him to finish. Mahen hesitates, unsure how to break it to her, gently. You may skip it, if that's what you want, he finally says. There's no one worth inviting anyway, and it would probably just be uncomfortable for you. Little Aralyn walks off quietly, swallowed up in the folds of someone's ogre-sized cloak. Valera, no, his grace will not be coming after all, the caption reads, the truth Mahen almost let slip. Our eyes well up. Mahen, she says, voice small. The unspoken part hangs there. She can't even bring herself to say, Dad is coming, even as empty words. Better that, he reasons, than letting her hold on a false hope, only to be crushed by it later. That's how you are as my guardian, she says quietly. And it lands harder than he expects. It'd definitely be easier to just hide, she thinks. Being protected is comfortable. Still, she takes his hand, small shoes matching his stride step for step. And if it's Mahen, she thinks, he'll make sure everything's handled so neatly that no one has anything to say about it. Her little fist clenches around her dress. But this... Is it something that'll just go away if I hide from it, she decides. She looks up, resolved. I'll attend, she announces. Mahen breathes, caught off guard by her resolve. Besides, she adds with a small smile, I have Mahen, my mum, don't I? Maiden's whole face goes still, like he wasn't ready for that one. Is about all he can manage. So the guest list grows right there, because Mahen's my family, she declares. And we can invite the childcare team too, and also Dylan. Back in the present, Mahen finally echoes that old conversation. However, my lady, he says, once we're there may come a situation where I might not be able to protect you. He reaches for her hand, the very same gesture from all those years ago. It's okay, present-day Aralyn says simply, taking it without hesitation. Her hand tightens around his. Even so, Mahen will be with me, right? Or I'll... He says again, that same old catch in his voice. Something about her expression in that moment looks almost pained. But it's strange, she thinks. Maybe it's because of Mahen's genuine concern, she reasons. He reaches out to steady her. Don't worry, he says. But somehow, she realizes, I feel lighter, instead. She catches his sleeve. I'm fine, she says, as long as I have Mahen. Mahan goes quiet, clearly moved and doing his best not to show it. Really, she teases, giving his cheek a poke. Mahan's cheeks are so soft. Yeah, I promise. He manages through it, then adds, still, if you ever decide you want to sit this out, you have to tell me, alright? She grins right back. Right, is family only real when it's written down in some registry somewhere? Pretending Ellen squares her shoulders, fully resolved. I'll show them this time, she vows. Cue the completely unnecessary victory lap. We are family. Someone belts into an invisible microphone, sunglasses and all. Turns out even rock bottom can be survived just fine, and the family you build yourself still counts as family. So the palace sets the scene. A family tea gathering, hosted by the children themselves. The family tea party, for short. The countdown begins. 10 days until showtime. Today's childhood friends gathering has exactly one item on the agenda. Planning that party. The venue's settled. The hall inside the Crown Prince's own palace. The staff's already handled the scale, schedule, and guest list, Passion reports. What we need to decide now is... He holds up a little dress, way too pleased with himself. The hall decorations, the tea and desserts, and the dress code. Anyone got ideas? Me. One hand shoots up, technically using the skill hiding behind the kid next to you while still volunteering. Everyone's so enthusiastic, someone murmurs, half impressed and half exhausted by the chaos. Ever the realist? A realist has our own take on it. Sure enough, parties burn through money even when you're technically doing nothing. Alright then, let's each bring whatever tea and desserts we like, Passion decides, brandishing a suspiciously detailed prep list. But keep in mind, comes the reminder, the imperial household is covering the essentials. His eyes narrow slightly, but, she starts. If there's anyone else you'd like to invite, Passion continues, submit the names by the day after tomorrow. The invitations go out under the imperial seal. Yeah. Look, it's cheer in unison. It's going to have the imperial seal, one squeals. That's so cool, it's my first time getting one. Watching him run the whole room, Aurelian can't help but wonder. Was Passion always like that? I always figured he was just some sunshine puppy, she thinks, watching him juggle a dozen party details at once. But at times like this, she admits, you can tell the Crown Prince really is the male lead, after all. Her smile fades a little. Since this whole party revolves around Passion, she realizes, I guess I won't really get to see him until it's over. Huh? Turns out the weekly childhood friends gathering is getting put on hold too, and there's still decorations and floral centerpieces to prepare, so everyone had better get moving. Plenty, but some enters cheerfully, tallying it all up at the chalkboard. Huh, Aurelian glances up. I feel like someone just looked over here. Sure enough, Passion's eyes flick her way, caught red-handed. He just smiles and turns into a shrug, smooth as ever. Aurelian narrows her eyes right back at him. Ah, she reacts, catching something in his expression. Lastly, as for the dress code, Passion announces all business again. Any attire representing a family crest or personal crest is fine, he explains. Robes with your academy or knight order's crest work too, dress however you like. Whatever he says next makes her ears go hot. Well, what was that, a charm attack? She thinks, flustered. My heart. Then let's all prepare well, Passion calls out. I'll see you at the tea party. The twins take that as a cue to sprint off through the palace, shrieking a gleeful ease. Yay, we're done, one twin cheers, apparently satisfied with a job well done, or at least the appearance of one. Let's go play now. They announce, hauling Aurelian along whether she likes it or not. Half-dragged, she's still stuck on the real problem. Picking a symbolic flower for the dress code is genuinely tough. Maybe she'll sort it out with the child care team once she's home. Adililin, Ari, the twins holler, mingling her name as usual before tackling her in a hug. Is all she manages thoroughly ambushed. You two are still here, someone asks, bewildered. Yeah, the twins chirp, because we want to help Ariel with the party prep. We're friends now. Anon sighs to herself. Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to be their friend. It's no fun doing everything alone, they whine. Let's do it together. Yes? Yes? This madness, she thinks, resigned. Then not letting go until I say yes. No, she says flatly. What was that? Yes. Okay, they reply, hearing exactly what they want to hear. No, she tries again, to zero effect. Then should we just decide everything at Ariel's house? One of them suggests. Hey, what about my opinion? Someone else protests. The whole group ends up deciding for her anyway, and all Aurelian can do is stare, speechless. Watching the guest list balloon by the minute, Mahen isn't thrilled. The crown prince and now even the twins, he mutters. Acting like you're close, just because they helped you out a little, he grumbles, clearly not over it. Still, he falls into step, right beside her as they head off, footsteps echoing down the hall. Elsewhere in the palace, a voice cuts through the quiet. Leslie. A girl with soft brown hair and green eyes goes completely still. This voice, she thinks. She turns sharp as a blade. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince," she asks, startled to find him standing there alone. His expression is nothing like the sunny one he wears around Arellen, cold and completely serious. Leslie fumbles, visibly rattled by the sudden change in him. "Yes, Your Highness, you called from F," she starts. "You," he cuts in flatly. "I can tell exactly what you're thinking," he says quietly, leaving no room to argue. "This is the last time I'm letting this slide," he warns, "purely out of consideration for your family's title as a marquis." He walks off without another word, footsteps fading. "Your Highness," Leslie manages, voice cracking as a single tear slips free. That night, alone, she finally lets it out, a raw, ugly scream into the sky. Back home, the crying hasn't stopped, hiccup after hiccup. "Don't cry, Leslie, you'll make your pretty face all swollen," her mother soothes, stroking her hair. "Mom, I hate Arellen so much," Leslie chokes out. "If it weren't for her, His Highness never would have looked at me like that," she sobs. "What if she steals the crown princess position right out from under me?" Her mother's expression hardens into something far less comforting. "I want to humiliate her. I want to humiliate her. I want to crush Arellen, no matter what it takes." Arellen, she murmurs to herself. Isn't Arellen that unremarkable young lady from one of the 5 ducal houses? She wonders aloud, already scheming. The crown prince is untouchable, she reasons, eyeing an imagined crown. But, she smirks, one flawed lady can absolutely be dealt with. "Hush, Leslie," she says, wiping her daughter's tears with unsettling calm. "If you're trying to steal the crown princess seat, the mother decides, I refuse to just stand by and watch." "You don't have to worry about a thing, my daughter," she says sweetly. "Just focus on your own future. Your mother," she promises, fingers closing around her necklace, "will take care of it." The Devil twins roll up to the Halburn estate with a literal mountain of gift samples in tow. Subtle, as always. Ta-da! Turns out Seal and Doel are fresh of our Spermergy Group haul, and they brought half the inventory with them. "We provided just for you early, I'm sure, but wasn't it faster to just go to your own place instead?" She's not wrong. Good point. They admit that they got their own reasons for insisting on her house. Reasons they conveniently don't finish explaining. Mission success! Binoculars and all. Turns out the real plan was just an excuse to snoop through the inside of the Halburn estate. Arellen can only sweat drop as the twins immediately start gawking at literally everything. "What's with these shameless punks?" someone mutters, right as the twins spot a painting called Recollection of the Blue Hour and completely lose it. Holy crap, they've actually got the 10th moon by the great painter Count Granduer. The Halburn estate just became a personal museum. They're bolting up and down the stairs, pointing at every frame in sight. Apparently even the piece next door is a Third Moon original. This brushwork is 300 years old, and it's the real deal. Yeah, the Halburn art collection is not messing around. Why is this precious baby even here? Arellen, dead inside. "I'm already home, but I want to go home." Relatable. Enter Browning, the twins' long-suffering aide, whose entire job today is apparently just apologizing on their behalf. Arellen glances at the chaos, unimpressed. Yeah, this is just another Tuesday with these two. Of course they'd react this way. They're the twins, after all. To her, though, a priceless masterpiece is just a frame on a wall. Art just isn't her thing. Never has been. But to the twins' eyes, and we do mean their actual eyes, it's a whole different story. Because those golden eyes of theirs aren't just for show, there's real magic behind that gleam. To them, that same painting is probably shining like something else entirely. Quick lore break. With the fall of the old gods and the end of mythology itself, the leftover scraps of their miracles and divine power didn't just vanish. They could still be found, buried in ruins and forgotten holy ground. And even now, in an age of magic and mankind, a few of those god-tier powers survived, including the one that built the Spherum family fortune. The power that let them dominate the merchant world for generations. Meet the golden eyes. Ciel's golden eyes are the eyes that see value, man or object. Nothing escapes a price tag. Noel's golden eyes are the eyes that see danger, quantifying exactly how much of a threat something is at a glance. Basically, built-in danger radar. Given power like that, it's no wonder they turned out this extra. And the treasure-stuffed mansion like the Halburn estate? For these two, that's basically Disneyland. Anyway, I can't believe the Grandeur Moon series is actually here, someone mutters, dragging us back to the present. Legend says collect all 13 pieces and you'll come to dreamlike vision left by Lord Grandeur himself, and apparently our dad already owns 3 of them. Naturally. So, what? Arellen deadpans, flatly refusing to be impressed. Can't hear you. Let's just get to planning the party. So, are you handling tea and desserts? Because we're bringing Granesia flowered tea imported straight from the eastern continent. Seal up, ever humble. No. Arellen shuts it down flat. Cue one very betrayed twin. Maybe prepare at least 1 tea or dessert? Or we could just handle it for you. Hurry up and say yes. The pressure campaign begins. Okay, she caves. Twin victory achieved. Decorations next, and the twins going full marigold. Gold ones, obviously. Because the sperm crest is a golden heart on a tilted scale, they explain proudly. Arellen, meanwhile, is quietly leaning toward lilies. After all, the flower of House Halburn has always been the white lily, generation after generation. The lead is. Then what about the gift? You have thought of one, right? The interrogation continues. To something appropriate. Arellen shrugs. Vague answer. Meet suspicious twins. A quiet hem, hey-hep, passes between them. That's the face of 2 people plotting something. What's with that pathetic look? Arellen really does everything so half-heartedly. Tough crowd. Could you not call me by my full name at times like this? She protests. Mangled Arellen only comes out when they're teasing her. Then, for the gift, go pick a few you like from the samples. Arellen, heave, ho! And out come the boxes. We'll double-check everything's appropriate for the party, because apparently she can't be trusted to pick her own gift. Seriously, what would you do without us? You'd have embarrassed yourself for sure. This kid's a handful. Pot, meat kettle. Arellen just blinks at them, baffled by the sheer bossiness on display. Strange. Something about all this doesn't quite add up, and she knows it. They pulled the same move during a gossip incident too. Have these two always secretly been the type to go out of their way to help her? This totally suits Arellen, but being helpful when she needs it barely explains why they're always this kind to her. You do? She starts, working up to the question that's been bugging her. So she just asks it outright. Why on earth do you even like me? Why, one twin freezes, completely caught off guard. So let's rewind. Why do they like Arellen? Because she's a Halburn, maybe? Because she's shrouded in mystery, full of secrets? Because they figured she'd be delightfully eccentric? Buzz it sound. Wrong on all counts. Their actual first impression of the young lady of Halburn was closer to, is she even really the young lady of Halburn? Their golden eyes cocked her value at a measly 5. Maybe Noelle's eyes got it wrong. Nothing special, they figured. Boring, no fun, case closed, until they noticed the Crown Prince taking a very obvious interest in her. Suddenly they had a brand new card to tease him with. They really didn't expect it to become anything more than that. Then one day, going about their lives having basically forgotten the young lady of Halburn existed. Something in the golden eyes flickers. A stunned silence. Something's wrong, or something's very, very right. Ha! That's impossible, Seal breathes, staring wide-eyed. Wrong, Shiel, Noelle asks, sensing something's up. The girl who'd always read as unremarkable, ordinary, plain, a brand new number just appeared out of nowhere. Honestly, given Halburn's reputation, that original value always seemed way too low anyway. The value of Arellen's Sigria Halburn about to be revealed. Completely maxes out the scale. Every frame breaks. The golden eyes have never seen a reading like this before. They stare at her like they're seeing her for the very first time. Something about her had genuinely changed. It's not the same as before. There's never been anyone like this, right? And it's the first time there's ever been no number at all. This is unheard of. The twins just sit there stunned into silence for once. From that exact moment, they started earnestly studying Arellen. What could possibly have caused it? Did her personality just change overnight? Still not enough to explain a reading like that. Theory 1, she's weak to kindness. Theory 2, she might have a thing for her own. Why doesn't she like us? Well, for someone who claims she doesn't, she sure doesn't keep her distance. So, doesn't that mean she doesn't not like us either? Airtight logic, guys. And that's when it finally hit them. For the very first time, they were acting on their family's interests. or their own needs. They weren't even picking her based on value or numbers anymore. This was just them, finally, for once, learning how to be happy. Two kids who spent their whole lives measuring people, walking off together without doing any math at all. So really, how could they not like her? Flashback over, back in the present, Arellen's left turning over the question. What makes this interesting little friend of hers tick? Why do we like you? One twin echoes her own question right back at her. Because Aurelian's our friend, remember? Simple as that apparently. Because Ariel's our friend. They say it like it explains everything. Ha, that's it, she asks, a little thrown. Do we really need a reason? Can't we just like you just because? That's not what she tries to protest, cut off by a very smug smile. Your face says you like our answer, but you still don't trust our motives, so you're still suspicious. And you're being so obvious about it while still acting all wary. Busted. We're trying to play dumb here. How are we supposed to when you make faces like that? The Devil Twins, thoroughly delighted with themselves. As expected. So, looks like Aurelian just can't get by without us. Right? Same here, Noel. Modesty, never heard of it. Let's just get back to picking out the gift. Aurelian deadpans, steering things back on track. Ariel, are you getting shy? Aurelian, are you embarrassed? The teasing never actually stops with these two. As expected, Aurelian's just too cute. Yeah, these Devil Twins are completely, hopelessly whipped. Meanwhile, across the palace, the Crown Prince's spidey sense is tingling. I don't know why, but I feel like I should go to the Halburn estate. Grum. His aide isn't having it. Not until every last invitation gets written. The Spherum twins are locked in gift planning mode with Aurelian, picking out just the right present. Looks like the whole party plan is finally locked in. Boxes of ribbon gifts pile up on the table. Aurelian just shrugs it off. I guess so. Like this whole party isn't already a group project she's stuck babysitting. The twins start hyping her up, joking she might steal the spotlight at her own party, and honestly, they wouldn't mind letting her have it. Aurelian shuts that idea down flat. I'll pass on that. Right as a knock at the door cuts the conversation short. She wonders who it could be. Amber already swung by with a snack, so this is somebody else entirely. The door creaks open. And there he is, Mahen, looking as unamused as ever. Mahen, it's Mom, someone pipes up. Because yes, this household really does joke that Mahen's the resident mom. He asks how the party prep is coming along. Yeah, we just finished deciding everything, comes the reply. The twins pop up right on cue, chirping that they've taken care of absolutely everything for her. They hand Mahen the master checklist, letting him take a look since, well, it's Mahen. He's going to check it anyway. He flips through it quietly. Wrestle. He's honestly impressed, trusts his sperm to have flawless taste. He half expected Aurelian to have checked out of the planning entirely. But no, turns out she's doing just fine on her own. But Lord Mahen, one of the twins, cuts in. One of them tilts her head and needles him. Is he still refusing to come visit House Cyril? Another twin leans in with a grin. If that gag could just win over Lord Mahen. Cue the full fantasy. A heart-shaped proposal card claiming imperial law might even change to allow polygamy. Will you marry me? The twins' imaginations run wild with a full storybook proposal scene, bouquet and all. Then they snap out of it, stunned by their own daydream. Ha! Back in reality, Mom received a marriage proposal. The recipient just lets out a long, exhausted sigh. A bystander can't help but wonder why he looks so done with it. Is this seriously not even the first time? Man doesn't even hesitate. I refuse. He coldly adds that someone should let Duke Sferum know he has zero interest in a man's attention. Just a flat, done with a scoff. Be stupid. The twins absolutely lose it laughing. So mean, Dodhead just got rejected again. They're cackling, teasing that their poor dad is going to be devastated. They protest that Dodhead really does like Lord Mahen, calling him cold-hearted for brushing it off so easily. Mahen just musters that. Surely that can't be true. But there's a flicker of real unease on his face when he actually sits with the thought. His Grace doesn't actually like him, he tells himself. He just likes the value he sees in him. See, the current Duke of Sferum carries the family's legendary golden eyes. It's known as the eyes that see talent, a gift for spotting exactly who's worth investing in. Because of it, nearly every talented person in the entire empire ends up tied to House Sferum somehow. Mahen doesn't know exactly what value the Duke saw in him, but the man's been chasing him since he was still a young Duke. The only real regret in all this, Mahen figures, is that the Duke still hasn't managed to actually win him over. It's the same story wherever he goes, Mahen thinks, just a slave to paperwork. Once upon a time he might have actually considered it. Oh, Tamar. He stands there, arms crossed, as a familiar figure comes into view. O'Rallan fidgets nearby, a little nervous car. He looks her over, all dressed up and waiting. With a kid this cute around, there's really nothing left to think about. His eyes soften just looking at her. She steps closer. Aral, he says simply. The two of them settle in together, framed in warm golden light. He reaches out and gives her head a couple of gentle pats. Her eyes go wide. She wasn't expecting that. He just smiles, warm and unguarded, as she comes closer. She throws her arms around him for a hug, chirping his name happily. Maha! Watching from nearby, a staffer can't get over it. How did an angel like her come from that devil of a boss? He holds her close, eyes shut, looking genuinely, completely content. The twins didn't give you any trouble, did they? He asks. She teases right back. Why would he go scold them for her if she said they did? The two of them stand together, easy and comfortable. He just smiles at her. Really? She asks, eyeing him. She giggles, the twins still lingering nearby watching the whole exchange. Seal leans over to Noel. This is literally the first time either of them has ever seen Lord Mahen smile like that. Noel's eyes feel huge. Is this a dream? Seal, am I dreaming right now? They're still staring, replaying the moment like they need proof it actually happened. Neither of them can quite process it. One of them reaches over, testing something. Noel pinches Seal's cheek to prove it. He'll thvele session to dream. Shale yelps. Later, as the sun sets, we had fun today, Rolinin. The twins pile into their carriage to head home, waving bye-bye on the way out. Okay, she answers simply, as one of them teases her not to get lonely without them around. That's enough, hurry up and go, she tells them, which just gets her called out for being shy about missing him already. Then see you at the party. The carriage wrestles off. Mahen and O'Rallan watch it disappear from the estate entrance together. My lady, you should head in as well, he tells her. You must be very tired, he adds. Okay, she answers. Walking through the golden autumn leaves, she admits it. Yeah, she's tired. It was a long day. She pauses mid-step. Still, it was fun, she thinks. Actually doing something together with her friends for once. The twins helped plenty, sure, but she picked out the decorations and the gifts herself. Thank you very much. Maya notes. It sounds like she had a good time. Yeah, she agrees. She's beaming, genuinely happy. She admits she's actually more excited for the real party than she expected to be. Just for a second, a flicker of unease crosses Mahen's face underneath the one. A quiet pause settles over the sunset sky as a bird wings off into the distance. His gentle smile comes back as they keep walking. Yes, it seems so, he agrees, picking the conversation back up. All those lavish decorations prepared with so much care for the big day. And that small, eager smile of hers, so excited to hand over the gift she picked out herself. She's practically glowing. Everything in front of him right now should be more than enough to make him happy. So why, he wonders, can't his heart just settle down and actually feel it? Night falls, and somewhere else entirely, somewhat anxiously wondering if an invitation ever made it through safely. Still no response to any of the messages sent out. Why? The tension keeps building in the dark. Damn it, I was a fool to even think he was human, someone snarls, spiraling with worry. A hand grips another tightly, just trying to hold it together. Whether or not time understood what he was feeling, it passed by just as cruelly regardless. And finally, the long-awaited day of the tea party arrives. The grand palace grounds stand ready for the guests. Ooh. The light shifts as the scene moves on. But somewhere far off, the sky splits open into a violent storm. The word cats breathe rain. Worse, a dark, forbidding castle looms through the storm as an alarm keeps beeping. Two knights stand watch, the alert still sounding behind them. One of them hesitates. The beeping won't stop. A communication orb glows an urgent aid. What are they even supposed to do about this? 48 missed messages have piled up on the line. What? Careful, that's a direct line to Halburn, a knight warns. Unless you've got a death wish, to stay put and let the Saren Knights handle it when they're back. But where on earth did the Saren Knights even go? Someone asks. Word starts to trickle in through the storm. They went to the abyss. What? Why would they go somewhere that dangerous? Comes a horrified reaction. The aftermath is grim, a weapon jammed into bloody ground, not sure. Something monstrous stares out of the darkness, eyes blazing. A silhouette crashes through streets of red in the storm. The battle rages on, flash after flash of red cutting through the dark. A lone figure stands amid the wreckage and rain, having just barely made it through. Word spreads about exactly what they went up against out there, something people are already calling a dragon. A little guest peeks around the corner, practically vibrating with excitement over the big family tea party. Someone else is already gushing over the table decorations. They're so pretty. A boy shows off his handiwork, bragging he made it with magic, and that his parents are coming too. Another kid squeals that her mom is bringing uncle along as well. This family reunion just keeps growing. The actual host sits quietly through it all. The ducal household handled every detail, so there's barely anything left for her to do. And there she is, a very grown-up Arellen, fussing over the flower arrangement like her life depends on it. Should I just arrange the flowers myself? Let me pop this up a little more. Not exactly a decorating prodigy, is she? A hushed voice cuts through the quiet aural, like someone's trying very hard not to be noticed. The table creaks ominously, and the whisper turns urgent. Arel! Arellen eyes the shaking table warily. Don't tell me this is a faulty one. Something slides out from underneath and grabs hold of her cloak. Shh! Comes a frantic hiss from somewhere below the table. She lifts the cloth to find, of course, Peshin, grinning up at her with a finger to his lips. Peshin? Turns out he snuck away from his own escort duties just to come see her, and he's weirdly proud of it. An attendant scrambles to remind him he's due to walk in with the Empress any minute, but Peshin turns to Arlen first. It's been a while. I want to talk with you for a bit. He flashes that grin of his. Do you have a moment? Arlen hesitates. She decides a quick moment can't hurt. Out on the balcony, Peshin finally asks the question he's clearly been sitting on. Arellen, have you been well? He beams. It's been a whole week since they last saw each other. Wish it might as well be forever. Didn't you miss me? He teases, not even a little subtle about fishing for an answer. Then straight back to business. You've been keeping up with your exercises even without me, right? I have been, Arellen mutters, not quite meeting his eyes. You haven't been, huh? He grins. He's already onto her. She scrambles to cover. It's okay. We can make up for it after the party. Let's do our best. Batten just short-circuits onto the spot. I'm screwed, he panics silently, while Arlene just blinks, baffled by his sudden meltdown. But, Arellen, he admits, turning serious, the truth is, I didn't ask you out here about the exercises at all. Then, she asks, cold of cough, I really, really want to see you right now, he confesses. I shot like it cost him something to admit. He rambles on, flustered and bright, completely unable to hide how worked up he is. I kept thinking about Arellen, he blurts, no filter left at all. Arellen fidgets, feet shuffling, not quite sure what to do with that. He lists it all, wondering if she was hurting anywhere, if her appetite had come back, worrying over every little thing. But now that I've seen your face and you seem fine, he says, some of the tension finally leaving him. I feel so much more at ease. Weird, right? As if caring this much could ever be weird to her. It hits her all at once. Don't tell her Peshin was thinking about her this whole time. The entire week they were apart. Every hour of it? That's a lot of devotion to be carrying around quietly. She realizes he's probably still buried in party preparations even now. And yet he clearly rushed through them just to come find her, same as he did at the gathering a week ago. Back then he looked so energetic and confident, lighting up the second she walked in. Seeing him like this now, she thinks, that's the Peshin she knows. Always thinking about her, always caring for her. And when their eyes finally meet across the courtyard, he comes running, grinning ear to ear. I miss you. That's the memory that sticks with her, Peshin, sprinting toward her with a smile that bright. At first, she admits, this kind of unconditional devotion was hard for her to wrap her head around. It didn't always make sense to her. But now, she knows better. That heart of his, so utterly certain, without a sliver of doubt in it, is something she should just let herself welcome. just as badly as anyone welcomes a rain that finally breaks the heat. A rain that keeps falling steady whenever she needs it most. Though, out loud, all she actually gives him is a smile. Yeah, I've been well. She turns the question back on him. Did his own preparations go smoothly? Of course, I prepared everything perfectly, he beams. He clears his throat, playing it cool. We're the hosts of today's party, so we can't disappoint the guests we invited, can we? Go ahead and look forward to it, he tells her. I worked hard so Ireland can also have fun. Someone addresses her simply as host, a title she's still getting used to hearing. At least for today. Two of them are the ones welcoming everybody through the door. Though, and Ireland already suspects this, it probably won't say a purely happy gathering for long. Not with this guest list. Some parties just come with baggage attached. Even so, Passion shrugs it off. Alright, let's head back to the party, Aurelian. She's decided to face whatever's coming head on this time, and together they head for the doors. Yeah, let's head back. The family tea party officially kicks off in the Crown Prince's palace main hall. The last details click into place, literally with a sharp click of a heel on marble. And then the event's real host makes her entrance, Empress Azeni herself. Everyone has worked hard in the preparations, she tells the room. Please enjoy today to your heart's content. Yes, your majesty the empress, the younger guests chirp back in perfect unison. One by one, guests arrive with their invitations, greet the empress and Prince Beshan, and take their seats for tea. That apparently was just part one of the schedule. Aurelian can't help staring. She's spotting faces she's only ever seen printed in newspapers. A booming greeting rings out across the hall. Grand Master Kian, it is an honor to finally meet you. Someone important just walked in. Aurelian startles at the noise, clearly not used to rubbing shoulders with celebrities. Across the room, Passion greets another arrival, and something about him catches Rowan's eye. Over there, that's definitely. Harun, all grown up now, takes stock of the room. Quite a few familiar faces have gathered here. He clocks the newest arrival, the master of the Albrecht sword, Duke Muebesk. Is that him? Then that means he's Harun's father. Even smiling, the man carries a presence you can't ignore. Aurelian swears she just caught the Duke, glancing her way. He answers with nothing but a knowing smirk. Something about that look leaves a big question mark hanging in the air. Aurelian sets herself a strict new policy. Avoid looking anywhere near that man for the next 30 minutes. So she looks somewhere else entirely instead. Toward a head of pristine blonde hair and a pair of striking golden eyes. That, she figures, must be the richest man in Albrecht, and the twins' father no less. His kids are already at it, needling him with Daydad. Did Momom receive the divorce papers? Savage, honestly. Another one shoves a snack in his face with a cheerful, Daydad, taste this, and a wink for good measure. Duke Spearham just sweats through it all with a strained smile. Fatherhood, apparently, is a full-contact sport. Aurelian decides she doesn't really want to look in that direction either. They get it, she tells herself. I'll just... Hawkies. Focus on my own guests. And that guest list took some doing. Mom got crossed clean off the placard, replaced after a fierce childcare team vote with Lena instead. Mehen, Lena, thanks for coming, Aurelian greets them warmly. The honor is ours for being invited by you, my lady, Mahedi Merhen replies smoothly. Of course, this is an event we ought to attend. Lena adds. Lena wastes no time angling for a favor. If you are really thankful, how about a lesson on the ancient Aslan chronicles when we return? I don't think so, Lena. Mehen shuts it down flat as she huffs and the last empty seats fill in around them. Someone finally asks the question, hanging over the whole hall. Are all the guests here? The doors answer for themselves with a dramatic bang, cutting clean to the party's polite chatter. A second band follows right behind it. Whoever this is, they clearly don't believe in a quiet entrance. Ireland's eyes go wide at whatever's now striding into view. Word ripples through the crowd. The final guest has arrived. Final guest? A herald's voice cuts through it all, announcing the arrival of the guest of His Highness the Crown Prince. Heels click down the length of the hall, guards snapping to attention on either side as she passes. Silver hair, just like Beshan's, and the same red eyes, too. But that aura is nothing like his, completely unmistakably different. It's Peshan's sister. Princess Zero has arrived. Duke Moyus mutters to himself. I'm pretty sure it's definitely her. Aurelian can only wonder, but why? It's she! The Duke echoes, watching just as closely, coming this way. Adeline goes stiff in her seat as the princess bears down on her table. That striking red bow just keeps closing the distance, step by step. Arlen manages, unsure how to even finish the question. Sierra just smiles down at her. Erlen Sigria Halburn, correct? And that's exactly where this one leaves us hanging. The palace grounds are decked out for a rare social event, balloons and all, with everyone straining for a look at the guest of honor. Word around court is she's nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of, practically a ghost at these things. And there she is, Princess Surwa, all smiles and red ribbons, clearly enjoying being the center of attention for once. Somebody is watching a little too intently, though, eyes narrowed like they are sizing up a threat. If only you just introduced us from the start instead of hiding her away, Surua needles her brother. Things would have been much easier, right? She is not wrong, and by the look on his face, he knows it. Now that I've met her, I understand, Surua admits to herself, still turning the moment over in her head. Because who else would be bold enough to make such an honest face in front of imperial royalty? Confusion, surprise, zero flattery. That is Erlen for you, pure confusion and pure surprise, none of the practiced curtsying everyone else defaults to. Wariness and a flicker of actual fear, refreshingly real compared to the usual fawning. Has anyone ever looked at me with eyes like that before? Surwa wonders. Honestly, this was worth the wait. Erlen blinks, caught off guard, as the name drifts through the crowd. Surua, a regal chaperone, unmistakably empress as any herself, steps in close, with Surua trailing right behind her. Well then, the empress prompts, nudging her daughter forward for a proper introduction. Surua flashes her best smile. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lady Erlen. Erlen's jaw practically hits the floor. She knows my name? How? With that, the royal entourage clicks away, leaving Erlen standing there completely stunned. But we've never met before, have we? Erlen mutters to herself, utterly baffled. Cut back to the present. Surua stressed through the pulse holes, heels clicking, clearly pleased with herself. Heels creaking. My brother is already waiting, arms crossed, radiating big sibling energy. You, he starts. That is the Crown Prince Pishin. Red eyes, unreadable face, and a serious problem of letting things go. Surua just spins on her heel, unbothered, flipping her hair like she could not care less. Why, she sing-songs, grinning like she already knows exactly which button she is pushing. And to take a look at her. Pishin, it's not like I'm going to break her, or eat her alive. You hide your way so much I only ever catch sight of her in places like this. I just said hello, why so sensitive? I just don't like you going anywhere near her, Surwa snaps back, her eye twitching. Has anything ever turned out well when you got involved? She shouts, not holding back. Hearing you say that hurts my feelings, big brother, Peshin mutters, all fake wounded pride. I'm only a big brother when it suits you, yet completely deadpan. That's enough, a cool voice cuts in. The Empress has entered the chat. She stands there, arms crossed, radiating the exact energy of a parent who has had it up to here. Mother Empress, Surya starts, only to get cut off with a sharp Surua. You've had plenty of chances to do that the normal way, the Empress reminds her, not impressed. Surua just fidgets, caught red-handed and not loving it. How can you expect me to stay still, Surua protests, when Big Brother is staring so intensely and getting all worked up like that? Peshin pokes her flat in the forehead. Hey. It devolves into a full sibling quarrel. Right? Telling the truth deserves a smack, apparently. Flashback further, the Empress genuinely misty-eyed, remembering. I thought it had to be for some important reason, but... Little Surua, wide-eyed, blurts out that she wants to attend a social event. Yes, please host a tea party. In the end, even Sirua's reason for wanting that party came down to one person, Erlen. Who would have thought the two siblings would take after each other in this, of all things, the Empress thinks, equal parts amused and exhausted. Every friend I've tried introducing you to, you weren't interested, the Empress points out. Surwa just smirks. I will make a friend. For the first time, there's finally someone I actually want to be friends with, Surwa declares. Will you oppose it? The Empress can barely process it. Surwa, of all people, wanting to be friends with someone on her own. Absolutely not, Little Passion cuts in instantly, blocking the whole idea before it even lands. You would talk like I'm going to be mean, how outrageous, Surua scoffs. Unlike you, Erlen is soft-hearted, fragile, and delicate. To you so much as hurt her, Passion warns, deadly serious for a kid. I won't sit still. Ireland is already my friend, he announces smugly, like that settles everything. Are you bragging now by your friends? Siroa deadpans. And what does that have to do with me? If she's allowed to be friends with you, why can't you be friends with me? Little passion, without missing a beat. Nope, you can't. Deep breath, are you jealous right now? Cyril teases, and you can practically hear the direct hit landing. Little passion goes beet red and sputters. Yeah, she hit a nerve all right. You were always so indifferent. Ignored me no matter what I did, Cyril muses, a knowing little smirk on her face. Before Arlene, a shrug and a do what you want. After, a full sprint, no chill left whatsoever. Present-day passion is fuming, practically feral. Why do you react so strongly whenever the topic is Arlene? Your reactions are kind of entertaining. Cyril grins, twisting the knife. I've been patient with you for too long, the shin growls, while past his limit. Mother impressed, he wails, calling in reinforcements like the mature future ruler he is. Whoa, so that's how you want to play it? The Empress smirks, already loving this way too much. Mother impressed. Pishin tries again, louder this time. To Kambamonko, Cyril fires right back. You think she's only your mom? She's mine too. I give up on mediating, the Empress sighs. Stop fighting, settle it between yourselves. The two of them lock foreheads, sparks practically flying. While I'm still asking nicely, keep your hands off Arlen. Passion finally roars, all pretense gone. Which is exactly the moment, halfway across the palace, that Arlen shivers out of nowhere. A gentle young man beside her frowns. What's the matter? No, I just suddenly got chills for a moment, she says. He is already offering his coat before she finishes the sentence. Okay, but I'm fine for now, she waves off, then turns her attention elsewhere. More than that, Mahen, are you okay? Mahen blinks, caught off guard. Pardon? Everyone else is gathered and chatting happily together, Erlen points out, glancing around the busy party. But our table is the only one without anybody. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have made more friends. A low chippy voice pipes up in a panic. No! No way, my lady! The shield plan didn't work! Mahen swoops in smooth as ever. A cozy little tea time among ourselves would be nicer, don't you think? He reaches for her hand gently. I'm all right, Aurelian reassures him, though it clearly should be the other way around. After all, Maheen says, all soft eyes, we came here for my lady. The compliment lands harder than he probably meant it to. Maheen, Aurelian murmurs, quietly touched despite herself. Besides, the Halpern family has never exactly been great at socializing, generations running, he adds, self-deprecating as ever. A younger sibling pipes up. Lord Mehen, you're supposed to speak more gently when comforting her. I was simply telling her the facts. Mehen shrugs, completely unbothered by the correction. Well, as long as Mehen and Lena are okay with it, that's all that matters to me, Aurelian decides. Rather than gathering in big groups like that, honestly, I prefer the quiet too, she admits, finally relaxing a little. That is when a dark shape slides up to their table, uninvited. Aaron's eyes go wide. Ha! A stranger with sharp features and dark hair leans in far too close for comfort. He grins, offering her a bouquet like it is the most natural thing in the world. Aurelian's inner monologue says it best. Why is that stalker here? The grand hall blurs into focus as Aurelian jolts awake with a startled gasp, blinking against the light. For one disorienting second, a dark-haired shape leans in far too close before the moment slips away again. It's him, the dark-haired, gold-eyed presence who is never supposed to be seen, smirking as he toys with a bouquet like he owns the place. Why is that stalker even here, she wonders, in a room packed with people who have no idea he exists? He's never once shown up when there were this many people around, she realizes, and that alone is enough to put her on edge. Did he actually come for someone other than her this time? Somehow, that thought bothers her even more. Even with a hall full of nobles milling around, she can't shake the feeling that something is off. Because here's the thing, out of everyone in that crowded room, she is the only one who can even see Chain at all. What on earth is he trying to do? Mahid mutters under his breath, watching someone stride toward him with way too much enthusiasm. Heavy, purposeful footsteps, close in, fast. It's been so long, the newcomer grins, all teeth and theatrics. Lord Mahen, he booms, delighted, while Mahen visibly braces for impact. He grabs Mahen by the chin like they're old war buddies. Mahen can only manage a strangled, I missed you so much I almost forgot the sound of your voice. He laughs. Long time no see, Lord Mahen. Mahen recovers enough to greet him properly. Your Grace, Duke Muivesk, only for a golden-haired noblewoman nearby to cut in, indignant that he skipped her greeting entirely. Well, it makes sense you'd be happy to see Muivesk. It's been ages, she needles. Anyway, Lord Mahen, she asks if he'll finally consider visiting House Fira. His answer is instant and flat. I refuse. Muivesk just grins wider. So you did hear her and chose to ignore it. Where did you leave the twins? Mahen asks. Don't talk about those two, Lady Sparrow groans. They were harassing me enough as it is. The second the dukes arrived, the whole gathering perked up. Turns out even an unpopular house like Halburn gets a warm welcome when Mahen's the one standing in for it. While the grown-ups get chatty, Irilyn spots her opening and starts inching away from the table. She'll just go quietly check on Chien, she tells herself, conveniently forgetting to mention it to her guardian first. Lady Irilyn really is as cute as I'd heard, Lady Sparrow coos. If you don't mind, maybe someday she could live with my boys. My hen's answer needs exactly one syllable. No. Before anyone can stop him, Duke Sferum scoops Irilyn up from behind and coos his son's exact nickname for her, Irilyn, which is precisely when Mahen's temper detonates. Over my dead body would that ever happen? I'm joking, Sperm must have off. Mahen is not laughing. I will not accept that, he says, even as a joke. He turns to reassure Irilyn directly. That'll absolutely never happen, so there's no reason for her to take any of it to heart. She just goes quiet, her expression unreadable. The dukes wander off, leaving an empty chair behind and giving Irilyn the perfect window to slip out unnoticed. It doesn't take long for Mahen to notice the gap where she used to be. Lady Irilyn. Meanwhile, a pair of familiar boots is already cutting a path across the hall. Chien on the move. Chien, why are you heading toward the center of the hall? Irilyn calls after him, catching up. As she trails him through the crowd, a suspicion creeps in. Maybe he actually has some hidden motive that has nothing to do with her at all. She's noticed him glancing back at her every so often. He must know she's following him by now, she thinks, watching him weave through the party like he owns it. He's walking so fast, she can barely keep pace. At this rate, I'm going to lose him, she thinks, breaking into a near jog. Wait up! Chien! She calls, held her breath and done being subtle about it. Her eyes stay locked on him, refusing to let him slip away this time. And then, just like that, he freezes mid-step. He spins around to face her. Chien stands there, dark coat settling, watching her with that unreadable look of his. She finally catches up, gasping for breath in the empty corridor. Tag! He stopped, she thinks, wary. He lifts a finger to his lips. Don't, he warns, quiet and pointed. He flicks his fingers and something sparkles, mischief, written all over in his smirk. You feel like something fun is about to happen soon? He asks, entirely too pleased with himself. She goes rigid, nerves spiking. With Chien, fun is never a good sign. Something fun? She repeats warily. Before she can react, he grabs her. She jolts, eyes wide with surprise. My lady, comes his voice, gripping her hand instead. I found you. Turns out the hunter just became the hunted. Mahen finally catches up to her, visibly relieved. Phew. Mahen, she says, and he doesn't hold back the worry in his voice. He was startled she vanished so suddenly, and wants to know exactly why she left without a word. Sorry, I was going to come right back, but he starts gently, before laying down the rule. Next time she wants to wander off, she tells him or Lena first. This isn't the Halburn estate. Nor is it the childhood friends gathering, he adds pointedly. She defects a little. Okay, I got it. They head back into the party together, the crowd already murmuring around them. Alone with her thoughts, Irilyn can't stop turning it over. As expected, Chien's long gone, so what on earth did he mean by something fun? He's got her rattled for no reason at all. The party rolls on around them, oblivious to any of it. Attention shifts to a striking newcomer in the crowd. Mark your mess, Belfort. A knot of nobles whispers behind their hands, eyes flicking toward Irilyn and Mahen. Over there, isn't that the young lady of Halburn and their proxy? One murmurs, watching closely. Yes, comes a reply, cool and certain, that's correct. But really, even on a day like this, someone starts, and the gossip takes a turn. It seems Grand Duke Halburn still chose not to come, one sneers. How pitiful. Aurelian's face falls, the hit landing exactly where it's meant to. Mahan's eyes go sharp and cold, tracking every word. Come to think of it, another chimes in, isn't his grace still holed up at the northern fortress? I heard he hasn't set foot in the capital once since his daughter was born, someone murmurs, clearly enjoying this. How much must he hate the sight of her, to stay somewhere that dangerous this whole time? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mahan's glare could cut glass, while the gossip keeps twisting the knife. Who would even want to see her? A daughter who's practically his disgrace. Two women's neck are behind their fans. Guess the rumors that she's basically a child he abandoned were true after all. The needling squeaks straight back to Aurelian by name. Mahan's composure cracks into a full, furious glare as they mockingly drag out her full name, Sigria Halbern. You actually came out here on your own 2 feet, one marvels cruelly. They say she was unlucky from birth, another adds. And truly, the only thing to her name is the empty prestige of one of the 5 great ducal houses. Someone sniffs. But of course, after today, even that pathetic facade will be gone for good. The line lands like a threat. Shadowy silhouettes close in around the fort. Is this really the end of House Halbern's glory? Know your place, a cold voice cuts in from behind Aurelian. You dare to covet my daughter's position as crown princess. The murmuring only grows louder, and Mahan's glare doesn't let up for a second. Of everyone who could have ended up in the crosshairs tonight, he really didn't want it to be Errol. His mind drifts back. Once upon a time, he had someone named Valere standing beside him. He's honestly not sure he can be that same kind of support for her now. But even so, right now, I have to protect Aurel as her guardian, he decides. Let's head back to the estate, my lady. He grips her shoulder, steady and resolute. Mama? Mahan, she stammers, startled. I see no reason for us to stay here any longer, he says. Even knowing it counts as an outright snub to the imperial family, he doesn't care. His cloak snaps as he turns to leave. Now that's an interesting thing to hear. A voice cuts through the room from behind them. A cloaked figure strides in like he owns the place, drawing every eye in the hall. Man's composure cracks for a split second, caught completely off guard. He steadies himself fast, watching the newcomer with wary green eyes. The stranger's footsteps close the distance without a hint of hesitation. Who exactly is it, he asks the room, that supposedly chose not to come? Marchioness Buffat whips around, visibly rattled. Her grip tightens on her fan as the color drains from her composure, and Mahan looks just as blindsided. The cloaked figure keeps closing in, unbothered by the stir he's causing. He strides right up past the startled duke, straight toward a certain small, wide-eyed girl. Aurelian peeks out cautiously, half hiding, unsure what to make of any of this. That person is, she thinks, staring at a pair of striking violet eyes she's never actually seen in person before. Allez, he says, flashing a confident, unmistakably self-satisfied smirk. He pulls Mahan into a tight, teasing embrace. My friend, like the years of frosty letters between them never happened. Hello, he says again, all easy charm, like crashing a party and shutting down a room full of gossips was nothing at all. Then, nuzzled right up against a completely stunned Mahan, he drops the real bombshell with a wink. My wife. So much for those flirty letters being just a rumor. Born into the mighty Moivex ducal family, the Empire's own blade, a boy named Jaren grew up in the shadow of real power. As the second son, he couldn't inherit the dukedom, but he still walked off with a marquis title, a fortune, and enough land to live a life of pure, lazy luxury. But leisure was never the dream. Jaren had one goal he'd throw all away for, to stand face to face with a real living dragon. That was it. That was the whole dream. So he spent years training in the Knight's Order, chasing that one impossible sight, until his lord finally called on him for it. You wanted to see a dragon, didn't you? His lord said. Be ready. We leave at dawn. Jaren could barely sleep. His childhood dream was finally within reach. The day had come at last. The moment his lifelong dream was finally about to come true. Or so he thought, because what actually happened was nowhere close to what he had in mind. His lord didn't let him admire the dragon. His lord killed it, single-handedly, right in front of him. And Jaren just about lost it, bawling his eyes out on top of the dragon's own corpse. The other knights cheered like it was the greatest day of his life. Congratulations, you're a dragon slayer now, a hero for the history books. Jaren for the tears. I feel no joy in this whatsoever. Just accept it, someone chirped. We'll be dissecting it soon anyway. Even the other knights thought that one was a bit much. When I said I wanted to see a dragon, Jaren wailed, I did not mean I wanted to hunt one down. And just like that, his one dream in life got crossed off the list in the most Jaren way possible. Then, just as fast as he'd shown up, his lord vanished into thin air. Turned out he'd already told the others he had somewhere else to be, and to follow once the cleanup was handled. Follow him? Follow him? Where? Jaren clearly hadn't gotten that memo, because that same restless lord was about to do something bold enough to set the whole capital buzzing. He crashed straight into a royal gathering, uninvited and completely unannounced. One particular guessed first the second she laid eyes on him. Why is H.E. here, and why odds H.E. here? And why only now? Lord Mahen strolled in fashionably late, and immediately sensed he'd walk into something. The man himself just smirked at the sudden, dead silence he'd caused. The whole room seemed to hold its breath at once. In an instant, that huge, glittering hall fell silent as a grave. Deep violet eyes swept slowly across the room. Eyes that belonged to a man everyone in that hall clearly knew and just as clearly feared, and hair the exact same shade of platinum blonde as her own. That man was her father, Bella Serum Halberd. Chains everywhere, a visual reminder of just how tightly bound this man is to duty and to secrets. He leads House Halburn, the single most secretive, mystery-shrouded family in the entire empire. Countless secrets sit locked away in his hands alone. Secrets powerful enough to ruin absolutely anyone in the empire, if he ever chose to use them. And yet he stayed unwaveringly loyal to the imperial family, loyalty that earned him a title none of the other great dukes hold. Grand Duke, the only one in the whole empire. And then, one day, that very man vanished north without a word, stayed gone for years, and reappeared out of nowhere, carrying a baby he called his daughter, dropping her off at the estate. His authority never so much as wobbled while he was gone. But that baby girl grew up as the estate's saddest open secret, abandoned by her own father, rumored to be living on borrowed time. For years she was nothing more than gossip fodder, something for bored nobles to feel superior about. So why on earth did the Grand Duke suddenly show up here, now, of all times? There he stood, in the flesh, radiating exactly the kind of menace his reputation promised. One noblewoman couldn't help herself. I thought he didn't have the slightest bit of interest in his own daughter. Bad move. The Grand Duke turned it right back on the room. Why so quiet now, when you were all running your mouths a moment ago? Please, continue, he said, eyes in every word. I'm rather curious to see exactly who. This stare alone was enough to make the temperature in the room drop. Dares wag their tongue about Halburn, he finished, and the whole room felt that threat land. The poor noblewoman was in tears. Certain one wrong word rashly cost her har. Luckily, someone stepped in before it got that far. My liege. That's enough for now, Lord Mahen said, staring him away before things got any worse. Mahen, ever the babysitter to a man who could ruin anyone in the Empire with a single word. Protocol first, Mahen reminded him. Go greet Her Majesty before you terrify anyone else. One more glance from the Grand Duke sent a whole cluster of nobles flinching clean out of his path. He just gave a soft, unreadable hum in response. Shall I handle that, then? Mahen offered smoothly. I'll clean up the rest quietly once the party's over. Somehow, against all odds, Mahen actually managed to talk him down. Then, with a single loud thud, the Grand Duke's attention snapped elsewhere entirely. Both of them froze on the spot. He just spotted her. Arellen's whole body tensed up on pure instinct. Our father grinned, and somehow that was even more unnerving than the glare had been. Hello, he said warmly. My daughter? Arellen and Mahen both went completely, awkwardly silent. There will be plenty of time for a father-daughter reunion later, Mahen cut in. For now you need to go. My dear friend starts nagging me the second we meet again. The Grand Duke grumbled. All right, I'm going, he sighed. Please, don't cause any trouble. Yes. And off the most feared man in the Empire went, looking every bit like a scolded teenager. Man crouched down to reassure her. I know he's intimidating, but there's no need to be scared. He might look like it, but he's really not a bad person. Okay, she managed. She'd hidden the second he showed up, sure. His presence was genuinely overwhelming. but he honestly hadn't seemed like a bad person at all. However, in novel Aurelian remembered by heart, Grand Duke Halban only ever returns to the capital after his daughter is already dead. Dead, which meant the story was already going off script from the one she knew by heart. Was it because she was different now? Or because Peshin had changed? The novel's real plot hadn't even properly started yet, so why was everything already unraveling? And if everything from here on kept drifting away from the story she knew, what was she even supposed to do? She told herself that once the real female lead finally showed up and the actual plot kicked in, every little thing that had drifted off course, even Peshin's feelings, the ones that had somehow turned toward her, would all just snap right back to how they were meant to be. Peshin happily forgetting her exactly like the story intended. Believing that was a strange kind of comfort and dread, all at the same time. Even she really was fated to die because, as simply how the story goes, at least Peshin would get to forget her clean, like magic, and walk right back onto his predetermined path. That's exactly why she'd braced herself, so that if Peshin ever suddenly changed toward her, it wouldn't hurt quite so much. But now, she had absolutely no idea what she was even supposed to do anymore. Was her death actually creeping closer? And what if the female lead never even showed up at all? Even Mahen, watching her spiral, quietly admitted he'd thought he was prepared for a moment like this too. But if the Peshin I've always known were to suddenly change, she thought. Then... Her breathing went ragged, the whole world spinning. My lady, are you all right? Mahen lunged and caught her before she hit the ground, his own heart hammering. Are you feeling sick? Is it your... He started, panic creeping into his voice. She staggered, barely conscious, the whole hall spinning around. My lady? Mahen's voice cracked with worry as her eyes fluttered shut. Somewhere between dreaming and dying, Mahen's heart pounds as he clutches her close, like he's terrified she'll slip away the second he lets go. You're in bad shape, my lady, he murmurs, already deciding they're heading straight back to the estate. No arguments. She barely manages his name before the world tilts sideways again. His face goes white with panic, molding something too broken to make out. Everything blurs into a haze of dark, swirling nothing, like her own mind is trying to swallow the memory whole. Deep in whatever this is, a dream, a memory, a warning, she presses a hand to her chest and reminds herself she still has Mahen. Even if Peshin changes his mind about her one day, she's certain of one thing. Mahen, at least, will never leave her side. The dream dragged her back further still, to a small girl reaching out and whispering the word, Mom. You always like me, right? The child asks, the exact same fear the Grand Aurelian still has in that run. Back in the waking world, Mahen freezes mid-sentence, blindsided by whatever he's just been told. Someone bolts through the dark, sprinting like every second counts. Somewhere far above it all, she's still lying motionless, lost to whatever this sleep really is. That's enough. That's all I need, someone gasps, clinging to whatever scrap of hope is left. Even half lost in her own dream, Aurelian worries about everyone else first. Mahen must be just as confused, she thinks, and she shouldn't make this any harder on him. Then a voice cuts through the fog, desperate and loud, someone screaming her name like it might pull her back. Her eyes flutter, wet with tears that were never quite hers to explain. Passion catches her, shaking, demanding to know if she's all right. Her eyes finally focus, and for the first time in what feels like forever, she actually sees him. Aurelian. Passion breathes her name like a prayer, then immediately panics at how pale she looks. She tries to fuss about him abandoning his seat at the party. He cuts her off cold. Forget the seat. Is she hurting anywhere? Hurting? No, if anything, her vision was just a little blurry earlier. But now, it's not just clear. It's crystal clear, like some invisible fog had just lifted off the whole world. Passion's practically dripping sweat with worry, while Aurelian, still a little dazed, genuinely wonders if she's just flustered by how good he smells. Priorities. Turns out the real shock wasn't a mystery illness at all. She just wasn't expecting to spot Grand Duke Halburn showing up out of nowhere. Passion is personally offended on her behalf. All that work, building up her stamina, ruined by one surprise entrance. Is that really the issue right now? Someone clearly thinks not, but Passion stands firm. She is not allowed to get sick without his express permission. He takes her hand gently, checking her over like she might shatter. He presses close to check her temperature, dead serious, while she can't help wondering what's actually going through his head. Still, she figures that overblown fussing is just Peshin's roundabout way of saying he was scared for her. I'm okay, she promises. Really, the pain's gone. Off to the side, Peshin, still rattled, telling Haroon that spotting her looking sick from across the room scared him half to death. An attendant hurries over to interrupt. With this many eyes on them, it's time to get back to their seats. Word spreads fast through the crowd the moment Grand Duke Halpern's name comes up. Whispers ripple through the party like wildfire. But Alan shoots Bishop back to his own seat. She's fine, and besides, Mahen's right here with her. Fine, I got it, Peshin grumbles, pouting like a kid who just got sent to bed early. But he's got a condition. Stay put at her table as much as possible in what he's dubbed her official safe zone. Huh? Why? She asks, completely lost. Because that's the only way I can protect you even just a little, he admits. Then I'll come find you soon, Arlen, he promises before heading off. Protect her from what exactly, she wonders, watching him go. And then it clicks, and her head tilts. Wait, don't tell her. He actually arranged the whole seating in advance, just to keep everyone else from getting anywhere near their table. Turns out Mahen and Peshin had been quietly standing guard on every side the whole time. No wonder the Halban table was the one empty island in the whole party. As Mahan walks her back, she reflects quietly. She almost caused him real trouble back there, but Peshin's fussing snapped her right out of it. Of course, she admits, the reason she was spiraling in the first place was also Peshin. She'd always told herself she could handle this calmly whenever it came. Turns out that wasn't quite true. Maybe, more than she ever let herself realize, Peshin has settled somewhere much deeper in her heart than she planned. Across the hall, Peshin strolls off with Haroon, blissfully unaware he's just wrecked her composure completely. That easy, gorgeous smile of his really isn't helping her case. She can't stop stealing glances. Her heart slams against her ribs, loud enough she's sure the whole party can hear it. One more glance is all it takes to set it off again. By the time things settle, the whole party's atmosphere is thoroughly wrecked. No amount of tea and chocolate is fixing this mood. There's clearly some unspoken history simmering between the Empress and Grand Duke Halban. The second two of them lock eyes, the entire hall goes stiff and cold, like it's balancing on thin ice. Eventually, the Grand Duke excuses himself to formally greet the Emperor. He approaches the throne with the kind of composure that gives absolutely nothing away. Not long after, the whole party wraps up far earlier than anyone expected. Somewhere else, a door quietly kicks open. Life moves on outside the palace walls. A few days later, at the Halban estate, someone comes pounding on the doors at the buildings on fire. The staff scrambles, and Arlen can feel the whole household bracing for something big. In my entire life, one maid mutters, I don't think I've ever heard knocking that intense. Every servant in the house snaps into a perfectly straight, rigid line, or Rowan's never seen them look this on edge. A red carpet gets rolled out in record time, the whole staff bowing on either side like royalty's about to walk through. Even Peshin's visits never got this level of ceremony or things, which can only mean one thing. Welcome back, the staff choruses, as a single set of footsteps strides in like they own the place. My liege, someone breathes, practically bowing on instinct. The man striding to the grand doorway needs absolutely no introduction in this household. The true head of House Halburn has returned. To think you'd personally welcome me with such warmth, Halburn drawls at Mahen, dripping with sarcasm. It's simply been a long time since you've returned, Mahen replies flatly. Also, you look like you'd rather grab me by the collar and take a swing. Mahen's scrunched up glare says everything his polite words don't. Enough nonsense. Let's just head inside. I'm sure you've got plenty to discuss with me, Mahen grumbles. What? Nonsense! Halburn grins. Ah, what nonsense? Halburn grins. That was me saying I missed you. That his gaze slides past Mahen entirely. There's someone more important in the room. Are you not going to greet me, my daughter? He asks, eyes dropping to find her. Arellen startles as he reaches down toward her. She hesitates, completely unsure how to even greet her own father. Greet him? Mahen had told her it was fine to just show up, but apparently a maid now insists she needs to actually say something. Truth is, ever since that tense tea party, she's barely left her room too rattled to know what to even say to him. He feels more like some distant eighth cousin she sees once a decade than an actual father. What is she even supposed to say to him? Her hands clench without her even meaning to. And there's something else, nagging at her, too. He talks like he's the wounded party, but there's no real warmth behind it. If he's this close with Mahen, he can't be a bad person exactly. She just genuinely doesn't know him at all. Still, she lifts her head and finally faces him. A sigh, and what comes out of her mouth is, "Mom." Dead silence. "Mom?" someone repeats, and the whole room freezes solid. Halbern's smirk grows dangerously wide. "Mom, huh?" "Man," he calls out, delighted. "Looks like you became a mother while I was away." Mahen just about combusts on the spot. He drags it out with a long, theatrical sigh. "And if you're my daughter's mom, that makes you my wife, doesn't it?" He beams like he's just won something. "My apologies for the late greeting. My wife," he adds, twisting the knife with a perfectly straight face. Nate handshakes with pure silent fury while Arlene tries very hard not to laugh. Then Halbert loses it completely, doubling over laughing, and just like that, the world's most awkward reunion turns into total chaos. Time really does fly, doesn't it? Who would have guessed things would end up like this? Case in point, Grand Duke Halbern, insufferably pleased with himself and decked out in his finest gold-trimmed uniform as usual. Somewhere down the line, Mahen gets roped into playing mom to a certain little girl. Scold him for it, and Halbern just grins. "Please continue. If you want to hit me again, I'll gladly oblige, my liege. My lage." A passing maid teases Mahen for being so cold to the man who's apparently going to be this kid's father. Couldn't he spare a little affection for his future honey? Mine doesn't even look up for Miss D. "I told you to knock it off with the nonsense." Halpern pouts from the sidelines. "What's wrong, honey? Hurting your husband's feelings after all this time apart?" Mahen's answer is a flat support. Mahen's answer is a flat "set up, please," and the maids can't hold back their giggling. Halpern muses aloud about their wedding anniversary. Mahen doesn't even blink. "We never actually had a wedding ceremony, you know." That one lands like a slap. Halpern's eyebrow twitches, utterly betrayed. Someone finally snaps. "How many times does he have to say, 'Cut it out, you absolute piece of trash'? Furniture goes flying." Halpern ends up with a handprint on his cheek for his trouble. Whoops. Off to the side, Mahen just stares into his teacup, lost in thought. Mahen just stares into his teacup, lost in thought, right until it cracks in his grip. Halbern insists he simply can't do that, while literally being wrestled into a seat. Wouldn't want to warp a child's development after all. Years pass. A father finally meets daughter properly. His idea of a warm greeting. "Hello, daughter. I'd heard so much about you." Her idea of a warm greeting back. "Greetings, trash father." Mahen had hoped for a little more warmth than that. Watching the so-called father of the household sulk on his own throne like this. Honestly, it's a lot to take. Halbern grins that he didn't expect to see this fun side of Mahen. Mahen's reply drips with sarcasm. "Thrilled you're having a good time, my liege," then briskly sends the girl off to rest and take her medicine. The grown girl hesitates. Can she really do that? "Of course," comes the gentle answer. She lingers a moment, turning something quietly over in her mind. Halpern pats her head gently. "My sweet girl, I know this is still hard for you." Mahen tells her it's fine to get up now, then turns all business, ordering the staff to see Lady Arellen to her room. He's got a private word for his liege. The girl beams and waves goodbye. Years later still, all grown up in white lace, she calls back one more time. "See you later, Mom?" "Yes, R.L.," comes the soft reply. Footsteps fade quietly down an empty hall. The room goes still, just a soft, wordless sigh left hanging in the air. Halbern grumbles that he expected as much, not even a single glance back from her. So he stops for that. "Your daughter's still terrified of her own father. So, what exactly does my wife think about that?" And doesn't get to finish that sentence. A fist connects before he can get another word out. "Shite!" Another solid hit lands square on his chest. Just a good measure. Somewhere in the wreckage, someone mutters the verdict. "It's karma, you absolute piece of trash." And that's the future that might be waiting. Back in the present, Halbern settles into his seat with a contemplative little "so." The papers are already buzzing. Grand Duke Halbern makes a splendid return. The Saren Knights have apparently subjugated an actual dragon. Mahen is a lot less impressed than the headlines are. Just what exactly has he been up to? Leaving the northern fortress unattended for this long clearly wasn't simple, Mahen presses, so he just decided to go slay a dragon instead? Halbern just grins. "Aw, worried about me, honey? Don't fret, I'm not hurt anywhere." "Call him honey one more time," Mahen warns, and he's filing a formal harassment complaint. Halbern just sighs. "Who's so mean, really?" Joking aside, Mahen finally asks it straight. Was there really a reason worth causing all this trouble? The air between them goes tight as Mahen grabs at his collar, done playing around. Halbrand just watches him, unreadable, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. You told me to, Halbrand reminds someone, and that wasn't a suggestion at all, came the warning back then. Consider it my final advice, as your friend. The memory rewinds to a lone figure on a windswept cliff, warning that if things kept going this way, the young lady might collapse for good. Is he confident he won't regret it? The figure presses, so he simply followed where that warning led. It leads him somewhere quiet and unassuming, tucked well away from prying eyes. Back in the present, Mahen isn't buying the vague answer. Is that really all he's going to give him? From the shadows, Halbrand just shoots back. Does he need another reason? Halbrand just exhales a short, tired little laugh. Mahen's hand curls into a fist. He should have come back sooner, he grits out. For years he told him to come home, and he never once showed his face. Now he finally shows up. Does he actually want to die by his hands? Mahen's glare could cut glass at this point. The tension hangs thick as the storm rolling in outside. Halbrand, infuriatingly calm, just smiles. Dying by his hands would be an honor. Mahen isn't amused. Him and that silver tongue of his. If he had any regrets at all, Mahen snaps. He never should have taken command of that northern fortress in the first place. What on earth possessed him to go there? Halbrand finally answers, I made a deal. Mahen freezes. A deal? Yeah, Halbrand admits. Unfortunately, he took a vow of silence, so he literally cannot give the details. For just a second, something flickers across that composed expression. Isn't that the highest form of binding oath there is, Mahen presses? The kind woven from literal chains of magic. One that physically stops him from breaking it no matter how badly he wants to. Why would anyone accept an oath that severe, just to stay stationed in that fortress? Halbrand just taps his fingers, infuriatingly unbothered by the weight of what he just admitted. Tap, tap. He's clearly enjoying making him wait for it. And then, there it is, a small bottle of pale pink medicine. Is he making sure she's actually taking her medicine? Mahen's eyes narrow, half suspicious of where this is headed. That stuff is precious, Halbrand says. Make sure she takes it properly, okay? The mysterious medicine that arrives at the estate once a month without fail. Mahen's been wondering about that for a while now. If he hadn't tried to trace where it came from, Halbrand teases, he wouldn't be the Mahen he knows. Because that medicine, it turns out, is the only one that's ever actually worked on Aurelian's illness. Not the temple, not the magic tower. Not one healer in the Empire could even identify what was wrong with her. That medicine became the one ray of hope Mahen had left, so naturally he started digging into where it came from. The trail led through a hidden channel and ended, of all places, at the Imperial Palace itself. Not just the palace, but some obscure corner of it. Impossible to pin down. Something told Mahen that digging any deeper would only invite trouble, so he buried the whole investigation. Now, staring Halbrand down, he has to ask. Don't tell him that medicine was procured by him. So that's the real reason he stayed at that fortress all this time. Because of the medicine. Halbrand just gives him that same calm, confident smile. Silence, in this case, says plenty. If he hadn't done it, he finally says, quiet and a little raw. Who else would have? For once, Mahen's composure actually cracks. His eyes well up. Seriously, mine manages. He should have told him from the start. Halbrand explains gently, this wasn't exactly something to discuss over a communication device, not when who knows who might be listening in. And honestly, Mahen can't argue with that. Looking back, Mahen admits the thought did cross his mind once. He just never figured Halbrand for the type to walk into that much danger for his own daughter, so he'd written it off. So the moment he got back, Halbrand went straight to the Imperial Palace. A familiar figure comes down the grand staircase to meet them. Was that also part of the deal, Mahen asks, following a step behind. The room falls quiet, grand and still around them. Even so, Mahen thinks, there's still more he needs to understand. He doesn't hold back either. My liege, he says, you are and remain the single greatest trash father in this empire. Did he know that? The moment passes with a quiet rustle of fabric. Halbrand just grins, completely unbothered by the insult. The Emperor watches them both with something like fondness. And him, he says to Mahen, he's really become a mother, hasn't he? His mind drifts back to a much younger Mahen, sitting alone at a table piled with jewels and coin, given everything except what he actually needed. Mahen deflects immediately. What nonsense is he about to say now? The Emperor presses gently. Whatever's happened all this time, it's clear the bond between him and that girl is genuine. A memory surfaces of Halberd kneeling before a much younger Erlene, some quiet promise passing between them. That's exactly why the Emperor found it a bit interesting to watch unfold. I can understand the child getting attached. But Mahen always knew exactly where the line was. Wealth, status, everything Mahen has, the Emperor handed him outright, and his loyalty never stretched an inch past what he'd been given, because he never once let himself want anything more than that. This is the first time, the Emperor says quietly, that he's seen him show this kind of attention, this kind of affection, for anyone. Mahen admits it wasn't as flawless as it looked. There was a stretch where he deliberately kept his distance, so he could step aside the moment his liege finally came home. The Emperor exhales, almost to himself. It's possible he messed this whole thing up. Somewhere Matt thought is a quiet ache. That child could have grown up so much happier, so much healthier than this. The Emperor comes down the stairs, reassuring him plainly. He never handed Arellan over expecting a perfect job. Mahen had zero experience to begin with. Of course he'd fumble parts of it. Then why, Mahen has to ask, entrust her to him at all? Pros? Somewhere else entirely. Halberd breaks into a nervous sweat. Like he already knows exactly where this conversation is headed. Because it's him, the Emperor says simply. He knows he's the only one the Emperor actually trusts, right? Then Mahen decides, as the one person he's allowed to trust, he's owed one honest answer about Erlin. He asks it straight out, no cushioning it. Is she truly his biological daughter, my liege? We open on a hushed, half-lit scene. Someone leans in close to the Grand Duke and asks the one question everybody has been too scared to say out loud. Is that girl really his own daughter? The camera lingers on his cloak, all sharp gold trim and shadow, like even his clothes are bracing for the answer. Whoever is asking goes quiet, studying him for any crack in that mask. And there it is, the Grand Duke's face, perfectly calm, perfectly unreadable, like he rehearsed this exact moment. Not one flicker of doubt on the surface. Not one. But somebody who's stood beside him for years swears they can feel it anyway. A hairline crack under all that composure. Valere, you're... The voice starts, reaching for the words. Wavering on the inside. Turns out nobody fools this guy for long. Rewind, way back, to a kid stepping into this estate for the very first time, hand in hand with the man who would become his liege. That small hand held on right up until the day he was not just a guest anymore. He had become this family's proxy. Slowly, piece by piece, his cold, mobile house started feeling like home. And somewhere along the way he realized this was not just a job, or a family on paper. It was something a lot heavier. Everyone in high society whispers that House Halberd is sitting on a mountain of secrets. Grown now, Mahen still remembers the day his liege stopped dead in front of one particular wall. Young Mahen just blinks. Why here? Why now? Wait and stay here, Mahen, comes the order, a key glowing in hand like it belongs to another world entirely. The two of them stand before a door built to keep out everyone except a chosen few. Whatever is locked away in there is on a scale most people cannot even imagine. A sign over the frame says it plainly, Halberd's Secret Archive. Only direct descendants who have manifested the family's special power get to walk through that door, and the centuries of secrets nobody else was ever meant to touch. Even Mahen himself has only caught his liege slipping in and out a handful of times over the years. What is actually inside is still a total mystery to him. But one thing he is sure of? After Valere, the current Grand Duke of Halberd, Arellan is the one set to inherit the title next. And if he turns out not to share his bloodline, those archive doors slam shut forever, and the whole house sinks along with every secret still buried inside. 6 years of sacrifice poured into raising her, and the guardian stone that answers only to her presence. Those are facts nobody can argue with. But then there's the way his liege actually treats the kid, that cold, distant look, and it is hard to square that with proud father. I do have a theory, Mahen admits to himself, but if there's even a 1 in a million shot his theory is wrong and Arellan is not blood, he figures they need a plan to protect her anyway. That is the exact thought that finally pushes him to do something about it. He turns, jaw set, ready to look his liege dead in the eye. Please, answer me honestly, my liege. Father just tilts his head. Where did you even hear a rumor like that? Surely you, of all people, know it is not true, right? It has been on my mind for a while, Valere admits. I just was not about to ask something like that. over a device someone could be listening in on. Then a slow, easy smile spreads across his face, the one that gives absolutely nothing away. Ah, is that so? Mahane says flatly, thinking. There it is, that expression again, the one he can never quite read. Because Mahane remembers exactly who this man used to be. The young master who took in a homeless kid wandering the streets, no questions asked, who handed him nothing but the finest, most precious things without a second thought. Who told him what friendship and trust actually meant. Ah! So when did he start hiding behind expressions Mahane cannot decode anymore? Because he still remembers that warm, open smile, no matter how confusing or frustrating things got as the years went on. That is exactly why Mahane never could bring himself to walk away from Halburn. Even if the whole world turned its back on you, I, at least, have the duty to actually understand you, and to protect this estate. So, tell me, whose blood is she, really? There's no way she is your true daughter. Valet freezes mid-step. You sound awfully confident about that. I happen to know about every romantic entanglement you have had since you were a teenager, however unintentionally. Did you honestly think you could hide this from me? So you knew, Valor says, and played along anyway. I still do not know, Mahane fires back. That is why I am asking. Valor just smirks. What do you think? Want to take a swing at me? Just the once? Yeah. Smiling in answer to the question I actually asked, Mahane snaps. And finally, dead serious. There is no doubt about it. That child is my daughter. She is, without question, of my blood. Right then, Valor's hand moves, opening something Mahane never expected to see. Then that means that he starts, then stops himself. The man. You remember too, do you not? Man goes cold, a memory surfacing before he can stop it. In this very estate, there was once a figure in white drifting silently through a doorway, there and then gone. Someone who looked eerily, unmistakably like Aurelin. Valera's face goes distant, caught somewhere between memory and the present. The wind picks up, leaves scattering, and the past lets go, at least for now. Time drifts forward, back to the present day, and a familiar head of hair catching the light in a garden somewhere else entirely. His staff nearly fall over themselves. The young lady, out for a morning walk, all on her own. Halburn has truly lived to see everything now. I only came out because it got too noisy inside, Harlan mutters, while every maid in sight snaps to attention like she is being inspected. Word is, the master is back in the estate, hence the sudden good behavior. Meanwhile, the maids gossip non-stop over whether his grace is staying this time or heading back north to Guardston Fortress. Then, right there in the garden, she runs straight into him. And yeah, everyone gets stiff and formal around Grandesty Halburn. She gets it now. If she had not read this whole story as a novel first, she probably would have reacted exactly the same way. Not going to lie, his sudden appearances still catch her off guard every single time. But truthfully, she was never all that invested in him to begin with, so by now, the surprise has worn down into just, well, awkward familiarity. Nearby, a maid whispers, "My daughter." And someone else finishes with, "Oh, it's the man from the novel," Arellen thinks. Because honestly, past life or this one, she has never once known what it feels like to be looked after by someone she would actually call dad. But, come to think of it, this exact path used to be the one she would walk with passion every single time. Kind of unsettling how that sticks with you. Old habits really do linger. Somewhere in the bushes, two maids are already plotting her 50-second photo album. Back then, she would be gasping for air after one measly lap around the garden. Now she can actually walk and let her mind wander at the same time. Funny enough, it was right on this exact spot that she once told Prishan not to come around anymore. Same spot where she collapsed, telling him she could not take one more step. She lets out a long, quiet breath. Every single time she sat on this bench, Passion would show up with water, no exceptions. Now she is just sitting here, alone, in the quiet, and, for the first time in a while, she actually feels curious about something. I wonder what Passion is up to right now, she thinks, caught straight to him, face down on a desk, radiating pure gloom. Turns out the tea party wrapped up ages ago, and he still cannot swing by the Halburn estate. But I told her I would come see her. Haroun just sighs. Good, I told her I would come see her. Haroun just sighs. Grand Duke Halburn is back, Your Highness. What exactly are we supposed to do about that? What does that have to do with anything? Pishin grumbles, sprawled dramatically. Haroun is not buying it. It has everything to do with it, and you know it, so quit pretending otherwise. Stop acting like it's nothing. Passion explodes. Full meltdown mode engaged. I'm telling you, this is a serious situation. Then what exactly is the situation? Haroon fires right back. Passion just rails, flopping straight onto Haroon like an overgrown toddler having the worst day of his life. Onlookers can only stare. The mighty crown prince throwing an actual tantrum, not something you see every day. Hara mutters to himself, gloomy mode straight up upgraded to full tantrum mode. Your Highness, if anyone here has a right to cry, it's me, Harun grumbles, right as an attendant rushes over with urgent news. Yes, go ahead, Harun says, and the whispering starts. Whatever he is hearing, it stops him cold. I see. For now I understand, Harun says, which is exactly when Passion's ears perk up. What is it? What's going on? Passion demands, some your business. I just received word, the attendant reports, that Grand Duke Halbern has arrived at the palace. Passion's whole face shifts, sharp and irritated in an instant. Grand Duke Halbern, he mutters. Yes, is at the palace right now. Passion comes barreling across the palace grounds at full sprint, hollering back at his knight. Hurry, Grum. This is our chance to finally see Arellan, he shouts, while an attendant chases after him begging him to slow down. Behind him, his knight Grum sprints flat out just to keep up, already gasping for air. Seriously? Grum wheezes, and by the look on his face, this is not the first time he has had to chase the prince down like this. He always knew the prince liked Lady Rowan, but Grum never expected those feelings to run quite this deep, to the point that lately, watching Passion dash off ahead of him, Grum cannot help but think the kid reminds him of his majesty in his younger days. And boy, was that intense back then too, Grum thinks, settling in to remember exactly how intense. Cue the flashback. Back when Emperor Edward was still just a crown prince. Word around the palace was that young Edward had a reputation as a notorious womanizer, an absolute scoundrel. Yeah, that guy smirking like Turbo in a fancy coat. Then one day, out of nowhere, he took one look at a young Empress Azeni across a crowded ballroom and fell hard, love, at first sight. Azeni herself barely reacts, cool and unimpressed, with absolutely no idea what she is about to sign up for. Edward marches straight at her, gods flinching out of the way. Your Highness, one yelps. She tries right up and drops to one knee, right in front of everyone. Overnight, the palace playboy is gone, replaced by a devoted lover who only has eyes for her. They would later call it the Reformation of Edward. Of course, Azeni did not accept him right away, not even close. One look at her face tells you exactly how thrilled she is about all this. If anything, she flat out could not stand him, but rejection never once made him quit. He plants himself outside her gate for 8 hours straight. I'm not leaving until Azeni comes out, he insists, while his attendant quietly loses it. He nearly starts a fight over some poor guy who dared make eye contact with her. For more than 3 seconds. Your Highness, you mustn't, the attendant begs. The Theban Emperor absolutely refused to give up. With no one in the whole empire powerful enough to actually stop him, everybody just had to wait out this doomed one-sided love. Then, one day, everything changed. Somewhere out of sight, a hand trembles around the hilt of a blade. A single drop falls, silver hair bowed low. Tears streaming, he presses the blade to himself. I can't earn your love, he chokes out. Then there's no reason for me to keep on living. The sight of him breaking down like that, apologizing for loving her too much, changes everything. He stands out in the pouring rain while Azeni watches from above with an umbrella. This is the only way I know how to express it, he says. He declares his love right there in front of her, tears streaming down his face. She lets her umbrella fall. Don't cry anymore, she says softly, reaching out to touch his face. Because I'll accept your feelings, she tells him. That is the moment Empress Azeni's heart finally melted. The road he took to get there, though, was more than a little extreme. See, right before that, he had been threatening to jump, muttering that it is better to disappear completely than commit worse madness against her, while gods scream at him to step back. Azeni gets summoned in an emergency, an old attendant begging her. Grant this old man his one and only wish. Honestly, it makes you wonder if she only said yes because she felt cornered. Still, here she is now, smiling with her eyes closed, looking pretty happy about how it all turned out. Back in the present, Grum cannot help thinking, wasn't it kind of cute the way Edward bawled his eyes out just to confess? Hearing the whole story, he realizes the Emperor and Empress were just made for each other. He turns back around, ready to catch up with the prince. Because having inherited the bloodline of those two, of course Peshin's own feelings would turn out just as intense. When in doubt, follow the Arellan censor, Peshin declares, marching confidently down the hall. This way, it is only natural he would be no less obsessive, if anything even more so. But if things ever got bad enough that Lady Arellan's life were on the line, Kermon pictures Peshin breaking down completely at her bedside, and shudders. What would even become of His Highness Peshin? Just imagining it already makes Grum anxious. He lets out a long, heavy sigh, rubbing his temples at the thought. We cut to the Alboran estate, where an unexpected guest has just arrived. A tall figure in a flowing white cloak walks straight into Grand Duke Halban's private hall. "Long time no see, Valere," the visitor says. "It's Emperor Edward himself." "We've already seen each other, haven't we, Your Majesty, Edward?" Vala replies dryly. Edward, decked out in full royal red and gold, looks every bit the part he was born to play. "Ah, you mean that time you just reported you'd arrived and then left immediately?" Valere needles him. "Who on earth asks for an audience only to bail like that?" Edward sprawls out on the couch, clearly still annoyed about it. "Your Majesty could have just attended the tea party then," Valere points out. Chibi, Edward pouts. "I wanted to go too. Do you have any idea how badly I wanted to go?" He imagines wistfully how adorable his daughter and the boys must have all looked that day. He gets visibly emotional over it, and how beautiful Azeni must have been too when I wasn't around to see her. "To think you got to witness a sight like that all to yourself, it's so unfair," he whines at Valere. "Please, don't worry about it," Valere says flatly. "Her Majesty kicked me out herself before I got the chance to enjoy any of it either." "Why don't you go see His Majesty?" someone chirps sweetly before helpfully translating Azeni's actual words. "If you intended to show up at all, you should have come earlier. Get out of my sight." Edward sighs theatrically. "Fine, I'll forgive you since I'm so magnanimous." Valere plays along. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "And drop the fake, sickly, sweet act. It's just the two of us." Vala snaps. Edward groans, then chuckles, then relents. "Fine." The teasing fades and Edward's expression sharpens. "So, I take it your visit to that person went well?" he asks, more serious now. Valore's face gives nothing away. "You better have," Edward says. "I even caught a dragon and brought it along just to make a good impression." "What? So that's why you did that?" Valere looks genuinely stunned. No wonder it was strange for you to suddenly act out of character. "I know it's a vow of silence, but I even stood as a witness to the deal. The least you could have done was give me a heads up," Edward gripes. Valere just smirks. "Why should I?" "Yeah, what was I even expecting from you?" Edward mutters. "Anyway, the byproducts of that dragon are giving me a massive headache, chaos both inside and outside the Empire. Even the Sky Tower came asking if they could get their hands on some dragon blood," Valor adds. "They're planning to show up at the upcoming Founding Festival, probably eyeing the auction." "No idea what business those high-rank mages have coming in droves," Edward shrugs. "Anyway, send whatever's left to the Imperial household. I'll make sure you're paid generously." A pause hangs in the air. Valere. "Why aren't you answering?" Say Edward starts, but Valere cuts him off. "More than that, does your son like my daughter?" Valere asks, point blank. Edward freezes completely. Dead silence. "Answer me, Ed," Valere presses. Edward's face suddenly splits into a huge, way too cheerful grin. "Oh dear, would you look at the time the meeting's about to start," he says, bolting for the door. Valere isn't having it. "I'm asking you, does your son like Amigordon or not?" Valet finishes, deadly serious. Oh my, I got so caught up discussing state affairs I completely lost track of time." Edward deflects, laughing way too hard. Valet just glares. "The other dukes must already be there by now," he deadpans, right back at him. "You mind clearing it up?" Valor isn't letting this go, and Edward starts sweating bullets. "First," Edward says slowly, "let's find out where that question even came from. What on earth did you hear? That you're acting like this?" He presses Valere. "I didn't hear anything," Valere says, glancing away. His mind flashes back to catching Peshin wrapped around Arellan. He'd seen the prince holding her rather tenderly, and it clearly hasn't left his head since. "So in other words," Edward says, "you're bothered by something you saw at the tea party." Edward silently thanks the heavens that Azini kicked Valor out of that party before he could see any more than that. Even just imagining it, he mutters. Vala and my son in the same room over that, Edward thinks, would have been an absolute disaster. However, he says out loud, shifting gears. Now that I know just how sincere my son's feelings really are, Edward says, as a father, I can't just back down either. Still, don't you think my son is quite the catch? He adds, a little too proud of himself. Since it's come to this, Edward says, leaning in with a grin, why don't we just become in-laws? Ed, Blair says flatly, your sense of humor has certainly developed since I last saw you. I'm serious, Edward beams, not backing down an inch. Dead silence stretches between them across the room. Can I kill you? Comes the icy reply. Beale flashes as a sword gets drawn. Now then, Edward laughs, completely unbothered by the threat. And Ade bursts in. Grand Duke Halburn, it really is time to go. This is the first Inner Circle meeting you're attending in 6 years. You're not planning to start a fight in there, are you? Chibi Edward flips into full Emperor mode, pointing dramatically. Valair just clicks his tongue. Don't shh me. Frightening that bloodlust, and let's get moving. Edward snaps. They head out together towards the meeting hall. Anyway, Valair says as they walk, my daughter is off limits. Keep that in mind. Why? Edward asks, genuinely curious. Bang! Because my daughter deserves to, Valair starts, his expression turning hard. Chibi Edward tilts his head. So you're saying Aurelian's consent comes first? Valair's answer is ice cold. No, I'm saying absolutely not, even if I die. There's no way a life spent rotting away in this imperial palace would ever make her happy, Valair says. Edward just smirks. My, you really don't hold back, even in front of the man who rules that palace. He lets out a low, knowing chuckle. Anyway, Edward says, waving it off for now, we'll discuss this matter more properly at a later time. Go ahead, if you think you can, Valia mutters, and the two of them walk off side by side toward the meeting. Their footsteps echo down the hall. But nobody in that hallway has any idea what is coming. The conversation everyone figured was still years off is about to catch up with them in just a few hours. I won't forgive you, Grand Duke Halburn. The words come out sharp, unmistakably Pishin's voice. And if you won't forgive me, comes the cold reply, Valair's eyes narrowing. What exactly will you do, Your Highness? Valair asks, right there in the very heart of the Imperial Palace. The Grand Duke of Halburn is back in the capital, and just look at that entrance. Valair struts in like he owns the place because, let's be honest, he basically does. Sure, he acts like some duke doing whatever he pleases, but don't let the smirk fool you. A man's buried in actual duties the second he's home. Most of the boring stuff gets shoved onto Mahen, his poor overworked proxy, who's clearly used to it by now. But two things evaluate in person. First, an audience with the Emperor himself. And second, a closed-door meeting where the Emperor and all 5 dukes hash out the Empire's biggest problems. Welcome to the core meeting. This is where the real power in the Empire sits down at one table. One of the dukes, all golden hair and gleaming eyes, can't hide his glee. To think the day would come when that seat would be occupied. He purrs. Have you been well, fellow? Though later, he asks, all smiles. As a matter of fact, I was going to come find you, he says, hands steepled like a cartoon villain closing a deal. Indeed. I didn't think I'd see you again like this, Simon, Valair replies coolly, matching his energy exactly. Valair isn't fooled for a second. It's not me you're glad to see. It's the dragon byproducts, no doubt. Simon just grins wider. As expected, you understand me quite well. How about handing your share of the dragon byproducts over to us? No one in the Empire will pay you better than the Spirums, Simon pitches, coins practically jingling in his eyes. Well, that's true, but Valet teases, dangling the answer just out of reach. Unfortunately, my share's already been handed over. To the Emperor, apparently, because that's just what being Emperor gets you. Simon's jaw drops. What? Darn, had bid by the literal Emperor. Rough day for the family business. Elsewhere, the Emperor waves off a question with a shrug. You can ask the Sarin Knights when they arrive, he says, unbothered. Simon settles in. All right, by the way, he starts, changing the subject. Someone glances over, clearly sensing where this conversation with the Emperor is headed. The Emperor notices the empty chest first. Turns out Duke Gormod is off exploring some newly discovered ruins, so he's sitting this meeting out entirely. And as for Duke Edicoloth, the Emperor trails off, glancing toward the second empty seat. Turns out he's still stuck in the Southern Empire, smoothing things over with the Regent Duke. Thanks to and the Emperor's tone makes this very pointed. A certain someone. Valar's smile doesn't budge. Oh dear, zero remorse detected. I'm talking about you, Valar, the Emperor says flatly. That's a shame. Valar shrugs back, not even pretending to care. The Emperor leans in for real now. Just what kind of trouble did you cause that's had the Regent Duke fuming for 6 straight years? Who knows? I didn't really say anything. Valar deflects. Tapping at a note like this is nothing at all. I only demanded that he return. Valar admits, letting the sentence hang in the dark. Then the real reason drops with a smile, sharp enough to cut glass. My older sister, who he took by force. The room goes dead silent. Even the Emperor is visibly stunned by that one. Valar just sighs and wipes his face. Ha! Seems I brought up a pointless conversation. Sure, buddy, totally pointless. Here's the story nobody talks about out loud. A scandal that once rocked House Halbrand centered on Valar's older sister, Lady Sione, now the Grand Duchess Law. For the sake of the father, the former Grand Duke, and a deal cut with Duke Regent Locke, she was sold off into a marriage nobody asked her opinion on. At the time, everyone brushed the rumor off as nonsense and moved on, never knowing the truth underneath it. But regardless of it being a family matter, the Emperor warns, demanding the Regent Duke's wife be returned could have started a war. Since so much time has passed, I won't hold you accountable for it. However, a twitch of irritation crosses his face. Surely you're not still thinking about bringing your sister back, are you? The Emperor presses. Valar just hums smug and silent. Not exactly a reassuring answer. Regarding that matter, I truly find it unfortunate, the Emperor says. But as you're well aware, it would be best to avoid a war. I hope you understood the meaning of my words very well. Valar. One word, dead serious, hanging in the sparkling dark. Message received loud and clear. Later, a dark-haired duke catches up to Valar in the halls. Valar, he calls out. Are you heading back immediately? He asks. Because I figured Simon would be a pain, Valar replies, already over it. Ah, the dragon byproducts, the duke realizes. I can see why, he chuckles, falling into step beside him. Everyone probably thought the same, but even I didn't expect you'd actually return to the capital. I figured you were planning to just die in that northern castle. Same. I had no intention of returning, Valar admits. But you admits. Oh? But you ultimately came, the duke points out. Because this time, Valar says, quieter now, I thought I'd regret it if I didn't come back. Regret? Ha! The duke murmurs, clearly fighting its way. As expected, you talking about the tea party. Then again, he smirks. Your daughter really is adorable. Valera's head snaps up. You saw her? Of course, the duke grins. Apparently she's French with my son too. Valir actually looks stunned by that one. Guess who the son is? Harun. Friends, Valar repeats, caught off guard, while the narration paints her as bristling like a startled fur puffed-up cat around strangers. I thought you wouldn't be able to make friends that easily, but, the Duke admits, clearly impressed. How unexpected, he says with a knowing little smile. Anyway, since it's been a while since you've seen her, go easy on her, will you? Whatever your reasons, the kid doesn't know a thing about them. Be gentle? Understood? You're making me sound like trash. I can manage that much. Bellerhouse, mildly offended. Hey now, it's because I know you, the Duke laughs. You're being a bit much, Valar mutters back. Anyway, someone's waiting on me, so I'll head off first. Let's pick this up again sometime. Valar. The Duke walks off laughing to himself, leaving Valar to shake his head. And don't forget, be friendly and affectionate, he calls back, waving him off like a mother sending a kid to school. Goodness! Anyone hearing that would think I'm the one giving her a hard time, Valar mutters, glancing back. Anyway, he shakes it off and keeps walking. As for the little shadow, trailing several steps behind him this whole time, Valar can't help wonder just how long this kid is planning to keep following him. He finally turns and bows. So, I was aware you were behind me. My greetings are laid to your highness the Crown Prince. I am Grand Duke Halbrand. He introduces himself properly, formal as ever. Grand Duke Halbrand, the boy echoes before cutting straight to it. Why are you keeping me from going to the Halbrand mansion? Yep, it's fashion, and he means business. Valar blinks, mildly caught off guard by the directness. He'd figured this little shadow act was because Passion's visitation requests kept getting denied. Ah, there it is. Well, it wouldn't be hard to grant you permission, Valar offers. But if you answer one question for me, I'll open the mansion gates myself. Passion freezes. What is it? Fair to say this is the first real conversation these two have ever had. And you already have something you want from me, Valère notes, reaching a hand out. What about it? Passion says, guarded. Why make this request so sternly? I'm just curious about the reason. Valère presses, watching him closely. Passion staring down, sweating bullets but not backing off an inch. In his head, the panic is real. Why is this man suddenly so curious about that? As a Valère, reading him like an open book, guesses exactly what's running through that head. Are you asking that? Because you don't know, Passion blares, snapping. It's because I don't like you, Grand Duke. He's shaking now, working up to it. That's because you neglected Ellen. There it is, the real accusation. Do you even know what face Ellen makes when she's hurting? Passion demands, years of frustration finally boiling over. I'm asking you to ever care what she actually likes or dislikes. He's not holding back anymore. For someone like you to just show up out of nowhere and give Ellen a hard time. Passion, his fist clenches so hard it shakes. This kid has clearly been sitting on this for a while. Anyway, if you make Ellen cry while you're in the capital, Passion warns, even if you're the Grand Duke, I will never forgive you. Don't you forget it. A full royal declaration of war, right there in the hallway. Valère just walks right past him. Forget it. Somewhere nearby, a maid is already drafting her resignation letter, just in case. Passion stands there deflated, repeating it to himself. Forget it. A nearby attendant can't believe it. Did he seriously just brush that off? However, Valère isn't done. If your highness can't forgive me, he starts, turning back around. What do you intend to do? Passion demands, instantly on guard again. Raleigh cuts straight to it. What exactly is that, child, to your highness the crown prince? Passion stumbles. I'm Ireland's. Not us, Valère prompts, not letting him off easy. So, what I'm trying to say is... Passion fumbles harder. It's nothing, he mutters, completely deflated as Valère strolls off looking entirely too pleased with himself. Passion slumps down, curled up in defeat. You were about to do something to me over nothing? Valère teases. Yeah, comes the sad little reply. His hand fidgets. But, he starts again, not quite ready to let it go. And then it just comes out. I like Aurelie more than anyone. I know I'm not anything to her right now, he admits, but I want her to get healthier faster, so I can see more of her smiling face. That's why. Valère listens to all of it, then simply says, watch yourself. Passion jolts. Grand Duke Halburn? If you don't act right, the position of Aurelian's dad, I'll just snatch it away myself. Valère threatens, deadly serious about defending his little girl's honor. Passion just blinks. Hun! Position of dad, he repeats internally, completely blindsided. Then the cue an actual imaginary family tree, complete with tiny chibi portraits, because apparently the man Valère wants to marry off isn't Arlene at all, it's... This side. Passion stares down at his own hand, utterly lost. And then Valère just loses it completely. Puffed. Passion goes bright red. Why are you laughing? I see. If you wanted to take Mahan as your bride, you should have just said so, Valère teases mercilessly. What, Mahan? Mahan? I didn't mean that. Passion sputters. Yes, you probably didn't. Still, Valère smirks. I shall look forward to it. He's still wiping away actual tears of laughter, genuinely having the time of his life at this kid's expense. Something catches Passion's eye, and he freezes. As promised, I'll grant you access to the mansion, Valère says, all business again. So, I'll be seeing you again soon, Your Highness the Crown Prince. We're back at the Halburn estate, old turrets and manicured hedges, looking as picture-perfect as ever. Down in the garden, life is unfolding in miniature. Teacups, chirping birds, the whole cozy postcard. Rowan's curled up by the window with a book, the picture of a quiet, uneventful afternoon. Turns out she's been keeping a journal, and the first line says it all. Lately, life at the Halburn estate has been more satisfying than ever. Same soft pink eyes, same golden hair, just a little more grown into that quiet composure of hers. With the founding festival coming up, she writes, the weekly childhood friends gathering has been put on hold, cookie crumbs, practically included. Which means, blissfully, the bothersome twins, Passion, and even her invisible stalker have all been in a show. That said, she admits there is exactly one thing bugging her. Cut to some poor guy peeking around the corner, practically hyperventilating just from spotting her. Strange people have been popping up all over the estate grounds lately, and it's putting her on edge. One of them practically swoons, gushing about finally seeing the young lady in person, and not just on the screen. Hello, indeed. They coo over her tiny hands like she's a plush toy. She is very, very much not into it. Someone even points out these guys are clinging to the second floor while somehow prompting a very reasonable, maybe they're ghosts theory. A hand reaches straight for her collar before anyone can stop it. One of the maids nearly jumps out of her skin at the sight. Staff go full broom patrol, chasing them off with real physical force before they can scare the fragile young lady half to death. Ghost theory officially debunked. Someone steps in close, the word ghosts still hanging in the air. Man scoops her straight up, checking if she's alright. At this point, it's basically muscle memory for him. She insists she's fine. They never actually got through a window or anything. Manhen is already offering to lock the Avengers up in the annex, no big deal. Somebody outside gets bodily told to get lost, while Arlene just wants to know who exactly these people are. Manhen tries the classic, don't worry about it deflection, punctuated by the distinct sound of him thwacking someone off screen. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. She very much does concern herself with it. Turns out through the Surin nights, freshly back from a long posting up north. Nights? That is not exactly what she pictured. Now that she thinks about it, something about this is ringing a bell. Every one of these visitors has been wearing some kind of matching uniform, which means, could it be, these are the knights rumored to have caught an actual dragon? Alongside the Grand Duke himself. Even the kids drawing it in chalk are impressed. One of them, though, has a noticeably different energy, muttering something about making it happen no matter what, on behalf of an actual, self-declared Dragon Protection Association. She'll just take it at face value, she supposes. Mahan explains it's their first vacation in 6 years, so everyone's a little overexcited, and yes, she'll probably be seeing plenty more of them for a while. I see, she says, filing that away. Of course, my lady can simply pay them no mind, he adds. Easier said than done when you're the one everyone's gawking at, but okay, she'll try. He holds on a little tighter to him anyway. Man catches something in her expression he can't quite place. So he just asks outright, has anything in particular been bothering her lately? Troubling her? Yes, actually. He gets regular reports from the child care team, he says, easing into it. But he figures there might be smaller worries she'd rather not tell them. Concerns she can't exactly tell the child care team, huh? Something flashes through her mind and her eyes go wide. Out loud, nothing comes to mind, she says. In her head, the only thing she's actually hiding from him is that whole invisible stalker situation. And even that barely counts anymore since he hasn't shown his face in ages. If she really has to name something, maybe she just wants a few more macarons after breakfast. Other than that, honestly, nothing in particular. But a stray memory tugs at the edge of her mind anyway. Her heart does a funny little skip out of nowhere. It flickers back to a memory. The Empress walking hand in hand with a small silver-haired boy. That same boy grinning like he already knows exactly how this story goes. She shakes it off. Nothing in particular, she repeats to herself. Which drags up an even older memory of her own. A tiny voice calling out for Mom. Except the one answering is Mehen, arms full of a much smaller version of her, playing along without missing a beat. He is apparently tiny, Aurelian used to call him Mom. And now she's winding up to ask him something. She fidgets, working up the nerve. Have you ever, she starts. Man blinks, not quite catching the question. She fidgets with his collar, working up the courage to try again. You know, like when your eyes meet someone and time just stops? Mahen's brain short-circuits. She asking if he's ever fallen in love? Judging by that face, yup. That is exactly what she's asking. Perhaps, he starts, carefully. Between all the paperwork he's buried himself in, he admits he's never actually had that experience. Ah, comes her very deflated response. Besides, he adds with a completely straight face, he's not even married, yet somehow he already has a kid like her. Her jaw drops. Ah, she yelps, scandalized on his behalf. Well, that escalated fast. Truth is, Mahin just finds it way too fun to mess with her a little. Should she go hit whoever got him into this mess, she wonders? Mahin, deadpan, assumes she means his lord, and assures her he already handled that himself. Oh, okay then. So, he asks, what brought this on all of a sudden? Present-day Erlen just sighs at the memory. Indeed. Mahin watches her go quiet, clearly overthinking something all over again. Did she maybe find someone she likes, he wonders? But lately, there haven't been any signs pointing that way. She did look a little startled seeing the Crown Prince recently, he recalls. Though honestly, that reaction made more like tensing up of a Valabian being around. Or maybe. He turns the thought over, brow furrowed. Is it because of him, he wonders? A massive, completely wrong guess, though he doesn't know that yet. Is she maybe afraid that, if he ever fell for someone himself, he'd leave her behind? Anyway, focus, Mahen. Back in the memory, she presses on. So you've never felt that way, right, Mahen? He lowers what he's holding, taking the question seriously now. As expected, he murmurs to himself, back in the present, putting the pieces together. Ever since Valor came back, he's been so wrapped up in that whole situation, maybe she's been quietly feeling left out this whole time, without him even noticing. He made himself a promise, over and over, that he would never let her feel this kind of anxiety again. So he just pulls her into a hug. Oh, she freezes, completely caught off guard. Arel, he says softly, please don't worry. One thing is certain. Just because that man has come back doesn't mean anything about him is going to change. No matter what happens, he tells her, he's staying right by her side. And so will the entire childcare team. Even when they're apart, he's always thinking of her, listening for her. So, yeah, she doesn't need to worry, he says, whatever it is. Mahen, she breathes, a little stunned. He just looks back at her, steady and sincere. She can tell that look means he's actually thinking about something else entirely. And honestly, this wasn't even what she meant to ask in the first place. But hey, this works out just fine too. Yeah, she agrees brightly. As expected, she likes Mom the most. He likes her most too, he says right back. And the two of them spiral into an adorably competitive, no, I like you more, standoff, while Uni just about melts watching from nearby. Come to think of it, Mahen adds, casually reloading, the childcare team has been worried. Apparently, she hasn't been eating well or exercising outside of walks lately. Ah, well, she stalls. Could it be, she wonders, bracing herself? Because of Valere? Wait, Fowler, as in Grand Duke Halburn. If Valere ever bothers her, Man says, practically sparking, she'd better tell them immediately. He's exactly the kind of person who'd pull something like that, apparently. Honestly, though, he never seemed remotely interested in her. Even if they crossed paths, she figures, he'd probably just ignore her completely if Man weren't around. Man really does worry about the strangest things, she decides. Or so she thought, for a moment. Grand Duke Halburn and her own technically share the same estate, but you would never guess it. Their whole lives are mapped onto completely separate corners of the place. She keeps to the library and her own room. He keeps to the annex. That is basically the entire relationship. Word around the house is he spends nearly all his time locked away in one particular room back there, alone. A night in the Burke hallway just shrugs it off. Probably in the portrait room again, he mutters. Like that is a totally normal sentence. Turns out that portrait room is a private gallery, stuffed floor to ceiling with paintings of every direct Halberd descendant there has ever been. Which means, one day, her own face is probably going up on that wall too. One catch, though, unless you are Halburn by blood, or you happen to be Lord Maine, you are not even allowed to walk near that door. And that, apparently, is the whole mystery behind why Mahen keeps sprinting toward the annex, cursing under his breath for no reason anyone could ever explain. Rewind to when they were kids. Even young Mahen used to stand there wondering what was actually hanging on those walls. I'm a little curious about that too, young Rowan admits, but not curious enough to risk actually running into that. Smart kid. Cut back to the present, and she freezes mid-step. Because somebody's walking straight towards that very door right this second. Oh, yeah, a silhouette is extremely familiar. And there he is, grinning ear to ear the second he spots her. Daughter? For one long second, neither of them says a word. Wait, she thinks, this is not even her wing of the estate. How did she wander all the way out there? That person should not even be here, right? Surely that was not actually him? Must just be her imagination, she decides. Hallucinations with a body this frail, honestly, not that surprising. Denying reality, chapter 1000. Then the footsteps get closer, and closer. Nope, that is very much him, and he is very much headed her way. So much for ditching her entire care team just to sneak 5 quiet minutes alone. They collide head-on, and she instantly regrets ever leaving her room in the first place. He just looks down at her for a beat. My daughter? Then he crouches right to her level and asks the question she has clearly been dodging. Why do you keep avoiding me? She blinks, completely caught out. I never said that, she blurts. He just smiles wider. You did not have to. Your eyes already did. Honestly, he says, he is glad he finally stepped outside for once, because it got him a bonus chat with his daughter, who apparently got herself a little lost. Is that not it? He teases, pinching her cheek. For one horrifying second, she almost falls for that stupidly charming face. Get a grip, she tells herself, and nobody gets bewitched by a pretty face. He straightens up like he is about to head off. I am not lost, she insists. Sure, he says, but wander around like this and you actually will be. Then, out of nowhere, are you worried about me right now? Her guard shoots straight back up. Why would I be? She fires back. Because, he says, easy as anything, I'm your dad. Oh, and speaking of which, how about she starts actually calling him that, starting today? He looks way too pleased with this idea. Hey, Doc. Just once, he says. That is all he is asking. Dad, she tries, deeply awkward about it. They have met, 4 times total, and he is already fast-tracking straight to Dad? She genuinely has no idea what goes on inside this man's head. He is smiling the whole time, and she still cannot read a single thing behind it. And every single time their eyes actually meet, something in her flinches back, some quiet, nameless flicker of rejection she cannot explain. Just why, she wonders, staring at him. Before she can stop herself, it just comes out. You hate me? He goes completely still. I don't hate you, he says immediately. You hate me, she echoes right back, unconvinced. I said I don't hate you, he repeats. He's just pretending, she thinks. Do not underestimate my sensor, she warns him. It is trained to pick up malice and hostility better than anyone else's. So he reaches over and fixes her bow himself, gentle as anything. Like this. He goes still too, just for a second, watching her reaction closely. Every other time, the slightest touch has made her flinch away from him. This time she does not. You don't? He asks, surprised. She just stares back at him, stunned. He tilts her chin up gently, studying her face. Why is he laughing? She wonders, as he leans in with a soft huff of amusement. I don't, she finally admits quietly. Hate you, that is? I hated you, he says. I would have ignored you the moment I saw you. I am simply not the type to bother with things I dislike, he adds, fixing her necklace. Is not it actually you, my daughter, who has been avoiding me because you are scared of me? He laughs, patting her head. It's not that I'm scared, she says. I'm just. Because you never once came to see me, he says, quiet now. So all this time, I assumed it was because you did not want to see me. Since you could not exactly kick me out, you just stayed far away instead, somewhere you would not have to look at me. Was not that it? But if you do not hate me, his hand rises to her head, then why did you never come to see me? For she has no answer ready for that. He just strokes her hair, quiet. Do his eyes look like they are about to cry? No, she thinks. Is he already crying? Because I figured it would only make things harder, he admits. What would? I was afraid. I might kill you without realizing it. Hot. Her whole body goes rigid. Did she seriously just mishear that? If she did not mishear that, then clearly that was, hands down, the gentlest death threat she has ever received in her life. Sweat starts pouring. Does he mean he wants to kill her? Or that he might, by accident? Is that basically a formal declaration that he is planning to kill her someday? Even after saying something like that, she demands, you still expect me to believe you do not hate me. Right now, do you want to kill me? She asks, dead serious. No way, he answers, just as resolute. Doctor, he calls out, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. I would do anything for you, he says simply. The whole moment feels almost too soft for a man who casually threatened to kill her 10 seconds ago. There it is again, eyes that look like they might actually cry. He turns and starts walking away without another word. After saying something unsettling about killing her, he sure does not look like he was joking around. So why, she wonders, is he making a face like that? Should we go see Mom now? She wonders quietly, watching him go. He disappears down the long hall, and for once, she does not look away. The chapter opens on a hushed midnight sky over the Halbin estate. The kind of silence that always means something is coming. Inside, Arellen sleeps soundly, completely unaware of what is stirring elsewhere in the house tonight. Somewhere down a moonlit hallway, a lone figure sets off into the dark. It is Grand Duke Halburn himself, Valère, walking the halls alone in the dead of night. He passes beneath a portrait of Morton, the former head of the Halburn family, a name that clearly still carries weight in this house. He keeps walking, heading down the halls that lead toward the family's portrait room. He used to hum a certain tune on this exact walk, a small detail that hints he has made this trip before. Deep in the estate's most secluded wing, at its deepest point, he finally arrives. Before him stands a door that has been sealed shut for who knows how long. Only those of Halburn's direct bloodline can serve as the key to open it, and Valère is exactly that. The door creaks open, revealing whatever mystery has been locked away behind it. He steps through a long hidden hall, one that has safeguarded the secrets of this house, this empire, and maybe this entire world. A portrait watches him pass, its subject promised to live on there in eternal glory. Row after row of ancestors, all supposedly destined to be praised by the Empire forever, thanks to Halburn's unyielding power. Then a voice cuts through the silence, calling him by name. Valère, do not forget. You, born of Halburn's bloodline, must understand that you can steal everything in this world that tells him. The secrets we hold in our hands can make anything possible, the voice continues, while the foolish citizens of the Empire have no idea what is being done behind the curtain, or what has been done to them. They are merely puppets, cheering and applauding for Halburn, the true rulers of the Empire. The vision shows children strung up like marionettes. They flash to a young Valère, cornered by a looming shadow demanding who would even dare stand against us. Compassion, humanity, cast aside such weakness, my son, the figure sneers. You are not like your sister. Older now, Valère is told flatly, you are the one worthy of inheriting my empire. Then, a chilling threat. If you truly care about your sister, listen to me, Valère. Otherwise, do you wish to lose her too? The vision snaps shut. Present-day Valère blinks back to himself, visibly shaken by what he just relived. He rounds on whatever is still lingering with him in the dark and snarls a flat, get lost. Walking away, he mutters to himself, is it just those awful painted faces hanging in there? Every time he steps into this annex, it is the same feeling. As expected, I hate this place, he admits to himself. But a soft glowing figure appears beside him. Be happy, my little brother, she says. You have to find happiness? Even if I have to endure all these terrible visions about Acris, if anything, it is for the sake of that one person. I suppose I have no choice but to keep coming back here, he says quietly, standing with her. He allows himself the smallest smile. It has been a while, the gentle figure tells him. Someone I can no longer see, even if I long to, the narration whispers, as her reflection starts to fade. She smiles at him one more time, pearls and all, before slipping away. Valère finally names her out loud. My one and only sister, Sione. Somewhere else, an old book lies open on a writing desk, about to pull us into a very different memory. Its pages flutter on their own, ink belonging to a much older story. We drop into a sepia-toned memory, a grand hall, and somewhere in it someone coughing. A young, sickly girl is doubled over, coughing hard into her hand. It gets worse, fast. She is coughing up blood now, and a voice cries out, My lady. The physician delivers a grim verdict to her guardian. Lord Mehen, at this point, even the medicine is no longer working. I think it is time to prepare yourselves. A young man, Hui Mehen in his older tone, just stares, wordless. Night falls over the estate as the vigil continues. Now, at her bedside, young Mehen breaks down in tears, and she manages to say his name. Mehen. Someone else stands nearby too, silent and stiff in formal morning wear. She looks up at him, weak but smiling. I want to hold your hand one last time. Can I hold it? She asks, then, so quietly, just one word. Arel? Young Mehen's face crumples. Mehen, don't cry, she says, clasping his hand tightly in hers. Her eyes start to flutter shut. She manages. Someone whispers back, okay, as the light around her quietly fades. Afterward, all that is left is an empty chair beside an empty bed, and a silence too heavy to speak into. Shoulders trembling, someone whispers, I'm sorry, Arel. This is all my fault, he says, holding her close one last time. All of this, the narration trails off, unable to finish the thought. On the day just before winter, we are told plainly that Ellen, the sole young lady of the Halburn Grand Duchy, passed away. Only after she was gone did everyone in the estate finally realize just what that small girl had actually been bringing into their lives all along. Faced with such a sudden loss, a heavy silence settled over the whole estate. The household lined up to say their short, unforgettable final goodbyes right around the time those farewells were finally wrapping up. The silence in the room was broken at last. Yes! By the one everyone had been waiting for this whole time, the master of the family himself. He walks in from the rain, dressed for mourning, painfully composed. Two figures stand apart in the downpour, saying nothing. Someone's jaws clenched so tight it is shaking. Then it breaks loose. Was it really so hard for you to come even once, that you are only showing up now? She was your only daughter, the child you abandoned as you pleased, never even sparing her a single glance. Do you really think that is acceptable? Why? The man just exhales, saying nothing in his own defense. Your responsibility, the accusation keeps coming. I'm sick of it, Belair. And there it is, confirmation of exactly who is being torn in two. Let's stop this, Bella finally says. No, I'll stop it myself. My hand, he says quietly. No one will bother you now. Live as you wish. Let's not see each other again from now on, comes the reply. And just like that, Man turns and walks away. Step by step, he disappears alone into the dark. The narration lays out the fallout. Even the family steward left the estate. Not long after, Grand Duke Halburn vanished too. And the glory of House Halburn, once thought untouchable, slowly faded away, leaving behind nothing but strange rumors about the Grand Duke who disappeared. Then, all at once, color floods back in, and a pair of eyes flutters open. I think, she murmurs, blinking herself back into the waking world. It is Relin, awake at last. I had a strange dream, she says. She frowns, trying to hold on to it. I think Grand Duke Halburn was in it too. Then she notices something. By the way, why is this glowing? Her palm is lit up with that old mark left by a certain someone she has not thought about in a while. Guess that stalker's still keeping tabs. A familiar face gasps at the door. It is Uni, the headmaid, stunned to see her sitting up. I was just about to wake you, Uni blurts, equal parts relieved and startled. Do I have to go somewhere? Rowan asks, still groggy. No, not exactly, but, comes the very ominous reply. Running footsteps thunder down the hall as someone gasps out, Today! The doors burst wide open, and two very familiar silhouettes come tumbling in. It's Seal, wailing at the top of his lungs. Aurelie, and help us. Noel is right behind him, an absolute mess of tears. Turns out the Sparrow young masters have crashed the estate uninvited, as usual. Aurelie can only stare, utterly floored. What? Barely awake 5 minutes and already bracing herself. The twins? Welcome back to consciousness, Aurelie. Here's the chaos, right on schedule. The Steeram twins crashing into the Halburn estate at the crack of dawn, and Seal is already mid-ramble. Just listen first, he says. I will explain why we are here. Noel cuts him off in a panic, insisting there is something they need to explain first. These two clearly did not rehearse this. The twins turn on each other, bickering over how to even start the pitch, while Aurelie just watches the chaos unfold. She can tell they came asking for a favor. She just cannot make out a single word of it through all the talking in circles. Poor Browning, the twins' long-suffering attendant, is already bowing and apologizing on their behalf before anyone has even asked. And sulking behind them all is Harun, looking exactly like a man who got dragged along against his will. Harun, why are you just standing there? Arlene calls out, Come here. He freezes up completely, saying nothing. He obeys anyway, even while standing guard. This one always listens so well. She pats his head like he's a very good dog. Good boy. She asks if he came with the twins. He did not, so why exactly is he here? Harun, blushing, starts to explain that he came to see someone. Right on cue, a window bursts wide open behind them. My uncle, Harun finally finishes, just as a shadow drops into that very window, and crashes a grinning, fanged, red-haired knight in dragon motif armor, hollering, Nephew, at the top of his lungs. That dragon guy is Arun's uncle Erlen Deadpins, while the uncle himself casually points out that the door was right there. He scoops Harun up, cooing over how much his little cutie has grown, while Harun looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. Turns out even a dragon-obsessed uncle has room in his heart for something that is not a dragon. His nephew. Back to the twins, still mangling her name at full volume. We have got it all figured out now. Yeah. Arling sighs. I am listening, you little devils. Their big pitch, finally. If we bring back that dragon thing from the Halban estate. Cut to their father, Duke's firm, cheerfully deploying his sons on a special mission to obtain dragon byproducts. Aye, aye, Cal. The twins beg Arlen for help. Dad said he would grant their wish if they pull this off. We really need your help, they wail. We are desperate. Bold strategy for two boys about to get fleeced. So that is the master plan? Unleash these two menaces on the Halburn estate to shake loose some dragon byproducts. Coincidentally, Relling happens to have some lying around, courtesy of the Night Order's gift box. I do happen to have some, she admits. But how every good transaction starts with negotiation, and Arlena's about to enjoy this part far too much. If I sell them to you, she asks, what will you give me in return? Ever helpful, a ring cracks open a jewel box. Of course, money. The twins admit money is the only thing they have got. Arlen smirks. She saw that one coming. Forget the money, she says. That particular smile on her face should worry them a lot more than it does. Instead, cooperate with me today, she says. Follow me. The twins, in unison, huh? Cooperate? Two very nervous devils indeed. The past few days had actually been peaceful, almost suspiciously peaceful. Walking the halls with the twins in tow, Arlen admits there is one thing that has been nagging at her. It was, the sound of a certain someone shouting her name that keeps replaying in her head. She cannot stop replaying his usual routine. Did you think about me? Let's exercise. Her thoughts about Peshin have been piling up lately. More specifically, ever since her heart skipped a beat at that tea party. She keeps wondering what he is up to. Wow! What if he is still too busy to swing by the Halburn estate, and even whether it would be completely insane to just go see him at the Imperial Palace herself. Yes, that thought actually crossed her mind. Hey, come to your senses, Yoel, and someone snaps her out of it, and it clicks. She realized something after running into Grand Duke Halburn yesterday. The twins, blissfully unaware of his file, just want to know when they're doing this cooperate thing already. Because the Grand Duke had casually dropped this line on her, I am just a sucker for pretty faces. Which got her thinking, maybe her heart only fluttered because Peshin has a pretty face. No real feelings involved. Probably. The twins catch her staring and ask why, which gives her an idea. If she really is that shallow, her heart should flutter for them too. If I'm going to confirm this, I will test it properly, and with that, poor CL becomes Exhibit A. Wait, Salai, she says, grabbing his hands before he can escape. She pulls him in close, staring straight into his very startled face. His hands go completely stiff. His eyes go wide to his pure, unfiltered panic. Dead silence. Just dead silence. Everyone in the room, Harun included, is stuck frozen on the exact same question mark. Arlen, why are you suddenly like this? Are you sick? Are you going to hug me next to you? He is not wrong to be worried. She pulls him close around too and mutters, that can't be it. No spark. Science fails again. New hypothesis. Since Harun is closer to her type, maybe he is the control group she actually needs. So she just pugs him. Poor Harun, absolutely stunned, has no idea where to put his hands. His eye twitches. Something is definitely happening in there, just not the thing she is testing for. Strange, stay calm, he tells himself, scraping together the last of his composure. If she were really that shallow about looks, her heart should be pounding by now, but nothing. Not even with Harun. The twins predictably start clamoring for their own turn. Me too, me too! Nearby staff are already whispering that their lady is about to break a lot of hearts before this is over. So maybe, she reasons with a sigh, she was just feeling unwell before. That is the real reason Peshin kept crossing her mind. Maybe it just felt empty, without the one person who always used to come by. Our gaze drifts thoughtful. She remembers him, tiny, standing in a gift box, calling himself her very first friend. Back in the present, Harun suddenly flinches and grits her wrist, because standing right there, radiating a very different energy than usual, is Peshin. Three faces freeze in the exact same beat, and the temperature in the room just dropped several degrees. His whole aura has gone dark and stormy. Some people warn the furniture. His eye keeps replaying the same image, her hugging Harun over and over, twitching with every replay. Even the knights standing nearby flinch, one of them barely mouthing his name in shock. Vision can swim, she starts, but he is already turning away. His feet hesitate right at the threshold. Hair must back turn, he says absolutely nothing. Her eyes go wide. He is actually leaving. Passion, she calls out, but he is already bolting. Wait, wasn't he even here to see her in the first place? Her eyes well up. Why is he running off like that? Should she chase him down, explain herself, tell him it was nothing? Then she catches herself. Wait, why does she even feel like she owes him an explanation? Her hand clenches at her dress. Her heart, dead calm a minute ago, is suddenly pounding. Just what, she wonders, is actually different about Passion? She's left standing there next to Haroon, the question still hanging heavy over her head. Nearby, two knights sum it up perfectly. Things are about to get serious. Oh, this already went completely off the rails. Meanwhile, Haroon's uncle, still riding high on family time, teases that even their little puppy might have a shot with her. Haroon just scowls, stewing in silence, feeling very, very wronged. Night settles over the palace grounds, and here comes the crown prince himself, trudging home with his head down like he just lost a fight nobody saw. Courtiers clock it instantly and start whispering behind their hands, wondering out loud if something happened between him and Lady Arellen. One insists he left earlier, looking perfectly fine, so whatever knocked the shine off him happened somewhere between here and there. Cut to Passion himself, arms crossed, jaw set, radiating the kind of quiet fury that fools absolutely no one who knows him. He lets out a long, heavy sigh, the sound of a boy having the worst afternoon of his young royal life. Everyone around him is stuck asking the exact same baffled question. Why is he like this? Elsewhere, his sister, Princess Serwala, gets yanked away from whatever she was doing and summoned to the palace under emergency orders. Even Grom, Passion's own attendant, has to admit he has no idea what set this off, which only makes Serwala more suspicious. Something clearly happened while she wasn't around to referee, she thinks, already bracing herself. Turns out Grom spent the whole afternoon chasing the prince through the halls, half in tears, begging him not to run off. He missed his chance to stop him from bolting straight for the Halban estate of all places, right before the founding festival crunch. By now, Grom has completely given up, muttering that the prince never listens to him anyway. Serwala finally tracks her brother down, sulking exactly where she expected. She holds up her own pampered white cat like it's the answer to everything. I'm lending her to you, she tells him. Now pull yourself together, it's bothering me seeing you mope for no reason. She heads out, calling back for her cat, whom she's nicknamed Siru, to be home by dawn. Left alone, Passion just sits there with the cat, staring at nothing. Then he pulls her into a hug, quietly murmuring her borrowed name. He nestles and squishes the poor cat like she's the only comfort left in his world. A hug doesn't have to mean anything, right? He tells himself, eyes distant. After all, he's hugged Arellen plenty of times too, so it probably didn't mean much. Although, Arellen has never once hugged him first, though, never thrown her arms around him like that on her own. And cats, he reasons, only let people they actually like hug them like this. Thinking back on it further, his expression darkens. He remembers exactly how warm and gentle Arellen always was, but pointedly only ever toward Haroon. Out of their whole childhood group, she always gravitated toward one person first. Haroon, he chokes out, the jealousy hitting him like a physical blow. His face scrunches up in pure anguish, and his grip tightens without him even noticing. The cat, caught in the crossfire of his spiraling feelings, yowls in protest. She retaliates the only way a cat knows how, and it draws blood. Grom spots the damage and goes pale. Our guard bursts in, shouting for the prince. The cat bolts as the room fills with panic over the sudden blood on his highness. Passion just mutters Grom's name, completely unbothered, still lost somewhere deep in his own jealous spiral. His expression hardens into something a lot more decisive. What if, he thinks, Arellen really does like Haroon? He turns to a baffled Grom and floats the worst possible plan. Maybe he should just step aside and help the two of them get together. Before Grom can talk him out of it, an attendant interrupts, apologizing for the intrusion. Halburn has requested an audience, the attendant reports. Passion's eyes go wide. Young Lady Arellen, he's told, wishes to see him. So, what would he like to do? Not long after, a messenger arrives back at the Halburn estate to relay the prince's answer. He very respectfully explains that His Highness must decline the audience, his schedule far too full to make time for her. You're not even going to give me a chance to explain, Passion, Arellen thinks, hurt and annoyed in equal measure, already picturing exactly what he must be doing right now. Up to passion, slamming his hands on a desk and yelling that Haroon got a hug from Aurelian before he ever did. Correct, as it happens. She guessed exactly right. Her staff tried to soften the blow, insisting he must simply be swamped. And honestly, it's impressive he ever found time to visit her before it all. That's true too, she admits. But still, before Passion's misunderstanding can spiral any further, she decides she wants to clear the air fast. Maybe it's because of what happened yesterday, she thinks, remembering him beaming as he handed her a warm bowl of soup. But her own tangled feelings only keep getting louder the more she sits with them. Something similar happened once before, and even that was uncomfortable, but never quite to this degree. This time it genuinely feels like a stone sitting on her chest. She decides she needs to see Passion, one way or another. Her maids catch her deep in thought and just stare, and she shrinks a little under the attention. Uni lets out a soft oh my, while Lena, practically vibrating with excitement, spins around to pull her into the conversation. They're gossiping about the upcoming Founding Festival Ball, and how much the palace has apparently prepared for it. They're even setting aside a space for the children to enjoy themselves, Lena gushes, while Ariel manages a distracted, unconvincing I'm sure. Then one thought cuts through the noise. His Highness will be attending too, right? It really would be nice if our young lady could attend as well, Lena muses, with absolutely no idea what she's just set off. Rowan's whole posture snaps to attention, an idea putting instantly into place. Excuse me, she cuts in, unable to hold it back. Can I go too? She blurts out. Uni's hands clasp together, delighted. Of course, should we go ask the Grand Duke for commission she offers? She's pretty sure he's in Lord Mahan's office right now. Elsewhere, in that very office, a quill scratches away at paperwork. I heard you made a death threat toward Aurel the other day, Mad Needles. Apparently not letting that one go. Grand Duke Halburn Valere just keeps flipping through his documents, unbothered. Your own daughter tells you these things. As expected, moms really are different, he teases, and Mahen slams his hands down, flustered by the jab. Is that really what matters right now? Mahen fires back, warning him to watch what he says in front of the child. Like he needs parenting lessons too. If she'd shown even the slightest sign of being hurt, I wouldn't have let it slide, Valere, yet. Only half joking. Relax. I didn't say anything serious. Valere insists, though Mahen clearly isn't buying it for a second. Their bickering slides into old familiar territory, both of them lobbing, that's a secret right back at each other. Mahen shoots him a sharp glare. Why, what? Valere asks. Because you're annoying, comes the flat answer. So, Mahen presses, when exactly do you plan on answering the question I asked you before? Vala's easy smile falters, just for a second. Somewhere nearby, an onlooker quietly wonders whether Aralyn is truly his lord's biological daughter, watching the two of them from a distance. I already answered that, Valere says. Do you really think that vague nonsense counts as an answer? Mahen shoots back. Then what more do you want to know? Valere finally asks. The truth, Mahen says. The whole truth, without a single lie or secret buried in it. The kind you'd never say out loud, even on your deathbed. The plain, undeniable truth, you bastard. Valere just smiles. But like that, you almost make me want to tell you, Mahen. I'm not joking with you, Mahen says, dead serious. When you first came into this estate, didn't you make a vow to? He reminds him. The memory surfaces. A handshake, a promise made long ago. That, at least with me, you'd be honest about everything. Mahen's eyes stay locked on him, waiting. Valere studies him for a long moment. All right, I surrender, he finally says. You deserve to know, he admits, and something between them shifts. So, he begins. A long, heavy silence stretches between them. Night presses in around the room as Valere finally starts to speak. Whatever he says, it lands like a bombshell. Is that the truth? Mahen chokes out, stunned. The room seems to go darker still around them. Just what are you, Mahen manages? What on earth do you plan to do about? Down the nearby staircase, a quiet, uncertain voice cuts through it all. Valere, Aralyn calls out. She reaches toward him, walking straight into the middle of whatever this is. And hanging in the air behind it all, still unanswered, is the question that started this whole detour. Had you truly gone mad? In a private room? Mahen around on the Grand Duke, dead serious. Have you actually lost your mind? Aren't you thinking about the consequences at all? He presses, while Valere just snaps his fingers with an infuriating little smirk like the warning never even landed. Somewhere down the hall, a door creaks open, and a very familiar voice hollers out, Mom! Arellen skids to a stop mid-panic, both hands up. Freeze. I need your help, she blurts. Then she spots her father and Mahen standing suspiciously close together and just freezes. What exactly are you two doing over there? She asks. It is nothing, my lady, Mahen says a little too fast, while her father just sighs and mutters they will finish this particular conversation later. Right, he says, instead changing the subject completely. So, you want to attend the Founding Festival ball? He asks her, point blank. Her whole face lights up, and she nods hard. Won't there be a huge crowd, though, and a mountain of tedious politics to wade through? He asks, testing her. That's okay, she says simply. Didn't you say big gatherings like that stress you out? Mahen cuts in, unconvinced, while Rowan tries very hard to look casual in the background. After going to one tea party, I got used to it, she stammers, and Mahen just stares her down in total silence. A maid frets that the young lady isn't looking well and should see the physician right away. Mahen, I'm fine. Really, Arellen insists. Well, her father muses, leaning in, taking my own daughter along wouldn't exactly be difficult. You'll actually take me? She gasps. I will take you with me, he says smoothly. But only if you call me Dad, he grins, savoring every second, while someone nearby just clicks their tongue. Nothing in this world is free, apparently. Arellen breaks into a full sweat, one syllable stopped dead in her throat. Her father freezes mid-blush at the almost word, completely undone. She panics and swears hard instead. Baby, where are your UT? She blurs, saved by absolutely nothing. She whips around fuming, furious at her own father and honestly at herself too. Someone snorts with laughter behind her while she keeps wailing in protest, getting nothing but a consolation pat on the head for her trouble. She really is trying her best, the caption notes, and her father finally takes pity. I will take you with me, so you can stop now, he says. Really? She perks up instantly. Of course, he says, warm for once instead of teasing. But why the sudden urge to attend the Founding Festival ball anyway? Someone asks her directly. Her eyes flick away for a second. Why do I want to go? She echoes to herself. There are things I want to ask, Passion, she admits privately, and misunderstandings I need to clear up. But more than that, she remembers. Every time she tried to hide or run from her problems, it was always Passion who came looking for her first. She smiles quietly to herself, jaw set. This time, she decides, I think it's my turn. And so a few days later, the day everybody has been waiting for finally rolls around. Carriages line up outside the glittering palace grounds as the whole capital gets ready for the festival. The day of the Founding Festival ball has arrived, banners snapping proudly in the wind. Nobles in their absolute finest pour into the courtyard, gowns rustling as the festival kicks into full swing. Mahen, there are already so many people, Arellen murmurs, stepping out of the carriage. Today is only the first day of the ball, Mahen explains. Their Majesties only attend the first and last days, so nearly every noble alive turns out for this one. Oh, she breathes, wide-eyed. Quick history lesson. The Founding Festival marks the day the very first emperor carved the empire of Albrish out of the ruins of a fallen god. It's one giant prayer for mankind's eternal glory, and since it's strictly a human affair, not even diplomats from the non-human nations get an invite. She had heard it was grand, but nothing really prepares you for seeing it in person. A herald announces the arrival of Grand Duke Halburn, his daughter, and Count Liebogen, which turns out to just be Mahen's very fancy court title, and Arellen's nerves spike instantly. I didn't think it would be to this extent, she thinks, stunned by the sheer scale of it all. Golden light pours over the ballroom as her hair catches every bit of it. Everyone's wearing such sparkling dresses, she marvels, taking it all in. Somewhere behind her, a couple sweeps gracefully across the dance floor. And over there, they're even dancing beautifully, her father notes. How is it, my daughter? Are you satisfied? He presses gently, watching her take it all in. He watches her reaction with an undeniably smug little smile. You did say you wanted to come. After all, he reminds her. Nearby, a cluster of young nobles gasps and whispers at the sight of the three of them walking in together. The moment the Grand Duke steps forward, the whispers start. He looks perfectly normal today, unlike usual, which honestly makes the impact even stronger. Turns out Mahen cleans up just as well, drawing plenty of stares of his own tonight. Why is everyone staring? He asks with a smirk. Am I really that handsome? That's true, but he's still somehow annoying, Arellen mutters to herself. Is this how Mahen feels all the time? An elder greets him formally, He immediately corrects her without missing a beat. You should call me Dad. Yet being ridiculous, someone snaps, slacking him one for good measure. He just cackles, absolutely delighted with himself. My Anne, the way your daughter talks really reminds me of you, he needles. Because she, my hen deadpans, is my daughter, keeping the household's favorite rumor alive while Arellin happily clings onto her actual father's cape. I am the one who brought her here tonight. Why do I feel left out? Mahine grumbles, and someone else immediately pipes up feeling ignored too. My lord, perhaps you should reflect on your usual conduct, Mahine tells him primly. It's karma, Arellin chimes in. Karma and ridiculous might look at all these fancy words you know. He needles right back, thoroughly entertained. At times like this, you actually answer clearly and properly, he notes, pleased. Smart girl, guess you take after your mom. Ha, he says, poking her cheek. She blinks, caught completely off guard. Mahine isn't my real mom, though, so how could I take after him? She deflects. No, comes the correction. I meant your biological mother, he clarifies, and her whole face goes still. Pretty, kind, and smart, he says softly. You really do take after her, my daughter. She turns the words over quietly. That's strange. Thought any mention of my birth mother was off limits, she thinks, staring down at her own hands. I figured it was best not to bring her up, so I never did. I just hope things can stay exactly like this from now on, she admits to herself. Her father goes quiet too, hand pressed thoughtfully to his mouth. Dad will do his best, he tells her simply. Then, go enjoy yourself, and call me if anything comes up, he says, stepping back to let her go. He turns and strides off, cape sweeping the red carpet behind him. Mine turns to her gently. Aren't you curious, he asks, about that person? Her eyes well up faintly. Some man already knows who my real mother is. She realizes. It's okay, she says, catching herself. Mahine is my only mom, she declares instead, only half joking. Still, when the time is right, I will tell you, he promises softly, because it matters more than you know, Arel. Okay, she says quietly, then brightens right back up. Let's stop dwelling on it and go enjoy ourselves. Shall we start over there? Okay, she says, all smiles again. The two of them head off into the golden crowd together. And by the way, one look at her and it hits him like a truck. The moment she entered my line of sight, he'll say later, I knew immediately. Deep pink hair like a rose in full bloom, and eyes that gleam gold enough to stalk traffic. Stars in her eyes, main character energy radiating off her in waves. Everyone in the room clocks it instantly. Her name, Chloe Acaris, and this poor guy is already a total goner. So, this is what they mean by main character energy, he thinks, stunned. It's on a whole different level. Even meeting Prince Passion didn't hit like this. Her whole aura is just bright, vibrant, impossible to ignore. Flowers in her arms, sparkle in her eye, the whole romantic lead package. Honestly, it is like the sunlight itself decided to follow her around. And there he is, quietly spiraling. That's the kind of thing a background character like me could never hope to copy, he thinks. Half in awe, half in despair. Earl, look over there, someone starts, and he snaps out of it fast, arranging his face back into his usual smirk. His companion for the evening is not fooled for the second. She is staring him down. Earl, is something wrong? She asks, and he has got no good answer for that. Meanwhile, Chloe is already breezing off through the hall, completely unaware she has just wrecked someone's whole evening. Not a clue in the world that she is the reason for the chaos about to unfold. Her father pulls her into a gentle hug, murmuring her name like he is trying to brace her for whatever is coming next. Then or else is the two words nobody wanted to hear. I'm sorry. Pardon? She chokes out, right as the rejected betrothal papers hit the table. Just like that. The engagement is off. Stamped official. Dead silence. Nobody in that room saw this coming. And that is Chloe's cue to bolt. Jew, just a second, she blurts, and takes off running. Wait, a row calls after her, while somewhere behind him a servant is already panicking. My lady, where are you going? The whole hall turns into a chase scene in about 2 seconds flat. Chloe keeps running, breathless, clearly desperate to just disappear from the whole mess. No, someone mutters, watching her go like they already know how this ends if nobody stops her. Mahine is not exactly having a great night either, out of breath and clearly fighting back tears. But somebody in this mess finally grows a spine. I can't let her disappear like this. Downstairs, the Emperor is chatting away, but he's got one eye on his grumpy guest of honor. Something bothering you? He needles. No, comes the flat reply, Oh, come on, don't tell me all that star-ranked mage mana down there has you spooked. Halburn just about sulks. But, he starts. That the Emperor cuts in? Sounds like an excuse. The Emperor is not buying it for a second. There is clearly something else going on here. Try to look happier, he chirps. It's a good day. What's wrong with my face? Halburn grumbles. The Emperor cackles. Look at him dropping the formal act the second the nobles clear out. You're usually all smiles. Why so grumpy today? Oh, right, the Emperor adds. Didn't you bring the young lady with you today? Halburn goes dead silent. You got all dressed up for your daughter, he teases, so how about cracking a smile for her? Halburn just sighs and turns to go, message received apparently. He waves it off with a flick of the hand. Forget it, he mutters. Like the whole conversation never happened. Before the Emperor can even react, wait, hold on, Halburn is already walking away. He murmurs to himself, thinking about his daughter. Seems like she wants some quality time with my wife, he says. Cool as you like. The Emperor about chokes on his own tongue. Huh! Your wife? He blinks, like he just heard the impossible. Word spreads through the hall in seconds. The wife of Grand Duke Halburn. Seconds to somewhere in the crowd, someone is already cooing sympathy for the poor woman she imagines is stuck with him. Another noble nearly spits out their drink. Wait, what? Did you just say wife? Someone mutters, half joking, that the palace wards had better still be holding because nobody saw this one coming. A scoundrel like you, married? Someone calls after him. You've got to be kidding. Halburn, unbothered as ever, excuses himself from the hall entirely. The second his back is turned, a cluster of noblewomen lean in, practically vibrating with gossip. Did you all see him? One gushes, just standing next to his majesty, so dignified. Another sighs. One of them fans herself. Honestly, I would not say no to being his lover for just one night. I saw him when they first arrived too, someone adds. Apparently, he was glued to the young lady's side the whole time. Here I thought he could not care less about his own daughter. Guess that rumor is dead too, she muses, eyes turning heart-shaped. Told you, she squeals. The rumors about Halburn were just rumors after all. And get this, he seemed awfully close with Lord Mahon too. I swear I heard him call him darling. Ooh, do tell us more. Off to the side, someone is quietly clocking every word of that gossip, and not for fun. A shadowy figure slips away from the noise, drifting down an empty corridor. A sharp-eyed noblewoman turns, and a voice in the dark asks her point-blank, "Does she hate Halburn too?" I suddenly got chills, she mutters, unnerved. Pardon, what do you— I have a good proposal, the voice cuts in. Care to hear it? She eyes the hand extended toward her. Good proposal? She cannot make out a face under that hood, just a knowing smirk in the shadows. A young man, she wonders, and corrects herself. No. Something about him feels ancient. The stranger's voice drops. There's exactly one way to deal Halburn a fatal blow. That untouchable authority everyone treats as eternal, he goes on, closing the distance. That rock-solid alliance between the imperial family and House Halburn. Her breath catches. She's starting to see exactly where this is going. The stranger leans in, grinning like he has been waiting his whole unnaturally long life to say this next part. She swallows hard, rattled despite herself. How is that even possible, she breathes, shaken to her core. Because buried underneath it all is one secret the imperial family and Halburn have kept between them for who knows how long. Aren't you curious? The stranger purrs, already knowing the answer. She does not answer right away. She does not have to. Soup. Her jaw sets, eyes narrowing with something between fear and hunger for the answer. I'm curious, she finally admits. And just like that, Halburn's got himself a brand new problem. In the middle of the ball, Orellin suddenly takes off running. No explanation, just pure gut instinct. Something in her is screaming that this is wrong. It's strange, she breathes. Her heels cut her across the floor. She chases down whatever just caught her eye. Because if this world really is playing out just like the novel she once read, something huge is about to happen. There's a new player on the board, a girl named Chloe, blessed with magic talent sharp enough to turn heads. Talent like that doesn't stay quiet for long. It's already caught the eye of Empress Azenit herself. And just like that, Chloe has waded straight into the Crown Prince's exclusive childhood friends gathering. Which means, by the book Orellin remembers, the real story is finally kicking off. If she had to guess, the Empress's whole soft spot for Chloe traces back to one meeting at the Founding Festival. But even so, Orellin thinks, something doesn't add up. By her math, It's way too early for Chloe to be showing her face in the capital at all. First, her old father shows up out of nowhere. Now this. Arellen can't shake the feeling the story keeps rewriting itself around her. Unless, she tells herself, she just mixed the kid up with someone else entirely. That has to be it. Right then, out of nowhere, it happens again. Someone slams straight into her, and Arellen barely has time to react. Bodies collide in a blur of fabric and momentum. And there she is. Up close and very much real. The impact riddles them both. Adorian freezes, and so does the girl in front of her, two sets of wide eyes, equally stunned. "Ah, sorry," the girl blurts out, scrambling to apologize first. "Are you okay?" Arellen masks on reflex, even as her brain screams that she was right all along. She takes the girl's hand, and it's warm, solid, undeniably real. Living, breathing, talking. 'Cause this isn't just some random noble girl. This is Chloe, the actual female lead of the novel Arellen once read. Never mind that. Arellen's the one, who came barreling in. Somehow Chloe's the one apologizing. Chloe leans in, worried, pointing out the red mark blooming on Arellen's forehead. And standing right beside her, watching the whole thing unfold, is Peshin himself. Arellen goes quiet, the pieces clicking into place in her head. A single tear sets loose before she even realizes she's crying. "I'm okay," she says quickly, waving off the hands, reaching for her. "I see," she tells herself, feet rooted in place, unable to take the next step. Only now, face to face with it, does she finally see the pattern, the mood shift in the Halburn mansion, the change in how Peshin's been acting. Even her own father's sudden return to her life. Every single thing she thought was the story going off script might never have been off script at all. Maybe the real novel was just playing out quietly, off stage, this whole time. Because at the end of the day, this whole world was built around one couple, Chloe and Peshin. Why did I ever let myself forget that? Arellen thinks, watching the two of them shine under the spotlight without her. The curtain is rising whether she's ready or not. Their story is about to properly begin. And Arellen already knows exactly where that leaves her. Up to the side. Out of frame. Forgotten. Like a background character whose part in the story quietly runs out. She turns and walks away before anyone can see her face. Chloe calls out after her, hesitant, unsure what she even just walked into. Arellen gently lets go of the hand she'd been holding this whole time. "Sorry," she manages, and bolts before the tears can catch up with her. Chloe's left standing there, stunned, watching her go. Cut back years earlier. A much younger Chloe lags behind a hooded figure, lost in thought. "Teacher," she calls out, hurrying to catch up. "No, I just bumped into a kid I didn't know," little Chloe explains, though her face says there's more to it. Her teacher isn't buying the just a bump story for a second. She looks downright bewitched. She was just really pretty, Chloe admits, still a little dazed by the memory. Pale as a sugar doll, and she smelled impossibly sweet. Chloe is clearly smitten. "I swear I almost hooked her without even realizing it," she gushes, while her teacher flatly reminds her that pretty kids aren't exactly rare. Her teacher steers her back on track. They came early to look around before things get busy, so they might as well enjoy it. But Chloe can't help glancing back over her shoulder, wondering if she'll ever cross paths with that girl again. It'd be nice to meet her again, she thinks, never dreaming just how soon that wish would come true. Back in the present, Arellen breaks into a cold sweat the second she hears that voice behind her. Man's having it. She's not allowed to go running off alone in a crowded banquet hall ever again. He practically smothers her mid-lecture, half scolding, half thanking her workout regimen for keeping her from collapsing on the spot. "My lady, are you even listening?" She very much is not. "I'll stay quiet in the children's room and behave, I promise," she offers. And Mahan holds her right to it. Satisfied, he sends her off ahead, mentioning offhand that plenty of people have been trying to get her attention earlier. But even letting her go, something about her mood keeps nagging at him. Ever since she vanished and reappeared out of nowhere, she's been running on empty, and he already knows pressing her for answers will just get him circles. Still, part of him just wishes she'd drop the act and be honest with him for once. Out loud, though, he just tells her gently to go rest for a while. He hands her off to one of the maids with strict instructions to call him for absolutely anything. Warm-hearted Mahen, the maid teases fondly as he heads off. Arellen, meanwhile, is quietly mourning the loss of Mahen's hugging privileges. The man's clearly got a night full of duties ahead of him. "Where might you be headed, my lady?" the maid asks. Arellen hesitates just a beat too long before answering. Just out to the garden for a bit, she says, and slips off into the dark. The night air is cool and quiet, moonlight spilling over the hedges. She'd actually come out here planning to meet up with Peshin. Except one run-in with the actual female lead of the story has led to a complete wreck. Her hand will not stop shaking. She lets out a long, shaky breath into the dark. Whenever she's holding on to glows faintly in her palm, like it's the only steady thing left. Would I even be able to, she starts. She starts and can't finish the thought. To face Peshin looking like this, falling apart at the seams. Then, out of the darkness behind her, footsteps. Someone's found her. Picture this, a quiet garden, red petals drifting past, and a small voice calling out, "I found you, Arel." That is Peshin hunting Arellen down like he always does. A hush of night settles in, and just his name slipping out of her, Peshin, is enough to set the tone for this memory. She blinks, caught off guard over again. Why is he even here? Shouldn't he be back in the guest room playing with the other kids right about now? Instead, here he comes, footsteps and all. He drops down right in front of her, all red eyes and cheek, and asks the obvious question. Why is she out here all by herself? He settles in close, decked out in his full royal get-up, clearly not planning on leaving her alone any time soon. Fair is fair, she decides, and tosses the same question right back at him. What about you? Why are you here? Her own question catches her off guard, and she flushes pink before he can even answer. I came to see Arellen, he says, plain and simple. Then it is her turn to needle him. You turned down my request for an audience, you know. About that? I was a little busy, he mutters, not quite meeting her eyes. Liar, she fires back instantly, popping his little excuse like a bubble. You cannot fool me, she tells him, and he just goes quiet, caught red-handed. He grabs her hand anyway, insisting he really is about to come clean this time. Turns out he really was slammed, stuck handling a delegation with his mother for the founding festival, with no time to spare. And that same is exactly why he could not make it out to Halban either. He admits, settling in beside her. But it was nice not having me around nagging you to exercise, huh? He teases, flashing that grin of his. She just stares at him, cheeks warm, her heart doing something it really should not be doing. I am certain, she tells herself, trying to keep her footing. This is Peshin's hand, the same one she has held 100 times before, so why does it suddenly feel like... Like it belongs to someone she barely knows. Her own heart is thumping way too loud to ignore. Practically a stranger's hand, she thinks, and she does not like how much that shakes her. Just this once, she tells herself, let yourself believe it is nothing. Okay, she decides, but no matter how hard she tries to brush it off, her heart will not stop pounding. Meanwhile, Peshin is just grinning away, blissfully unaware he has turned her whole world upside down. Thanks, Ariel, he says, easy and warm, like it costs him nothing at all. Her heart slams again, and this time she has to admit it. It is too late to pretend otherwise. Staring off afterward, all those worries she'd been carrying suddenly feel kind of silly. Her heart, it turns out, only ever reacts to one person, and it aches every single time he gets hurt. Underneath all of it sits a quiet fear, too, that one day he might just drift away from her. Then there is him, blurting out that he missed her so much he thought he might die from it. Looking at that bright, honest face of his now, she finally feels like she gets it. Why are you so pretty today, he asks, all soft sunlight and sincerity as their hands find each other. And there it is, plain and simple. I like him. Because whatever they call this friendship, he has become someone special to her. Someone dear. You are like a princess out of a fairy tale, he tells her, so much so that all he wants is to keep standing beside her. Their hands grip tight even though, deep down, she knows they are already tangled up in fates, decided long before either of them had a say. It is a truth she knows better than anyone, and her eyes well up before she can stop them. Huh, she manages, blindsided by her own tears. Peshin panics instantly. Arel, what is wrong? Are you hurt? Are you okay? He asks, already fussing, while she just flails, completely caught off guard. Your eyes are red, he blurts, reaching in to check on her. Weird, he mutters, forehead practically pressed to hers. You do not even have a fever, though. Her eyes are still glassy, brimming over with something she cannot quite name. How did things even get to this point, she wonders. Maybe she would have been better off not knowing any of it, not even that someone named Chloe exists. A flicker of a vision passes through her mind. Two figures, one with striking rose-pink hair, facing each other in some grand, unfamiliar hall, not knowing either that underneath it all, passion was such a warm-hearted kid. Passion, she murmurs, voice catching, the vision still lingering behind her eyes. Stuck in the peasant, he snaps to attention. And she finally asks him straight out. That day, why did you run away? He freezes solid, caught completely off guard by the question. Was it because you saw me hugging her own? She presses, and he just goes quiet. That is because he starts, You particularly like Huron, do you not? Because I like him. What? She sputters, genuinely stunned he would even think that. So... She turns away, cheeks pink, clearly annoyed. He jumps straight to that conclusion. He pokes her cheek, testing the waters. Stop frowning, he tells her, still poking away. She finally turns to actually face him. Says, I only hugged him because there was something I needed to check, she explains. And what exactly did you find out? He asks, practically vibrating. Something, she says. It was important. Huh? What? For real, he sputters, then blurts that he wants in too. Do the hugging thing with him, right now. You just want to be hugged, she deadpans. Yeah, he shouts back, no shame whatsoever. He throws his arms wide open, not even pretending to be subtle about it. Hug me too, he demands, frantically bouncing on the railing. She just stares at him, cheeks going pink all over again. Fine, she finally says, softening despite herself. Huh? What? Really? He sputters. He had been fully prepared to whine about it for another 500 rounds. Sure, she says. I will hug you for real. Come here. He steps in close, blushing hard, bracing for it. And then it happens. A real hug, and his whole body goes stiff with surprise. Rest, she tells him, letting him settle right into it. Just as she suspected, he melts into it completely. I like being with you the most, Arellen, he says quietly, all his usual bravado gone soft. You too, right? He adds, almost shy about it. I cannot let myself like passion too much very much, you see, reminds herself. But, Arellen, he calls out again, and just like that, the scene shifts, somewhere grander, under open sky. In front of a face this genuinely sincere, she thinks, it is hard to keep pretending otherwise. It is still a ball after all, he says, holding out a hand. So, will you dance with me? She reaches back, smiling despite every warning bell going off in her head. What is even the point of holding on to this dread, she asks herself, letting her hand meet his. But I have never danced before, she admits. I might step on your feet, mess the whole thing up. It is okay, he tells her simply, already pulling her into motion. He grins, all confidence, clearly loving every second of this. I will be your first dance partner, he says. And so what if you slip up? It is just the two of us here. You can step on my feet all you want, dance however you like, he tells her, out among the garden lights. Because I am right here, she finishes for herself, steadying her nerves. Now, 1, 2, he counts, easing them into their very first step together. Music starts drifting through the air as they fall into rhythm. Note by note, the whole night seems to soften around them. They twirl together under the lights, completely wrapped up in each other. As she listens closely, she realizes she can hear it even clearer now. That soft, distant music drifting in from somewhere far off, and before long, their footsteps fall perfectly into rhythm, side by side. Their hands stay clasped as tiny points of light start flickering to life around them, like starlight itself decided to dance along with them. She has a feeling, clear as day, that this is a moment she will remember. She laughs, eyes closed, glowing amid all the roses and light. He just watches her, smiling like he has never once been happier. She thinks to herself, even once this sweet little dance is over, even until the day she dies. No, even after that, she knows she would never regret a single second of it. Late at night, the Grand Duke walks alone through a frozen palace garden, his footsteps the only sound in the dark. A sudden sting stabs through his skull, sharp enough to make him wince. Ever since he came to the capital, he thinks, the side effects of his special ability have only gotten worse. I'm used to the headaches, he mutters. He lying. But now, walking past a crowd of silent, shadowed onlookers, something has changed for the worse. He's being tormented by hallucinations and phantom voices even outside the estate now. Up in the north, He never had to bother telling real from fake. Up north, the fix was simple and brutal. Whatever he saw, real or not, he just killed it. He presses a hand to his aching head. But I can't do that here, in the Empire's capital, he reminds himself. However, he thinks there's an exception. Every so often, the same curse that fills his head with horrors decides to show him something he actually wants to see. A voice drifts through the falling snow calling his name. Father. A pale, glowing figure of a young woman drifts into view among the trees, familiar and impossible at once. Have you been well? The vision asks him softly. My cute younger brother, she calls him, gentle as a fur. Even though you have to become happy no matter what, she tells him, even though a hallucination shouldn't be able to hold a single trace. Does real warmth, and yet somehow this one does. She smiles at him just like she used to, reaching out a gentle hand. Rewind years. Back when the former head of the family, Morden, ruled the Halban house with an iron fist. In that horrible mansion, blood pools quietly on the floor beside a boy who won't lift his head. The only person who ever felt human to him in that house was his older sister, Sione. The people of this family are crazy, she mutters bitterly under her breath. To Sione, there were only ever two people worth trusting in this family, her little brother and herself. Her face hardens with the resentment she's earned many times over. Naturally, Sione despised the Halpern family. She watched their father commit atrocities in the name of protecting the family's secret, and their mother slowly lose her mind, locked away in the inner chamber. As their mother became more and more of an eyesore to Morden, one day, Sione decided there was simply no way she could ever love this family. She started defying their father openly, more often than not, scattering the pieces of his careful chess game. Something shatters. I don't want to, Sione's voice cracks through the noise. I told you I don't want to. I said I don't want this marriage, she screams. It doesn't matter. Morden sells her off into a political marriage anyway. Her wish is worth nothing to him. For once in your life, make yourself useful, Morden tells her coldly. Her full name, Shoen Sigria Halburn. Sione stands frozen, panting, the weight of what's coming finally sinking in. Just a little longer, she mumbles to herself, like she's bargaining with time itself. I just needed a little longer, so why now, she thinks. If I'm gone, then Valere. She's dragged away in her wedding finery, thinking only of the little brother who doesn't know any of this is happening. Mora watches her go without an ounce of guilt, a satisfied smirk creeping across his face. Somewhere else in the mansion, a single wide, panicked eye watches it all unfold. Sione's face has gone hollow and resigned, all the fight drained out of her. My lady, someone shrieks as Sione collapses. Someone call the physician. From what he remembers, young Valere sprints toward her, too late to stop any of it. It was the last time he ever saw his sister. Your sister finally served her purpose, his father tells him flatly. Don't waste your time worrying, and just fulfill your duty, my son, Morden adds. It made him sick to his stomach. He watched the most precious person in his life collapse right in front of him. And yet, there was nothing he could do to help her. The fact that this entire tragedy could be traced back to a single person eats at him. One person caused all of it, and everyone knows exactly who. That helplessness settled deep inside him, the same way it did the day his mother finally broke free of Morden's shackles. She broke free by taking her own life. In him, that helplessness curdled into something else entirely, an irreversible rage. Morden coughs, blood on his lips, as his son finally comes for him. How dare you do this to me, Morden gasps out. 16, the same age his sister was when she was forced into the marriage that kills her. How could you do something like this on the very day your mother left us? Morden spits, somehow still playing the victim. A blood-streaked hand drags across the floor. Are you trying to ruin this family? Morden demands. All of this will be ruled an accident, Valere tells him coldly, and my mother and sister didn't just leave, he says, finally saying the truth out loud. Tears run down his face even as he says it. You killed them both with your own hands, father. Arrogant fool, Morden sneers, still not afraid. Do you actually think that by doing this, you can escape my grasp? He taunts. You are very much like me, Morden says. So much so that you're bound to meet the exact same end. So carve this moment into your memory, Valere, his father warns, chained to his own fate. Because someday, Morden gasps out, refusing to die quietly. Siri, your own child will end up killing you as well. A curse, delivered with a dying, grinning breath. And with that, it's done. Leaving behind a curse like that, Morden draws his final breath. After killing that man, he thought, if only for a moment, that everything would finally get better. But whether it was his father's cursed last words or something else entirely, he gradually fell apart, exactly as promised. At some point, the hallucinations and phantom voices began, and never really stopped. They dragged him, slowly but surely, to the point of no return. I suppose the one fortunate thing, he thinks, back in the present, is that no one knows I'm in this kind of state. He pauses, catching a faint distant sound on the breeze. He looks up, listening harder. This voice, he thinks, and glances down toward the source. Below him, two figures laugh together in the snow, arm in arm. He just stares, quietly, unsure what to make of it. Is this a hallucination too? He wonders. But, if it is, it's too fateful, he finishes, watching Narellen laugh with the others below. I feel like it's the first time I've actually seen it, he thinks. Her smiling face. For once, the noise around him doesn't feel like a threat at all. He lets out a long, tired sigh, straightening back into his formal, unreadable mask. I'm exhausted, he admits. Every noble house imaginable seems to be flocking toward him, exactly as he expected. And in the middle of all this chaos, just where did that bastard run off to, he mutters, not having seen so much as the tip of the Crown Prince's nose in a while. He's sure he knows exactly why. There's still something he owes an answer to. All right, I surrendered, he says at last. He deserved to know too? Just as you suspected, he says quietly. Narellen isn't my daughter. Then, after all, comes the stunned reply. She's the daughter of my older sister, he says. Seoni. A door slams somewhere down the hall, punctuating the confession. I had a feeling, but I asked, hoping I'd be wrong, comes the reply. Seone is now the Grand Duchess. Ah, to the most powerful figure in the southern empire of Pithel, the truth lands like a stone. Duke Regent Locke comes the name, which means... Ha! He brought the daughter of the southern empire's own Duke Regent here, right under everyone's nose. Crazy bastard, someone mutters. Given how quiet the Duke Regent has stayed, there's a real chance he doesn't even know Narellen exists. A footstep interrupts. How long? We open on a hush over the capital at night, stars streaking past the palace spires, while the moonlit ball winds down somewhere below. Rewind a little, to a memory Peshin still holds on to. A much younger him, giddy and giggling, swearing that Narellen, and only Narellen, gets an invite to his secret hideout. Cut back to tonight. All grown up now, the two of them drifting off hand in hand as she quietly wonders whether the ball is already over. But someone else is still very much awake. Grand Duke Halberton, Narellen's father, wears that unreadable little smirk of his, like he already knows something the rest of us don't. His head is only just clearing, like he's shaking off wherever he's just come from. He wanders alone through a hushed, moonlit garden, past a lonely lamppost, heading somewhere he clearly doesn't want to be seen going. A leaf drops into still water, and his own tired reflection stares back up at him under a bruised golden sky. But he starts to say, the thought trailing off into nothing, that a gust sweeps past him. Seems he wasn't the only one keeping an eye on that ball tonight. High above, a colossal figure watches from the shadows, buried under a mane of glowing golden hair. Just watching this ball, she says, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What brings you here? She asks Grand Duke Halpern directly, a fair question for a man who just wandered into a literal deity's front yard. This is no ordinary noble he's talking to. This towering presence, all molten gold hair and glowing eyes, has been alive for who knows how long. You even stepped out of your own ball for this, she needles him, clearly delighted to have caught him slipping away. Welcome to the Holy Temple, home to a being who measures time in centuries the way the rest of us measure it in minutes. The purity of small creatures like you humans, she muses, is one of the very few things that still amuses her after all that endless time. You've been showing your face here awfully often lately, childless Halburn. Well, he's all Grand Duke Halburn offers back, that same smug little smile never quite leaving his face. This entire Imperial Palace answers to you, he points out. Even if I wanted to dodge you, our paths were always going to cross eventually. Insolent brat, she huffs, a gust of wind snapping past like a scolding all its own. Merely reaching a transcendent state and gaining the ability to perceive me at all, she muses, should have humbled a lesser man. As it stands, she reminds him most mortals can't even glimpse the tip of her finger without her say-so. And yet, here she is anyway, folding herself down into something almost human-sized, fan in hand, sizing him up like a queen holding court. And still your tongue is quite sharp, she adds dryly, clearly unbothered by his cheek. She glances off to the side, something else suddenly far more interesting than their little argument. Is it that child, she asks, a little too casually for someone who claims not to care? The one who made someone as arrogant as you come running to me? She teases, watching a tiny silhouette of Arlen and Peshin walk off together far below. Surely peculiar, she muses to herself, and interesting. Grand Duke Halpern says nothing. He doesn't need to. His face says it all. Mind your own business, he snaps, ice creeping into his voice. I have no intention whatsoever of letting my daughter face an immortal being. Good grief, she sighs. Can I not even say that she's lovely? Still, I'll let it pass just this once, she allows, resting her chin on one hand. Since you did grant me my special request after all. That's unexpectedly generous of you, he replies, already turning to walk away. If you hate it that much, why not step in yourself? You're capable enough, aren't you? She calls after him. If only I could, is all he lets slip under his breath. Somewhere in that endless memory of hers hangs a dragon, run through and bleeding out. Only humans, she reminds him, can ever cut off a dragon's breath. Too unfortunate, she murmurs. Either way, those two little ones of yours suit each other quite well. Now that you've seen her in person, what do you actually think? He finally asks. Who knows, she answers coolly. But you already know the real question here. It seems you've already done everything within your power, she tells him plainly. The fact that she's even still alive counts as a miracle in itself. Randy Calvert's jaw tightens, lightning crackling somewhere behind his eyes. That child condition, she says, is not an illness, and it's certainly not a curse either. He stops dead in his tracks. Then, it can't be cured, he asks, his voice barely holding together. Not with my power, she admits. At best I could only delay it. Prepare yourself. A limit like isn't far off. He walks away, wrapped in cold light, carrying that verdict entirely alone. His jaw is clenched so tight it looks like it might crack. Silence, then everything shifts. That's enough then, he mutters, done with this conversation entirely. Where are you going all of a sudden? She calls after him, genuinely caught off guard. I don't wish to speak with someone so incompetent they can't even save my own daughter, he snaps back, not even turning around. Insolent, she huffs, before shrugging it off entirely. Well, leaving is fine. But watch your step, she warns, and this time she actually sounds serious. It seems something unseen is roaming around, she says, turning sharply. Something unseen, he repeats, going very still. A magic circle blooms to life around her. She reaches out to feel for it. Something that carries a desperate longing, she finishes, and leaves it there, unexplained. Cut to a much softer mess to memory, one that starts, fittingly, with tears. Small hands quinned together. Arlene, a young peasant blurts out, refusing to let go. Tomorrow, he insists, cupping her face, you have to meet me before you go. You must. Okay, she promises. I'll meet you before I go. Your Highness, we really must leave now, and exhausted aid pleads. This is already your 12th farewell, and the young lady needs her rest. All right, Peshin finally relents. Then, years later, he finally makes good on that old promise. All grown up now, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Good night, Erning. Aiden, he tells her. Erling freezes completely, caught totally off guard. She just stands there afterward, hand pressed to the spot, cheeks burning. Your Highness, you cannot delay any longer, and Aid practically shouts. You must come at once. I said I'm coming. Peshin calls back, not exactly hurrying. Arlene watches him go, completely speechless. Thinking about it now, she realizes slowly this feels an awful lot like... Her whole face goes up in flames, somewhere between panic and pure delight. This has gone completely wrong, she thinks. Number of people she's ever liked outside her own family. Until now, 0. Is this right? Is this actually okay? It was great finally tearing up the misunderstanding with passion, she reasons, but now things are complicated in a whole different way. I like passion, she admits to herself, then immediately panics and tries to walk it right back. I like him, she finally whispers, thoroughly, hopelessly cooked. A maid nearby catches the whole meltdown and can't help but smile. Oh my, she murmurs. Shall we take it a bit slow? The maid teases gently, watching Arellen short-circuit in real time. Okay, Arlie manages and heads off to pull herself back together. Somewhere in a darker hallway, a voice calls out for her. Miss Arellen, it rings out. Leslie, Arellen asks, footsteps clicking closer through the dark. There you are. I found you, beams the girl stepping into view. Twin brown pigtails, bright green eyes, done up head to toe in red and black lace. Miss Leslie, were you looking for me? Arellen asks, a little thrown by the intensity. Yes, I've been searching everywhere for you, Leslie gushes. Why, Arellen manages, not quite sure what to make of this. Why does she look so excited, Arellen wonders, watching something small and red sparkle in Leslie's open palm. Something interesting is about to happen. The moment seems to warn. And, honestly, that is never good news. She holds the little red gem right up to Arellen's face, and Arellen can't shake the feeling this is a bad idea. Then it just shatters in her hand, fragments raining down out of nowhere. Red lightning crackles violently across Arellen's eye, a single tear sliding free. She gasps into the sudden dark, crackling light tearing through the air around her. Wait, a memory flickers by, the two of them walking happily together, right before it splits apart into something colder. This uneasy feeling is definitely, and for just one flickering second, Leslie's warm smile curdles into something a lot sharper, a lot colder. Somewhere close by, something ornate in metallic clashes violently in the dark. A chandelier flashes white, a crash ringing out through the hall. As strangers react in stunned silence, a collective gasp, swallowing the room. And Arellen's face crumples, eyes brimming, completely overwhelmed by whatever just happened to her. Somewhere, everywhere, all at once, a deafening bang rips through the night. A low murmur builds in the pitch black, like the whole world is holding its breath. Then someone screams and the panic breaks wide open. All across the capital, people are caught mid-scream, completely blindsided by whatever just happened. I'm scared, one voice cries out. What is this? Why did the light just... I can't see anything. Honey Rachel, where are you? Someone else shouts into the dark. Everyone, please calm down, a guard tries desperately, getting absolutely nowhere. It's black, someone gasps, and that one word alone tells you this has happened before. That scared me, one noble mutters, still shaking. Is this some kind of surprise event they're running at the Imperial they wonder, voice trailing off. Across the city, a young man just freezes mid-step, completely caught off guard. So he manages. Back at the ball, someone scans an eerily empty hall, where, they mutter, trailing off. Did everyone just disappear, they wonder, and no, that is not a comforting thought. A hand reaches through the dark and taps a still silent shoulder. Arellen trembles awake, barely managing a groan. Furniture and glassware drift past her, weightless. Where is this? She asks the empty air. A chandelier hangs upside down above her, books and jewelry floating free like gravity simply gave up. Where am I now? She asks again, no closer to an answer. She sits there, dressed, disheveled, completely disoriented, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves her, alone, lost, and staring into the dark. She steps through a familiar door and her stomach drops. It is the exact same place as before. Her room looks the same, but the mood has curdled completely. I've seen this before, she thinks, dread creeping up her spine. It's the same as that mansion back at Charit, she realizes, struggling to remember what it was even called. The alternate dimension, that was it. And this version feels every bit as terrifying as the last. As always, her every instinct is screaming at her to run. A warped little bell jingles, a sing-song fret, die, you're going to die. Oddly though, she feels calm. Second near-death trip through apparently builds character. Oh, maybe, she starts to wonder, when she feels someone trembling right behind her. Because this time, she isn't alone. A girl in a red dress is shaking like a leaf, right next to her. Wow, what is this place? My mom told me to come here, the girl stammers, before completely dissolving. I'm scared. I want to go home. She doesn't look like she's going to be much help, Arellen thinks. Before gently asking, are you okay? Both girls shiver in the dark. I'm scared. I don't know. What do I do? The girl wails. She lets out a tiny, terrified eek and shrinks further into herself. Leslie, I know you're scared, Arellen tries, but for now you should try to. Leslie cuts her off with an ear-splitting scream and bolts headfirst into the dark. Calm down first, that's what Arellen was going for. She sighs. There's nothing here yet, so why is she running? At this rate, she's going to attract something that wasn't even here to begin with. She doesn't have particularly good memories with Leslie, but leading her to run wild will only cause trouble. She's been on her feet all day and barely has the energy left to chase anyone. she thinks wearily. She calls out through the empty palace halls. Leslie. She creeps toward a wardrobe and coaxes gently. Leslie, it's okay, come out. Nothing. Just her own startled reflection staring back. Leslie? She pushes deeper into the gloom. Alone. But something about this place still feels wrong, right down to her own footsteps. Unlike last time, I don't see any monsters here, she notes uneasily. Somehow that's worse. It's so quiet, she murmurs. No footsteps anywhere but her own. No voices. Not even the sound of the wind. As if her expression tightens with dawning horror. In this vast imperial palace, I'm the only living thing left, she realizes. She goes pale, swallowing hard, eyes wide with fear. Her hand trembles. What do I do? A stray memory surfaces unbidden of being held safe in someone's arms, back when things were simpler. I want to see my hen, she thinks desperately. She turns, forcing her face into something steadier than she feels. Mom, she whispers into the dark. Meanwhile, back in the real palace, Grand Duke Halburn strides in, grim-faced. It was only for a moment, he mutters, jaw tight. He calls up a glowing magic circle, tracing the palace's wards himself. But the barrier across the entire palace definitely shook. Ejects the barrier stone himself, just in case. There's nothing wrong with it. Which means someone tampered directly with the palace barrier. Who on earth? Even the palace's immortal guardian, the slumbering sloth, is calling this thing something unseen. If it can slip past even her all-seeing eyes, whatever this is, it's no small threat. Watching lazily from her own domain, the sloth grumbles. It's a nuisance, but should I intervene before it escalates? Halber murmurs under his breath, already calling in the Empire's finest. A trio of robed, star-ranked mages arrives. Looks like they've already noticed something's wrong with the barrier. He falls silent for a moment, weighing his options. He turns to the mages, all casual composure. Shall I leave the investigation to them? I'm sure they'll handle it. Truth is, he's never been one to care what happens to other people. Watching, the sloth decides simply to inform someone named Edward. Energy crackles violently down the hallway, sparking against the walls. Blue-white lightning tears clean through the dark. Halburn's eyes snap wide. Something's happening. The hooded stranger recognizes it instantly. That's the alternate dimension, he realizes, alarmed. Halburn strides straight toward the widening rift without a shred of hesitation. A rift opening is never a good sign, the stranger warns grimly. For a few people tonight, this will be their last. Halburn keeps walking, unbothered, until the stranger calls out his real name. Valere. Your daughter got swept up in it, the stranger tells him flatly. Halburn goes completely, dangerously, silent. He lets out one slow, controlled breath, jaw clenched. The stranger flinches, sensing exactly what he's about to do. Huh! The mages grab for him, shouting, Hey, what are you doing right now? Take it back, that thing is dangerous. Do you want to get swept up in it and die? They yell. He only glances back, cold and final. You there? Convey this to His Majesty, he orders. Tell him to sort this out, whatever it takes. Before anyone can stop him, he vanishes in a flash of light. The stranger can only gape. What? He lunges after him uselessly. No! Wait! Too late! Good grief! What? The stranger mutters, stunned. Does he have a death wish? He wonders, watching dark petals of the rift scatter into nothing. The alternate dimension. He falls straight into it, cape-whipping behind him. A hidden realm that exists using reality itself as its shadow, swallowing him whole. The instant an ordinary person sets foot inside, hallucinations tear their sanity apart. It is, quite literally, a place built to be a death ground. But his boots land steady on solid ground. Nothing touches him. However, if it's that child, he thinks, she should be fine too. Because entering and leaving this realm freely is simply a Halburn's birthright. Watching from somewhere unseen, the sloth sighs. I was at least going to show him the way. But he left in such a hurry, she adds, with a small, knowing smile. Even if he pretends otherwise. Really does care, ha, she muses, watching him go. Jaw clenched, Halburn strides on with single-minded purpose. His footsteps echo down empty halls that shouldn't even exist. This whole realm answers to the slumbering sloth. If it really is the girl who's been protected by those medicines all this time, she should come out unscathed. The real problem is that something else, something unseen, snuck in with her. He says nothing, keeps nabbing behind him as he pushes on. Sparks of light drift past him like falling snow. All he can manage is a single word. Please. No incidents, no injuries. Please let that be true. If she can just stay exactly where she is, he thinks, pressing forward. Silence answers him back. He reaches a grand set of doors, still crackling with leftover energy. Somewhere in the dark ahead, a small glowing shape huddles alone, curled up small and praying. A flash of light licks across the corridor ahead of him. His face hardens with resolve, and he breaks into a dead run. Blistering dust rains down around him as he closes the distance. His footsteps tap faster and faster down the last stretch of hallway. A quiet click, sunlight clicks, something gives way. The door creaks open under his hand. He's panting hard, having sprinted the entire way here. A chair clatters aside. There she is, curled up small on the floor. Relief floods his face in one long, shaky breath. He steps closer, and she looks up at him, dazed. "Mom!" "Sorry, what should we do?" she mumbles, still not quite lucid, eyes brimming with tears. And it clicks. "It's Dad," she says, finally recognizing him. He kneels down and gathers her close, finally holding her safe. Somewhere between sleep and waking, Arellen feels someone gently fussing with her hair, murmuring. Unsure what to do with her, a soft voice tells her it's her dad. Right there beside her. Her eyes go wide, red-rimmed. Ha! She breathes, barely daring to believe it. A hallucination? No. Maybe just a dream, she thinks, catching a flicker of an old, fond memory of being carried in his arms. That's impossible, she tells herself, until she realizes with a jolt that he just answered a thought she never said out loud. It's not that I hear it, I can just tell by her expression, he says, amused. Still, he admits, it's a relief. She's got more spirit in her than he expected. He wipes her tears away, careful and gentle. She can feel the warmth of his handful real, not a hallucination after all. Why him of all people? She'd figured if she just stayed put, somebody would eventually come looking for her. She expected Mahen, or maybe the Crown Prince, to come running. Instead, apparently, the Grand Duke himself showed up with an entire squad just to find her. I didn't expect the Grand Duke to come himself, she thinks, catching sight of his face. He just smiles, unreadable as ever. Did you come all the way here to find me? She asks, still stunned. Of course, he says simply. Why? She asks back. He chuckles, low. Why else? Of course I had to come, he says. Like it's the most obvious thing in the world. They stand close, and for a moment something between them quietly shifts. You're my daughter, he tells her, plain and simple. She just blinks, stunned into silence. This place is really dangerous, she warns him. I know, he says, completely unfazed. You could get hurt, or something far worse could happen, she presses. So what? He shrugs. A very reassuring answer, considering the subject is mortal peril. My daughter is right here, he says, and pulls her into a hug. Anyway, I'm just glad I found you safe, he murmurs. They stay like that a moment, wrapped up together, quiet. Then she notices it, beads of sweat on him. Don't tell me. Did he really run all over the place searching for her? Through some huge, dark, dangerous stretch of this place, no less. He's always cracking jokes, saying things he doesn't really mean. Or, so she always figured. Turns out she realizes he's also someone capable of doing something like this. Daughter, he murmurs, reaching for her hair. For his daughter, he asks softly, were you scared? He watches her, waiting for an honest answer. He'd run himself breathless looking for her, and he's still worried sick. Her eyes well up, just a little. I wasn't scared, she mumbles. A blush and a bull-faced lie, name a more iconic combo. You're not hurt anywhere? You didn't fall, did you? He presses. I'm okay, she says. Honestly speaking, though. When he told her he doesn't hate her, that he'd do anything for her. She admits she could never quite bring herself to believe it. After all, she's supposedly just his daughter, and there are always eyes watching. There's no love or affection here, she used to tell herself. He's only pretending to be her dad. Out of obligation, nothing more. That's what she always thought. Anyway, he checks her forehead, gentle as anything, no fever. But maybe she was the one who drew the line first, refusing to really look at him. A flash of memory surfaces, a little shoe, a dropped crayon. A young Arellen, small and sad, clutching a worn teddy bear. This person, she thinks, as footsteps approach. No, my dad, she corrects herself, meaning it for the first time. Clumsy as he can be, he's always been trying to stay by her side and look out for her. Something in her finally settles, Cats, and it shows on her face. The lad blinks, caught completely off guard. Huh, what about? Dad? The words hang in the air and his eyes go wide. What was that? Didn't quite catch it, he teases. Say it again, my daughter. Dad's hearing hasn't been great lately. He pulls her into a tight hug, eyes shut, practically glowing. Don't play dumb, he murmurs into her hair. Flustered, she backpulls. No, I was just wondering if you're okay, Elder. And we're right back to Elder, he sighs. My daughter really isn't a very honest child, is she? There are kids like that too, she mutters. Oh ho, he says, clearly not buying it for a second. Still, he says, stroking her hair, I'm happy. Happy that you've been worried about him at all. Shall we head back now? Your mom will be worried, he says. He starts walking. Yeah, she says, falling in step behind him. Why don't you nap on the way back? He suggests, opening the carriage door for her. I'll wake you when we are, he starts to say. Then, out of nowhere, a heavy thud and a flash of something watching from the dark. Something's very wrong all of a sudden. Arellen grabs at his cloak. What's wrong? He clenched a hand over his own mouth, going rigid. What's going on? Why all of a sudden, she starts, panic creeping into her voice. My daughter. Listen carefully, he says. Deadly serious now. He presses something into her hand. Hold onto this tightly. Whatever happens, keep your eyes ahead. No matter who calls out to you, never answer. Think only of the person you want to see the most. Only happy memories, and keep walking. Whatever may appear, that path is the correct one, he tells her. Dad, why on earth? She starts. So you're finally calling me Dad, he notes, even now. What about you? Will you be okay? She asks, worried sick. I'll be fine. Go on ahead. Keep your eyes forward, he tells her, and let's go. In the pitch dark, something waits, glowing. You can do this, right? A voice asks. Another voice, warped and wrong, starts to call out, Duh! Every instinct in her screams to answer. Dad! She almost shouts back. She catches herself right at the edge, forcing her mouth shut. She floats, weightless, utterly alone in the dark. Ha! Light starts to tear through the black, and he stay. More of it, streaking faster now. Something massive is building, straining to break loose. And then it erupts, a blinding burst of raw blue magic. When the dust settles, a stone pillar lies cracked clean in half. That's odd, Valor mutters, watching rubble fall. A hooded figure drops in without a sound. I came to see the little lady. Why is there something strange here? Vale says, going on guard. So it's you, he says, recognizing exactly who he's dealing with. Two yellow eyes glow back at him from under the hood. The one who tampered with the barrier, Valer accuses. Preem, Zeller growls. You can see me? The stranger asks, genuinely caught off guard. Valer just grits his teeth. I don't give a damn about that. In the pitch dark, Arellen spins around and screams the one word that matters most right now. Dad! Her eyes go wide, breath catching, one hand clutched over her chest. But whoever she saw is already gone. He was right here a second ago, she whispers, spinning in place. The dark swallows everything around her. No floor, no walls, nothing but black. A horrible thought creeps in. What if you got separated and sent here completely alone? Then glowing warm and gold right in a palm. A compass. Some kind of artifact. A voice, unmistakably her father's, lays out the rules. Hold on tight, keep your eyes ahead, and no matter who calls to you, never answer. Think only of the one person you want to see most, he tells her. Happy memories only. Just keep walking. She turns the little compass over in her hands, trying to piece together what he meant. It's clearly some kind of guide, but if it's this powerful, why not just come together? Turns out it's a single-user item, and dear old Dad insisted on protecting his daughter by staying behind alone. Wait, a dangerous place alone? Now she's the one worried sick on his behalf. A memory surfaces, relief written across his face. I'm just glad I found you safe. Another memory, warmer still. The first time she ever called him Dad, and how his whole face lit up. She goes quiet for a beat, turning that memory over like it's something fragile. Light floods in around her, and for a second she feels like she's floating through the memory itself. Dad, she murmurs again, forcing her feet to keep moving. Man always did say that whatever else you could say about the Grand Duke, the man is stupidly strong. Strong enough, apparently, that you could toss him straight into the depths of hell itself. And he'd stroll back the very next day like absolutely nothing happened. So all she has to do is play her part right. Simple enough, in theory. The second she gets back, he'll be standing right there, as if to prove his own point. So as long as she does this right, she repeats the rule to herself like a lifeline. Eyes ahead, no matter who calls, never answer. She keeps walking, and that's when she hears it. Faint sing-song, far off. Come to me. But something about that voice snags at her. What exactly was that? Ahead, a door stands cracked open, light spilling out from whatever's on the other side. She couldn't get a clear look, too busy focusing on answering her father. But she definitely felt something in there. Something about it is deeply, bone-deep unsettling. Somewhere close, unseen, a hand curls around a wine glass, and a low snicker slides out of the door. The snickering multiplies, closing in from every side, and Arellen's whole body locks up with fear. Hacky memories, she tries to tell herself, right as the laughter tips into a full cackle. Oh no! She breathes. Something sprinters around her with a sickening crunch. She grips the compass so tight her knuckles go white. I messed up, she admits, and that's exactly where this cold open leaves her hanging. Up to the actual palace grounds, snow drifting quietly over the spires, a calm that's about to get shattered. Something, or someone, comes tearing across the courtyard at a dead sprint. It's Peshin, cape-flying, screaming her name into the night. Arellen. His face is pure panic and fury at once. Something has clearly gone very wrong. Arellen, where are you? Just a moment after they said their goodbyes, everything fell apart. Without warning, the entire palace plunges into darkness. He had a bad feeling and doubled back, just as the light started flickering. The whole room shook. When the light finally came back, one of the maids was left sobbing into her hands. Arellen and the maid with her, Miss Leslie, had vanished without a single trace. By the time anyone realized, it was already too late to stop it. Peshin tears through the streets, eating himself alive with guilt, forever letting anyone rush him away from her side. Sorry, Grum, but you're taking the blame for this one. Grum, as usual, gets left in the dust while Peshin grabs the nearest person and demands to know if Arellen is safe. He puts it together fast. If he vanished the moment Leslie got close, this was a setup from the start. How did he even find her? He doesn't have the first clue. He skids to halt outside a building, chest heaving. His eyes are wild, breath ragged, running purely on adrenaline at this point. He drops into a prayer-like stance in front of the faintly glowing shrine, hands pressed together. A small glowing sanctuary tucked away on palace grounds. One he clearly remembers. He forces his breathing to slow and steps inside. The door creaks open into memory as much as space. There was a time, long ago, when he followed his own father in here, to the one sanctuary in the whole palace reserved solely for direct heirs to the throne. Little Peshin's footsteps echo through the empty hall. Back then, his father told him something he never forgot. In this sanctuary, his father said, there exists a being that has long kept a bond with our imperial family. A being as omnipotent as our god. Now grown, Peshin stands alone in that same hall, a voice shaking. You're there, right? The candles flicker as he lays it bare. I have someone I want to save. Arellen's in danger. He's never even met this thing before, and he's already offering it anything it wants. If his father's word was good, it has to be here somewhere. If his voice can just reach it, his face is a mess of desperation and hope, eyes glossy. Please, he begs, I'd be able to find Arellen. From somewhere in the dark, a faint echo answers back. Help me. He goes completely still, not sure if he actually heard something or just wanted to. He stands alone in the dim, scanning every shadow for a sign. Then a rustle, and a scatter of light drifting down out of nowhere. A voice answers at last amused. How earnestly you call to me, child Albrecht. Peshin freezes. It's actually real. A little one like you has no reason to be seeking a deal with me, the voice says, even as he can barely believe it actually showed up. He can hear it clearly but can't see a thing, and then it drops a bombshell. That child's father has already gone to save her. He freezes, completely, at that. Grand Duke Halburn, he manages. Yes, the voice notes, amused. Your eyes changed just now. So do not worry, it tells him. If you simply wait, she'll return here safely. Peshin doesn't answer. His jaw just sets hard. No, he finally says, fist clenched tight. That person, I can't trust him. The spirit tilts its head, genuinely puzzled by how angry he suddenly is. If you know we already want to save her, then you know where she is, don't you? He presses. I will go to Areni myself. Please help me. You'll see myself. Please help me. Yes, I need to go, quickly, he insists, practically vibrating with urgency. She could still be out there right now, alone and scared. I certainly can help you with the spirit muses. But then, how much of what you have are you prepared to give? An arm, perhaps? Or an eye? Tell me, for that girl. How's she willing to stake? A hand made of shadow and gold fire reaches for him, close enough to touch. Our not-so-secret plan. Scare him bad enough and he'll back off on his own. Even if he can't see me, he should at least feel my presence. Taishan doesn't flinch. Everything, he says. I will stake everything, he says. Steady now. Because I swore I'd never let something like this happen to her again. That I'd protect her. Because I made a promise to Arellen. He says it without a hint of hesitation, red eyes burning. For once, the ancient spirit has absolutely nothing to say. No calculation in it, no performance either. Just a kind of sincerity you almost never see in this palace. And that gets a grin out of her. Is that so? She muses. Or maybe something or someone gives him a light, invisible pat. Is her heart actually wavering because of this kid's little ability? She wonders to herself, half amused. Question blinks, utterly baffled. Is something petting his head? You cute little thing, she laughs. It was merely a jest. Whatever just happened, it hits him like a jolt, his eyes blown wide. I have changed my mind, she declares. I shall help you. And as it happens, there's a certain someone I'd like to teach a lesson myself, she adds with a smirk. It won't be easy, though. But my blessing will protect you. Go forth with courage, child of Albrecht. And just like that, Passion goes rocketing off into the night sky. The landing, unfortunately, is a lot less graceful than the launch. He goes tumbling and bouncing off what sounds like every wall in the building. He finally skids to a stop with a very undignified osh, blessing intact, dignity not so much. And that's where chapter 61 leads him. Deep inside the Halbrand estate, lightning crackles down a grand hallway as Grand Duke Halbrand draws his blade in the dark. Something has clearly gone very wrong tonight. This is Balair in full glowing sword, do not test me mode, and he is not in a diplomatic mood. Out of the shadow steps his target, a hooded figure with unsettling gold eyes grinning like this is the best part of his whole night. Balair's family gift is basically a built-in lie detector, the secret seeing ability. It has never once failed him before, so why can't he read this guy at all? So you're the current Grand Duke Halbrand, the stranger drawls, sizing him up like he already knows exactly how this fight ends. You know who I am, Balair says, more statement than question. Of course he does, the stranger shrugs. Balair's kind of a big deal. Balair's power flares to life around him. Then that means, he growls, you laid a hand on my daughter knowing exactly who I was. The stranger just tilts his head, offering a most maddening non-answer possible. Correct? Or unavoidable, take your pick. Actually, scratch that. Neither. You really don't know, do you? The stranger murmurs, and for the first time, he almost sounds amused. By all rights, his power should turn someone as frail as Arellen to dust with barely a touch. Somehow, it just does not work on her at all. She's the first human who ever saw straight through my disguise, he admits, and looks me dead in the eye while she did it. The weakest body, he says, almost fond, wrapped around the strongest mind I have ever seen. Balair's done trading riddles. He lunges, blade flashing, finished listening to a single word more. So what does it have to do with any of this? Balair demands. The stranger just smiles wider. You're misunderstanding something. I only came to take that child out of here. I never meant to hurt her. My real objective lies somewhere else entirely. I'm simply looking for something is all he'll offer, cryptic as ever. Let's not waste each other's strength, the stranger sighs, already bored of the sword fight. Balair is not buying the exit line for a second. I'm off, the stranger announces, stretching like this whole duel was a mild inconvenience. I may not look it, but I'm a busy man. You think I'd let you walk away that easily? Balair snaps. You should be more worried about getting yourself out of here. Even a Halbrand, the stranger warns, won't find it easy escaping corruption this deep. A dimension this far gone will trap a human by any means necessary. You'd be better off worrying about your own safety. Balair fires back, sword still raised. I suppose I have no choice, the stranger finally concedes, and the air around him starts to warp. Valar raises his blade one more time, done letting the stranger dictate a single term of this fight. Something flickers wrong in the corner of Valér's eye, and just like that, the stranger's cloak dissolves into nothing. Nothing left behind but empty air where he stood. I lost him, Valère admits quietly, staring at the space where his enemy used to be. The pressure, the presence, all of it just gone in an instant. It hits him then. He has been played this entire time. His ability never once worked on that man. Which can only mean one thing. Whatever he is likely immortal, or something close enough to it. No time to dwell on it now. Whatever that bastard's meddling just set in motion, it is already a much bigger problem. The ultimate dimension swallowing part of the estate is corrupting far faster than it should. If Valar is not careful, he will end up trapped in this world right alongside everyone else. First priority, find his daughter and get both of them out. Then a voice calls his name, a voice he would know absolutely anywhere. Valar, come here. Everything around him freezes solid. His sister stands right behind him, exactly as he remembers her. Part of him wonders if it is already too late to fight this. He knows better. This is just an illusion the corrupted world cooked up to slow him down. Nobody knows that better than he does. My beloved little brother, she says, warm as ever. I've missed you. Her hand finds his, and it is warm, actually warm. That part is new. This is not like the usual hallucinations he is used to. His sister standing behind him now has an honest-to-God physical presence. I'm sorry, the illusion tells him, for not being able to protect you until the end. He knows, better than anyone alive, that this is nothing more than a very expensive-looking illusion. Her voice, her scent, even the warmth under her fingertips. Every last detail is exactly, achingly right, which is exactly why it is such a convincing lie. So why? Some stubborn corner of his heart keeps asking, does it still feel like she's alive? Something in him hardens. Whatever this is, it is not her. Time to move. Meanwhile, somewhere deeper in the corrupted dimension, ghostly shapes drift through the dark, snickering at something only they can see. Irulan keeps her eyes locked straight ahead. Rule 1. Do not answer, no matter who calls her name. She hugs herself tight and repeats it like a mantra. Happy memories. Happy person she wants to see. Anything but this place. Right, Mehen, she tells herself. Just think about Mehen. Picture him waiting at the Imperial Palace and just keep walking toward that. The noises around her, at least, have not gotten any closer, even after walking this far. Which means, she reasons, this place can only make scary noises. It cannot actually touch her. In her hand, a small protective charm has cracked down the middle, but its light has not gone out yet. She keeps walking, pink eyes darting warily through the dark. If I just go a little further, she tells herself, pushing on. Then, out of nowhere, a violin appears, floating in a sea of blood red. A voice whispers a name that is not Irulan at all. Sibam. Sibam, the voice screams, and suddenly this place knows a name she has never once spoken out loud in this life. She freezes completely. How does anything in here know that name? Her cracked little charm finally gives out completely, shattering in her hand. Arden clutches her chest, breath catching. Whatever protection she had left has run out, and she knows it. I'm doomed, she whispers. A hush settles over an old memory. Faded curtains and a stage floor she knows all too well, ones she could never forget. Center stage sits, a grand piano with no one to play it, hollow and abandoned. And then, the memory pulls her deeper still. A young girl flinches awake inside it, hands pressed to her own mouth in fear. This is Irulan's past life. Back then, her name was Sabom. Beyond the curtain waits a voice she once thought she was finally ready to smile at again. Look at your mother properly, comes the demand, cold as the pearls at her throat. Don't forget, her mother warns little Sabom, and the words cut far deeper than they should. That you are my one and only light. The words are supposed to sound like love. They don't feel like it. On stage, small Sabom performs under a lone spotlight, while her mother watches coldly from the dark of the audience. It's the prelude, the memory warns her, to a nightmare that never really ends. Sometime long before all that, a little girl and her violin stand at the very start of this story. After one performance, her mentor, the virtuoso Emmanuel, pulls her aside and says her name. Have you truly played for yourself, even just once? He asks her. Excuse me, is old young Sabom can manage back? He tells her that her playing is always technically flawless, but he keeps wondering why it never quite feels like her own. "It's like I've never truly heard you play," he presses. "I wish you'd try it just once, not for anyone else." She stands there afterward, violin in hand, turning his question over and over in her mind. A performance that belongs to her and her alone. At first, she genuinely can't grasp what that even means. A performance for myself? What does that even mean? She wonders, staring down at her own hands on the instrument. Because to her, the violin was never really about her at all. It was only ever a way to keep her mother happy. Tens of thousands of performances, every single one aimed at someone else's approval. She walks on, violin case in hand, carrying questions she still can't answer. Not once, she realizes, was she ever actually in the music. And still, she kept playing. That question from a manual never really left her. Over the years, it hardened into a lump lodged permanently in her chest. Then comes the final hurdle, the competition that was supposed to prove everything. Bow and ham, the memory wraps itself in chains, a warning of what's coming. Those words from her mentor had already become a shackle around her. Now they tighten. "It comes," she says flatly, her first and last real mistake. She watches her mother's face contort right in front of her, and something inside her breaks. It's only then too late that she finally understands. Every sacrifice, every hour of practice, every hour of practice, every ounce of effort, all of it, for nothing. "All this time," she whispers, kneeling alone in the dark. She stares at her own hand on the violin's neck and finally asks the question underneath all of it. Just what exactly had she been playing for? The violin glows an accusing red in the darkness, the question still unanswered. After that day, she says, she was never able to pick up the violin the same way again. She keeps trying anyway, partly to win her mother's heart back and partly, quietly, to finally find that performance that was hers alone. Her fingers bleed against the strings, and she replaces them over and over, sores and all. But every single time, the horror of that day catches back up to her, a shackle that simply refuses to let go. The memory shifts, hair braided differently now, closer to the girl she is in this life. Tears well up, unbidden, at memories that refuse to stay buried. "I thought I could finally smile," she admits, "at the memories that used to haunt me." A single tear falls, trailing light as it goes. Back on that same stage, she realizes with a start, she's crying. What if, she wonders, she'd simply given up on needing her mother's approval and walked out that door instead? Or what if she'd never had the news that her mother's other student had won the competition in her place? That night, desperate for one more chance with her mother, she runs out into the dark streets. If only she hadn't run through those streets at all. Tires screech somewhere close. Then everything goes white, in a single violent crash. Blood, and a face she barely recognizes as her own, staring back through the memory. Silence. Then, slowly, she's back on the stage again, present day, feet steady on the floorboards. Except she isn't alone. Something with glowing red eyes is watching her from the dark. "Arelin," it says, using her real name. "Did you enjoy the show?" it asks, as two small figures fall through the void, tangled in red thread like puppets. "Now it's time to make a choice," it tells her. "You already went through this once, so you know how it ends, no matter how genuinely you love someone." The thing leads closer, nothing but a red silhouette and two burning eyes. "Just imagine," it whispers, "the person you love most turning their back on you all over again. How do you think it'll feel this time? Mahen and passion too. Right when they care about you the most." Shadowy hands reach for her as it presses further. "If your place gets taken by someone else just like before, do you think you can handle that?" it asks, almost gently. "You won't live long anyway, right? Even if you wake up, all that's waiting for you is more pain and misery. But if you just fall asleep here," it coaxes, "you can be happy." So? The offer hangs there, cracking through the dark like lightning. Lightning. "Let's just disappear," it finishes, and the whole vision starts to shatter. Everything around her fractures apart. But she doesn't take the bait. She falls up and away through the collapsing dark instead, refusing it. She wakes with a gasp. "My body feels so heavy," she thinks. "It really feels like I'm underwater," she finishes, barely able to move. Shards of the shattered nightmare drift past her. Still, she thinks, it's a relief. A single bright star cuts through the dark. This time, she didn't make the same mistake again. Everyone will be sad at first, the thought drifts by. That they'll be able to smile again soon. As if nothing The thought trails off into the quiet. If ever it happened, it finishes unconvincingly. Then, out of nowhere, light. A hand reaches for her through the dark. A voice calls out, faint and broken. Lin. It calls again, piecing her own name back together. Light and sparks rain down around her as the voice gets closer. A hand closes around her wrist and grips tight. No! Someone shouts, refusing to let her go. It's Peshin, younger, his face twisted in raw panic. Arawayan, pull yourself together, he screams, holding on with everything he's got. Her eyes blink open. So bright, she murmurs. Is this an illusion too, she wonders. One last thing to show me before the end, something this bright and sparkling, just like Peshin, she finishes, the thought landing somewhere between fear and hope. Are you okay? He asks, scooping her up. Let's get out of here first. This place looks dangerous. A hand grips hers, refusing to let go, willing her to stay. Young Peshin turns, catching something unspoken in her expression. Hello, comes a small, uncertain voice, met only with silence. Another vision plays out. An older, colder version of her grips young Peshin's hand. What's wrong? I said let's go. Let's just go, young Peshin answers, hard plain on his face. What? The illusion giver snaps back, caught off guard. The truth is, I already know how this ends, the illusion tells him, and if I disappear, you'll just find someone to replace me. What on earth are you saying, Arellen? Young Peshin demands, refusing to accept it. I'm sorry, Peshin, the illusion says. This is my final request. The real Arellen watches herself say it, tears streaking down a face twisted in grief she didn't know she was still carrying. Let go of my hand and leave, the illusion begs, as young Peshin's eyes well up right in front of her. It's strange, isn't it, Peshin? She says softly. I'm sorry, whether you're real or just another illusion. You didn't do anything wrong, she tells him, finally getting it right this time. A hand reaches out gently for hers. Young Peshin pulls her into a tight hug, refusing to let this memory end the way it did before. Why are you being so scary? Don't cry, Ariel, he says, voice cracking. It's because I was so late, isn't it? That's it, right? You must have been so scared, he says, holding her tighter. I'm sorry. I tried to find you as fast as I could, he tells her, but I couldn't. A hand reaches through the dark, and a familiar voice cuts straight through the nightmare. Let's go back together, Arel. Arellen just blinks up at him, hardly able to believe he's actually standing there. Her mind, foggy with fear only a moment ago, slowly starts to clear. Clearer and clearer, until everything around her feels almost transparent. She reaches out. This isn't a dream, and it isn't another trick of the dimension. Her finger touches his cheek. He's ringing. He's real. The person standing right in front of her after everything is really him. He cups her face, grinning with relief. Arellen, are you okay now? She just stares up at him, lost for words, before finally managing a shaky, you really are? Like an idiot, she thinks. She keeps falling into the exact same dark place every single time, and he keeps pulling her back out of it. In that place, whatever it was, she was never once allowed to be forgiven. But he tells her, over and over, time after time, that she's allowed to try again. Over and over, until it finally starts to sink in. That she can try again, that she can get back up. All she has to do is get back on her feet, and someone will be there to catch her hand. The one who from me takes her hand and pulls her back up every single time is him. Peshin. She remembers him once telling her plainly, I'm tired of being lonely too, I'll be by your side. Do you even know what you're promising? She wonders, watching him pray over it like a vow. I'll stay by your side every single day, he beams, until Arlen no longer wants me to. To him, apparently, that's just the most natural thing in the world. What if it's for a lifetime? She tests him. He just grins, wide and unbothered. Then that's even better, he laughs, pulling her into a hug. If it's with Arlen, he swears, I wouldn't mind if it wasn't just a lifetime, but forever. But to me, she remembers thinking, every single moment with him. The memory lingers on her, young, tear-streaked, and smiling anyway. Ah, it was already my saving grace, she finishes. Young Peshin pinches her cheek, calling her an idiot, and gets an indignant, What? Why? I'm super smart, you know, right back. You just look like one, she huffs. Was I making a funny face or something? Not telling, she teases, already darting off before he can stop her. What, Arellen, where are you going again? He yelps, chasing off to her. We have to go back. Don't worry, she tells him, walking on ahead. I won't have any bad thoughts anymore. Then what are you going to do instead? He asks. Her hair catches the light as she turns to face whatever comes next. Say goodbye, she murmurs, and the memory dissolves around them. Somehow, none of it feels as heavy as it should. A small, private smile creeps onto her face. I feel like I can do it now, she tells herself. A door, or something like one, opens beneath her waiting hand. On the other side stands a lone little girl in white, achingly familiar. Passion blinks in surprise, clearly just as lost as she is about where they've landed. Then, with a sudden flash, the space blooms open to a full, glittering hole. Is this place? She breathes, staring up at the towering room around them. As expected, she realizes, every illusion she's run into before was just a fleeting thought of hers, made real the instant she thought it. Passion, meanwhile, is just squinting up at the glowing fixtures overhead. I've never seen a structure like this before. Is that thing some kind of magic device? Even so, Arellen trails off, uneasy despite her own explanation. Something about this replica feels far too real to just be a passing thought. Perhaps, she thinks, it's because the space was built specifically to break me. But for something manufactured, it mirrors that long-ago moment almost perfectly, right down to the familiar weight of a violin in her hands. The temperature, the atmosphere, all of it comes rushing back. An audience fills every last seat in the hall, and in the crowd. Even her mother's eyes, fixed unblinking on her, just like they always were. Watching from the wings, Passion can only think. This is a sight he'll probably never get to see again. Bow raised, Arellen steps forward as he calls out uncertainly behind her. Arel? Something is about to happen, and everyone in the hall can feel it. I can only try this, Passion thinks, watching from the dark, because that one person is here with me. I think. A single tear slips free as the curtain rises. Her eyes fall shut, and the first note rings out. Somewhere in the dark, Passion's eyes go wide, watching every second of it. He can hardly believe what he's hearing. Hop! In the memory, a chained silhouette plays on. This was the goal that was never truly hers. The achievement that was never hers. The life that was never hers. Now, stripped of every last chain of it, she just plays, calm and unburdened, for the first time. This one finally is her own performance. The music swells and swirls around her, weightless. A small, wandering breath escapes her, and green life sprouts right up to the strings. It's light, refreshing, a feeling where only the violin, and she herself, exist. So this, she realizes, was my true sound all along. That's right, she tells herself, sure of it now. I am alive here, she declares, and for once, she fully means it. Then a cold voice cuts through the music from somewhere in the dark. Lisa Bohm! Arellen freezes mid-note. You! She starts, unable to finish. Disappointing your mother again, the voice hisses. You should be listening to me. What do you think you're doing? Acting on your own. This time, instead of shrinking, Arellen just smiles. She switches the piece entirely to something buried far deeper. Edward Elgar's Salute d'Amour, Love's Greeting. The love-filled melody that someone once played for her first, long before any stage, or any mother demanding a perfect score. Of course she wouldn't remember any of this, Arellen thinks, because that's not my real mother. It's just an illusion, built out of my own memories. But, she whispers anyway, to whoever might actually still be out there, please be happy. A gentler memory surfaces instead. Someone kinder who once loved her without any conditions attached. She holds on to the memory of that love, once so boundless, and lets it carry her through. From now on, a bright, laughing child promises herself, flowers blooming all around. I'm going to be happy too. Arellen cares, but never once sewing. Somewhere in the illusion, the woman who once controlled every note of her life goes rigid, with shock. A hairline crack splits across the scene as Arellen keeps playing, unbothered. The crack spreads wider, splintering the whole fabricated hall. Petals of light scatter as the illusion starts coming apart at the seams. Blinding light floods in through the widening cracks. And then, all at once, everything goes quiet. Arellen comes back to herself with a gasp, wide-eyed and breathless, violin still clutched tight in her hands. Her grip on the bow and on herself finally steadies. The last of the illusion shatters like glass all around her. Goodbye, she says softly, letting the whole memory go at last. The grand hall empties out around her, and the little girl who once lived only for that stage fades quietly along with it. In its place, one word lingers, glowing and certain, forever. Grand Duke Halburn drifts into an old memory, hazy with time, one that still creeps up on him when he least expects it. It is the memory of his late sister, the one who always talked about hope, like it was the easiest thing in the world. He can still hear her voice. Didn't sister always say, "No matter how hard things get, you have to keep a light tucked away somewhere in your heart, so that one day, after all the bad people are gone, and when your time finally comes, you could take your life back," she told him. "And when it does, don't let anything hold you back," she says with that same fearless smile she always had. "And live your life," she finishes, while young Valère just stares back, unable to say a word. The memory dissolves into shadow, her wedding gown blurring away into black. But, sister," he starts to say, and the memory cracks apart before he can finish. "What is the last thing binding my life?" Her voice echoes, broken. "I'm sorry, Valère." He watches her walk away in that same white gown, sold off and gone, exactly the way it happened for real. "A shout. Was always you," the memory finishes. "I couldn't protect you until the end." Back in the present, Colonel Valère just stares into the dark, that old guilt sitting right where she left it. "What am I supposed to do then?" he asks no one in particular. Even if this really is just some illusion cooked up by this alternate dimension, he thinks bitterly, "I wish you'd just curse me instead." Blame him for never escaping this wretched family, for every plan that fell apart because of him. And yet, even now, she is still looking out for him. "Are you still looking out for me?" the illusion of his sister asks, smiling like she never left. "I missed you, my little brother," she says. Stunned, all he can manage is, Why is she here? Why else? I came to see you." "There's no time to delay," she tells him. "Let's go, Valère." And just like that, he's walking hand in hand with a woman who's been gone for years. Her footsteps, her tone, exactly the sister he remembers, which is exactly the problem. She keeps walking ahead of him, drawing him deeper in with every step. For a mere illusion that could vanish with the flick of a finger. Psst, this is truly, he admits to himself, still holding her hand anyway. Utterly pathetic. He knows better. He follows anyway. Then his eyes shut on their own, like something is pulling him straight out of the illusion. A ribbon of music notes cuts through the darkness, a melody drifting in from somewhere far away. It keeps unspooling through the dark, impossible to ignore. "Is that a violin?" a voice asks, distant but unmistakable. "A violin?" The question hangs there as a tiny figure plays somewhere just out of reach. The melody keeps drifting closer, note by note. It swells into a rushing, glowing wave of sound. Someone descends through a hole of light, chasing that sound. Valère's eyes go wide. Something is finally breaking. "This can't be," he mutters, watching the corruption around him unravel like torn threads. The corruption is being purified. The illusion of his sister flickers, calling his name one last time. "Valère." "Up, I can hear it," Fire breathes, a small disbelieving smile crossing his face. A familiar sound, drifting in from somewhere, free and light, like a child playing without a care in the world. He stands there, bathed in light, just listening. A lorry sound, he thinks, and for the first time in this nightmare he actually means it. Somewhere else entirely that same melody is reaching another set of ears. The girl in white stands alone with a violin dressed in flowers, playing like she's got nothing left to hide. The notes shoot out across the golden light, unstoppable. Young Passion's jaw drops. He has never heard anything like it. "It's beautiful," he breathes. "I didn't know Ariane could play like this," he thinks. "It feels like the whole world is being painted in the Renan's colors." But something in his expression shifts. It's strange. She keeps playing, golden light spilling around her, and somehow it still feels wrong. She's right here, he thinks. And yet, it feels like Corellin is slowly drifting away, no matter how close she looks. His fist clenches. Something... His expression tightens with a worry he can't quite explain. "Feels tight in my chest," he admits, standing alone with that unease. Meanwhile, Corellin keeps playing, completely locked in. Eyes closed, a small smile on her face, like the music is the only thing that's real right now. She plays on, flowers curling around the violin like the instrument itself has come alive. Sparks of light begin to flicker around her. Then, Crack! The illusion around her starts to splinter. The cracks spread wider, the melody tearing straight through whatever has been holding her here. Elsewhere, footsteps echo through a cathedral hall, drawn in by that very same music. A hooded figure walks deeper into the glowing dark, completely unbothered. He pulls back his hood, black hair, a wicked yellow-eyed grin, humming right along with the tune. It's G.M. He strolls right up to a blaze of golden fire at the far end of the hall. I was wondering which reckless fool dared to defile my domain, the flame demands, rising into a woman's silhouette. So it was you, Cheyenne. The guardian spirit says flatly, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. He just smiles wider. Because you wouldn't have agreed to see me otherwise, he says. What reason is there, she snaps back, to grant an audience to an insolent trespasser? Don't be so angry, it was just a little mess, Chiang shrugs. A little? She echoes, unconvinced. You should have just shown yourself more appropriately, don't you think? He needles. And today, of all days, you even fought back, which is unlike you. Behind them, tiny figures move across an invisible chessboard. Like the whole thing's been a game all along. You also know, right? The spirit asks, her golden eyes sharp and unreadable. Any mortal who becomes entangled with an immortal is destined for misery, she warns. Even if he's young, Cheyenne adds quietly, he's still a child of the imperial family. A flash of memory, young Pishin, wide-eyed and shaken, flickers between them. Who already understands what it means to step foot in the sanctuary, the spirit says. The spirit says, they're children I've kept an eye on. I won't hear any unnecessary concern. Her golden hair catches the light as she looks him over. So, she finally asks, settling back, why have you caused all this ruckus just to summon me? Cut to an old memory. A much younger Chien asking her for a deal. I don't make deals with just anyone, she told him even then. I'm not just anyone, he shot back. Besides, your goal and mine are similar, aren't they? You're the dragon, and I am... the mage's hound. The memory turns dark, blood pooling across an old magic circle. Crossed blades, a shattered seal, and a young man with sharp eyes standing right in the middle of it. A dark-hooded silhouette, Chaim, even back then, always smiling like he knows something no one else does. Xian, you still despise the stars? She'd asked him. So, you want to destroy the world? I wouldn't do something that boring, he'd smirked, fangs bared, even if you ask me to. Maybe it'd be different if we were sharing fate with the world. But instead, we're stuck here with nothing but tedious time to pass. Aren't we? Back in the present, Chiang's attention drifts elsewhere, and above all, now that we finally have an interesting spectacle. He holds up a tiny glowing figure cradled in his palm, a miniature, a relin, violin and all. It would be a shame to destroy it, he murmurs, watching the notes swirl around his fingers. A melody that washes away delusion. Impressive, isn't it? It may be weak, but it's erasing. Powers, the ones nearby who are being consumed by it have probably regained their senses as well. He grins, sharp and delighted. Our lady always exceeds expectations, doesn't she? Now, it's gone beyond simply observing her. I want her heard enough to take her into my own hands, he finishes, as light bursts and shatters everything around him. Back inside the memory, Arellen keeps playing, a small shadow trailing beneath her feet. Tears streak her face even as she stays locked in, fully present in the music. The surroundings are getting bright again. I did it. A final goodbye, she thinks, her eyes still wet. Applause breaks out all around her. Young Peshin claps, like his life depends on it. That was an amazing performance, Arel. Someone cheers. Arellen just stands there, soaking in the applause. I've never heard a performance this cool in my entire life, Arel. Really. When did you even practice that? A light wave of embarrassment hits her. She was the one who asked him to listen in the first place. And now, it's over, and it feels strange, like I just showed him the deepest part of myself. Well, even so, she thinks, letting herself smile about it. Her heart feels utterly relieved. Because at one point, she genuinely believed she would never make it out of the shadow she'd been stuck in. Peshin, she calls out, breaking the memory wide open. Yeah. He pulls her into a hug before she can even finish the thought. Thank you, she says, holding on tight, for not giving up on me, for holding on to me even when I kept trying to stay in the dark. Peshin, I think. She starts, something clicking into place behind her eyes. I know the way out now, she grins. He just stares at her, stunned. Her heart pounds as she grabs his hand without a second thought. This way, she says, already dashing off. Arlen, he yelps, caught completely off guard. She drags him along at full speed, grinning the whole way. Let's hurry. Everyone must be waiting. We open at the foundation table, marble stairs, red carpet, the whole imperial palace dressed to the nines for one very big night. That big night ended in a mass disappearance, the palace quietly swept under the rug, as one does. Enter the Emperor, officially in Emperor mode, spinning the whole disaster into a marketing win. Congratulations to our lucky winners of the surprise blackout event. The day's guests roped into this so-called contest just blink at each other, utterly lost. Were we the winners? From above, we watched the cleanup. Most of the people who swept into the dark that night made it home safe and sound. A very small few came back worse for wear, showing signs of delirium. And Dorellin's own eyes snap open, dazed and blinking. Somewhere in the confusion, a hooded figure grins and croons. Look over here, right before grabbing hold of someone. An imperial palace mage quietly wipes a sliver of memory from everyone caught up in it. Officially, nobody's the worse for wear. As for our girl specifically, rewind, because her side of this story actually starts years earlier. Little Dorellin, still in pigtails, beams with total confidence. I think I know the way out. She grabs young Passion's hand and marches off dead certain. It's this way, Passion. The two of them go giggling off hand in hand through the flowers, completely sure of themselves. Her honest verdict, moments later, I ended up getting lost. Thankfully, Dad shows up fast. Grand Duke Halburn scoops up both squirming kids, one under each arm, ignoring their protests completely. He sets them down with one dry line. Daughter, you shouldn't just wander around places you don't know. He emp. The Torren just goes red and mumbles a sheepish K. Hold on a second. Which brings us back to now, with a grown Passion grabbing someone by the shoulders. Dad, by any chance, did you see a girl with brown hair inside? The Emperor blinks, caught off guard. A girl? A girl from the childhood friends gathering steps in with the missing piece. Her name's Leslie. The second I met her, everything around us went strange, and we both got swept into that place together. But then she ran off crying, and I lost her in there, the girl admits, and off to the side, a very worried Aureline is already putting the pieces together. Grand Duke Halburn's eyes narrow. Is that so? The moment this Leslie girl crossed paths with his daughter, the world around them flipped straight into the river's side. His fist clenches in the dark. She didn't even call her friend, so they can't be close, he mutters. More importantly, Passion's face goes tight with guilt. Leslie. I thought I warned her. One look at him and the truth is obvious. He knew this could happen. Anyway, Halberd cuts in. All business again. Just in case. Go get this Leslie kid out of there too. Deep in the dark realm, Aureline nods to no one in particular. She won't be able to get out on her own. Back in the real world, Halburn just smirks. Sure, he says, easy as anything. Little Aureline insists. I wasn't earnest, just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. While her dad privately melts. If my daughter asks so earnestly, I must oblige. He turns to the Ducades beside him. You two head back to the ballroom for now. Still trapped in the dark, Aureline holds on to one steady thought. Dad will. A strange dreamlike face drifts close in the haze. Just the reverse side world messing with her head again. A voice cuts through the night sky. Go look for this Leslie kid. Somewhere dark and cluttered, a gloved hand in red closes around a glowing artifact. This is strange, a voice mutters. That man definitely said it was here. Turns out they're hunting for the documents containing Halburn's secrets, and the girl dragged along for it is already having second thoughts. Mom, I'm scared. Let's just leave. Her mother, rattled but determined, begs her to keep going. Please, hurry. Leslie, keep your voice down, she hisses. We didn't come all this way just to leave empty-handed. Desperation cracks through her voice. I'm doing all of this for you. Out of the dark, a pair of green eyes narrows in on them. A girl with brown hair. The voice settles on the girl directly. You're Leslie, right? Leslie's whole face crumples in panic. Jerk is about the nicest thing she manages. Her mother lets out a full-on scream. A cold, familiar voice cuts through it. I heard you got my daughter caught up in your mess, so I expected someone formidable. But you're nothing more than a little squirrel. Grand Duke Halburn, thoroughly unimpressed, has entered the chat. Leslie's jaw drops. Great Grand Duke Halburn? My mother scrambles for an excuse. Your Grace, what brings you here? No, wait, I can explain everything. This is... He grabs her by the collar, done listening. Save your excuses. I hope you're prepared for the consequences. His eyes go cold. For an unqualified rat to dare snoop around Halban's secrets with such blatant disregard for me. Swords made of pure light snap into the air round him. Why don't we take our time, he offers, smiling like it promises nothing good, and have a little chat about how you've been running your mouth regarding House Halbrand. Huh? A quick cut to Llewellyn, watching all this unfold and looking distinctly unimpressed at this woman put her in danger in the first place. And, he adds, swords crossing about how you ruined my very first outing with my daughter. Honestly, that might be the real crime here. Blades ring the Marchioness's throat. At this point, she's completely beyond words. Let's really hash it all out, comes the promise from the dark. Until the sun comes up, somewhere off panel, a screen rips out. This interrogation is going to take a while. Green eyes go wide with terror, a blade hovering right her face. With plenty of time after all, he says. Nobody's leaving until he's satisfied. The next day, the papers run a much tidier version of events. Marchioness Belfort and Lady Leslie fainted after the surprise event, rushed away for emergency treatment. Little Ireland reads it over, genuinely concerned. They fainted. That could have ended badly. Good thing I asked Dad to find them, she says proudly. My quick thinking saved 2 lives. Bless her, she has absolutely no idea. We jump forward to the present. Ireland's still clearly pretty pleased with herself for that whole thing. That aside, Mihen, is it really okay for you to keep staying here with me? You've been here since morning. Mihen, book in hand by the window, doesn't even look up. I need to monitor your condition, my lady, he says, because apparently that's just his whole personality now. I'm really fine, though. Doesn't hurt anywhere. And I ate well. He's not convinced. It's only been a day. Last time you visited the reverse sight world, you were bedridden for days. That's true, but he trails off, clearly still worried. She studies him for a second. By the way, man, did you stay up all night? He freezes. Was it because of me? Not at all. I slept perfectly fine. Lying is bad, you know. She's not buying it for a second. He goes quiet, caught. I tossed and turned a little, that's all, he admits. What happened yesterday was due to my carelessness. In his memory, everything's a blur. I don't know if I drank too much, but I can't remember anything after a certain point. The guilt spills out. To think I would show such an irresponsible attitude while accompanying you. If only I had stayed by your side last night, you would have been safe. The two of them sit together on the edge of her bed. The mood gone heavy. Ellen watches him spiral. Man's getting depressed again, she thinks, quietly taking his hand. He always blames himself too much. Man, you're wrong. It was clearly an accident. A soft Edith. Adele is all he can manage back. He just looks at her, something shifting behind his eyes. She keeps going, gentle but firm. You're not the only one. A lot of people lost their memories that night. The reverse side world is a strange place. You just got caught up in it like everyone else. Right? A small, reluctant smile finally cracks through. Yes, I suppose. Plus, Dad came and rescued me right away, she adds, a little embarrassed. Mahin's whole demeanor shifts. Wait, did you just call his grace Dad? In his head, a chibi Grand Duke Halbrand in sunglasses lounges around going, getting the title Dad is so easy, while Mahin fumes. To think that guy would get acknowledged this quickly. Why, Orlin teases, are you feeling threatened by a guy like that? Anyway, he deflects. Try not to get too close to him. She just blinks at him, caught completely off guard. Even Mehen gets a little jealous, she thinks, delighted. He usually treats Dad so coldly, I thought he wouldn't even care. Not that I mind, it's actually kind of cute, she decides. Don't worry, no matter what anyone says, you're my favorite, Mehen. A flashback. Little Arlen plants a kiss on his cheek, and young Marhen just accepts his fate. That's only natural. After all, I am your mum. Present day, he's fully linked into it. I've gotten quite used to it, thanks to you, Arel. Oh? Have you finally decided to accept being called Mum? Since you made me this way, you can't ignore me later, he points out. Which, fair. Why would I ever pretend not to know my own mom? She shoots back without missing a beat. He just smiles. You never know. Once you grow up, you might find having called me Mom embarrassing. But you really are growing up so fast, you might not even notice it yourself, Arrow. Even today you seem entirely different from last night. I do? Yes. Your whole expression, your whole aura, it's so much more relaxed and bright than before. She turns the thought over. Relaxed and bright, huh? Is it because of that? A broken violin sits nearby, a quiet echo of the life she used to live. After all, she admits, those memories tormented me for a very long time. Of course, I can't say the scars inside me have completely vanished overnight. But one thing is for sure. As of yesterday, those wounds have finally begun to heal. Some scars remain, but... well, this much is fine. The people by my side now will gladly love even those scarred pots as me. Isn't that enough? Mahan suddenly remembers something. Oh, come to think of it, a gift arrived from the Imperial Palace this morning. The Imperial Palace. Aurelin perks up. Yes, His Highness the Crown Prince sent it for you, my lady. Static crackles, and a very familiar voice bursts out of the box. Harry Lin. Turns out it's a specially made communication crystal, and there's Peshin's face popping right up inside it, thrilled with himself. Can you see me clearly? He asks, practically vibrating with excitement. And on that note, we leave them, one Quinny Prince, one healing heart, and a very expensive magic phone call. Peshin drops a mystery gift on her desk, and Aurelin can only stare, totally caught off guard. It is a custom-built communication device made just for the two of them, he announces proudly. Aurelin's eyes go wide as the little device lights up in her hands. He admits he built it because he missed her and hates going so long without seeing her face. I see is all she can manage, clearly touched. She has seen Mahan use a device like this before, but never imagined she'd get her own impatient, and Machen, ever the gentleman, quietly steps out to give them privacy. Peshin lights up, thrilled she actually accepted his gift. Now we can talk anytime, anywhere, at all, he beams, and privately, Aurelin wonders how talking to her alone makes him glow like that. Brushing, Aurelin insists she's the one who should be grateful for the gift, and best of all, she admits. Turns out the real bonus, for him, is around-the-clock health monitoring. Aurelin's jaw drops. She really should have seen this coming. He immediately grills her on breakfast. Did she stick to the meal plan he sent? Yeah. She stammers, clearly caught eating something off script. He rattles off the full checklist. Elixirs, post-meal cardio, even the exercise equipment he shipped over, and Aurelin groans, thoroughly cornered. I took the elixirs, and as for the exercise, I'll get to it, she mumbles into the desk. And Peshin immediately clocks the dodge. Turned out he already planned for this. A full workout schedule is tucked inside the gift box, and today they're starting fresh. The schedule unrolls like an ancient scroll, and Aurelin's stomach drops just looking at the length of it. Half annoyed, she wonders if this whole gift was really about seeing her, or just keeping tabs on her. You have to walk every single day for it to work, he insists, and she caves with a flat okay. Still, something about it lingers with her. Normally she'd be doing everything she could to dodge his nagging. But today, for some reason, his nagging doesn't sting the way it usually does, because more than anyone else, he just wants her healthy. His face lights up the little device screen, beaming with encouragement. He always puts me first, she realizes, and for once, she actually agrees with him. Yeah, she needs to get healthy. Of course, he cheers, vowing he'll work out hard right alongside her. That's the spirit, though privately she's already doubting she'll actually stick with it. They shake on it anyway, sealing the deal in the warm afternoon light. I'm going to live a very, very long time, she declares, surprising even herself with a sudden burst of resolve. Peshin cheers her on, like she just won a medal. That's it? Aurelie. It wouldn't hurt to at least try, right? For once, she almost believes it. The day drifts on, the light softening toward evening. True to his word, Peshin promises to call again that evening, and Aurelin agrees without much fuss. See you later, he chirps before signing off. The line goes dead, and Aurelin just sits there blinking at the sudden silence. She realizes they'll likely only be talking through the device for a while now, all because of what happened yesterday. House Halburn, it turns out, is bowing out of the rest of the Foundation Day ball, and in a wildly over-the-top dramatization, Mahan and the security detail go full lockdown mode, tape and sunglasses included. A caption sheepishly clarifies. That was just a dramatization. In reality, Aurelie insists it's not that serious. Her body actually feels fine this time. Then, out of nowhere, the black-haired stranger leans in with a smug peekaboo, casually noting that if not for yesterday's incident, she'd have been fine to keep partying. Aurelin nearly jumps out of her skin. You are so happy to see me, he teases, clearly enjoying himself. What? Is it because it's been so long? No need to be that surprised, he adds, all smirk. How could she not be startled when he just materializes like that? His startled me, she huffs. She'd figured he'd forgotten about her after being gone so long, so why is he suddenly back? He simply notes that since she's up and moving, she must not be hurt. Well, I suppose that's obvious, he adds, reaching a hand toward her. He admits, almost gently, that she went through a lot yesterday because of him. Because of you? She echoes, alarm creeping in. A flash of memory, a glowing crimson rune, a silhouette in the dark, and it clicks. Then don't tell me you were behind all of that. He grins, not even a little sorry. Yep, that was all me. You didn't know? He asks, almost delighted, and suddenly it all makes sense to her. No wonder it felt just like that day back at Lake Cherit. He explains he'd been calling out to her the whole time, trying to get her out safely, and she'd simply ignored him without realizing it was even him. It was dark. I couldn't see a thing. I only used it as a little flashlight, she protests. That's mean. He needles back. Oh well. He shrugs it off. He takes her hand, murmuring that it doesn't matter as long as it was useful to her. Whatever he did apparently kept her movements from being restricted during the incident. Even though I used you, I never intended to let you get a single scratch, he insists, which finally explains why her body had felt so strange afterward. So the resident stalker had a hand in that too, huh? Are you mad? He asks, almost sincere for once. After all, he did use her without asking. No, well, getting mad won't change anything now, she sighs. Can I just ask you one thing? Ask away, he says. Are you? She starts. All gonna keep showing up in front of me like this? She finally asks. Why? He grins back, clearly enjoying making her squirm. Do you want me to disappear for good then? He asks, and something about the question actually rattles her. In her head, of course she does. It's already bad enough he keeps popping up out of nowhere like a ghost. But between rattling the entire Imperial Palace and cracking open doors to places that shouldn't exist, he's clearly way more than just a simple landmine at this point. Honestly, she feels like she's walking around with a live ticking time bomb. Sorry, comes his voice from the dark, but you should give up on that idea, huh? She blinks. Unfortunately, he confirms, eyes glinting in the dark. Then he drops it, flat out. I actually like you quite a bit. Like what? She manages, completely thrown. Like you, he repeats simply, leaning in with that same knowing smile. And this is how a guy who supposedly likes me acts, she thinks. Deadpan, as is, after all, the same guy who nearly got her killed yesterday, cheerfully telling her she's really cute. He adds, infuriatingly smug, that whether she likes it or not, she's simply got the unfortunate luck of attracting guys like him left and right. Then, almost as an afterthought, he trails off, like something's just occurred to him. There's actually one other guy just like me, he muses. Right in this very house, isn't there? He adds, and the scene cuts to a familiar blonde figure walking away. Across town gusps ripple through a palace crowd. Grand Duke Halburn has just shown up. Word was he bailed on the rest of the season's events, so what's actually bringing him to the Imperial Palace tonight? The Emperor practically lights up at the news, ready to bolt over and strike up a conversation, while a nervous aide tries to hold him back. If I don't go, now we won't even get to meet him, the Emperor protests. But the aide's intuition is already screaming otherwise. It's really not a good time, the aide finishes flatly. And they're about to worry. Grand Duke Halburn is in an absolutely foul mood, the side effects of his ability flaring up hard tonight. My condition's already terrible, he mutters bitterly. What a wasted trip. You'd come all this way thinking the so-called sleeping sloth of the Imperial Palace might actually know something about the singularity the stranger mentioned. But all he got back was, being immortal doesn't mean I know everything, the ancient golden-haired being tells him with maddening calm. That's nonsense, he grumbles, walking off. This is exactly why transcendent beings are insufferable. She clearly knew more than she let on. Looks like it's come to this. Time to start digging through the Halburn family's secret archive himself. But before he can even get there, the hallucinations start creeping back in, warping the world around him. A flicker of memory surfaces, a small voice calling out, Mehen! Another fragment cuts through, someone begging to hold his hand one last time, a voice reminding him she was his one and only daughter. The visions blur together, pleading voices, panic, none of it making sense, just the usual nightmare fuel his ability likes to serve up. A cold voice cuts through the noise, spitting his name like an accusation. Your irresponsibility. I'm sick of it now, Valère. A ghostly white figure lies still in the dark, just out of reach. Halban grips his head as the vision finally lets go. The side effects, as always, leave him rattled and drained. Hugh decides he needs to get back to the estate, and fast. The sylvan catches up to him, unsure what to say. Nothing, he mutters, has gone his way today, right up to the very end. Then someone unexpected approaches, and he can't help but ask what brings them all the way out here. It's none other than Empress Azeni herself. Do I really have to deal with her too, tonight of all nights, he thinks, already exhausted. She fires back dryly. Is the Empress being seen in her own imperial palace really such an unfamiliar sight? He clarifies he was simply wondering why she'd make the trip all the way out here. To see me specifically, it's not as if your Majesty and I, he continues, letting the sentence hang, are exactly on peasantry exchanging terms, are we? He finishes coolly, leaving a very loaded silence behind them. Grand Duke Halban plants himself in the fog and skips the pleasantries. You and I aren't exactly on friendly terms, are we? You and I met exactly on friendly terms, are we, Your Majesty? Empress Azeni meets the jab without blinking, cold, composed, and clearly not here for small talk. I no longer harbor any lingering feelings toward the Grand Duke, Azeni says flatly. Valère just smirks, like he's heard that one before. There's no need to lie here, he says. Aren't you the one who wants to kill me more than anyone else, Azeni? That nickname lands like a slap. Her jewelry chimes as she goes rigid. For a long beat, she has nothing to say to that. Fine, she finally bites out. Let's be honest. I still detest you, very much. Her voice softens into something quieter. But I think it's everything, that child. She trails off. No, Dexiane sacrificed herself for you, she says. I still can't help but resent you for that. But you have nothing to fear, she adds. Not from her, not anymore. As you well know, I will never touch anything Shona loved. A hazy memory bleeds through, two girls once inseparable, back when things were simpler between them. I only came to ask the Grand Duke something, Azeni admits. This whole icy standoff has a purpose. What? Why would I ever fear such a thing? Valère asks, smirk firmly back in place. I'm only leaving you be because you were once a cherished friend of my sister's, he says. He says, that's the sole reason you walk away unharmed. His smile stays perfectly pleasant. That's the scary part. Elsewhere, someone bars your way outright. Pardon my bluntness, but please turn back now. Azeni's expression stays locked down, unreadable. She finally asks the question she came for. Valère, is Aurelian truly your daughter? Think whatever you please, he says, and simply walks off. Under his breath, almost to himself. Then, Sione. She presses harder, point blank. Is Sione still alive? The question just hangs there, unanswered. If you were truly that desperate, he says coldly, you should have stepped forward to help my sister before it was too late. What you know isn't everything, he adds. I can't give you the answer you're hoping for. It's exactly as your Majesty already knows, he says, turning his back on her. The founding festival banquet is about to start. Stop clinging to regrets over what you failed to protect, he tells her, and just go back. She walks up alone toward the grand hall, flanked by attendants giving nothing away. Return to the place where you belong, he says. And that's that. Two people bound by old grief, nowhere near forgiveness. Time skips forward, and we land back at the Halburn estate. Founding Festival is already on its 5th day. Business as usual around here. It's 5th day. Business as usual around here. Well, almost. Over at the Imperial Palace, a lavish banquet is being laid out, fit for royalty. But back at Halburn Mansion, and something is very much not fine. Dad has vanished. Aurelian's mental wanted poster reads. Valère plastered on it like a fugitive. For 3 whole days straight, no less. Since House Halburn already excused their own absence from the festival, it's technically not causing a diplomatic incident. Aurelian is not comforted. Still, she can't quite shake it off. Ever since their last real conversation, she'd been planning to actually greet him properly. Good morning, good night, the works. She hasn't caught so much as a glint of his face in days, and her mood is souring by the second. She marches off and calls for her guardian. Mehen. Yes, Oro, he answers, then admits he's stumped too. Is that avoiding me after all? Even I'm not entirely sure, Mehen admits. Around's jaw drops. Is there actually something Mehen doesn't know? When it comes to that fellow, Mehen sighs, it's completely impossible to tell what's going through his head. It's a real problem, he admits. He has something important to discuss with the Grand Duke, and the man simply won't show his face. Turns out Valor's mood tanked right after that palace visit. Mehen is betting he's holed up in the portrait gallery ever since. Problem is, that room needs the highest security clearance. Once those doors shut, only direct Halbern blood gets back in. Not even you, Mehen, Arwen asks. No, he admits quietly. No matter how close I am, I don't share their blood. So, I have just this favor of you, Arello. She blinks, caught completely off guard, as he leads her straight toward the gallery's massive doors. Go in there, Mehen says, dead serious, and drag that bastard out. Emergency quest. Accepted, apparently. Find Dad, if it's URL. I know you can do it, he says, fussing over her collar like he's sending her off to war. Who? Me? Key? Rewards for completing the quest, bring his grace back, and there's a snack date and a bedtime story waiting. And them thing off, Truth is, she's always been a little curious about that gallery anyway. Mehen beams at her bravery and promises to wait right there. Okay. Off she trots down the hall, Mahane watching her go. A small hand reaches for the huge, ornate door handle. A door chromes open. Her eyes go wide at whatever's waiting on the other side. Now, so this is... The room beyond finally comes into view. She tips her head back, completely awestruck. Wow! The Halbern Portrait Gallery, official title included, way bigger than she expected. Feels like she's wandered into a museum. She wanders further in, dwarfed by all the grand architecture. Oddly, there aren't many paintings actually hung up here, and one frame looks like it's a vibrant brawl. Anyway, she mutters, where's Dad hiding, and heads for the stairs. Doesn't look like he's on the first floor. Then something catches her eye. Ducked near a window, something sits under a plain white sheet. There's a painting over here, too, but why is this the only one just left on the floor? Finished. She reaches out and pulls the cloth back. Ha! Whatever she's looking at, it stops her cold. A painted woman looks back at her, soft platinum waves, a knowing smile, gentle rose-colored eyes. That face, Arellen realizes, is a dead ringer for her own. Long flowing platinum blonde hair, just like hers, and rose-colored eyes that catch the light like jewels, also just like hers. In that exact moment, something shifts in her chest. A voice she's never heard before, warm, achingly familiar, seems to whisper, "My sweet child." "Ah, my precious daughter." Like a lock clicking open on a memory she never knew she had, the realization hits her all at once. She just stares up at the painting, stunned. Mom. The woman in his painting, she realizes, has to be her birth mother. Was she some princess from another kingdom, maybe? If Ireland can just find her name, she might crack his whole mystery. She spots a nameplate and reads it aloud, kneeling before the portrait. Sione Sigria. Dead silence hangs in the gallery. Golf. Halbern? Wait, Halbern? That shouldn't add up. Should it? Then again, only direct bloodline gets hung in this room, which would mean this woman and her father both belong to House Halbern from the start. But if Mom's a Halbern, and Dad's a Halbern too, the math is getting uncomfortable fast. Then, that would mean this is, she's teetering right on the edge of a seriously awkward family tree. You know what? Forget it. Let's just drop it. Deciding it's none of her business, she tucks the painting back under its sheet. Cue the mental gymnastics. Objectively, there's zero solid proof her current dad is even her biological father anyway, right? The dad title is officially under review. When she first met him, after all, she never got some big cosmic flash of destiny like this. And honestly, biological or not, does it even matter? He feeds her, gives her a warm bed. Yup, that's a real dad. Case closed. Better go actually find Dad, ? So we can get out of here, she decides, brushing the whole thing off. A pained groan freezes her mid-step. What was that? It sounded like it came from just over there. She takes off running. Someone's groaning in pain, and it's coming from deeper inside the gallery. And there he is, Grand Duke Halbern, slumped in a chair beneath a marble angel, looking anything but fine. Sweat-soaked shirt torn open over bandages wound tight across his chest. Whatever's wrong with him. It is very much not nothing. In a memory-turned dream, an old writing desk sits abandoned, papers scattered across it. Pages of an old ledger flip themselves in the dark like something unseen is turning them. Torn fragments of the past come apart page by page by page, pale hair drifting loose in the wind of it. The memory keeps unraveling, darker and darker with every page that falls. Once again, a voice sighs from somewhere in the dark. It's this dream. Grand Duke Halborn jolts rigid in his sleep, sweat beading on his skin, dread all over his face. In the dream, the servants of the mansion weep in silence, mourning someone gone. The scent of white lilies mixes with the smell of rain, and there she lies, pale and still, gone cold. My Arbella, the dream whispers back at him, stone cold. A gleaming figure stands over her casket. It's as if you're only asleep, he tells himself. The only time you're not in pain, the dream murmurs, is when everything is over. Tears streak down a face twisted with grief. I'm sorry, he chokes out. My daughter. Comes a broken apology from the balcony for not being able to make you. Even once, the dream finishes, two still figures lying together on the floor, and reaches out through the dark, trembling. A voice tries to force words out, broken and half-swallowed. Dat. Dad. The cry finally breaks free, tear-filled eyes wide with fear. Arellen shakes him awake, frantic. Are you okay? She gasps. Not long after finding him hurt and bandaged in the hidden gallery, a flashback surfaces of young Arlene kneeling in front of him after a nightmare. Die Laka. Automate meant. The memory blurs, sliding back into the present. You used your ability so much, for my sake. Aurelian realizes, horrified, the same ability that left him bandaged and half-broken in that hidden gallery. Is that why you're in so much pain? She asks. Oh, my daughter, he breathes back. She presses a hand to his cheek. You're warm, she whispers, relief flooding her voice. You're alive, you're blinking, you're breathing too, she says, checking him over the way he's always checked over her. Grand Duke Halborn manages a faint, tired smile as the fog of the nightmare finally lifts. Could it be, he wonders, still hazy? Am I still dreaming? Arinin studies him closely, uneasy. This is probably not normal. It's not a dream, she realizes. Is it a side effect of his ability? Dad, did you have a nightmare? She asks gently. Yes, he admits. Dad has the same dream every time. What kind of dream? She presses, and his guard finally slips. A dream where I lose you, he confesses quietly. No matter what choice I make, he goes on. No matter what I do. It's a dream where I lose you, he finishes, kneeling in the wreckage of it. It's the same dream always. A dream where he loses her, again and again. Whether it's because you're in so much pain or just because I've gone mad. The me in that dream turns into a terrifying monster, he admits. And when Mahen isn't there to stop him, it's because he's the only thing keeping me sane, Grand Duke Halborn admits, alone with a blade in the dock. Why do you have dreams like that? Someone finally dares to ask him. Exhausted all he can manage is, I'm not sure. If I leave you with others, you die even sooner. If I raise you myself, you die before you can even speak. He trails off, unable to finish the thought. I have to raise you well, he decides at last, looking down at the tiny life he's terrified of failing. Dad, present-day Arellen's voice cracks with worry. The person who was always so dependable, who came to save me, looks overwhelmingly fragile right now, she thinks, watching him fall apart. She starts, searching for the words. A small child, curled up on himself, weighed down by something he can't handle. I don't know what memory became a nightmare, Arellen admits. But it must have been something truly terrible for Dad, she realizes. Because a dream that repeats over and over, she thinks. Leaves a massive scar on the heart. Wait, she stops herself, something finally clicking. You killed a suffering version of me in your dream. Then that means... She trails off, stunned. The murder threat you gave me back then. Don't tell me that was about your dream. Young Roland's memory flashes back, mouth falling open in shock. Well, Grand Duke Halborn admits, caught red-handed. Gosh, it's because I might hurt you, he confesses, sheepish. Oh, that Alvin says the piece is finally falling into place. That terrifying murder threat he once gave her wasn't a threat at all. It was a confession. I was worried I might kill you, just like in the dream, he admits, fangs bared for comedic effect and nothing else. Young Arellen just pats his head. Present-day Arellen cracks up completely. Grand Duke Halborn blinks baffled. Why are you laughing? Dad, you're like a little kid. Today you're even more of a little kid than me. How could I not laugh, she says. The inexplicable rejection, the strange words and actions. All of that, she realizes. Was because you were worried you might hurt me. It wasn't coldness. It was love, badly disguised. Dad, Arellen says, reaching a hand out toward him in the present. For a father who's had a nightmare today, she decides. She's the only one here to help. She pulls him into a hug. I'm right here, she promises. I'm not dead yet, see? She teases gently, trying to reassure him. But, he admits, voice unsteady, if I lose you again, we can just try again, she tells him. I can wait. I'm good at waiting. Another flashback surfaces. Young Arellen, certain of one thing. Dad will surely come to save me, right? A quiet, private smile crosses his face. Dad, you said before you didn't dislike me, she asks. I don't dislike or hate you either, Dad, he answers. And she adds, now I've started wanting to get a little closer to you. Young Arellen beams, to like you with yourself. Back in the present, he wonders aloud, why before you called me Mr. M barely paid me any attention? Ha! Well, she stalls. You're a boy, and you're older than me. He just stares back. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across his face. Really? He says pleased. I can't win against you, my daughter. He can't stop grinning at her. You've totally won in life with that face, she teases at her own reflection. Where did you even learn to talk like that? So did you come all this way just to find me? He asks. Yes, she says. Ashen told me you have to eat, even if you're sick. You haven't eaten, have you? She guesses. I haven't actually, he admits. Then let's go get food together, she says. Shall we? Hey, and let's go for a walk too, she adds. Sounds good. He agrees easily. And, she hesitates, clearly not done yet. Go on, he says, indulgent. Tell me more. Anything you want. And also, she says, working up her nerve. Play with me, she blurts out. He softens completely, all warmth. If that's all unable to wishes, he says. Then go happily, he finishes, pulling her into a hug. A door clicks open behind them. Mahen strides in. My lady, I've come to, he starts, and stops dead. Mahen freezes mid-sentence, staring utterly baffled by what he's seeing. Arlene's riding piggyback on Grand Duke Haldern's shoulders, both of them grinning. What is this, you two? Mahen sputters, while Valada just teases. Honey, were you waiting for me? Arel, it's dangerous. Please come here, Mahen pleads, ignored. Are you even listening to me? Mahen demands. Only silence answers back. There's a sudden dramatic thud. Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad. Arlen says. Deadpan. Grand Duke Halburn is flat out knocked out cold, Mahen's patience having finally run dry. Picture this. It's only been 3 hours since Arellen decided to make peace with her father, and it's already fallen apart. She plants her feet, arms crossed. I am not playing with that anymore. Ever again. Grand Duke Halburn just shrugs it right back at her. You wanted to play earlier, he says. Well, I changed my mind. I'm done playing too. To the flashback. A bewildered little Arlen whines why, Dad, after they'd already burned through an entire morning of balanced game showdowns. Turns out the Grand Duke is disturbingly good at kids' games. One maid nearly faints watching him sword fight a toddler before he drags Arlen off for a bike ride. He pedals off on a tiny kid's strike, while Arlen sprints behind him, screaming at him to slow down before he snaps the poor thing in half. They played fetch too, apparently. She stumbled over, wheezing, still chasing him down the garden path, with absolutely nothing left in the tank. What kind of game was that? Am I a dog? She shrieks. He got to have all the fun. She got nothing but a full-body workout. You need to keep moving to stay healthy, Halburn chirps, all innocence, before offering to switch games if she's not enjoying this one. He yanks her into a crushing hug instead. We need to stay close to get closer, he reasons, while she squirms and demands he let go. I am not getting any closer to Dad, she declares, storming off in a huff. Good work, Arel, he tells her, like she just survived basic training. She just sighs. Poor guy did look kind of sad about it, though. Later, venting to Lord Mahen, she can't help but ask how on earth he's put up with a man like that for years. Honestly, Mahen deadpans, worst decision of my life. I said, that is sad, she repeats, before admitting the one thing he's really got going for him is his face. So take good care of it. Got it? She mutters, blushing the instant the words leave her mouth. Cut to Grand Duke Halburn, off bragging to an old friend that his daughter apparently talks just like he does. Add, Who's that? Someone asks. Turns out Ed is Halpern's very casual nickname for, of all people, the emperor of the entire country. Sure not, there's the emperor himself, grinning and giving Halpern a thumbs up. Erellen, we're on the same side. Young Hiram's jaw drops. That means Rollvalda has been casually bullying the emperor this whole time. Got it. Then, she sighs. Let's just stop playing. No need to force it if my daughter doesn't want to, Halpern says magnanimously, right before dropping the real hook. But Dad did prepare a gift. He flashes her a knowing little smirk, because he already knows exactly how this is going to go. Want to go take a look at it together? He asks, ruffling her hair. A gift, she echoes, suddenly a lot more interested. She tells herself it's probably just a doll he picked up near the palace. I'll just look, she insists. I am absolutely not playing with it. Sure, you don't have to, he says, way too relaxed about it. But if you change your mind after seeing it, feel free to play with it. As he strolls off, Erellen fumes. What is with that smug, relaxed attitude? Does he seriously think she'll be won over that easily? She marches after him anyway, jaw set, absolutely refusing to be charmed. After 3 straight hours of being pestered, she was fully braced for him to try bribing her with a stuffed unicorn or a dragon plushie or something. Just see if I get won over that easily, she mutters to herself, marching in. She stops dead in the doorway. The gift isn't a doll. It isn't a book either. They're all yours, my daughter, Halpern says. Take them. The room is packed floor to ceiling, a gleaming violin, a grand piano, laid out like a private concert hall. Piano, organ, harp, timpani, genuinely nothing missing. He basically bought out an entire orchestra. With this much, she thinks, stunned, you could start an orchestra. Every piece looks slightly different, but every single one is in pristine condition. But why are you suddenly giving me all this? She asks, caught completely off guard. Because I figured you'd need them, he offers, way too casually. I never said I needed any of this, she shoots back. He just hums to himself, eyes closed, content, humming a tune that sounds strangely familiar. Ireland freezes. That melody? It's Love's Greeting, the very song she once played to break free from that nightmare. Did her performance in there somehow reach him too? It's pleasant to listen to, he says. Did Mahen teach you? Huh. No, well, I just sort of know it, she deflects, flustered. She can hardly explain she picked it up in a previous life. Anyway, pick one, he says instead. From how you reacted, sounds like you liked it. Without a second thought, her hand lands on the violin. She just stands there a moment, quietly turning the choice over in her head. Liked it? Huh. Is that really how it sounded to someone listening? She can't help but pout at the thought. It's not like I don't like it, she admits under her breath, running a hand along the strings. From the very day she first picked up a violin in her old life, to the day she could no longer play it at all. It's something I gave my whole life to, she murmurs, drawing the bow across the strings for the first time in years. Halpern leans in the doorway, arms crossed, quietly listening with a small, pleased smile. He doesn't say a word, just watches her play, completely absorbed. Her fingers move across the strings, and the notes come flooding back like they never left. The piece is Manuel Ponce's Estrellita, or Little Star, and under an imagined night sky, it fits her perfectly. Originally written as a song, it was later arranged for solo violin by the virtuoso Jascha Heifetz himself. It's a short piece, barely 3 minutes long, but the melody calls to mind the whole sky of stars, and out in the hall a couple of stunned household staff stop dead in their tracks. Soft, comforting, the kind of piece loved by musicians the world over. Even Halpern can't help but soak it in. He just stands there smiling, utterly charmed. Little Erellen keeps sawing away, fully absorbed in the music now. Every note lands clean and clear. It was a song I used to play really well, she thinks quietly, lost in the memory of who she used to be. As expected, this body makes it hard to get through even one piece properly, she admits. A few days ago, if I remember right. Hey, if it weren't for that stalker's help, I never could have pulled off a performance that clean, she thinks, giving credit where it's due. Still, in her mind, a performance has to be perfect. No excuses. If only my body were just a little healthier, she thinks, I could have played so much better than this. Before she can spiral any further, one of the maids bursts into tears. That was the best performance ever. Erellen turns around, baffled to find the entire household staff crowded in the doorway, visibly moved. "I had no idea you could play instruments, my lady," one gushes. "I've never heard anything so enchanting. I actually cried." "What's this with you guys? Since when?" she stammers, while Halburn quietly notes that everyone in earshot froze mid-step, completely bewitched. He just closes his eyes, positively glowing with pride. "It really wasn't even that great of a performance," Arellen insists modestly. "So what?" Halburn shoots back, already walking off, thanks to my daughter's performance. "Everyone's just so happy like this," Arellen admits, watching the staff still wiping their eyes. "Even to my tone-deaf ears, that was amazing," one attendant sighs. "Feels like just yesterday she was tiny, and now she's already playing instruments." Halburn basks in it, clearly convinced this is exactly the kind of thing that puts happy feelings in a listener's heart. Greater than any perfect performance, he decides. My daughter's playing was simply pleasant to listen to. Arellen just stares off, still processing the whole thing in silence. "I guess so," she finally allows herself to admit. "It really is pretty great," Halburn muses. "If it's only ever once in a while, I suppose I could be talked into hearing it again." He smirks to himself. Is this what sacrifice for the greater good looks like? As if enduring his own daughter's talent were some noble burden. Then, more seriously, he adds a warning. Be careful and try to avoid performing anywhere there are mages around, or too big a crowd. Arellen blinks, caught off guard. Huh? Why? He turns the violin over in his hands thoughtfully. By nature, humans. Arellen walks off with the case in hand, turning his half-finished warning over in her head. But once they decide something is special and beautiful, they tend to fall for it fast, Halburn continues, his eyes darkening slightly. And once people start thinking like that, they tend to want to make it theirs, you warn. Somewhere far from Halburn Estate, a dark-spired fortress looms against the sky. A hand reaches out of the shadows in sight. Views out. "Duke, it tickles," someone calls. A sharp-eyed man in glasses turns, answering simply, "Yes, Regent." "I heard Grand Duke Halburn has appeared in the imperial capital," he reports. "And in very good health, at that," he adds. "You said," comes the reply, waiting for the rest. Duke Iticle smiles thinly, clearly enjoying delivering this particular piece of news. "He was banished up north after that whole incident 6 years ago. Does this mean—" A man with sharp eyes and long red hair leans in from the shadows. "The Emperor's punishment has finally ended. He's revealed as Ludwig von Locke, regent of the Southern Empire of Pethel, bound in chains and rope like some kind of caged beast, and clearly not happy. A brat who came looking for me with the eyes of a beast. A memory surfaces of the two of them, much younger, Halburn with a violin in hand. To think he'd show his face again so confidently. Ludwig's eye narrows, sharp and unreadable. "Very unpleasant for me," he growls, clenching his fist. Back at the estate, it's all smiles again, Halburn laughing it off with an easy okay, while Erlen shoots him one more unimpressed look, violin in hand. Every noble house in the Albrecht Empire, plus the imperial family itself, carries something called an ability, freakish inherited gifts passed down through blood. Those abilities are exactly what turned Albrecht into the richest, most powerful empire on the continent. But that kind of power came with a catch. The empire also had to keep a leash on some seriously unpredictable, high-risk people. And overseas, ugly incidents just kept piling up, one after another. This time around, the card fate handed the imperial family was this guy right here. Duke Dickles, basically the plebiscite itself, walking around in a very sharp pair of glasses. His whole gift is reading exactly how much someone likes him, tied up in real numbers floating right over their head. Which is probably why his negotiations close at a suspicious 99.9%. Sure, pure natural talent. Honestly, calling him the walking incarnation of diplomacy is barely an exaggeration. But even a flawless charmer like him is exactly one type of person he dreads running into. A low voice cuts out to the dark, dripping with amusement. "Duke Idicles, the regent of the Southern Empire wants to know one thing. Did he know the Grand Duke of Halburn just came back to the capital? Long dark red hair, one eye hidden behind a patch, rope crossing a bare chest like he dressed for danger on purpose. Meet Ludwig von Bla, Idicles. As you know, I have spent so long in the Southern Empire that I am a little out of the loop on Albrecht's inner workings." Locke, unimpressed. "I know your eyes and ears are everywhere, and yet you still talk like that." Idicles sweats internally. Good grief. To think the peace I brokered 6 years ago would come back to bite me like this. Idicles. "Well, unless His Majesty personally summoned him, I would presume the Grand Duke came back entirely of his own accord." Locke laughs cold and low. On his own accord? Locke, then that means the Grand Duke can just stroll home whenever he pleases. Is that not so, Duke Eccles? Eccles. So it would seem, but the Regent. Eccles, who at Albrecht would honestly dare go against House Halburn? Even my own Emperor is likely in a tighter spot than anyone. Eccles, please remember the good faith His Majesty has shown you these past 6 years. Locke, flat. Sincerity. Ah, as one visible eye narrows. Look, you are. Locke, smirking. Certainly a smooth talker. Locke, be grateful your tongue is the only reason you are still breathing. Eccles, sweating through a smile. I will take that as a compliment. Goodness. His own git quietly betrays him. The Regent's favorability sits right where it always has. Eccles, internally, 25, same as always. I cannot read his face at all, which means I cannot see 1 inch ahead. He is pressed further. Duke Eccles, how much do you actually know about Halburn? He answers carefully. Well, the House of Halburn tends to lean the exact opposite direction from ours. So there is virtually no contact between us. If anything, the Regent probably knows far more than I do. Naturally, since the Regent's own wife happens to be Halburn's daughter, something about that name makes Locke's whole expression go dark. Somewhere in that castle he keeps someone bound, watched and completely unmoving. Eccles catches himself smiling like a man who already knows something he probably shouldn't. Even saying this much clearly bothers him. The Southern Empire of Peter, the private castle of Regent Ludwig von Locke. Inside these walls there are exactly 3 unbreakable rules. Rule 1, never be the first to bring up the Grand Duke of Halburn. Rule 2, never question his judgment and never challenge his authority. And the last rule is Sione, the Grand Duchess of Locke's castle, standing right in front of him. You do not question her, you do not even let yourself be curious. Walking away, Eccles mutters to himself. There is probably not a single house in the Empire that truly knows Halburn. A tired little laugh follows. Even after 6 long years, inside this castle, not a single strand of her hair has ever once been seen outside it. Elsewhere in the capital, someone gets a much lighter view of the sky. Wow. A maid points out the window. Look over there, Rena. The little girl beside her stares up, completely awestruck. There is an entire island floating gently in the sky. Little Rena, delighted. Wow, it really is just floating there. The maid explains. Have you ever heard of it? That island is actually called the Sky Tower. Tower? Rena, do you even know what that is? Of course! The Sky Tower is sacred ground for every major, like basically headquarters for the whole Magic Tower. You could call it the hometown of every mage on the continent. It is so exclusive that only the Tower Master, the Archmage, and a handful of high mages are even allowed to set foot inside. For it to show up floating over the capital at all is basically unheard of. No wonder the whole city is buzzing. Wait, did it come for the National Foundation Festival too? The real reason for the visit hasn't been announced, but given they showed up right after the ball wrapped, it probably has something to do with everything else still lined up on the calendar. My best guess, they are here for the continent's biggest auction. Wait, are there still tickets left for that thing? Whoa. The festival is basically just getting started though, of course. Halburn is setting out most of it, as usual. It really is a world where introverts do not stand a chance. Pardon? My lady, what did you say? Man, nothing. Do you think you can even still smile like that? Man, is your body feeling even a little better, your grace? The Grand Duke just smiles. Grand Duke Halburn, just barely enough to get by. Man, you really did put on a flawless act in front of Arel. Grand Duke Halburn, well, that much is nothing. Mine size. Your grace. Grand Duke Halburn, do we not still have an unfinished conversation? Man, all right. Grand Duke Halburn, all innocence. You mean the wedding? Mayhen, dead serious. Keep talking like that, and I might just arrange your funeral first. Grand Duke Halburn, I am scared, honey. Mahen, just wait, I will really sue you before long. Mahen, turning serious. I was actually asking about your future plans. What are you going to do now? Grand Duke Halburn, about what? Mahen, Aurelian's parental rights. That is what? Mahen, if the truth ever comes out, we are the ones left at a serious disadvantage. Mahen, legally speaking, no matter how anyone spins it, Shione is still the Grand Duchess of Locke, which means Aurelian's parental rights technically belong to the Regent of Locke, and if he ever finds out she was quietly entered into Halburn's own family registry, the regent will not sit still. Grand Duke Halburn, I have no intention of sitting still either. My hand freezes. Man, do you understand this could easily be framed as treason? Are you actually aware of that? Grand Duke Halburn, I would rather not go that route either, but this is not something you get to handle with personal feelings. Grand Duke Halburn, dismissive. His Majesty, since when does Ed's opinion matter here? Mehan, you. Grand Duke Halburn, oh, none of that matters to me anymore. Whether they brand me a traitor and march me to the guillotine, or the whole continent gets torn in half by a war with the region. Grand Duke Halburn, regardless of the circumstances, his expression does not waver, not even a little. Grand Duke Halburn, Ireland comes first to me. Whether it ends in a treason charge and a walk to the guillotine, or a war that splits the whole continent with the regent, regardless of how bad it gets, there is one thing Grand Duke Halburn is not budging on. Harald comes first to me, he tells Mahen flatly, like it is the simplest fact in the world. Mahen just stares back at him, speechless, the weight of that sentence sinking in. He clutches his head, breath ragged, like the ground just tilted under him. Even if this man is the one Mahen has served his entire life, that does not make this any easier to hear. He has completely lost his mind, Mahen thinks, not that he would hand Arel over without a fight either. But this is not just a Halburn problem anymore. The scale of it all is on a completely different level. Where on earth is he even supposed to start fixing this? Mehen, the Duke, calls out, catching him off guard. Do not think too deeply about it, he says infuriatingly casual. Pardon? Mehen chokes out, completely blindsided. Go out, get married, start a family, the Duke suggests like he is picking out dinner. Live an ordinary, peaceful life like everyone else. Mehen just stares. Are you seriously joking right now in a moment like this? Did that sound like a joke? I am dead serious, the Duke says. I will even hand you a marquessate. Just say the word. I do not need it, Mahen snaps. Now the Duke coos back, thoroughly enjoying himself. You know, you are the one who should be getting married here, not me, the Duke adds. Mahen blinks. Me? With who exactly? Anyone, the Duke shrugs. Mahen has absolutely nothing to say to that. Then the joking stops. You know, Mahen, the Duke says, turning serious, becoming family with someone. Shivarishi is something that is never going to happen for me again, he finishes. Then the mood in the room drops instantly. His face goes still, unreadable, all traces of teasing gone. Halburn ends with my generation, Mahen chokes out, eyes stinging. Or the Duke counters quietly, with a rels. Don't say things like that. Mahen too wants him, sharper than he means to. You never know, you might even fall in love yourself. The Duke teases. Love, Mahen repeats, like a word does not quite fit in his mouth. In your eyes, I must look like someone capable of that, the Duke says, half to himself. Because you already are in love, Mahen tells him point blank. The way you cherish her, risking everything just so you never have to lose her. If that is not love, Mahen asks, what exactly is? Then answer me this, the Duke says. What I am so afraid of losing? Is it the last thread tying me to my sister? Or is it my daughter, Arel? He asks. And for once he sounds like he genuinely does not know. That's Mahen starts and finds he has no answer either. See, even you don't know, the Duke says, with a tired half-smile. Fine, Mahen mutters, now that you would actually listen even if I told you. I listen just fine, thank you. The Duke fires back, arms crossed like a scolded kid. Sometime? He asks with a grin full of mischief. Just don't talk to me any more, comes the deadpan reply. Mehen, the Duke calls again and gets nothing but silence in return. What is it this time, Mehen sighs. Hehehe. He only gets back. The Duke leans his head onto Mehen's shoulder, eyes closed, uncharacteristically at ease. Thanks, he murmurs. For what exactly, Mehen asks. Just because I feel like Halburn would not even exist without you, he admits quietly. Outside the window, a flicker of memory, little Arel, laughing, being spun around in the garden below. A Halburn without you, he says, eyes distant. I would have burned it all down and buried it myself. The Duke lets out a startled, genuine laugh, the kind that catches even him off guard. Mahen, you will not abandon me, right? He asks, almost too casually. I will, Mahen depends instantly. So cold-hearted, the Duke pouts, leaning back into him anyway. That's exactly why I like you, though. he murmurs, eyes shut, smiling. Because if I ever disappoint you, you would mercilessly abandon me and leave, he says. So keep helping me like this, so I can hold on to whatever humanity I have left. Mahen just looks at him, quietly, achingly moved, and says nothing at all. Such a sneaky bastard, Mahen thinks, glancing away. Making it completely impossible to hate you, he admits, and that might be the real problem here. Some time later, the halls of the Halburn estate sit quiet and golden in the afternoon light. Arel walks a careful, measured line with books balanced on her head. Walks over, she declares, setting them down. I've reset my goals in life, she announces to no one in particular, chin propped on her hands. Before, she figured she would just live out her days until her time came, and that would be that. But a lot has changed since then. I still have, she starts, grabbing her crayon like she means business. People I want to see more of, things I want to eat, and things I still want to do, she finishes, sketching a little violin. So, first things first, she needs to actually get healthy, for real this time. Goal number 1, she writes with a flourish, get healthy. The difficulty is high, sure, but it should not be flat out impossible. After all, she is this world's one and only reader. There were wish-granting items in the story, and apparently demon contracts too. Better start organizing everything she remembers about those artifacts before it slips her mind. Rena mentioned auctions and events coming up, so with a little luck she might actually snag a few good ones. Goal number 2, she scrawls, propping up a little cardboard sign. Our family is open for business as usual. Make sure Halburn never disappears, because as she remembers it, the moment she dies, Mahen leaves the estate for good. Dad turns into a full-blown villain, and Halburn collapses completely into ruin if goal number 1 ever fails. Halburn falling apart is only a matter of time in that scenario, but hey, no need to get too serious about it. This particular goal, it turns out, can actually be knocked out pretty easily. Cut back to a memory. Little Rail, skipping happily down the hall. As long as Mahen is here, she reasons, holding tight to his hand. Arl, he asks puzzled. Mahen, she says solemnly. From now on, no matter what happens, you are never allowed to leave Halburn. The odds of Halburn ever crumbling, 0%, she declares with total, adorable confidence. Pardon, he manages. Never ever leave, got it, she presses. It's a promise. He blinks. Then yes, understood, he agrees, sealing it with a pinky promise. Yay! Great, she tears, one problem solved. And now, the long-awaited final goal, she announces, doodling her whole found family in crayon. Make lots of happy memories with everyone around her before she dies. Mom, Dad, the childcare team, even her friends from the gathering. It would be nice, she thinks, if the time they all spent with her got remembered fondly. Back in her room, she gets down to business. Still, how exactly is this supposed to make good memories for them? She cannot cook anything decent, and she definitely does not have the stamina to run around and play, so what is she actually good at? What could she possibly do to make sure everyone actually has a good time? Then it hits her, a memory of herself as a little girl playing violin for the staff, who were absolutely floored by it. A truly wonderful performance, my lady. One of them gushes. Ah, she gasps, the idea clicking into place. That's it, she shouts. Step 1, send out a few invitations. Step 2, get her hands on a piano or a violin. This, she decides, watching the staff gather around, should be more than enough to make everyone happy. Mozart, she murmurs, finger signing the keys. Chopin, she blaze on, completely in her element. I'll play them one song every single day, she decides. She imagines it, Mahen and Uni, years from now, still remembering these little concerts fondly, with the twins undoubtedly heckling from the sidelines. A beautiful melody is the first thing that comes to mind. How on earth does she play like that? One onlooker wonders. Stunned. Every single day brings something new. Honestly, the staff agree, Mozart really is something else. I still cannot play longer pieces, she admits, but I feel completely fulfilled anyway. I know! Chirps a small, eager voice nearby. Even little Peshen, listening in, cannot help but light up at the sound of her playing. I feel, she blinks, caught off guard. Errand, you will not believe this, he grins. What? Say my name properly, this already sounds ominous, she warns. Smiram just opened the biggest art center the Empire has ever seen, and they were looking for someone special to headline the opening performance, he finishes, way too pleased with himself. A performance? I see, she says slowly. That special performance, he grins. I think it would be perfect if Errol did it. Huh, Wait, she starts, already sensing where this is going. Isn't obvious everyone should get to see a performance this beautiful? Let's put on a concert together each year, giving her zero room to say no. And just like that, Aurel finds herself on a stage, bow in hand, staring down an entire concert hall. Did I pick the wrong person for this? She wonders, a little too late to back out now.